start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601. This immortal is no simple person. The kingdom of Yu was defeated. Boom boom boom. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the war was fierce. Changsheng killed a quasi third-level bull demon, and looked at the corpses and broken arms and limbs in front of him, and his heart was a little heavy. After practicing for more than 80 years, he has been accustomed to life and death, and has experienced several rounds of separation. But seeing such a scene in front of him, he still felt compassion. The land reclamation war is a ruthless meat grinder. And this is just an ordinary land reclamation in Jiang State, which has an absolute advantage. If it is a large land reclamation, or a war that sweeps across the entire southern wilderness immortal cultivation world, how cruel it would be. Changsheng thought of the possible war between the 7 sects of the demonic path in the future. The ancient books recorded this aspect in a few simple words. Lives were charred and grievances were everywhere. If you don't experience it yourself, it's hard to feel the cruelty. Lu Wangshu, who is not far away, was also in a heavy mood. She was doted on since she was a child and didn't suffer too much. Although she had experienced many fights and battles and seen the disputes between family forces. But where was the impact of such a war so direct? The monk's army and the beast tide collided head-on, and various magics and spiritual lights intertwined and collided, illuminating the entire battlefield like night and day. Even though the human race had a huge advantage. But as long as the second-level top monster appeared, the powerful impact would cause many key refining monks to fly out like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, seriously injured, or even vomiting blood and dying. If they were lucky, they would wait until the medical team came to treat them and take them away. If they were unlucky, they might die directly in the aftermath of the battle. Boom boom boom. As the war continued, a few days later, the originally clear sky gradually became covered with a thick layer of dark clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The earth began to tremble violently. From far to near, many people felt a repressive and heavy breath coming. Changsheng stood high in the sky and looked far away. He saw a huge black mountain in the front, stepping towards him with 4 extremely strong giant feet. Boom, boom, boom. Every step it took left a huge pit on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Changsheng saw that this was a black tortoise demon king. In addition to this black tortoise, the latter seemed to have a faint and strange demonic aura lurking in its mountain-like shell. Everyone, be alert, and cast the magic circle. Changsheng immediately said to the foundation-building monks who were directing the war. If the large army continued to rush forward, the aftermath of the war between the giant and monks and the demon king would surely cause heavy casualties. As the words fell, the talisman pen in his hand was lightly raised, and a huge green talisman was outlined in the void, turning into a misty aura full of vitality, healing the monks in the field. With the appearance of the Black Tortoise Demon King, the giant and real people who had been prepared by Qingyun Sect appeared. There were 4 people in total, forming a formation and attacking the Black Tortoise Demon King. Boom boom boom, the war was about to break out. Looking at the 2 sides fighting, Changsheng couldn't help but frown. Weak. It's really too weak. The strength of these giants Henrin of Qingyun Sect is too ordinary. If he takes action, he only needs to use the yin-yang key great capture to detain and suppress all 4 people. Seeing them working together to suppress the Black Turtle Demon King, and the fight seems to be evenly matched, Changsheng probably understands why the efficiency is so low. But he also knows that these people cannot be compared with himself. It is difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to defeat the Demon King of the same level. Even if they can kill, they have to pay a heavy price, which is not worth it. Only people like him who can detain and suppress the Demon King without injury can treat the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the Great Dream Lake as their own backyard. Just when the 4 giants Henrin completely suppressed the Black Turtle Demon King, a breath that was terrifying and soul-stirring sounded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A black shadow suddenly appeared and rushed towards the giant's Henrin, smashing his body protection shield into pieces, and the whole mouth vomited blood and flew out. Is there really a 3rd-level Demon King dormant? The shadow snake has a unique talent. When it is still, it can perfectly hide its own breath and kill people unexpectedly. Just now, Changsheng sensed some other breath from the tortoise shell of the Black Tortoise Demon King, which was like a mountain. It was just too far away, so he didn't look closely and didn't know the specific situation. Now it seems that this Demon King is quite smart and knows how to play this trick. Wangshu, be careful. Lu Changsheng instructed his daughter not far away, and then rushed to the front battlefield. Although he didn't go up, other people from Qingyun Sect would come to support him. But in this kind of war, if there are few variables or accidents, it may lead to the tragic death of many low-level cultivators. After seeing the cruelty of war, Lu Changsheng is still willing to do more within his ability. Not for anything else, but to make himself feel comfortable and clear-minded. Not only Lu Changsheng, Xiao Xiao, but also several other fake Danzhenrens saw the situation in front and rushed over. Such unexpected situations must be resolved as soon as possible to avoid further twists and turns. Moreover, in this situation, they also have reasons to take action and get a share of the spoils from this Demon King. Demon Suppression Talisman. Lu Changsheng was the first to arrive at the battlefield. The yin and yang magic power of the Qi Si Danshan turned into the 9-9 mysterious talisman magic power in an instant. The magic pen in his hand outlined a huge magic talisman and suppressed the Black Turtle Demon King. Although he did not condense his own divine talisman, he could also exert the power of this skill by relying on his cultivation level. In order not to show off too much, Lu Changsheng forcibly suppressed the urge to use his magical powers. He kept outlining a series of talismans and spells to help contain the battlefield. However, just this kind of means made the other several Danzhenren and the fake Danzhenren who came here amazed, secretly thinking that this Changsheng's Henren was able to become a Taoist partner with Xiao's Henren, and his means were indeed not simple. Thank you, Xiansheng's Henren. The Jinden's Henren who was seriously injured by the shadow snake thanked Lu Changsheng, then suppressed his injuries and continued to fight. Zheng Xiao Xiao came and sacrificed a long zither with silver-white flowing patterns and simple and elegant shape. The zither rang and shone brightly, forming an ancient sound of killing. Then a slender flying sword, like a cold and bright moon, shot out from the zither. This is her life-giving magic weapon, Tai Shuang Wen Qing. The zither body and the flying sword are like the sun and the moon shining together, supporting her slender and graceful body like a dream, with peerless beauty, fairy muscles and jade bones, and the whole person seems to be stained with a layer of light holy brilliance, suppressing the shadow snake. With the two people coming to support, the situation that almost caused an accident just now is stabilized. At this time, the other three fake Danzhenren who came also sacrificed their own magic weapons and bombarded the black tortoise and the shadow snake, causing a fierce attack. Fortunately, there are Changsheng's Henren and Xiao's Henren, otherwise there will be an accident. The army of human cultivators in the distance saw this scene and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two Demon Kings can be dealt with by Qingyun Sect, if an unexpected Demon King rushes to their side, it will cause huge casualties. Did this Changsheng's Henren and Xiao's Henren just break through the Jinden not long ago? They actually have such strength, far better than the fake Dan's Henren. Fake Dan, after all, has the word fake, how can it be compared with a real Jinden's Henren? And it is rumored that this Xiao's Henren has condensed a top-grade golden elixir. I heard that this Changsheng's Henren is a talisman cultivator. Why doesn't he use the talisman formation? This battle attracted the attention of many cultivators and amazed. Lu Wangshu in the crowd curled her lips and felt bored. She had seen the scene of her father suppressing the Jinden cultivator of the Shadow Sect casually. She also knew that the Lord of the Fairy City who suppressed one whose Henren and kicked away the third-level dragon with one kick was her father. The two Demon Kings in front of her were not enough for her father to take seriously. Now this is probably to match the identity on the surface. But this is too hidden. Lu Wangshu couldn't help but complain. Although she is also like this, in the eyes of outsiders, she is only at the 5th level of foundation building. In fact, with the increase of Zuanyuan's Hu, her mana is not weaker than that of the late stage of foundation building. There are also 26 third-level talismans, nearly 1,000 second-level talismans, 1 quasi-third-level puppet, and 4 second-level top puppets. It can be said that the Taoist soldiers can defeat the opponent even if the fake Danzhenren comes. But when Lu Wangshu thought that his father was already a Yuanying, but he was still pretending to be a cultivator who had just broken through the Jinden, he felt indescribably awkward. It was obvious that the battle ahead was difficult, but it was a bit of a joke. Master Baiyun, quickly use the Golden Light Soul Binding Lock, don't let them have the opportunity to self-destruct the demon pill. As 6 giant and cultivators and 3 fake Danzhenren took action, the battle gradually became a repressive victory. At this time, a giant Danzhenren shouted and threw out a series of formation flags to imprison the world to prevent the 2 demon kings from self-destructing and escaping. Whether fighting with a giant and cultivator or a 3rd-level demon king, you must prevent the other party from self-destructing, and it's a life and death battle. Even if there is a chance of winning, facing the self-explosion of the demon pill, they will still suffer a lot of injuries. The main reason is that once the demon king explodes, the essence of his flesh and blood will burn, and there will be basically no gain except some broken flesh and blood. Baiyun's Henrin had already made preparations, and immediately cast a huge chain that flashed with brilliant golden light, like a golden dragon, coiling and binding the person in front of him. Another giant's Henrin sacrificed a huge net, and the sky was full of stars. It can be seen that the giant's Henrin of Qingyun Sect have all prepared magic weapons for killing demons in advance. In this way, under the suppression and bombardment, everyone completely killed the 2 demon kings. Hu. After a hard battle, the giant's Henrin and the fake Danzhenren present were all consumed, but their faces were filled with joy. Although there was an accident, it was successfully resolved, which can be called a happy event. I didn't expect that Taoist Changsheng would have such a fighting power after breaking through the giant for several years. Baiyun's Henrin calmed down a little and praised Lu Changsheng. If Lu Changsheng hadn't come to support them immediately, they would still be in trouble. Moreover, the fighting power displayed by Lu Changsheng was beyond their expectations. In other words, they all thought it was natural for Xiao Ziyu to have such fighting power, or even a few points higher. But for a family cultivator like Lu Changsheng, they would subconsciously feel that he was a few points weaker than them. It seems that this Changsheng's Henrin is likely to condense a 4th grade Handin, and his skills are also extraordinary. Baiyun's Henrin guessed secretly in his heart. Lu was not able to do anything, just a little restrained. Lu Changsheng pretended to be overconsumed, bowed slightly and said, and was very speechless in his heart. He didn't use his own magical powers, but only used the 1st level of Dan. The magic weapon in his hand was made before, and it was an ordinary low-grade magic weapon. But such performance was actually worthy of sincere praise from several people. Alice, I have played too many high-end games, and I have forgotten what the fighting power of the 1st level of Dan is. I can't go on like this, otherwise it will be bad if everyone thinks that Changsheng's Henrin is good at fighting and attacking. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He really didn't want to act cool. He just wanted to be a master of the talisman path quietly. Master Changsheng, Master Ziyu, the battle here is already decided. Why don't you go with us to other places to provide support and clean up the remains of the cave? At this time, Master Baiyun looked at Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu and invited them. In order to avoid the monster kings of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range rushing up, sneak attacks, etc., the 4 major immortal sects would investigate the situation and set up ambushes early every time they attacked. Like today, the shadow snake lurking on the black tortoise monster king was already an accident. There should be a lot of treasures in the caves of these 2 monster kings. Master Baiyun added. As giant and masters, the 2 of them had just made a lot of efforts and were qualified to share the benefits. Okay. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu looked at each other and nodded. As giant and cultivators, if the 2 of them were still fighting the 2nd-level monster beasts here, it would be a waste of combat power. Seeing the cruelty of such a war, since he had the ability, Lu Changsheng was willing to do a little more. Immediately, after Lu Changsheng gave a few instructions to his daughter Lu Wongshu, he went with Xiao Ziyu and the other 3 giant's Henrin to support everywhere, hunt other demon kings, clean up the front line, and the ruins of the cave. Every time a demon beast or demon king is killed, the war merit is calculated. If you hand in the unexpected gains obtained from the wild and the demon beast cave, or provide useful information, you can also get corresponding war merit. But many times, you will put the spiritual medicine and natural treasures you get into your pocket, and you will not choose to hand them in, and you will not say anything. Otherwise, it is simply difficult to accumulate enough war merit to exchange for the things you want just by killing demon beasts. When they came to the cave of the Black Tortoise Demon King just now, Zhenren Baiyun and others were not stingy. According to their previous efforts, they gave Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu a share. Is this how the demon hunting team plays? This is the first time that Lu Changsheng has formed a team to hunt demon beasts and explore the ruins of the cave. However, this is not too dangerous. In addition, They know each other, so there is no need to worry about turning against each other for a little benefit. Like most casual cultivators who form teams to hunt monsters and explore ruins and caves, it is not certain that someone will betray them halfway. The journey was smooth and the small gains of Lu Changsheng and others were in a good mood. But that night, they heard the instructions from the Supreme Elder to be careful in the future. Today, a third-level late demon king suddenly appeared in the Qingyun Sect's war zone, resulting in the death of a giant and elder, 3 fake Dan cultivators, and many casualties among low-level cultivators. In the end, Qingyun Sect relied on Taoist soldiers to hold on until the arrival of Qingyun Sect, and then quickly solved the demon king. Third-level late demon king. Several giants Henrin heard this, and their expressions were solemn. It is not easy for cultivators to kill demon kings of the same level. And the demon kings who can grow to the third-level late stage have extraordinary bloodline combat power. Such a third-level late demon king must be killed by multiple giant and late cultivators. If a third-level late demon king suddenly appears, it will definitely catch them off guard. It seems that the counterattack of the demon king is getting more and more fierce. Several giants Henrin present looked a little unhappy. If they encounter a demon king in the late third stage, even they will be in danger of their lives. But no matter what, the War of Reclamation must continue. As Jiang State fully responded to the War of Reclamation, the battle between Liang State and Yu State became more and more fierce and entered a white-hot stage. Not only did Yuan Ying's engine take action in Qingzhu Mountain, but also a 4th-level Beast King was dispatched. This is the true foundation of Qingzhu Mountain as the overlord of Liang State. Relying on unique secret methods, consuming the life potential of demon beasts and feeding a large amount of resources, it is a real war machine. Although its combat power, intelligence, mobility, and means are far inferior to those of the 4th-level transformed demon king. But relying on a strong body as huge as a mountain and immune to all kinds of magic, except for Yuan Ying's engine, everyone has to retreat. Faced with such a fierce offensive, the front line of Yu State collapsed. Moreover, under the ambush of Liang State, several giants Henrin of Yu State fell, and more than 10 fake Dans Henrin died in the battle. Even the disciple of Master Hunidin, Master Wuji, who was praised as having the potential of nascent soul, died in this battle, which dealt a heavy blow to the morale of Yu State. At this moment, there was a garrison of Qingyun Sect. Qingchen, your crystal-forming pill has been finalized. I have 2 spiritual objects for forming a den, which are suitable for you. You can exchange 1 or 2 more from the sect when the time comes. In the next period of time, you should not take on any more missions. Focus all your time and energy on cultivation and break through the den as soon as possible. You are now on the must-kill list of Liang State. If you go out on missions again, you will most likely be attacked and killed by the Dan Masters of Liang State. Master Xianyun looked at the young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes in front of him and said. She was also seriously injured in the battle on the front line. In the current war situation, Yu State is no match for Liang State at all, and can only wait for Jiang State to free up its hands to come to support. But according to the news she received, the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect of Jin State attacked the nascent soul, and Liang State also participated. In this battle, Xianshi's Henjin and Xianshi Zhuangzu set up an ambush in Yinming Gizan, causing Zhujian's Henjin to suffer a lot of injuries. So she was very worried that Jianguo's War of Reclamation would encounter accidents and be pinned down by Jinguo and difficult to support. Master, if I go back, what will happen to Xiao Azir? Lu Qingshan said after hearing this. He killed the enemy on the front line, on the one hand to earn enough contributions, and on the other hand to take care of his sister Lu Qingzhu. Although his sister is a logistics staff, there will not be too much danger. But in order to completely eliminate the danger for his sister, all the required contribution tasks are covered by him. Don't worry, Qingzhu has been transferred to the back by me, and nothing will happen. You can practice with peace of mind now, and the impact of the Jinden is the top priority. Hunin's engine is very optimistic about you. Now the battle line is defeated. I heard from the Supreme Elder that Hunin's engine and Zhenwang's engine have drawn up a list, and are ready to focus on training and give Yuanying resources. You are on the list. If you break through the Jinden as soon as possible, you can also get a good start. Xianyun Zhenren knew that this disciple cared about his sister Lu Qingzhu very much. All the Butyandan that Hunyuan Zhenjun had given before were directly given to Lu Qingzhu. If Lu Qingzhu hadn't been sensible and realized that the elixir was extraordinary, she would have asked her and then persuaded Lu Qingshan, Such a Butyondan might have been wasted. Thinking of the well-behaved and quiet disciple Lu Qingzhu, she sighed slightly in her heart. The latter is only a 7th grade spiritual root. In terms of comprehension and character, it can only be considered as an upper middle talent, and basically has no chance of forming a pill. Lu Qingzhu cares so much about his sister. If Lu Qingzhu has something wrong in the future, or dies of old age, she will probably become Lu Qingzhu's nascent soul demon. That's right, in her opinion, this disciple of hers already has the talent of nascent soul. As long as he doesn't die prematurely or fall halfway, there is a great hope that he will break through to nascent soul in the future, and it's not an ordinary human nascent soul. Okay, give me time, at most 5 years, I can break through to Dan. Lu Qingzhu knew the seriousness of the matter, and said decisively, his eyebrows filled with sharp confidence. In the current situation, only by breaking through the Qingzhu stage can one gain a foothold in the war, gain the right to speak, and gain benefits. He knew his sister Lu Qingzhu's situation very well. Her spiritual roots were of the 7th grade, which was a serious burden. But as long as he broke through the Qingzhu stage and killed 3 or 5 Qingzhu demon cultivators, he could ask the true Lord Qingyun for a Butyondan to improve his sister's spiritual roots. As long as my sister has a 4th grade spiritual root, and I can get 3 or 5 crystal condensing pills, I will naturally have hope of forming a pill in the future. Don't be impatient about forming a pill. With your talent, you are expected to form a high-grade golden pill. If you do it perfectly, you may have the chance to make an immortal golden pill. If you can condense an immortal golden pill, then you will be favored and strongly supported by both the true Lord Qingyun and the true Lord Ziguang, and you will obtain many rare treasures and secret techniques, which may also help Qingzhu to form a pill in the future. True Lord Qingyun knew that his disciple was very strong, pursued the first place in everything, and regarded his sister Lu Qingzhu as very important, so he deliberately used such words to motivate him. Master, don't worry, I know, I will go to see Xiao Zuer and then go to retreat to practice. Lu Qingzhu naturally understood the meaning of the master's words, but as long as it would help his sister, he was willing to do it. Lu Qingzhu came to his sister Lu Qingzhu and chatted with her, saying that he was going to retreat to practice and then strive for a pill. If someone harasses or makes things difficult for her during these days, she should just yell back and crush her Jade talisman immediately. Don't be tolerant or afraid of trouble. I know, brother, don't worry, I'm not a child. Lu Qingzhu smiled and said with a soft voice, like a clear spring in the mountains, gurgling and flowing, nourishing others' hearts. I don't know you yet. Lu Qingzhu knew that his sister was a simple, kind and gentle person. Seeing his sister's gentle smile, he reached out and rubbed her soft black hair into a mess, which made Lu Qingzhu roll his eyes at him. Brother, I still have some spirit stones here, but I can't use them. You have to practice with all your strength now, and you need resources. Lu Qingzhu took out a pile of spirit stones from the storage bag and handed them to Lu Qingzhu. His brother had just broken through the 9th level of foundation building. He had to practice quickly to the peak of foundation building and impact the formation of Den, which would definitely consume a lot of resources. Keep it. I'm still short of this. Now that my crystal condensing pill is finalized, the resources for the Qingzhu are complete, so I don't need anything. Lu Qingzhu glanced at his sister's small treasury, then grinned and said, when I break through the Qingzhu, I will prepare everything for you, all the Qingzhu spiritual objects, natural materials and treasures, to ensure that you break through the Qingzhu. Okay then brother, you must work hard to break through the Qingzhu as soon as possible and condense a top-grade Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu also knew his brother's temper, so he didn't refuse and smiled gently. Just as the two were chatting, someone suddenly came to visit. Is junior brother Lu Qingzhu here? Lu Qingzhu frowned and said a little displeased, what's the matter? I'm Lu Muping. I came here to trouble junior brother Lu for something. The voice outside continued to ring. Lu Muping? Disciple of Wuji's Hunrun. Lu Qingzhu instantly knew who the visitor was, went out to meet him, and asked what the other party wanted. My master encountered an accident this time, and my junior sister is heartbroken, so I would like to ask junior brother Lu to comfort her. Lu Muping said in a low voice, his face a little bitter. Although his junior sister has a savage and willful personality and is not very popular, but he loves this junior sister who has been raised since childhood very much, and even has a crush on her. It's just that the junior sister has always regarded him as a brother. Before the Butyondan incident, The junior sister also went to him to confide her grievances, complaining that Lu Qingshan didn't know what was good for him, and didn't even know how to thank him properly. He actually ignored her and didn't know how to respect her. But later, seeing Lu Qingshan's amazing record and excellent performance on the battlefield, Shen Yu gradually developed a good impression of Lu Qingshan and even asked him for advice. But Lu Qingshan had no interest in Shen Yu. Even if he knew that this woman was the granddaughter of the disciple of Hunun's Henjin, if he married her, he would be able to get the strong support of Hunun's Henjin. Lu Qingshan had no interest at all. But she was also very strange. The more cold Lu Qingshan was, the more Shen Yu admired him and felt that he was indispensable. So this time, the junior sister was heartbroken. Seeing that the junior sister had no appetite, Lu Muping thought of asking Lu Qingshan to go over. No time. Lu Qingshan said directly. If it was a serious matter, he would be willing to help for the sake of Wu Ji's Henrun. But to help coax a sister, she was just mentally ill. Brother, Wu Ji's Henrun passed away, you should also go and see and pay your respects. At this time, Lu Qingzhu said to her brother. She also knew about her brother and Shen Yu. Or rather, it was not just Shen Yu. Over the years, there have been countless female cultivators who have admired her brother. Especially after the war between Yu and Liang, Lu Qingshan's name completely stood out, and many female cultivators learned about Lu Qingshan through her sister. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, Lu Qingzhu still hoped that her brother could have a Taoist companion who would accompany him all the way. Although she did not think highly of Shen Yu, he was the grandson of Hunun's Henjin after all, so she had to give him some face. Besides, Wu Ji's Henren was more optimistic about his brother at the beginning, and asked his daughter Shen Yu to send Bu Yongdan. Lu Qingshan frowned slightly, still holding a certain respect for Wu Ji's Henren. Brother Lu Qingzhu continued to persuade him, saying that it was just to pay tribute to Wu Ji's Henren and show a little concern, which was also to give face to Hunun's Henjin. Okay. Unable to resist his sister's coquetry, thinking that he would have to trouble Hunun's Henjin in the future, Lu Qingshan reluctantly responded, and then went with Lu Muping. Chapter 602, Black Desert Fairy City, Wolf King Meeting, Very Ominous Omen. Black Desert Fairy City. This fairy city was built in the endless desert west of Yu State. The living environment is very harsh and the resources are poor. However, due to the terrain and the barbaric rules of the monks who built this fairy city in the early years, over time, this place gradually became a gathering place for casual cultivators, demon cultivators, robbery cultivators, and evil cultivators. Wanted monks from various countries who have committed crimes like to run to Black Desert Fairy City. Although Black Desert Fairy City is barbaric and chaotic, it has gradually built a prosperous black market with a mix of good and bad people. Whether it is intelligence information, killing to buy life, or natural materials and treasures, magic weapons and elixirs, inheritance of skills, male and female furnaces. Here, you can get them all. Like most of the immortal countries, skills and techniques, and inheritance of hundreds of arts are secrets that are not passed on. But here, you can even see the inheritance of some Qingyun sects. Even the extremely rare crystal condensing pills have flowed out of Black Desert Fairy City. In short, Black Desert Fairy City is a place full of chaos, ambition, and opportunities. Even the righteous cultivators, there are many who come to Black Desert Immortal City to seek opportunities. These days, the whole Black Desert Immortal City is discussing one thing. This Lu Wu is really extraordinary. He has the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building, but he has the third level of body refining. It's amazing. It's a pity that this person doesn't know how to hide his shortcomings and forbearance. Now that this opportunity is exposed, I'm afraid he will be hunted down by countless people. This person was hunted down by the Wolf King for 10 days and 10 nights, and he also injured the Wolf King's red flame sand wolf. It's not easy to kill him. I heard that the Wolf King has asked the divine fortune teller to predict his whereabouts and is determined to kill him. The Wolf King has become more and more domineering in recent years, and he will take away other people's opportunities. This time, he also has his eyes on the other person's crystal condensing pill. I really hope they will suffer a big loss. Keep your voice down. If the Wolf King hears this, you're done. In Black Desert Immortal City, many tea houses and restaurants are discussing. The reason is that 1 month ago, one of the forces in Black Desert Immortal City, the Wolf King, suddenly noticed a group of foundation building cultivators. But who knew that among this group of foundation building cultivators, there was actually a ruthless person? He was obviously in the late stage of foundation building, but he had the third level body refining. After killing the two fake Dan cultivators of the Wolf King, he directly alarmed the Wolf King. You know, none of the forces that can be called famous in the Black Desert Immortal City are simple. This Wolf King not only has the strength of the middle stage of Jinden, but also has a third level Sand Flame Blood Wolf. His combat power is among the best of the same level. However, the Wolf King personally took action, but he couldn't take this person down for a while. He even chased him with the Sand Flame Blood Wolf for 10 days and 10 nights, but he still escaped. This immediately made the reputation of this foundation-building cultivator named Lu Wu so great that it spread throughout the Black Desert Immortal City. At this moment, in a hall. It can't be calculated. How is this possible? Fellow Taoist Shen Xuanzi, you are a third-level hexagram master, and you have this person's blood as a medium. How can you not calculate it? A tall and burly man in a black robe with a sinister face said coldly, like a ferocious wolf. Fellow Taoist Wolf King should know that since I, the divine calculator, have agreed to calculate in divination, I will not cheat. Even with blood as a medium, this person's secrets are still in chaos and cannot be calculated. As a foundation-building cultivator, this person has such amazing combat power. It is normal for him to have a treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven. If you don't believe it, you can ask others to calculate it. If you can get some information, you can come to me. The old man called Divine Calculator said in a deep voice with a pale face. Although he just made a simple calculation, he felt that there was something wrong with this child. But as a divination master, if they did not sense a great opportunity in the dark, they would never do it themselves, so as not to be contaminated by cause and effect and get into trouble. The treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven. The Wolf King heard this, and his face changed. Others only knew that this foundation-building cultivator must have some kind of supreme opportunity to have a combat power comparable to the third-level body refining mid-stage in the late stage of foundation building. But through thousands of miles of pursuit, he knew that this child had a top-level treasure. When it is used, the whole person seems to be wearing a dragon-shaped armor, and the physical combat power is greatly increased, which can directly fight against his own magic weapon. That is why he was injured by the other party's spirit pet and let it escape. If he can kill this person and seize the treasure, his strength will definitely be upgraded to a higher level, and he will have the hope of reaching the late stage of Danji. Of course, I believe in fellow Taoist Shen Xuanzi. The Wolf King grinned, but his white teeth and sinister and sharp eyes gave people a ferocious and terrifying meaning. After speaking, he took back the blood of Lu Wu from Shen Xuanzi and prepared to find another fortune teller to calculate. Although he believed in Shen Xuanzi's words, but he was unwilling to give up such a supreme opportunity. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, he must find the other party. In the boundless desert, the sky was swept by mad sand, making the world hazy. Beside a mountain wall, two monks in their 30s were confronting each other. Mara Xiang, you beast, Master taught you to practice, but you attacked and killed Master and Senior Sister. Today I will avenge Master and Senior Sister. A young man in his 20s said to the middle-aged man in front of him. Oh, my stupid brother, do you really think that you can be my opponent after breaking through the foundation? Who gave you the courage and bravery? The middle-aged man was wearing a black cloak and laughed in a low voice, giving people a sense of carelessness. However, while speaking, he observed all directions to prevent his stupid brother from finding other people. At this moment, he saw the stone wall next to him and felt something was wrong, frowning slightly. However, such a casual look completely angered the young man. The whole person was like an angry lion, holding the seal, and killing the middle-aged man. Go to hell. The seal vibrated loudly, emitting a yellowish-brown light, causing the sand behind him to sweep up, forming a huge vortex of quicksand. Foolish brother, if you want to kill me, this alone is not enough. The middle-aged man looked indifferent, raised his palm lightly, and shot out a cocky magic ring. Just when the magic ring and the cocky magic seal were about to collide. Crack! 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 Cracks suddenly appeared on the stone wall next to the two men, like a spider web. Then, the earth began to tremble and shake wildly, and the stone wall next to it was the same. Boom! The stone wall shattered with a bang, and rocks flew everywhere. A bloody energy like a surging flood rushed into the sky, and the majestic pressure filled the air, making the air a little heavy. The young man and the middle-aged man who were about to fight were instantly horrified. Their bodies couldn't help but tense and tremble, feeling an extremely dangerous sense, and stopped fighting. The two looked at the dusty and broken stone wall. A tall and majestic figure gradually emerged, with a layer of golden luster flowing through his body, as if he was wearing a golden battle suit. Looking at the figure in front of them, who was full of blood, had a deep breath like the abyss, and had a strong and majestic figure, their throats were dry, and they held their breath, not daring to move at all. Just like ordinary monsters encountering monster kings, they instinctively surrendered and were in awe. "Excuse me, what is the name of the nearest city here, and how far is it from the Black Desert Fairy City?" At this time, the golden luster on the figure gradually faded, and he asked the two people in front of him. Replying to Senior Wei, "The nearest city here is Tusha City, which may be 1,000,000 miles away from the Black Desert Fairy City." The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, "Did I run so far?" This tall and burly man was Lu Pingyan. After he parted with Qin Yi, he was ready to go to Wu State. But Liang State and Yu State went to war, and it was very troublesome to go from Jiang State to Wu State. There were constant people checking on the way, so he crossed the 10,000 Beasts Mountains to Yu State. After traveling in Yu State and hearing the name of his younger brother Lu Qingshan, he was ready to cross the desert border and go to Wu State. Because of the war between Liang and Yu, and the turmoil in Wu, many cultivators fled to the desert oasis, resulting in many robbery cultivators and demon cultivators. In this case, Lu Pingyan did not show mercy, and killed robbery cultivators and demon cultivators with thundering means all the way. But because of this, he also provoked a giant and demon cultivator. However, after refining the great wilderness dragon's spine, he is now amazingly powerful. Relying on his extraordinary physique, he fought with this giant and demon cultivator, and then chased him for 7 days and 7 nights to kill him. However, this movement attracted a third-level demon king dormant in the desert. If he did not have the great wilderness dragon's spine, his vitality was several times that of ordinary people, and he would probably die at the hands of this sand scorpion demon king. After fighting the sand scorpion demon king to death, he did not dare to run around, and found an empty desert to live in seclusion, using the spirit stones of the giant and demon cultivators and the flesh and blood of the sand scorpion demon king to heal his wounds and practice. After coming out of seclusion, he realized that he was close to the rumored Black Desert Fairy City, so he went to take a look. When he came to this chaotic fairy city, he gained a lot of knowledge. Many rare resources that are rarely seen on weekdays can be bought here with money. Although this fairy city is full of chaos and evil, he is not a pedantic person. He did not think of changing it by himself and killing all the evil cultivators in the world, nor did he have the strength to do so. After seeing this fairy city, he prepared to gather his own Dan-forming resources here. After all these years of hard work, he finally waited for a crystal-forming pill and spent a huge amount of money to buy it. However, the Wolf King Club, which had noticed him a long time ago, came to the door. Faced with the aggressive Wolf King Club, Lu Pingyan finally took action and exposed his third-level body refining strength. This battle directly attracted the president of the Wolf King Club, the Wolf King. This person's mid-stage dam-forming cultivation, Lu Pingyan is not an opponent at all, and can only choose to escape. But the Wolf King is so powerful that he can hardly get rid of him. In the end, relying on the great wilderness dragon armor, he fought hard to injure the sand flame blood wolf with serious injuries, and then successfully escaped and hid under this stone wall to heal his wounds. He didn't expect that he would run so far after half a month of raiding. "Do you have a map of this place?" Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment and asked the two people in front of him. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded quickly and handed a jade slip to Lu Pingyan from his storage bag. Lu Pingyan looked at the jade slip with his spiritual sense, then took out a medium-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and threw it to the other party, saying, "Thank you. If there is anything between brothers, try to speak out, don't hide it, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." Then he clasped his fist slightly towards the two of them, and then shot out like a cannonball, setting off a fierce gust of wind and disappearing. The middle-aged man saw Lu Pingyan leaving, let out a long breath, his back was already wet with sweat, and bowed and saluted, saying, "Yes, senior." Then he looked at the young man next to him and said, "Stupid brother, you are not strong enough to seek revenge on me now, go practice again, and come to me when you have cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building." After that, he drove a beam of light and flew towards the slowly yellow sand. The young man looked at Lu Pingyan and his brother who were leaving, and was silent for a long time, then took a few deep breaths, clenched his fists and shouted, "Mo Luoxiang, Sooner or later, I will kill you." After that, he hurried away from here. After this battle, my 100 refining treasure body art has reached the peak of the 9th level. As long as I accumulate and stabilize for another 2 or 3 years, I can break through the 10th level. In the endless desert, Lu Pingyan felt his physical condition. With the nourishment of the great wilderness dragon spine, his physical strength has improved rapidly. And through fighting, the effect of the great wilderness dragon spine can also be stimulated. Although he was seriously injured in the battle with the Wolf King, he also gained a significant improvement. "Wolf King, when I break through, I will kill you." Lu Pingyan thought of the Wolf King in the Black Desert Immortal City. His face sank slightly, and he said in a cold voice. In this battle, not only was he hunted for 10 days and 10 nights, but he was also seriously injured. In the past few years, he has saved many people in the Black Desert Immortal City, and 5 of them have become his loyal followers. But in this battle, these people all died in the hands of the Wolf King. I used the Great Wilderness Dragon armor in front of the Wolf King, and now I must never go to the Black Desert Immortal City again. Even if the 100 refining treasure body art breaks through the 10th level, it is difficult to kill the Wolf King. It must break through the Danji. Over the years, Lu Pingyan has also realized the shortcomings of the Great Wilderness Dragon spine. Although he had gained a powerful physical enhancement, he was invincible in the late stage of Jinden when he used the Great Wilderness Dragon armor. However, he only had a physical body and lacked the corresponding magical power, magic weapon, and secret means, which led to his inability to defeat the cultivators in the middle stage of Jinden. The whole process was powerful but could not be used. If he could break through the Jinden stage, he would be able to master more means and exert the power of the Great Wilderness Dragon spine more. I have obtained the condensing crystal pill. As long as I practice to the peak of the foundation building, I should have a 40% to 50% chance of Jinden. This place is not far from the border of Wu State, so I can go to Wu State to have a look. Lu Pingyan thought for a moment and decided to go to Wu State to have a look. Although he could go home. But he had been out for so long, but he only bought himself a condensing crystal pill. It's better to practice outside and see if there's any opportunity, and accumulate more resources before going back. Moreover, he just caused trouble outside. If he went home and caused trouble to his family, it would be bad. The desert environment is very harsh. Not only are there monsters, poisonous scorpions and poisonous insects, but there are also sandstorms from time to time. It is full of danger for ordinary people to walk in the desert. Even if Lu Pingyan is in such a desert, he will not rush on the road with all his strength. After all, the consumption in the desert is too great, and there are few places to rest. He can only consume elixirs and spirit stones to replenish himself. If the consumption is too great and there is no replenishment, it will be very dangerous to encounter an accident. After more than a month of rushing, he crossed the desert, the flying sand, and a mountain range and came to the border of Wu State. There are no monks guarding the border here. On the way here, Lu Pingyan met many migrating monks and knew that the situation in Wu State was turbulent. In the early years, Wu State, and Liang State were in a 3-legged tripod to maintain balance. However, with the appearance of the second Yuanying in the Beast-God Mountain, the overlord of Liang State, the Yuanying ancestor of the Wu State Ba Wuzong sat in the seat, and the successor Xian Wu's Henren failed to break through the Yuanying. This balance was completely broken. The Ba Wuzong, without the Yuanying's Henjin sitting in the seat, not only could not compete with Wu State and Liang State, but even the position of the overlord of Wu State was gradually lost, and he could not take care of himself. After all, the 4th-level spiritual land is full of temptations for any sect power. Now that Ba Wuzong has no Yuan Ying's Henjin sitting in charge, the spiritual land will naturally be occupied by the virtuous. Moreover, the situation of Ba Wuzong has been spread, and forces from other countries, even scattered cultivators, have rushed to Wu Guo, wanting to share a piece of the pie and gain some benefits from it. This process, coupled with the instigation of Liang Guo, secretly sabotage, attacks and looting, is now in turmoil in Wu Guo. Therefore, many Wu Guo cultivators, and even family forces, choose to flee Wu Guo and go to the desert. Although the environment in the desert is harsh. But it is precisely because of the harsh environment and scarce resources that the war will not affect this side. If you continue to stay in Wu Guo, who knows whether you will be forcibly recruited by Ba Wuzong or other sects, or even made a spy. Is this Wu Guo? Everyone is a martial artist. It's really interesting. Lu Pingyan came to a border town in Wuguo. The men, women, old and young here are one level higher in terms of physical blood and ki than Jianguo and Yuguo. He had heard that Wuguo was prosperous in martial arts and everyone practiced martial arts. Now seeing that a border town is like this, he immediately felt that what he said was true. I heard that the mortal warriors of Wuguo can be comparable to the peak cultivators of ki refining. Lu Pingyan was not in a hurry to experience, but like Immortal, he stayed in the town and found a martial arts hall to understand the situation here. Practice strength through the martial arts hall. Lu Pingyan learned about the martial arts here. It is similar to the acquired and innate of Jianguo. It's just that here we mainly practice ki and blood. Through health preservation, regular work and rest, or moves, we can exercise the ki and blood of the whole body. When the ki and blood of the whole body are tempered as one, hard and soft, and strength is self-generated, we will break through to practice strength. Refining strength is divided into entering strength, forging bones, and practicing organs. It is to temper the muscles, bones, organs, limbs and bones through strength, so as to wash the marrow of the yijing. As for the latter, it is unknown. This is just a small border town, and most people only practice ki and blood to strengthen their bodies, so the owner of the martial arts hall doesn't know. But seeing that Lu Pingyan is a rare martial arts genius, and he is rich and powerful, he gave him a letter of recommendation, indicating that he should go to the county to learn martial arts. Because he himself was only a 3-blood warrior, he had not reached the level of practicing strength, so he could not teach Lu Pingyan at all. Now that the world is in turmoil, practicing martial arts still has some benefits, but try to avoid contact with those aristocratic families. I heard that the upper sect of the Immortal sect is not in charge now, and these aristocratic families are like bandits. In particular, there are rumors that some aristocratic families are in collusion with evil cultivators, working together to capture warriors to make human pills. The owner of the hall seemed to be a man with a story, and whispered to Lu Pingyan. Refining human pills. Lu Pingyan's heart suddenly paused. He knew that the situation in Wuguo was chaotic now. Without the deterrence of the tyrant Wu sect, several major immortal sects no longer took care of things, and demon cultivators and robbery cultivators gradually grew. But I didn't expect that someone would do such a thing as refining human pills. Zioan, you should be more careful about this kind of thing, and don't show off your wealth when you go out. The owner of the hall also saw that Lu Pingyan had good character, was honest, and had extraordinary talents, so he gave a few more instructions. Thank you, Master Zheng. Lu Pingyan responded in a deep voice, preparing to go and see the situation in Wu State. In Jiang State, he hated the evil cultivators who acted recklessly. Because in his opinion, no matter how the cultivators were, they should not involve mortals and use their own power to oppress mortals without power. Soon, Lu Pingyan said goodbye to the owner of the hall and began his journey to Wu State. Not only Wu State, but also Wu State was in turmoil. With a comprehensive reclamation of Jiang State, the 4 major immortal gates urgently recruited the families under their rule and sent all the main combat forces to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In Jiang State, there were also gradually demon cultivators, evil cultivators, and robbery cultivators gangs that began to cause chaos. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Qingzhu looked at the information on the jade slip in his hand, his face solemn. It has been more than half a year since the 4 major immortal gates urgently recruited. 3 months ago, the news of the defeat of Wu State on the front line spread to Jiang State, and then the number of demon cultivators and robbery cultivators in Jiang State gradually increased. Lu Qingzhu suspected that this was Jin or Liang who fanned the flames, deliberately spreading the news to make people panic, and then infiltrated the rear of Jiang State with spies, transformed into robbery cultivators, stirred up trouble and created chaos. It is undeniable that such means are very useful. He just received a message that Xianling was infiltrated by evil cultivators and the whole family was destroyed. If this kind of news continues to reach the front line of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, how can those family cultivators still have the heart to fight? After all, most family cultivators go to the front line to fight for a future for their family. But now that the family has been destroyed, what is there to fight for? Lu Qingzhu thought for a long time, and signaled Qingzhu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, and Jingsha Valley to continue to strengthen security, and then went to visit his aunt Lu Miaoyan to borrow her spiritual pets Qinggai Luanbird and Jinjia Damu. Before Lu Muping went to the front line, Qingzhu Mountain was left with only Lu Yuanzhong, who had a short lifespan. He realized that Qingzhu Mountain might be in danger if it encountered a robbery cultivator, So he asked his sister Lu Qingli to go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. Now the situation is getting more and more serious, and only one Lu Qingli is afraid that it is not enough. So he signaled his sister Lu Qingyi to take the second-level Qingyu Luan bird and Jinjia Daomu to take charge. If there is a situation in the Red Leaf Valley market, he can also ride the Qingyu Luan bird to support it as soon as possible. After all, if the robbery cultivators are in chaos, the danger level of the market is much higher than that of the family spiritual land. Although Lu Qingyi is playful and childish, she also knows the importance of things and nodded in response. After watching her sister Lu Qingyi riding the green jade phoenix away, Lu Qingxun suddenly had an idea in his heart, and a bad omen came to him. This is. After awakening the Tai soul, his consciousness is comparable to that of a giant and cultivator, and his divination skills have improved rapidly, almost reaching the top level of the first order. Although not high, perhaps because of the Tai soul, his senses are very sharp, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. A very bad omen. Lu Qingxun calculated with his fingers, and his face suddenly changed. Chapter 603, The Foundation is activated, you are Chu Changsheng. The hexagrams are roughly divided into Great Evil, Medium Evil, Minor Evil, Medium Good, Minor Good, Medium Good, and Great Good. Except for the early years in Qingyun Market, he had sensed the auspicious signs in the dark, and he had never sensed any Great Evil or Great Good signs in all these years. But at this time, a Great Evil hexagram appeared. Great Evil means a life or death situation, a disaster of killing and exterminating the family. Where does this Great Evil hexagram come from, sister? In order to obtain more accurate information, Lu Qingxun immediately used the divination technique to the extreme, and even spent his life to calculate the source of the Great Evil. No, still no. As he calculated in depth, his face gradually turned pale, his breathing became rapid, a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead, and his body shook wildly. But no matter how he calculated, the secrets in front of him were like a layer of fog, and he could not know the source of the Great Evil. The way of divination, calculating the secrets of heaven, and predicting the future, but it is too difficult to obtain accurate information. What's more, his divination is too shallow after all. Even with the help of Tai spirit, whose perception is sharper than that of ordinary people, he still cannot exceed his limit. Huff, 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 Lu Qingxun opened his eyes and gasped for breath. He did not continue to calculate, knowing that it would be futile and waste his life if he continued. Sister, come back quickly. He quickly sent a message to his sister Lu Qingyi through the Sun and Moon card, and then went to see his aunt Lu Mayan with a serious face to borrow the thousand-faced fox puppet. This third-order anthropomorphic puppet is the real heritage of his family. It has the combat power of the Jinden level, can change its appearance, and can be indistinguishable from the real thing. Even when facing a Jinden real person, he can deal with it. Qingxun, what's wrong with you? Lu Mayan saw the pale, weak and tired Lu Qingxun, and her face immediately sank. She asked with concern, thinking that he had encountered some danger or trouble. I'm fine. Lu Qingxun shook her head and said quickly, I just had a sudden impulse and had an ominous premonition. Through divination and calculation, I got a Great Evil hexagram in the dark, but I want to calculate, but I have no way to know. I suspect that Sister Qi may be in danger, or something will happen in Qingzhu Mountain, Jingsha Valley, Huaguo Mountain, Heming Mountain, and Hongai Valley Market. Lu Qingxun said with a serious face. Beihu Mountain is guarded by Jiu Iao Mastiff. As long as it is not a Jinden's Henrin coming, there should be no big problem. Needless to say, the Beihu Mountain in his own family has a quasi-third-level formation, and there are senior Zumi in all kinds of background. But the other spiritual places are really not so solid. As long as 4 or 5 foundation-building cultivators are prepared, they may be broken. Great Evil hexagram. As the mistress of the Lu family, Lu Mayan is in charge of the information channel of the Great Dream Fairy City and knows that the evil cultivation wind has been causing chaos in the territory of Zheng recently. At this time, he was also shocked to hear the Great Evil hexagram. Now that her husband Lu Changsheng is not at home, it would be very troublesome to provide quick support. Even if Lu Qingxun brought the thousand-faced fox puppet, she was still worried. Lu Mayan thought for a moment, walked out of the hall with Lu Qingxun, drove the escape light, came to the top of the Beiyan Peak, and asked the Zumi Tree King. Senior Zumi, has Qingyun started to attack the Jinden? She knew that Lu Quanzhong had come back with her husband before and was preparing to attack the Jianden. No one knew about this except them. Under normal circumstances, Lu Quanzhong should not be disturbed at this time. But now the situation is urgent. If the latter has not started to break through, she also wants to ask Lu Quanzhong if it is convenient. No. Zumi responded. It controls the Zumi cave heaven, and any movement is under its control. Senior Zumi, please ask Quanzhong if it is convenient now. I have something to ask him. Lu Maoyan said immediately. Lu Qingzhu next to him was surprised. Although he knew Lu Quanzhong, they didn't have much contact. Even many things about Lu Quanzhong were still known from Lu Yun. After a while, the space in front of the Zumi tree king rippled. A slender young man with a black robe, snow-white hair tied with a wooden hairpin, and a refined and elegant appearance walked out. Seeing Lu Maoyan and Lu Qingzhu in front of him, Lu Quanzhong immediately guessed what was going on at home. He bowed slightly and asked, "Auntie, what do you want to talk to me about?" He has been practicing the secret method of forming a pill these days. After all, the matter of forming a pill cannot be rushed. He is now 90% sure of forming a pill. The only thing to do is to ensure that there is no mistake and condense the immortal golden pill. Quanzhong. Lu Maoyan was a little surprised to see Lu Quanzhong's current spirit and appearance. Although Lu Quanzhong disguised himself in his early years, she had a clear eye and saw that her son was full of blood and indescribable demonic intent. But now, there is no such aura at all, with an indescribable leisure and naturalness, and even a bit of the elegant temperament of her husband Lu Changsheng. She didn't pay much attention to it, and quickly told him about the great evil hexagram. She hoped that Lu Quanzhong could come out to help, go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge, and then support and help other spiritual places as soon as possible if there were any problems. Okay. Lu Quanzhong still respected his aunt Lu Maoyan very much. The latter had a good relationship with his mother Chu Zhenzhen. When he was young, she cared for his brothers and sisters even more than Lu Yun. You have to be careful, there are still some talismans at home. Lu Maoyan naturally couldn't let Lu Quanzhong take risks, and handed him 3 third-level talismans from the storage bag. Don't worry, and my father gave me some talismans before. Lu Quanzhong smiled and said. Then Lu Maoyan introduced the 1,000-faced fox puppet to Lu Quanzhong. Brother Quanzhong, I'll go with you. At this time, Lu Qingzhu next to him said. Although he sensed that this brother was not simple, he practiced the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. If he participated, he could sense good fortune and evil at that time. Moreover, he was at the 4th level of foundation building, possessed 3 great magical powers, and his combat power was not bad. Hearing this, Lu Quanzhong looked at his brother who looked very similar to his father and aunt Lu Maoyan, then smiled and said, okay. He knew that Lu Qingzhu was very talented and capable, and was highly regarded by his father. But this brother lacked tempering after all, and had not seen the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. If he could experience this trip, it would also be helpful to him. Be careful. Lu Maoyan gave a few instructions to the 2 of them, indicating the connection with the sun and moon cards. After seeing the 2 brothers leave, Lu Maoyan entered the cave, looked at the sun and moon 2 yin mysterious light mirror, which looked like a sun and moon hanging high above the Changsheng hall, and bowed. Senior Awu, please warn all the Lu family members not to go out casually in the next few days. Also warn Beihu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, Jingsha Valley, and Heming Mountain, and be on full alert and activate the mountain protection formation. And help me send a message to Lu Maoyan. Due to the limited spiritual energy in the cave, and the need to condense the essence of the sun and the moon, the normal communication range of the sun and moon 2 yin Guang mirror only covers the area around Beihu Mountain. There is no problem sending messages to places like Hongai Valley Market, Beihu Mountain, and Huaguo Mountain. But Heming Mountain is a bit far away, and there is no signal as for the Great Dream Fairy City. The sun and moon 2 yin Guang mirror trembled slightly, and the mysterious light bloomed, and then began to swallow the spiritual energy in the Zumi cave heaven, observing and contacting the Great Dream Fairy City. After a moment, the mirror reflected a picture, which was Lu Maoyan. At this time, Lu Maoyan, who was in the Great Dream Fairy City, looked at the sun and moon card in her hand and was very surprised. She asked, Maoyan, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Sister Maoyan, Qingzhu just had a sudden impulse and had an ominous premonition. Maybe someone around him will have a problem. You should be careful and alert in the Great Dream Fairy City. Lu Maoyan said simply. Before, Lu Qingzhu was only worried about Lu Qingqi and the situation in Qingzhu Mountain, but forgot about her mother Lu Mayaoj, who was far away in the Great Dream Fairy City. Although there are Senior Honglian and Meng Xiaoqian, there is no possibility of any situation in the Fairy City, but she feels it is necessary to remind her in case Lu Mayaoj happens to go out. As for her husband, in her opinion, Lu Qingzhu's calculations should not involve her husband Lu Changsheng. And with her husband's means, there will be absolutely no danger. This is the absolute trust between husband and wife for many years. Ominous premonition. Lu Mayaoj's eyebrows immediately showed some worry. Sister Mayaoj, don't worry too much. It just happened that something like this happened. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I want to tell you about this. Lu Mayaoj said with a smile, indicating that Lu Mayaoj could rest assured that there were Senior Zumi, thousand-faced fox puppet, and herself at home, so nothing would happen. Okay. Lu Mayaoj nodded, but she was still a little worried. Senior Awu, please observe the situation of Hongai Valley Market, Qingzhu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, Jingsha Valley, and Hemming Mountain during these days, and notify me if there is any movement. Lu Mayaoj continued to speak to the Sun and Moon Tu Yin and Tu Yin Zhuangguang mirror in front of her, telling Zumi the names of the Lu family children who were in charge of these spiritual places, and using the Sun and Moon card as an anchor to observe the situation. Okay. In the Sun and Moon Tu Yin and Tu Yin Zhuangguang mirror, a delicate girl with bare jade feet responded expressionlessly. Thank you for troubling Senior Awu. Although the spiritual treasure in front of her was her husband's, Lu Mayaoj was still very respectful to these extraordinary beings and bowed again. After walking out of Zumi Cave Heaven, she thought for a moment and found her daughter-in-law Wang Yanjing. The foundation building cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain either went to Damang's or Wanshao Mountain Range. There are not many available combat forces at home now. She and Lu Mayaoj, Chu Zhenzhen, and Xia Xiaoyu practiced the heaven and earth longevity method and were not good at fighting. Although there are several foundation building concubines, their combat power is also very limited. However, this daughter-in-law was once the legitimate daughter of the Five Elements Wang family and her combat power is not bad. I heard from my husband before that the latter has the hope of forming a pill in the future, and maybe she can help Xingchen. Don't worry, mother-in-law, Wang Yanjing responded immediately after hearing Lu Mayaoj's intention. 8 years ago, she solved her physical problems with the help of Lu Mayaoj and Lu Changsheng Dan and returned to the foundation building stage. Over the years, with the help of her husband Lu Xingchen, her cultivation has returned to the peak and she has reached the 6th level of foundation building. Now, under the instruction of her father-in-law Lu Changsheng, she is refining the Wang family's inherited magic weapon 5 Elements Mirror, and wants to refine this top-grade magic weapon into a magic weapon for the same purpose, to help her practice and impact the formation of the elixir. With all these, she has completely surrendered to the Lu family and has no second thoughts. While Lu Mayaoj was busy, Lu Quanxian and Lu Qingzhu rushed towards Qingzhu Mountain. The two did not take the spirit boat. Lu Quanxian drove a flying shuttle magic weapon, and a rock bird loomed behind him, and his black robes rustled. Lu Qingzhu was led by the thousand-faced fox puppet incarnated as an ordinary woman. It's not that he consumed too much energy and couldn't drive the magic weapon, but that he couldn't keep up with Lu Quanxian's speed by himself. After a long time, they saw Lu Qingqi riding the Qingyun bird back. Brother, what's wrong? Hey, Brother Quanxian, you're here too. Lu Qingqi was surprised to see the two people in a hurry. She still listened to her brother's words. Seeing Lu Qingzhu's message from the Sun and Moon card, he turned back immediately. Sister. Lu Qingzhu was relieved to see that his sister was fine. Although Lu Qingqi had a life-saving talisman on her body, there were many means in the world of immortal cultivation. He had heard from his sister Lu Wongshu that this kind of talisman was useless in front of a giant and cultivator, and it would lose its effect if it encountered some treasures that could restrain interference. I had a bad feeling before, so I came to see and go with you. Lu Qingzhu said immediately, and then the three of them went to Qingzhu Mountain together. Just as the three flew thousands of miles away, Lu Quanxian suddenly sensed something wrong, and a divine consciousness fell on him. Brother Quanxian, something is wrong. Not only Lu Quanxian, but Lu Qingzhu also felt that a divine consciousness had locked onto him. This divine consciousness was almost as strong as his own. Qingzhu Mountain took action so quickly. On the hillside below, an old man whose breath and figure were concealed by the formation frowned slightly, a little surprised. Their mission to Jiang State was mainly to attack and destroy the family forces of Jiang State, so as to strike at the front line. The Xianfu Lu family, as a newly promoted Jiandan family under Qingyun, had the shallowest foundation and was the focus of their attention. If the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain could be destroyed, it would certainly create a gap between the Immortal and Qingyun Sect and Jiang State. However, they were very cautious. Knowing that the Lu family, as a Jiandan family, must have a trump card, they planned to attack Qingzhu Mountain, which was as close to Qingzhu Mountain as a family, and the Hongai Valley market under its name, so as to lure the foundation-building monks of Qingzhu Mountain out for an ambush and test. But according to the plan, there was still some time before Qingzhu Mountain would take action. Do it. However, recognizing Lu Qingzhu, the current head of the Lu family, he did not hesitate and directly signaled to take action. As long as the soul search was carried out later, the situation of Qingzhu Mountain could be known, so it could be destroyed in one fell swoop and a great achievement would be made. Swoosh, 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 the old man and the 5 figures around him suddenly soared into the sky, surrounding Lu Quanzhong, Lu Qingzhu, and Lu Qingqi. Except for the old man who had a fake dime-level mana aura, the other 5 people all exuded the aura of the middle and late stages of foundation building. Although this kind of mission to sneak into the enemy country is dangerous, it can make enough credit and compete for dime-forming resources afterwards, so those who come here are elite cultivators from the Jin state. Brother. Lu Qingqi was shocked. He didn't expect that his brother really said that there was danger. He immediately reached out and pinched the golden armor beam mother in his arms. Evil cultivator. Lu Quanzhong looked at the 6 people and felt a little familiar from their mana aura. They should be from the Jin state. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Do you want to be enemies with my Xianfu Lu family? Lu Quanzhong stepped forward and said in a deep voice. But secretly, he sent a message to Lu Qingzhu. Qingzhu, take care of yourself and Qingqi. While he was speaking, the 1,000-faced fox puppet next to him had already used his spiritual sense to attack the old fake Dan master who was in the lead. Buzz! The old fake Dan master who was in the lead had just revealed a mocking sneer on his face and was about to take action, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if his brain was pierced by a spear, and he was slightly dizzy. Not good. Spiritual sense attack. Although he was a fake Dan cultivator, his spiritual sense had reached the Jiandan level. He was instantly alert, bit his tongue hard, and struggled hard. But Lu Quanzhong had already rushed out, and his majestic magic power evolved into an infinite sea. A huge Kunpeng emerged, reflecting his entire body with brilliant light, like a god or a demon. Whoosh whoosh, Kunpeng spread its wings and set off a fierce hurricane, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Lu Quanzhong instantly appeared in front of the old man, and his palm slapped out an attack like a black hole vortex, swallowing and destroying everything. Boom! The old man's hastily protected body shield suddenly dimmed and shattered, and he vomited blood. He flew out like a kite with a broken string. Not good. Be careful. Seeing this, the other 5 foundation-building monks were horrified and quickly used their magic weapons to kill Lu Quanzhong. Boom! However, the phantom of Kunpeng on Lu Quanzhong seemed to merge with him, and black hole vortices with golden luster appeared on his body, like a layer of armor. He ignored these attacks and continued to kill the old man. 6 desires heart demon art, 6 desires disturbed mind. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's expression suddenly condensed, and he used the 6 desires heart demon art to interfere with the soul of the fake pale old man. Then he looked at the 5 people and directly used his innate magical power, the great sun nirvana divine light. Boom! A dazzling golden light like the sun burst out from his palm, which was daunting and could not be looked at directly. The great sun nirvana divine light, the nirvana of all laws. Chi-chi-chi, the attack of the 5 foundation-building monks who were killing Lu Quanzhong began to dissipate under this great sun's annihilation divine light, just like boiling water. Huh? Lu Quanzhong was a little surprised to see his brother's means. At the 4th level of foundation building, he actually has a Jiandan-level spiritual consciousness. You know, his spiritual consciousness is only at the Jiandan level. It was only with the soul-nourishing jade given by his uncle and the purple mansion pill given by his father that he was able to advance his spiritual consciousness to the Jiandan level at the peak of foundation building. And this divine light completely exceeds the foundation building magic. However, he did not get distracted, and continued to punch out with a Kunpeng fist, bombarding the old man, completely shattering his dim and broken body protection magic shield, and exploding his chest. Puff! At the same time, A golden light shot out from his sleeves, piercing the old man's eyebrows. It was his spiritual pet, the six-winged golden silkworm. This spiritual pet was slightly better than him in his early years and was promoted to the late second stage. Over the years, relying on the blood of the spirit whale, he has also reached the peak of the second level. Six-winged golden silkworm, Kunpeng, you are Chu Changsheng. One of the 5 people saw Lu Quanzhong's method, and the whole person seemed to think of something, and suddenly he was horrified and exclaimed loudly. Huh? Lu Quanzhong narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting that someone would recognize him. He looked indifferent, and twisted the head of the fake-down old man in front of him with his white palm. After the body was separated, he and the six-winged golden silkworm killed the 5 people. Puff puff puff. Now that he is at the peak of foundation building and has condensed the Kunpeng demon body, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible at the same level, not to mention that he has the 6-winged golden silkworm and the 1,000-faced fox puppet. In just a moment, the 5 people were splashed with blood and their bodies were split. This method, although he has the 1,000-faced fox puppet, Lu Qingzhu was still shocked when he saw the strength of this brother. Killed the fake-down real person in 3 breaths, and killed 5 foundation-building cultivators in 1 breath. As for Lu Qingzhu next to him, he was directly scared silly. He even forgot to use the golden armor beam mother in his hand. Although she had broken through the foundation-building stage, she had never seen such a grand scene. For a lady from a family like her, today's shock was too great. Not only was the strength of the brother in front of her amazing, but her younger brother's strength and means also made her confused. What's going on? Isn't the younger brother about the same as herself? He is usually busy with family affairs, so how can he have time to practice? How can he be so much better than herself? In this comparison, she suddenly felt like a waste. Chapter 604, The Crisis is Resolved. See you again, Master Qingluan. It should be one of the people who chased me with Tang Li back then. At this time, Lu Quanzhong looked at the cultivator who recognized him just now and took a quick look. Back then, he was wanted by Ghost Demon Immortal in Jin State. One of the most dangerous times was when Tang Li, the disciple of Ghost Demon Immortal, forced him into the Black Mist Swamp with a group of foundation-building cultivators. In the end, he relied on Kunpeng swallowing Heaven Demon Art to kill Tang Li and resolve the crisis. However, after killing Tang Li, he did not have the energy to kill the remaining people, so they escaped. The yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju and the 6-winged golden silkworm that I used in Jin State back then have become a symbol and are remembered by many people. As long as you see the Kunpeng method and the 6-winged golden silkworm, I'm afraid it's easy to connect and suspect. Lu Quanzhong murmured in his heart, knowing that he had done too much and was easily recognized. Once recognized, his identity would be exposed, and his father's identity information would also be involved. He didn't think much, and looked at Lu Qingzhu next to him and exclaimed, "Not bad." This younger brother was able to face the situation just now without fear and chose to take action. In his opinion, his performance was very good. As he spoke, he put away the bodies of several people, and threw the magic tools and storage bags to Lu Qingzhu. "Qingzhu, you clean up later. If there is nothing precious, just fill the family library directly. He is about to break through the Jinden stage, and most of these resources are useless. It is better to confiscate them for the family and make some contributions. Okay, I will go home and clean up later. Brother Quanzhong, see if there is anything useful." Lu Qingzhu was not too polite. He took the storage bag and said with a bow, "Yes." Lu Quanzhong nodded slightly and asked, "Are the people in front of you the source of the great evil hexagram?" Although his aunt Lu Miaoyan was very nervous when she heard about the great evil hexagram. But he knew very well that Lu Qingzhu's current divination skills made it difficult to sense the good and bad luck of a certain spiritual place in the family. It is likely that it is someone with a deep bond around him. It happened that Lu Qingzhu went out because of him, so this great evil hexagram was likely to fall on Lu Qingzhu. However, even so, a fake Dan Zhenren and 5 foundation-building monks ambushed here, which made him realize that something was wrong. "I don't know either. My divination skills are only at the entry level, and I can't see accurately," Lu Qingzhu said with a pale face and a wry smile. He had just used the Great Sun's Annihilation Divine Light, which consumed a lot of his energy. In addition, he had previously spent his life to calculate the secrets of the sky, and now he couldn't continue to calculate the situation. Lu Quanzhong looked in the direction of Qingzhu Mountain and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to Qingzhu Mountain." After that, He looked at Lu Qingyi, who was stunned beside him, and asked with concern, "Xiaoqi, are you okay?" "Ah, Brother Quanzhen, I'm fine." Lu Qingyi came back to her senses and looked at Lu Quanzhen, who looked elegant and refined in front of her. She couldn't connect him with a domineering figure who was like a god and a demon just now and killed 6 people instantly. This contrast is simply too great. You know, this is a fake Danzhenren and 5 foundation building monks. And each foundation building monk has a higher cultivation strength than her. When you go out, you still have to be more alert. If you encounter this kind of situation again, use the substitute talisman as soon as possible, then hide and wait for the family to rescue you. Lu Quanzhen saw that this sister was just like his sister Lu Kaizen, and was suitable for home. Although Lu Qingyi was a little unconvinced, thinking that this was too cowardly and useless, but after seeing Lu Quanzhen's ability, he still responded obediently, "Oh, I know, Brother Quanzhen." In his heart, he secretly swore that he must work hard and make everyone in the family look at him with admiration. "I will ask my brother later what happened. He actually secretly became stronger without telling me. Is there any trick?" Well, Lu Quanzhen didn't say anything else, but sent a voice message to Lu Qingzhu next to him, "Don't spread what happened today." Just as the 3 of them were riding on the spirit boat and continued to go to Qingzhu Mountain, the sun and moon card in Lu Qingzhu's hand appeared, and a message from his aunt Lu Miaoyan came from it. Qingzhu Mountain is in danger. Not only him, but also the sun and moon card in Lu Quanzhen's hand received this message. Is this an ambush on Bihu Mountain by attacking Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Quanzhen and Lu Qingzhu looked at the sun and moon cards in their hands, glanced at each other, and realized what had just happened. "Let's go." The 3 of them immediately abandoned the spirit boat and flew quickly towards Qingzhu Mountain. Although the spirit boat is convenient and labor-saving, its speed is far inferior to the speed of the cultivators driving the light-escaping magic weapon. At this moment, Qingzhu Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. I saw 4 masked foundation building cultivators attacking Qingzhu Mountain, causing the family formation to flicker, and the spiritual energy to churn and roll, causing a violent sound like thunder. Lu Yuanzhong, Lu Qingli, and a group of Lu family children were working hard to operate the formation. But these 4 robber cultivators were obviously well prepared. Not only did they have the forbidden breaking talisman, but the magic weapon in their hands also had the forbidden breaking effect. If the Qingzhu Mountain formation had not been reinforced by Ling Zixio in the early years, and Lu Qingli, the second foundation building cultivator, had not maintained it, cracks would have appeared in the mountain gate formation now. But even so, Lu Yuanzhong's face was pale and haggard, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Because he had injured his foundation in his early years, his condition deteriorated seriously as he aged, and he was even worse than Lu Qingli next to him. "Xiaoli, I still have 2 talismans. I will hold them back later. You take Changsheng and the others to break through the siege and leave. If it is really dangerous, escape alone." Lu Yuanzhong realized that if he continued like this, he would not be able to wait for support from Bihu Mountain. Although Hongai Valley Market is closer to this side. But there are only Lu Kaizhen and Lu Xingyang in Hongai Valley Market, and rushing here is also a suicide. "Grandpa, hold on. I have sent a message to my aunt, and someone from home has already come." Lu Qingli's delicate face turned pale and she said aloud. "She has a substitute talisman and can escape. But if she leaves, Qingzhu Mountain is afraid that it will be completely destroyed. Alice, I'm sorry for dragging you down this time." If possible, Lu Yuanzhong would naturally be unwilling to let go of the formation and fight to the death. Over the years, the family has finally accumulated some foundation and produced several good seedlings, which is expected to make further progress. If it is destroyed, all efforts will be in vain. If Lu Muping and others on the front line have some problems again, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain will exist in name only. Boom boom boom. Although the 4 masked demon cultivators were a little surprised that there was an extra foundation building cultivator in Qingzhu Mountain, they did not care too much. Now that the main cultivators of Zheng Kingdom have all gone to the front line, what kind of combat power can these small families have? One more foundation building cultivator is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot, which can only delay time. "Sister Li, how is the situation here? We estimate that it will take half an hour to arrive." At this time, the sun and moon card appeared in Lu Qingli's hand, and she saw the news from Lu Qingyi. Half an hour. She looked at the situation of Lu Yuanzhong next to her, and then looked at the other Lu family members, bit her silver teeth lightly, and replied with a word of okay. Then she took out bottles of pills from the storage bag and distributed them to Lu Yuanzhang and others, indicating that she would hold on for half an hour. Since her mother Li Xingguo was an alchemist, she also learned alchemy and medicine, and had a lot of elixirs on her. Then she took out 3 talismans from her storage bag and put them on her sleeves. Time passed little by little. Just when the spiritual light of the Qingzhu Mountain family formation dimmed and was almost broken, a light like a rock bird roared towards Qingzhu Mountain. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lu Quanzhen didn't hesitate or delay at all, and killed it directly. Who is it? The 4 masked people were surprised when they saw the escaping light. I didn't expect that there would be a peak foundation building cultivator to come to support Qingzhu Mountain. Who is this person? Where is he from? If it was Bihu Mountain, wouldn't the elders of their family have set up an ambush? Looking at the menacing Lu Quanzhen, they didn't hesitate to think too much and acted directly. SHH. Seeing this, Lu Quanzhen spread his arms, and a pair of golden wings appeared behind him, like a golden rock, tearing the air, hitting horizontally, and setting off a fierce gale. Puff. A cultivator at the 8th level of foundation building was directly killed by Lu Quanzhen, and blood was spilled in the sky. The other 3 people were horrified when they saw this. They didn't expect Lu Quanzhen to be so powerful. Just when their attack fell on Lu Quanzhen, they saw Lu Quanzhen transformed into 9 layers of phantoms, avoiding their attack, and then swept to the side of one person. The golden wing slashed out like a heavenly sword, directly cutting the man in half, and blood splattered. In a short time, 2 people were killed instantly. The remaining 2 people looked panicked. They didn't think of fighting back in an instant, and took out the talisman to escape. Want to leave? Lu Quanzhen's face was indifferent, and the wings behind him suddenly shook, turning into endless divine light, an infinite sea, sweeping around. In the golden divine light, it seemed that a black vortex gradually emerged, shaking the 2 people to spit blood and fly out. The 6-winged golden silkworm suddenly appeared and pierced one person's forehead. Lu Quanzhen appeared in front of another person, and pinched his neck with his wide and slender palm. But at this moment, he did not break the man's neck, but just shook his arm, causing the man to faint. The whole process took only a few breaths. In Qingzhu Mountain, pale and listless, Lu Yuanzhang, Lu Qingli, and other Lu family members who were already unable to continue looked at this scene with horror, as if they were dreaming. What was going on? The 4 great foundation building monks who were just so aggressive just died just like that. Question mark. They looked at the slender Lu Quanzhen in a black and elegant white robe in the air, with a trance. At this time, Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi, who were led by the 1,000-faced fox puppet, emerged and shouted to Qingzhu Mountain, "Grandpa, Sister Li, Qingxun, Xiaoqi." Seeing Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi, Lu Yuanzhang and others dared to confirm that Lu Quanzhen in front of them was supporting Bihu Mountain. Lu Qingli glanced at the sun and moon card, confirmed the situation of the 3 people, and opened the mountain gate formation. "Grandpa, Sister Li, how are you?" Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi stepped forward to support the 2 and asked with concern. "Nothing serious." After a while, several people came to the hall of Qingzhu Valley. Lu Quanzhen and Lu Yuanzhang had some impression of Lu Quanzhen. However, Lu Quanzhen left home for decades after breaking through the foundation building stage. After returning home, he has been living in seclusion and he has not seen Lu Quanzhen again. Unexpectedly, a Lu family child who was once only considered excellent has grown to this point. It is simply shocking. Could it be that this child also has some hidden talent like Pingyun? Lu Yuanzhang guessed in his heart, and he could no longer understand the situation of Lu Changsheng's children. Even if he can give birth again, the probability of such a genius is a bit outrageous, right? And each of them is like Lu Changsheng, usually showing no signs of being exposed, and waiting for a certain moment, suddenly showing amazing talents. Lu Qingli has only seen this brother a few times at family banquets, and his impression of him mainly comes from his sister Lu Keizhen and his aunt Chu Henzhen, and he is not very familiar with him. Now I know that the brother mentioned by Lu Keizhen is so fierce. After a few words of casual chatting, Lu Yuanzhang and Lu Qingli went to rest. At this time, Lu Quanzhen threw the unconscious demon cultivator in his hand to Lu Qingxun. Lu Qingxun helped the man up, then used the 6 desires heart demon art to ask for information. "I am from the Yinming Ghost Sect, and I was ordered to come to Qingyun Sect to harass and create chaos. Bihu Mountain is a newly promoted giant family, and now its strength is empty. If we can destroy the Lu family of Bihu Mountain, we can make great contributions. Under the interference of the 6 desires heart demon art, the demon cultivator set in a daze. But when asked about the specifics of this mission and whether there were other people, he didn't know anything, or his face was ferocious, as if he was about to wake up from the interference of the 6 desires heart demon art. In this regard, Lu Qingzhu could only give up. At this stage, the 4 major immortal gates of Zheng Kingdom are still on guard. It is not easy for such an enemy country to infiltrate, and this kind of mission is a life or death mission, so it is impossible to send too many people here. Lu Quanzhen said calmly, indicating Lu Qingzhu to inform Qingyun Sect of this matter. When he started just now, he did not use Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art, but only used yin-yang 5 elements Kunpeng Ju technique, in order to avoid the Qingyun Sect's inquiry afterwards and see the magic power from the corpse. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Quanzhen. Lu Qingzhu nodded in response. Immediately, several people stayed in Qingzhu Mountain. The way of divination, good and bad luck. After today's events, Lu Qingzhu seemed to have a little more understanding of the way of divination. Through the operation of fate, slowly review, figure out, and analyze today's situation. It is easy to improve the skill of divination. As long as you are not afraid of death, you often spend your mind and energy, or your life to calculate the secrets of heaven, and you will naturally make rapid progress. In addition to this method, you can figure out the secrets of good and bad luck afterwards. Brother at this time, Lu Qingzhu saw that his brother was alone after the work was done, and immediately rushed over to ask him what was going on. He actually secretly became stronger without telling me, and there was also the golden light technique he used before. What kind of magic was it? I also want to learn it. Lu Qingzhu's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know how to start for a while. He couldn't tell his sister that with the help of his father, he awakened his spirit body, directly reached the peak of the 3rd level of foundation building from the 1st level of foundation building, and obtained the 3 innate magical powers, right? Sister, as long as you practice seriously, you will soon surpass me. As for this technique, it was a chance I got before, and I accidentally understood it. I don't know how to teach it for a while. Wait until I fully comprehend it, and see if I can teach it to you, sister. Lu Qingzhu said in a tactful and sincere tone. In fact, Lu Qingzhu's talent is not bad. Although he has a 4th grade spiritual root, the family's medicinal bath baptism in his early years was very effective. If he is willing to work hard to practice, he still has hope of reaching the peak of foundation building before the age of 150. At that time, his father or himself will help him. It is difficult to form a pill, but there is still hope for a fake pill. You didn't tell me that you have such an opportunity. Lu Qingzhu wrinkled his nose, but did not doubt his brother's words at all. Then he cared about his physical condition and said that he would use less divination techniques. At the same time, in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Maiyuan saw that the crisis of Qingzhu Mountain was resolved and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sent a message to Lu Quanzhen, telling him to let Wang Yanjing come to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge, so as not to delay his dam formation. After all, dam formation is a top priority in everyone's eyes. Okay. Lu Quanzhen heard this and did not refuse. The spiritual veins of Qingzhu Mountain are only of the 2nd level middle grade, which is a bit unsatisfactory for him. If he takes charge here, his dam formation progress will be delayed. Now that the crisis is resolved, he will notify Qingyun Sect later. With Lu Qingzhu and Qianmian Fox Puppet in charge, there will be basically no such problem here. However, when he returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he still went to Hongai Valley Market to see his sister Lu Qingzhu, signaling her and Hong Zuanji to be careful in the next period of time, and then took his nephew and niece back to Qingzhu Mountain. In the Wanshao Mountain range, the war of reclamation is still in full swing. After more than half a year of fierce fighting, the 4 major immortal sects and the army of scattered cultivators in Qingyun Immortal City finally advanced to the territory of the 4th level Demon King, Double-Headed Dragon. The place where this 2-headed dragon is located is called Poison Dragon Pond. The area was filled with poisonous miasma for thousands of miles. Ordinary cultivators could not survive for a long time. If they stayed there for a long time, their bodies would be corroded by the poisonous miasma and their flesh and blood would be corrupted. Moreover, there were many snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects in the area of the Poison Dragon Pond. If they were not careful, the foundation building cultivators could die at any time. Therefore, in the final battle, all the key refining and foundation building cultivators merged with a 4th order formation arranged in advance by the 4 major sects. Zhuanjin Zhenjin and Qingyun Zhenjin led all the Jindans Henren and Jidans Henren to complete the final battle. However, such a big battle naturally requires discussing the details and tactics. After the four major sects and Qingyun Xianchang joined together, Qingyun Sect notified all the Jindan cultivators to hold a meeting. Changsheng was stunned when he heard the news. This time when he came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he was not worried about anything else, but he was most worried about meeting Yuanying's Zhenjin. Especially Qingyun's Zhenjin. Until now, he still didn't know whether the other party could see his details when he met Qingyun's Zhenjin. But there was no way to refuse such a meeting. He could only go with Xiao Ziyu and a group of Jindan cultivators from Qingyun Sect. This conference building is a large movable magic weapon. It is very spacious and can accommodate hundreds of people. I'm afraid this place can accommodate 80% of the Jindan cultivators in Jiang Kingdom, right? Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu chose a relatively back position and looked at the cultivators in the hall. Except for a few, he didn't know most of them. But here, he actually saw one who's Henren, who had been defeated by him. There were also many cultivators in the hall looking at Changsheng. After all, he had Jindan at the age of 100 and became a Taoist partner with Xiao Ziyu. His reputation had long spread throughout the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world and was known to many people. During this process, no one made a loud noise, but simply looked around and observed, or communicated by voice transmission. After everyone arrived, there was a ripple in the space, and two figures appeared. A middle-aged man wearing a black sword robe, who looked ordinary, but looked like a peerless sharp sword. A graceful and noble young man wearing a green jade brocade robe and a green jade glazed crown, but with a proud mind. Greetings to Master Zhujian and Master Qingyun. Seeing the two, the cultivators all stood up and bowed. Yes. The two nodded gently and sat down at the top. Then Master Zhujian, who was wearing a black sword robe, looked at the cultivators present and said, "Everyone here is the pillar of my Jiang country. The war of land reclamation can be so smooth, thanks to your efforts. When this war is over, my Qingyun sect will definitely not treat you unfairly and reward you according to your merits." After saying a few polite words, he said directly, "Now the two-headed dragon is trapped in the poisonous dragon pool by the fiery five elements divine sword formation. But such a large formation can only trap it for a while, so we must fight quickly to avoid it from being killed and self-destructing its demon pill and detonating its spiritual veins." As Master Zhujian told the situation, the cultivators present all looked solemn. They realized that it was very dangerous to kill this two-headed dragon. If the demon pill explodes and the spirit vein explodes, it will not only cause huge power, but also shake the 4th level spirit vein deeper, disturbing the sleeping 4th level demon king. You know, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is endless, stretching from the southern border of Jiang State, almost across half of the southern wilderness. Jiang State is just a branch of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and no one knows how many 4th level demon kings are sleeping in the deep main vein. So in order to avoid accidents, this battle must be fought quickly. What fellow Taoists need to do is to kill the remaining 3rd level demon kings in the poison dragon pond as soon as possible to avoid interference and assist the two-headed dragon. The next words of the Absolute Sword Master still reassured the cultivators in the field, saying that they only needed to quickly clear the 3rd level demon king in the poison dragon pond. According to the calculations of the Qingyun Sect, the two-headed dragon in the poison dragon pond still had 2 bloodline descendants. In addition, there should be 3 to 5 3rd level demon king subordinates. After these were resolved, the late Jindan cultivators took action to help encircle and kill the two-headed dragon, and the others immediately blessed the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation. These were similar to what they knew. This meeting was mainly for the Qingyun Sect to call people over and give instructions again. During the whole process, Changsheng sat calmly and did not look at the two Yuanying masters in front of him to avoid being noticed by the other party. After saying almost everything, the Absolute Sword Master and the Qingyun Master asked the audience for their ideas and suggestions, and then directly adjourned the meeting. The cultivators in the field also stood up one after another, and according to their respective social circles, they came forward to reminisce and chat. Unfortunately, apart from the Qingyun Sect, the only ancestor of the Wang family that Changsheng had dealt with had died, and he had no other acquaintances. "This is Immortal Changsheng, right? I've heard of your name for a long time." At this time, a giant and immortal from the Luoxia sect, saw Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu and walked forward with a bright smile. Chapter 605. Should I call my fellow Taoist the Taoist Master Changsheng or the Taoist Master Yang Ming? This is Luoxia sect, Master Yan Guang. Xiao Ziyu, who was standing next to him, introduced him to Lu Changsheng through voice transmission. So it's Master Yan Guang, I've heard a lot about you. Lu Changsheng didn't know why the other party wanted to see him, but he still smiled and bowed. Master Changsheng and Fairy Ziyu are Taoist couples, and they are deeply in love. It's really enviable. The visitor looked at Lu Changsheng and the other person standing side by side, and said with some emotion and envy. Lu Changsheng tasted a bit of different meaning from this. Master Yan Guang smiled gently and continued, I heard that Master Changsheng is a talisman cultivator, a third-level talisman master, and I have also made some achievements in the art of talismans, so I want to learn from you. Learn from you? My talisman art is not worth mentioning, and I have just broken through to the giant stage, and my skills are not yet proficient. I'm afraid I will disappoint Master Yan Guang. Lu Changsheng refused calmly. They had never met before, and it was a bit presumptuous to ask for advice on the first meeting. But he could feel that this person did not have much hostility or malice towards him, but rather had a bit of a desire to compete and show off. Could this person be someone Ziyu once admired? Lu Changsheng thought of the other person's expression and words just now, and guessed in his heart. As a disciple of true man Qingyun and a famous fairy of Qingyun Sect, it was normal for Xiao Ziyu to be admired by people from other immortal sects. True man Changsheng is too modest. Dao can become a Taoist partner with Fairy Ziyu. How can you be an ordinary person? Moreover, Zhang heard that when Dao was building your foundation, you could suppress the fake pill cultivators with the power of the talisman. Zhang has only been building the pill for 20 years. If we can learn from each other more, it will also be beneficial to our cultivation. This true man Yan Guang continued to speak. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, giving people a very sincere feeling. Dao are too kind, it's just some rumors. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, showing no interest. If the other party was a female cultivator who came to him to discuss Taoism, Patriarch Lu might be willing to discuss Taoism, and even teach him all his experience in the way of talismans after getting to know him. But he was not interested in a male cultivator, who might be his wife's early admirer. He then bowed slightly, indicating that he had something else to do, and left with Xiao Ziyu. Seeing this, Zhang Yangguang did not pester him anymore. He came to Lu Changsheng to discuss Taoism and ask for advice, not to provoke him as a bootlicker, to prove that he was better than Lu Changsheng in front of Xiao Ziyu. Although he was a little unhappy and puzzled why Xiao Ziyu would choose a clan cultivator like Lu Changsheng as a Taoist partner, he would not offend Lu Changsheng and make Xiao Ziyu evil because of this. This trip, on the one hand, was to contact Lu Changsheng, and on the other hand, it was to take the opportunity to explore the situation between the other party and the Five Elements King family. In recent years, the cooperation between the Five Elements King family and the Xianfu Lu family has gradually become closer. Before his death, the ancestor of the Wang family personally went to Qingyun Sect to congratulate Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu on their Taoist couple ceremony. Obviously, something was wrong. After all, the two families were far apart, so how could they have any friendship? Through the intelligence information of their Luoxia sect, the Wang family and the Lu family may have reached some kind of cooperation. Although the details are not clear, Lu Changsheng has attached himself to Qingyun Sect, so don't think about fishing in troubled waters under the rule of their Luoxia sect. Even if the Five Elements Wang family is destroyed, this big whale will be divided among other family forces under the rule of Luoxia sect. If outside forces intervene and want to divide the benefits, don't blame them Luoxia sect for not giving face. This person also participated in the development of Qingyun's secret realm before. After leaving the conference building, Xiao Ziyu sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng and explained in her low voice. She also suspected that Zhang Yangguang's coming forward just now was related to her. Haha, my Ziyu is just charming. Lu Changsheng chuckled and held her fair and soft hands, not caring. All of my wives and Taoist partners are fairies and goddesses in other people's hearts. If I get jealous easily, I will never be able to get enough of them. Besides, their children are so old now, what else is there to be jealous of? Not far away, Chu Qingyi, who was wearing a blue and white palace dress and had a cool and heroic appearance, saw the two people who looked like a couple of gods. For some reason, She felt a little sour and envious. Dao, can you come and talk? Just as Lu Changsheng was talking to Xiao Ziao, suddenly, a clear and deep female voice with a bit of magnetic charm sounded in his ears. Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng's heart trembled, and he instantly recognized the owner of the voice through the sound and the fluctuation of his spiritual consciousness. It seems that the vest has fallen off after all, and he has been recognized. When he went out with his wife Chu Hansun and Lu Miaohan, although he disguised himself, it was not very clever. Even a Jindan's Henren could see through it with his pupil technique, let alone this Qingyun Sect. He was prepared for this and was not panicked. He said to Xiao Ziao, Ziao, I have something to do. I'm going to meet a friend. Okay. Xiao Ziao knew that Lu Changsheng had his own social circle. Just like the old ancestor of the Wang family gave Lu Changsheng 2 magic weapons as gifts. A moment later, Lu Changsheng came to a valley with a barrier. After passing through the barrier, he saw a handsome and elegant young man drinking alone. Even though he had just met this Qingyun Sect not long ago, when he looked at him again, Lu Changsheng's eyes still flashed with surprise. It's not that Qingyun Sect is incomparably beautiful. In terms of appearance and temperament, Honglian is not inferior to Qingyun Sect, and even better. But the other party dressed as a man, holding a wine glass, and gently looking up to taste it, really gives people a unique beauty. Cold and domineering, chic and heroic, and charming. Especially her sharp features, eyes as bright as stars, and a sense of alienation between her eyebrows, which made people feel awe, but they couldn't help but admire her carefully. Of course, no matter how amazed he was, Patriarch Lu was also a man who had read thousands of scriptures. He didn't show it on his face, but just bowed and said, Meet the true Lord Qingyun. I don't know whether I should call you the true Lord Changsheng, or the true Lord Yangming, or the Lord of the city. The true Lord Qingyun drank the wine in the cup and narrowed his beautiful eyes. Damn. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that his identity in the Great Dream Fairy City would also be stripped off. Except for the couple Meng Wuhan and the challenge of the true Lord Wan who, he, Wang Lin, had never appeared in public. And with the chaos of the heavenly secret of the heavenly Yuan Bao Huang Lotus, it should not be deduced by others. At this time, Lu is naturally the true Lord Changsheng. Although there is a possibility of testing, there is no need to hide it if the vest is recognized. Besides, the other party invited me here privately, so I don't think he would make a big deal about his identity and make an enemy of me. That's right, the name is just a code name, Taoist Changsheng, please take a seat. True Lord Qingyun did not put on airs at all, calling him Taoist and making a gesture of invitation, which was elegant and graceful. Lu Changsheng was not polite either, and sat down opposite her and asked, I don't know why True Lord asked me to come here, but what's the matter? I just happened to see Taoist, so I invited you to come and have a chat? True Lord Qingyun poured Lu Changsheng a glass of wine and said, If it's rude, please forgive me, Taoist. Lu Changsheng took a sip and instantly felt a burning energy split in his abdomen, and then rushed to his limbs and bones. This is a 4th level strong liquor. If he didn't have a 3rd level late stage physique, ordinary Jindan cultivators would not be able to withstand this strong liquor at all, and he must sit down and refine it immediately, otherwise he would pass out after 1 glass. But even so, his blood and mana sealed by the 9 treasures Ruai bone still stirred a few ripples with this wine. Strong, pure, fragrant, mellow, all 4 qualities, good wine. Although Lu Changsheng didn't like strong wine and usually drank more spiritual fruit wine, he still praised it. This wine is too strong, you may not be used to it. Qingyun Sect said with a smile, and was surprised in his heart that Lu Changsheng's mana concealment method made him unable to tell the depth. It seemed that he had only formed a pill, but he drank his Qingyun brew calmly. I'm really not used to it. You can try Lu's spiritual wine. Lu Changsheng smiled and took out a jar of 4th level fruit wine from the Qiangan Suang belt. Back then in Xianbao Huanglian, he obtained a lot of 4th level spiritual wine. It's just that he doesn't like to drink much on weekdays, and other people in the family can't drink 4th level spiritual wine, so there's still a lot left. The moment the wine cap was opened, the bright amber spiritual light bloomed, and a mellow wine aroma spread. At this moment, the valley was filled with the fragrance of wine, and the flowers, plants and trees seemed to have a little more vitality and freshness. I didn't expect that Taoist Changsheng was also a wine lover. Qingyun Sect was a little surprised when he saw Lu Changsheng casually take out a jar of 4th grade wine. This jar of wine was better than her Qingyun wine, and it was estimated to be close to the 4th grade middle grade. According to the refreshing fragrance, the heavenly and earthly spiritual materials used should not have reached the 4th grade high grade, but were made through fermentation, which means that this jar of wine has been treasured for at least hundreds or thousands of years. I can't say I love wine, I just drink 1 or 2 glasses occasionally. Lu Changsheng's mentality was calm at this time, and he regarded Qingyun Sect in front of him as a cultivator of the same level. He flicked his fingers and poured her a glass of wine. Yes, Taoist friend, this wine has a unique taste. I wonder what it is called. Qingyun Sect tasted Lu Changsheng's wine. The taste was like sweet honey juice, which made people intoxicated, and there was also a spicy taste that stimulated the taste buds, body and soul. Bodhi wine. Lu Changsheng named it on the spot, poured himself a cup, and then asked casually, I wonder how Taoist Qingyun can tell Lu's identity in the Great Dream Fairy City. It's just a guess. True Lord Qingyun said while sipping the wine, I know a little about the art of heavenly secrets. True Man Yangming and the new city lord of the Great Dream Fairy City are both unknown in origin. The heavenly secrets are chaotic and blank, and their strength is amazing. No matter how great the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world is, it is impossible for multiple top-level giant and cultivators to appear at the same time, so I guess it's one person. There is another reason that True Lord Qingyun did not say. That is, she and Qingyun went to the Great Dream Fairy City, and through the secret method with Qingyun, she saw some of the aura of the golden-winged sky peng here. Monsters are very sensitive to auras. And she has cultivated Qingyun to this point, and raised a group of Qingyun Taoist soldiers. Naturally, she is a Taoist master and has this secret technique. Good guy, it's really a test. Lu Changsheng has long realized that if the heavenly secrets are chaotic and cannot be calculated, people will also notice something wrong. If someone could obtain the relevant medium and simultaneously calculate Yangming's Henren and Daming City Lord, they would find that the difficulty of the two people's calculations is similar. It seems that Lu was still careless. Lu Changsheng exclaimed and continued to add wine for her. The fact that the true Lord Qingyun in front of him could go from a casual cultivator to what he is today, no matter his strength or talent, is beyond doubt. Compared with his Yuanying's engine, he still lacks some precipitation and accumulation. True Lord Qingyun looked at the full cup and asked casually, I wonder what you are going to do on this trip. Lu is just a little cultivator who has just broken through the Jiangdan stage. This trip was summoned. Lu Changsheng said softly. Although this land reclamation war is very important to Jiang State, he does not have too many ideas and just wants to live in peace. It's a pity. If you are interested, you can have a share of this battle. Before the matter of Xianfeng's Hanayu, she said Lu Changsheng is one of the candidates for allies. So she wanted to have more contact with Lu Changsheng, and then discuss cooperation and alliance depending on the situation. Isn't this battle already settled? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. The 4th level spiritual land of the Poison Dragon Pond will then belong to my Qingyun Immortal City. So in this battle, my Qingyun Immortal City must be the main force. If you can represent my Qingyun Immortal City to take action and relieve the pressure, I will definitely not let you down. Qingyun Sect said so. She has now broken through to the nascent soul stage, and the spiritual land of Qingyun Immortal City is no longer enough. And she put aside her past grudges and joined forces with the Qingyun Sect to open up the wasteland. Naturally, she has something in mind. Good guy. Lu Changsheng guessed that the cooperation between Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect should reach some conditions, but he didn't expect that the Poison Dragon Pond would directly belong to Qingyun Immortal City. He groaned slightly and said, I wonder how this two-headed dragon will be distributed. If there's anything he wants in this war of opening up the wasteland, then it is naturally the two-headed dragon of the Poison Dragon Pond. Although the attributes of this two-headed dragon and the sea-splitting mysterious whale are not compatible, as a 4th-level dragon demon king, if it is fed to the sea-splitting mysterious whale, it is likely to be promoted to the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale. This two-headed dragon belongs to the Qingyun Sect. True Lord Qingyun said directly. After speaking, looking at Lu Changsheng's expression, he asked, Dao Yao, are you interested in this two-headed dragon? Yes, Lu is preparing to refine a magic weapon, and it just happens to lack 4th-level dragon materials. Lu Changsheng said frankly. If True Lord Qingyun can help him get a two-headed dragon, he doesn't mind Yangming's Henren going online. But the 4th-level dragon is so precious that Yangming's Henren's efforts are far from enough. If Dao Yao is willing to help, I can exchange some dragon essence blood for you, or 1 or 2 materials from the two-headed dragon. True Lord Qingyun sipped the wine and said casually, releasing goodwill. Although the 4th level dragon belongs to the Heavenly Sword sect, it is not difficult to trade some blood essence, dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon tendons as long as she asks. If I want to exchange the demon peel of the two-headed dragon, I wonder what the price is. Lu Changsheng asked. Through the previous black dragon origin, Lu Changsheng knew that if he wanted to promote the sea-splitting mysterious whale, blood essence, flesh and blood were far from enough, and a 4th level dragon demon peel was required. If he could get this 4th level demon peel and let the sea-splitting mysterious whale promote, he would also be willing to pay a certain price. The demon peel of the two-headed dragon. True Lord Qingyun was surprised by Lu Changsheng's appetite. You know, the most precious material on a demon king is the demon peel. For a 4th level demon king with heavenly blood like the two-headed dragon, the demon peel is even more precious. The value of the 4th level demon peel is difficult to measure. True Lord Qingyun shook his head gently and said. However, looking at Lu Changsheng in front of her, she pondered for a moment and said, if you can afford the price, I can help you to make this deal. But after the deal is done, I will use up 1 of the 3 requests I owe you. Qingyun Zhenjin said so. She got the Xianfeng Zhenyu from Lu Changsheng and owed 3 requests. If possible, she also wanted to pay it back as soon as possible. Okay, then please ask for a price for me. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Although he didn't have many treasures to trade with the 4th level demon peel, it should be okay if he put them together. If it really doesn't work, he can borrow another one by asking Qingyun Zhenjin for the 3 requests. Chapter 606, True Lord Qingyun. This person must be the reincarnation of an old Yuanying monster. True Lord Qingyun was a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng agree so readily. Although it cost him a lot to get Qingyun Sect to agree to sell the 4th level demon peel normally, his chance to make a move was also valuable. The other party did not bargain at all. He guessed that the other party was expressing goodwill to him and establishing a friendly relationship. If the cooperation this time was pleasant, it would also facilitate subsequent cooperation. Okay. True Lord Qingyun smiled, his eyebrows and eyes were heroic, and he drank the cup with Lu Changsheng and raised his head. After tasting the wine carefully, she continued to ask, what do you think about the move? I will not participate in this matter. After all, I am just a family cultivator who has just broken through the Qingyun stage, and I don't want to get too involved in the affairs of Jiang State. Lu Changsheng said frankly. Being stripped of his vest by True Lord Qingyun is already a big risk and trouble. If he is greedy for small gains again, the vest will be known by Qingyun Sect, and it will be a big trouble. After all, he has no conflict of interest with his True Lord Qingyun, and he still has a little friendship. But if the Qingyun Sect, the overlord of Jiang State, knew about his situation, how could they sit back and watch him continue to grow? We can get a glimpse of this from the attitudes of the 4 major immortal sects towards the families under their rule. Let's not talk about the distant past. The Qingyun True Lord in front of him, who broke through the nascent soul that year, directly abandoned the immortal city. Dao, are you worried that your identity will be known by the Qingyun Sect and the Yinming Ghost Sect? As a person who has experienced it, the Qingyun True Lord understands Lu Changsheng's concerns very well. Before she became a nascent soul, although she was praised as the #1 casual cultivator in Jiang State, she lived on thin ice. Not only the Qingyun Sect, but also many jackals and tigers were lurking in secret, waiting for her to be weak and take a bite. Even if she broke through the nascent soul now, she dared not slack off at all, and was full of worries about the future, so she returned to Jiang State to accumulate strength. That's one aspect. Lu Changsheng said with a faint smile. In addition to not wanting to contact the nascent soul True Lord of the Qingyun Sect, there was another aspect, that is, the price offered by the Qingyun True Lord was not enough. After all, he, Lu, is not like other Qingyun cultivators who take risks for a little benefit. As a Yuanying cultivator, Qingyun Zhenjin is naturally thoughtful. Knowing that Lu Changsheng can take out the heavenly phoenix feather and bid for the 4th level demon pill, he is obviously a person who is not short of money. If he did not offer a satisfactory price to the other party, how could he be willing to make a move? He immediately said, if Dao is worried about his identity, I have a rare treasure that can cover up his appearance and aura, making it difficult for Yuanying Zhenjin to distinguish the true from the false. And in the Great Dream Fairy City, The power of the heavenly secret left by Meng Wuhan and his wife has begun to dissipate. As long as Dao Yao is willing to make a move, I can lay out the fate for Dao Yao's fairy city. Unless the 4th level Guadao master obtains the relevant medium, it is difficult to deduce the situation of Dao Yao's fairy city. Qingyun Sect continued. This battle is not only to invite Lu Changsheng to help, but also the first friendly cooperation between the two. If the cooperation goes smoothly and they see the true strength, it will also facilitate in-depth cooperation in the future. Otherwise, even if she judges that Lu Changsheng in front of her is a Yuanying old monster who has taken over or reincarnated, she will not easily form an alliance. A treasure that Yuanying Sect can hardly distinguish between true and false? Laying out the destiny. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to contact Yuanying Sect at present. The biggest reason was that he couldn't hide from the investigation of Yuanying cultivators. If he could get such a treasure, it would be a big gain. And what the other party said was to lay out the destiny for the Great Dream Fairy City and disrupt the Heaven's secrets, which was also full of temptation. When Meng Wuhan and his wife left, they used divination skills to make it difficult for others to calculate and understand the situation of the Fairy City. Now more than 10 years have passed, and this power of Heaven's secrets has gradually dissipated. Although he has the Xianyun Bao Herong Lotus and the family tree to suppress the Heaven's secrets. But some top Guadao masters may be able to observe the situation of the Fairy City and the destiny of the dark, and see some clues. Alice, it turns out that there must be a fortune teller in the family, otherwise it is really passive. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, and then said calmly, in this case, Lu has another request. Fellow Taoist, please feel free to say it. Perhaps because he drank a lot of wine, Qingyun Sect was a little tipsy, and the whole person was more free and natural, without the slightest majesty of Zhenjin. In addition to what you said, all the demon kings killed by Yangming Zhenren belong to him. Lu Changsheng said so. In the past, when he came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he didn't dare to hunt demon kings casually to avoid making a big noise. Now that there is a war to open up wasteland, there is no scruple, so naturally he wants to make a fortune. After all, it is not easy to support such a big family. Fellow Taoist, you killed the demon king alone, you can take it, and it belongs to you. Qingyun Sect smiled and said casually. In this war to open up wasteland, for Qingyun Xiancheng and the 4 major immortal gates, the corpses of demon kings are a big harvest in the early stage. But she can understand that Lu Changsheng wants to get 1 or 2. Dao Yao are so straightforward. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng picked up the wine glass and drank with Qingyun Sect. The 4th level spiritual wine was very strong. If you don't use your magic power to refine it and dispel the alcohol, not to mention Lu Changsheng, even Qingyun Sect at this level will be intoxicated. At this moment, both of them seemed a little tipsy. This mask is called the 1000 Illusions Mask. It can conceal your appearance and aura. Even Yuanying Sect can hardly see through it. Even if you practice the illusion-breaking pupil technique, you can only see the disguise at most, and you can't see the true appearance and aura. Qingyun Sect had a thumb-sized ancient jade stone in his hand and threw it to Lu Changsheng. The stone was filled with a dreamy mist, which had the effect of isolating and concealing the senses of the divine consciousness. Even if people saw it, they would subconsciously ignore the jade stone. This should be made of the illusion mist stone and the 4th level mirage pearl, right? As a 3rd level top level refiner, Lu Changsheng also possessed the divine machine 100 refining secret, so he still had a certain vision. He had wanted to make a top level disguise magic weapon for himself before, but he lacked the corresponding materials. It seems that fellow Taoist Changsheng is also a top level weapon refiner. I may have to trouble you with weapon refinement in the future. Qingyun Sect said with a smile after hearing this. Just by looking at the exotic treasure, he could see the core material, which showed that he had deep attainments in weapon refinement. I know a little bit. Lu Changsheng said modestly. After completing the initial cooperation, the two continued to drink, chat and laugh, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Qingyun Sect seemed to be slightly drunk, but the topic was about the general situation of the cultivation world, trying to test Lu Changsheng's views on the current cultivation world, the future trend, and what plans he had. Lu Changsheng was very secretive about these things, saying that he only wanted to settle down and break through the nascent soul. Soon, the two talked about everything, including humanities and geography, the 100 arts of cultivation, and even the experience of the nascent soul, and exchanged their insights on cultivation. Qingyun Sect found that Lu Changsheng's knowledge was far beyond that of a giant and cultivator, and was definitely at the nascent soul level. In many aspects, he was even better than himself. Not only does he have extraordinary insights into elixirs, formations, talismans, instruments, and cultivation, he can even tell a thing or two about the East Sea and the North Plains outside the southern wasteland. This amazed Qingyun Sect. As for the outside of the southern wasteland, she had also seen relevant records in ancient books, but only a few words. Therefore, she was more certain of her guess that Lu Changsheng was definitely a Yuanying old monster who had taken over or reincarnated. Today, I invited you to have a small chat, but I drank a jar of good spiritual wine from you. I am really ashamed. When the war of opening up wasteland is over, I will definitely host a banquet for you. After a long time, Qingyun Sect stood up, slightly dispelled the alcohol, and said to Lu Changsheng, wearing a green jade and luxurious brocade robe, like a bohemian nobleman, with a peerless appearance. I and you hit it off at first sight and had a great conversation. Why should we care about a mere jar of spiritual wine? Lu Changsheng's handsome face was full of smiles, and he said generously, seeming to be a little drunk. However, after True Lord Qingyun left and walked out of the valley, Lu Changsheng's yin and yang magic power was activated, his robe fluttered, the smell of alcohol on his body dissipated, and he slowly exhaled a breath of alcohol. It is not a simple matter to talk and laugh with a true lord of the nascent soul. Although this true Lord Qingyun has no heirs and treats him as a peer, Lu Changsheng will not really treat him as a friend of the same level, and he still remains vigilant. During the chat, he realized that the other party thought he was the reincarnation of the old monster of the nascent soul, so he deliberately brought it up in this regard, showing his experience in cultivation and his experience and knowledge of the world of immortal cultivation. With many top-level skills, 10 immortal cultivation techniques, and many years of getting along with Honglian, his conversation and knowledge are also in line with the identity of the nascent soul. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary cultivator who did not have enough knowledge and experience, how could he sit down and discuss with a true lord of the nascent soul? Apart from anything else, in front of the nascent soul's soul and the art of physiognomy, if the state of mind is slightly disturbed, there will be many loopholes. It seems that when dealing with Yuanying's engine in the future, I can hint more in this regard. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. This was the inspiration he got from Honglian. The other party had always imagined his identity and thought that he was the reincarnation of a great man. Looking at Jiangu, his age and this combat power were completely beyond common sense. It could not be explained by extraordinary talent. Basically, it would be associated with Yuanying taking over another body and reincarnation. But this Qingyun's engine broke through the Yuanying, and his situation was not as detached and high as imagined. Lu Changsheng thought of the conversation just now, and Qingyun's engine's worries about the future situation of the cultivation world. He had judged from the Shadow Sect and other clues that the 7 sects of the demonic path might come back. And Qingyun's engine's fear and worries about this aspect were far greater than his. It was almost certain that there would be such a catastrophe in the future. Moreover, as the former #1 casual cultivator in Jianghu, even if she broke through the Yuanying, she was still coveted by many people. If she fell into trouble one day, there would be Yuanying cultivators and forces coveting her opportunities and secrets. What did she mean by telling me this? Is she trying to cooperate with me in depth? But I've only met her twice. Lu Changsheng naturally didn't think that the two of them hit it off right away. He knew that this was information that True Lord Qingyun deliberately revealed to him. However, if the other party had good character, he wouldn't mind cooperating with him in depth. After all, he was in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City, and the other party was in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City. If they were as close as a family, they could watch over each other. Hiss, it seems really good. The Great Dream Fairy City guards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and the Great Dream Fairy City guards the Great Dream Lake, the endless waters. Not only do the two have no conflicts, but they can also complement each other's resources. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking that he and True Lord Qingyun were a perfect match. Moreover, the other party was the first casual cultivator of Jiang country. In a few years, he would find time to pick the ancestors of the Su family and the Shengwen family, and become the first clan cultivator of Jiang country, which would be even more suitable. But her Qingyun, hasn't she been promoted to the 4th level yet? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of True Lord Qingyun's spiritual beast Qingyun. Back then, This blue phoenix was ranked at the top of the 3rd level. And it has been 16 years since she got a heavenly phoenix feather from me. Calculating the time, it should be possible to impact the 4th level. After all, the heavenly phoenix feather is much more precious than the ordinary 4th level demon pill. After a little thought, Lu Changsheng took out a communication talisman from his stored ring. About half a quarter of an hour later, the sun and moon cards in his hand shone brightly, reflecting the image of his wife Lu Maiyan. Husband, is there anything wrong? After receiving Lu Changsheng's message, Lu Maiyan contacted Lu Changsheng through the sun and moon to Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian. Yuner, help me send a message to Zixio, signaling Jinping to come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng said to his wife. Before, he helped Lu Quanzhou infuse the skills, which caused the essence and blood of the golden-winged sky peng to be weak, so he left it in the Great Dream Fairy City. So this time, he didn't bring the golden-winged sky peng. Later, Yang Ming's Henren will be online, and naturally the iconic golden-winged sky peng will be indispensable. Husband, is there anything wrong? Lu Maiyan immediately asked with concern. Don't worry, it's nothing, I just need Jinping for something. Lu Changsheng smiled, and then asked about the recent situation at home. It must be said that it is convenient to have the sun and moon mysterious light mirror, and you can make a video call directly. After the two chatted, Lu Maiyan immediately connected to the Great Dream Fairy City through the sun and moon mysterious light mirror, and signaled Ling Zixio to let Jin Qi Xian Peng go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At the same time, King Lun Zhenjin came to a mountain and water building, with a sharp face and cold and solemn, majestic and heroic, no longer as unrestrained and natural as before. After a while, a blue phoenix with a green body like jade, glittering and beautiful flew over and handed her a jade slip. King Lun Zhenjin took the jade slip and examined it carefully. After a moment, she frowned and said, this person's growth situation does not look like a Yuanying taking over another body, but a bit like a Yuanying old monster reincarnated and cultivated again. But if he was reincarnated and cultivated again, how could he break the mystery of the womb, possess a spiritual beast like the 3rd level golden rock, and grow to this point in a short time? This jade slip contained information about the Xianfu Lu family and Changsheng's Henren. Although she recognized Lu Changsheng's 2 vests, she had not paid attention to Lu Changsheng before. On the one hand, Lu Changsheng was not well known before, and was just a foundation-building cultivator. In addition, after obtaining the Xianfeng's Hanayu, she did not want to make enemies with Lu Changsheng, so she did not conduct an in-depth investigation. She just learned about this person and knew that this person was Yang Ming's Henren who had caused trouble in the Yinming ghost sect before, so she did not pay too much attention to him. In the Great Dream Fairy City, besides Wang Lin, there is also a Li Muwen. According to previous intelligence information, when Li Muwen was fighting against Master Wanhu, she revealed the fluctuations of the soul of the nascent soul. Could this be his backhand to help him solve the mystery of reincarnation? True Lord King Lun guessed in his heart. Even if the true Lord of the nascent soul reincarnates and cultivates again, it is difficult to solve the mystery of reincarnation. Unless by chance, he steps into the immortal path and breaks through the nascent soul of the Dan, there is hope to awaken the memory of the previous life. But if so, why did this person marry a wife, concubine and have children? True Lord King Lun looked at the jade slip in his hand, his face was silent again, and he was very puzzled. As a casual cultivator, she naturally knew the importance of power. If she had her own power, she would be able to obtain many conveniences in her future cultivation. It was very inefficient to establish a family power in her opinion. Moreover, in the world of cultivating immortals, the more ties you have, the more trouble you will have. For example, if you have many enemies hiding outside, some skills and secrets can be tracked through blood and descendants, divination and calculation, and even curse. This is why most cultivators do not like to have children and descendants. Because every son or daughter could become a weakness. But this immortal, in less than 100 years, has given birth to more than 300 sons and daughters, and thousands of descendants. Could this person be practicing the blood path? Everything has its pros and cons. Sons and daughters are not completely useless. As far as she knows, there are some magic path techniques that can be practiced through the blood of children, or to improve talents, sacrifice magic weapons, etc. However, the latter does not have the blood evil aura, and does not look like a magic path cultivator. Although the family power is inefficient and slow, if it is created by one hand, The cohesion is far better than other forces. This person is the reincarnation of the old monster of the nascent soul, and he can also awaken his previous life. It is definitely not simple. There must be some deep meaning for doing this. Although the true Lord Qingyun was puzzled, he did not question it. After all, she had just broken through the nascent soul and had a limited understanding of the world of cultivation. If Lu Changsheng and Li Muwen are both nascent soul cultivators, then they are definitely old-fashioned nascent souls, not comparable to her at present. It seems that I have to be more cautious when cooperating with such an old monster. Although she felt that Lu Changsheng was not a shrewd old monster at the nascent soul stage, at this level, how could she judge the other party's strength through simple words? She was testing the other party's strength, and maybe the other party was also testing her strength. Huh? After putting away the jade slip and slowly exhaling, the slender legs of Qingyun's engine and exquisite jade boots stepped out, and the whole person disappeared, going to Qingyun Sect to discuss the matter of the 4th level demon pill. Such a demon pill is also very useful to Qingyun Sect. It is not easy to trade and sell it to the latter, and it must cost a certain amount of effort. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Ethereal Body, Mastering the Power of the Void, Golden Scale Dragon. Xiao. After Lu Changsheng returned to the camp, he found his wife Xiao and said that he had other things to do before the battle of the Poison Dragon Pond. So he would use an avatar to act with her, so that she would be more careful during this process. What's the matter? Is it dangerous? Xiao immediately asked with concern. There won't be any danger. I just went to see the true Lord Qingyun and discussed a cooperation with her. Later, I will help the Qingyun Fairy City to kill the two-headed dragon. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything from Xiao and said directly. The true Lord Qingyun? Kill the two-headed dragon. Xiao's beautiful eyes were surprised. Before, Lu Changsheng said that he wanted to meet a friend, and she was a little surprised. Do you think it is inconvenient to meet this friend in public? Why meet in private? Unexpectedly, this friend turned out to be the true Lord Qingyun. Well, in addition to my identity as the new city lord of the Great Dream Fairy City, I also used another identity called Yangming's Henrun. I met and got to know Qingyun's engine before, and then she recognized me in the meeting building and hoped that I would help Qingyun Xiansheng. Lu Changsheng told Xiao the general situation. Even though Xiao knew Lu Changsheng's identity in the Great Dream Fairy City and knew that he was amazing. But she didn't expect that Lu Changsheng had such an identity and could actually deal with Yuanying's engine. At this moment, she felt a few indescribable emotions in her heart, and felt that she could no longer keep up with Lu Changsheng. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Lu Changsheng thought that the other party was worried about him, so he held Xiao's white jade hand and said in a warm voice. Then a snow-white bullet flew out from his head and turned into a figure with exactly the same shape, appearance and breath as him. It was the incarnation of the three treasures. Buzz, 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 the magical aura of the three treasures incarnation circulated slightly, and instantly stabilized at the first level of Jinden, with almost the same appearance, temperament, and charm as Lu Changsheng. This is my incarnation, and I am in control of the whole process. However, I will not be able to pay attention to the surrounding situation as usual, so I need you to remind me. Lu Changsheng introduced to Xiao. The three treasures incarnation has a disadvantage, that is, it is impossible to pay attention to the surrounding dangerous situations through Tai Soul like himself. Especially since his original body also has to be busy, it is even more difficult to do two things at the same time and pay attention to the situation on both sides. This method is so mysterious. Xiao calmed down a little, looked at the incarnation in front of her, her beautiful eyes were surprised, and felt that this was somewhat similar to the rumored out-of-body incarnation magical power. Even if her Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu, her soul and soul were closely connected with the Lu Changsheng, she felt that this incarnation was extremely realistic, and the aura was almost exactly the same as Lu Changsheng, with only the soul and soul being different. She performed magic and looked at this incarnation carefully, and found that she could not see through it. I can only do this with the help of a rare treasure. Under normal circumstances, there will be no problem. Lu Changsheng introduced the incarnation of the three treasures, and then handed a stack of third-level talismans to Xiao Xiao, indicating that she should be more careful at that time. 3 days later, True Lord Qingyun sent a message to Lu Changsheng, saying that the matter of the two-headed dragon demon pill had been negotiated, but he was willing to trade only if he needed an item of equivalent value. The two met immediately, and True Lord Qingyun handed Lu Changsheng a list, which listed the needs of the Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng glanced at the list. What the Qingyun Sect needed was nothing more than nascent soul resources, 4th-level top-level sword materials, or natural materials and treasures that could increase the probability of forming a pill or a nascent soul. After the War of Reclamation is over, fellow Taoist Changsheng can discuss in detail with True Lord Zhujin, and I will act as the middleman at that time. True Lord Qingyun was dressed in a green jade and luxurious brocade robe, and he was chic and heroic. For a transaction like this, it is best for both parties to negotiate face to face. If she completely relied on her to relay the words, it would not only be troublesome, but also difficult for both parties to get what they wanted. Okay, I'll trouble you, Taoist Qingyun, Lu Changsheng said with a fist. He was determined to get the demon pill of the two-headed dragon. As long as he got this demon pill, the sea-splitting black whale would be able to be promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale, and thus quickly break through the 4th level. Once the sea-splitting black dragon whale breaks through the 4th level, Damang's will completely become his territory. Not only does he have the confidence to talk to the Qingyun Sect, but he is also not afraid of the neighboring Qingzhu Sea. He can even use the sea-splitting black dragon whale to go to Qingzhu Sea to find the infant pill and the opportunity to become an infant. If True Man Yangming takes action, I need to say hello to the Qingyun Sect, True Lord Qingyun said. She saw that Lu Changsheng didn't want the identity of True Man Changsheng to cause too much trouble. If he disappeared from the battlefield, he would inevitably be noticed. Lu has already made arrangements for this matter, and True Man Yangming will be there by then, Lu Changsheng said with a faint smile. He was already doing his best to transform the magic power of the three treasures Huaxiang Pearl into the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra. At that time, the three treasures transformation pearl will transform into the Changsheng's Henren and act with Xiao Xiaoyu and others, while his own body will transform into Yangming's Henren. Doing so will not only avoid suspicion and attention, but also perform well in front of Qingyun's Henren. Afterwards, when she saw Changsheng's Henren and Yangming's Henren appear at the same time, she would definitely speculate more about her situation and be wary of it. She firmly believed that she was the reincarnation of Yuanying's Henren, and even had means such as external incarnation. The more she feared herself, the less likely she would be to be hostile to herself. Okay, in that case, see you then. Hearing this, Qingyun's Henren nodded, took a step, and a few space ripples appeared in front of him, and then the whole person disappeared. Walking in the void is convenient. Lu Changsheng was very envious when he saw Qingyun's Henren crossing the void and leaving. Among the magical powers of Yuanying cultivators, his favorite one was crossing the void, which could break through the void and leave at any time. It was a pity that he had failed to comprehend the power of the void through the void crystal before. Otherwise, if you shatter the vacuum in advance and open up the realm, you might be able to gain simple teleportation ability. He shook his head and continued to look at the list in his hand. It's a bit difficult to exchange for this 4th-level demon pill. If I am willing to trade the 4th-level rare sword material, it is more than enough, but the Zhuanhong essence is a 5th-level spiritual material, which is extremely rare. Even if it is just a few strands, it is easy to cause trouble. The Qingyun Sect must need the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, but this kind of practice is not convenient to pass on. Lu Changsheng looked at the list and thought about what treasures he currently had that could be used for exchange. In terms of Yuanying's spiritual objects, he has a Piang flower. This flower is a top-level Yuanying spiritual object. Although he will use it in the future, he doesn't mind using it for trading. But one Piang flower is far from enough. The demon-breaking and defeating pill is much more valuable, but he is reluctant to use this pill for trading. After all, Yuanying's spiritual objects can be discarded, but the elixir that can steadily cross the heart demon calamity must be there. No matter how good the Qingyun Sect is, it is still a sect. It needs to consider cultivating Jinden cultivators and high-quality Jinden. The 5-element spiritual fruit can be regarded as a supreme treasure in this regard, which can significantly improve the quality of Jinden. 2 or 3 5-element spiritual fruits, plus the Piang flower, The third level top level talisman, and a few third level demon pills should be worth the same. If it doesn't work, then add some other spiritual materials, such as void crystal, green sea worm, and true spirit blood. With Qingyun Sect as the middleman, the Qingyun Sect will not ask for too much. Changsheng thought to himself. He has a lot of good things in his hands, but there are not many that can be traded with the Qingyun Sect. After all, what he can't use himself, the Qingyun Sect basically doesn't look down on. Still poor. Changsheng sighed. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to a spiritual offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Detect the conflicting effects of the host's spiritual body. Do you choose to merge? A spiritual body? A spiritual body appeared in the family. Changsheng was stunned. Decades have passed, and the level of the 3 generations of the Lu family has gradually improved. But it is only an improvement. In addition to the golden light from the ancestral tomb, there has been no second spirit body, a genius with a top-grade spiritual root. Unexpectedly, one finally came today. It is true that there is strength in numbers. Changsheng was instantly happy, and then looked at his system panel. This descendant spirit body. Pseudo-empty spirit body, low-grade spirit body, empty spirit body. Changsheng was surprised. Although this spirit body belongs to the middle-grade spirit body, it is much rarer than his son Lu Qingshan's Zhangjin spirit body and Lu Qingyu's Qingmu spirit body. Because of this spirit body, practicing the empty type magic can achieve twice the result with half the effort, and it can master the power of the void in advance. You know, the power of the void is the iconic means of the Yuanying Zhenjin. Even Changsheng has not been able to comprehend it now. It's a pity that it's just an empty spirit body. If it is a top-grade spirit body, void body, it will be fine. The middle-grade spirit body falls on me, which can only be regarded as an inferior spirit body and can't get much improvement at all. Changsheng was a little regretful. He can get all the bonuses for his children, but only 50% for 3 generations, and another 50% less for 4 generations. Whose child is this? Changsheng now has experience, and he checked the newborn babies through the Lu family genealogy. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find a baby with thousands of descendants of the Lu family. A moment later, Changsheng saw a newborn baby under his son Lu Yun's 64 descendants. Name, Lu Zuanchang. Lifespan, 1/91. Spiritual roots, 4th grade. Empty spirit body, medium spirit body. Cultivation, none. Talent, space, 41%. It's Yuner's son. Changsheng was a little surprised. He knew a thing or two about his son Lu Yun's situation. After failing to build his foundation, he inevitably felt frustrated when he saw his brothers and sisters succeed in building their foundations one by one. After choosing the heaven and earth longevity method, he felt that he was not good enough, so he gave birth to several talented children. But it is not so easy to give birth to genius children. Even though there have been many female key refining cultivators with medium-grade spiritual roots willing to marry Lu Yun in recent years, there is still no genius. 4th-grade spiritual roots and a hollow body can be considered a little genius, although this talent is just average in the eyes of Lu Laozu. But in the Immortal Sect, it can also be called the seed of Dan. But the inheritance of the empty body skills is also extremely rare. If there is no matching skill, everything will be in vain. Changsheng thought of another problem. Many rare spirits, if they cannot be worshipped by a good sect and have no corresponding inheritance, can only become mediocre. Just like his daughter Lu Mengzhen's evil poison body. Changsheng discussed with Meng Xiaochen for a long time, and decided to let his daughter practice normally for the time being, and consider poison skills and opening the evil poison body in a few years. System, fusion. After thinking for a while, Changsheng integrated this empty body into his chaotic body. After a while, he had a detailed understanding of the effect of the empty body. It means that practicing space skills will get twice the result with half the effort, and the power of space skills will be improved to a certain extent. Moreover, the ability in space skills has been improved to a certain extent. It's really a plain and simple effect. As expected, we can't have any expectations for medium and low-level spirit bodies. After the effect of the empty spirit body was perfectly integrated into the chaotic body, Changsheng shook his head secretly. However, after thinking about it, he still took out a fist-sized silver-white crystal ore from the Qingyan binding belt. As the mana was injected into the void crystal, the silver crystal ore formed an invisible ripple and the space vibrated. In the crystal ore, there seemed to be some ancient runes intertwined, forming a mysterious trajectory. Looking at the spatial ripples generated by this trajectory, Lu Changsheng suddenly had many inexplicable insights in his heart. The power of the void. This is the power of the void. Lu Changsheng's eyebrows and sea of consciousness were shining, and the golden little man transformed by Tai's soul further realized this power of the void and the fluctuation of space. The power of the void, which was originally incomprehensible, became clearer and clearer at this time, giving him a lot of understanding and insights into the power of the void. After a long time, Lu Changsheng probed his consciousness into the void crystal again. It was like a vast space, filled with endless darkness and silence, and people in it seemed to be deprived of their 5 senses and 6 senses. The formless treasure wheel, the formless realm. This void power instantly reminded Lu Changsheng of his own magic weapon, the formless treasure wheel. He immediately connected this magic weapon through his consciousness, and used the magic weapon realm to comprehend the void characteristics in it. In this way, time passed little by little. Changsheng. It was unknown how long it had passed. Xiao Ziyu's cold and pleasant voice sounded, indicating that Lu Changsheng's land reclamation war had begun. It's time for the land reclamation war. The last battle gave a month to rest and prepare. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that he was immersed in the realization of the power of the void, and a month passed directly. It can only be said that there is no time in cultivating immortals. At the stage of giant and cultivators, it takes several years to comprehend the skills and cultivate supernatural powers. The great Dao is like an abyss, the ancestor of all things, and it is as light as dust. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and strands of silver light flowed in his palm, and there were some spatial fluctuations. After these days of comprehension, he has already entered the door of space. After returning, as long as he is given time to settle, he can try to shatter the vacuum, absorb the power of the void, condense the fragments of space, and upgrade the law domain to the boundary domain. In addition, he also discovered several wonderful uses of the power of space. He can use the power of the void to cover up his own mana fluctuations. This method is better than most of the secret techniques that cover up the cultivation of mana. The second is the teleportation supernatural power, the combination of the magic power and the power of the void. For example, his yin-yang yi-qi great capture, the power of confinement is further improved. It's just that Lu Changsheng has only comprehended these. If he wants to fully master and use them, it will take time. What's the difficulty in a mere space path? Lu Changsheng put away the void crystal in his hand, chuckled, and then stood up and walked out. Changsheng, the war of opening up wasteland is about to begin. Xiao Ziyu saw Lu Changsheng and said softly, "Okay." Lu Changsheng responded, and the 3 treasures incarnation appeared. Although the 3 treasures incarnation's mana has not yet been fully transformed into the 99 mysterious talismans sutra, it is not a big problem to disguise himself as a Changsheng's Henren who has only reached the first level of Jinden. Lu Changsheng threw a stored ring to the 3 treasures incarnation, and then said to Xiao Ziyu, "Ziyu, I'll trouble you next." Xiao Ziyu smiled gently on her cold and beautiful face, and then took the 3 treasures incarnation to reunite with Qingyun Sect. After seeing Xiao Ziyu leave, Lu Changsheng placed the 1000 illusions mask on his forehead. The jade stone bloomed with a dreamlike luster, forming a hazy mist, covering his handsome face, and then transformed into a middle-aged man with a bit of elegance in his heroic spirit. At the same time, the blood and ki sealed by the 9 treasures Rui bone released their mana and gradually revived. Then, a sharp and domineering golden armor with dragon and tiger patterns carved on the surface emerged from the slender and upright body. Golden tiger dragon pattern armor. In the past year since coming to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the 5 children in the family have been promoted to the 2nd level spiritual plant master, and the grandson Lu Zuanai has successfully broken through the foundation building and won 2 ordinary draws. They won the top grade magic weapon, Golden Tiger Dragon Pattern Armor. The side level skills, Cold Flame True Water Evil Skill. Oh, there is another draw. Lu Changsheng thought of the draw he had just won, and an idea came to his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Scale Dragon Cub. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time, Dragon. Lu Changsheng shook his head and felt that it was useless. In his early years, he had always been looking forward to the dragon spirit pet, thinking of using it as a means of transportation, or refining the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. But now that he has broken through the Dan formation, these extremely rare rewards in the early years are basically useless to him, especially this kind of monster cub. But he now has no hope for ordinary draws, and plans to leave this dragon at home and raise it casually later. Buzz! Lu Changsheng activated the Qingyun Sect's communication talisman, and then cast the inverted yin and yang glass wall, escaping towards the other party. Before this, when he used this magical power, it was difficult for people below the nascent soul to see through his situation. Now that the chaos body has merged with the effect of the ethereal body, and he has initially mastered the power of the void, the effect of this magical power has also been significantly improved. When his power of the void is fully developed and his domain is upgraded to realm, it is estimated that these magical powers will all be able to be upgraded by one level. A moment later, Lu Changsheng came to the Qingyun Immortal City camp and saw a radiant green divine phoenix bird hovering in the sky, proud and noble. On this phoenix bird stood a tall, curvy, beautiful woman wearing cyan gold armor, glowing all over. The angular and mature face made people feel as if they were seeing a cold and majestic female war god, and they subconsciously wanted to surrender and kneel at her feet. Tisk, worthy of being the #1 casual cultivator in Jiang country, such momentum is simply extraordinary. Lu Changsheng had only seen the appearance of Qingyun Sect in his daily clothes. Now seeing her wearing armor and looking so solemn and heroic, he couldn't help but be amazed. This is a woman that makes people want to conquer. In other words, to suppress the high and mighty fairy and goddess under him is the dark desire in every man's heart. Dao Yangming. The beautiful eyes of Qingyun Sect, as bright as stars, looked at Lu Changsheng, who was hidden in the void, and shouted, with the corners of his lips raised, and the corners of his eyes also slightly upturned, like water drops, with a cold and fascinating feeling. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Lu Changsheng's inverted yin and yang glass wall dissipated, revealing a tall figure in golden armor, clasping his fists and bowing. The monks below were all surprised to see Lu Changsheng. I don't know when Lu Changsheng came, but he was called Dao by Qingyun Sect and waited here. Since Dao is here, let's go. Qingyun Sect was a little surprised why Yang Ming's didn't ride his golden rock. But he did not ask any more questions, and signaled all Jidan's Henrin and Jidan's Henrin to enter the poison dragon pond. In this battle, Qingyun Immortal City is the weakest. In addition to Qingyun's Sect, there are only 2 Jidan's Henrin and 7 Jidan's Henrin. This is still a war of pioneering, and Qingyun Sect offered generous conditions to the cultivators who came to surrender. Otherwise, after the Great Purge, Qingyun Immortal City is now seriously lacking in high-end combat power, and it relies entirely on Qingyun Sect alone. Please wait for a moment, Zhenjin. Lu Changsheng glanced at the blue phoenix under Qingyun Sect's seat, which has reached the quasi-4th level. It is estimated that once the poison dragon pond is obtained, it will impact the 4th level. About a quarter of an hour later. Cry. Above the 9 heavens, a golden divine rainbow swooped down, tearing the void and raising a fierce wind with amazing power. It was the golden-winged Sky Pang. The journey from the Great Dream Fairy City to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range was long. However, the golden-winged Sky Pang had the fastest speed in the world, and a month was enough for it to arrive. It was just that Lu Changsheng was immersed in comprehending the power of the void, so it had been waiting for information in the 9 heavens wind layer outside the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range these days. Not good, the Demon King is coming. This is a 3rd-order Demon King? A 3rd-order late-stage Great Demon King. The 2 Jidan cultivators affiliated with the Qingyun Fairy City were only in the early stage of Jidan. When they saw the golden-winged Sky Pang, they were immediately horrified and looked alert. Seeing this, other cultivators also became alert and looked at the Qingyun True Lord. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Changsheng took a step and landed on the 3rd-order late-stage Demon King with a calm and composed look. The golden dragon and tiger pattern armor, and the golden-winged rock that shone like gold, gave off a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. Alright. Lu Changsheng looked at Qingyun Sect, whose aura was no weaker than that of the Qingyun Sect next to him. Chapter 608, a 4th-order double-headed dragon. This Master Yangming is so powerful. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cultivators of Qingyun Immortal City were all shocked and gasped when they saw this scene. They wondered where the true lord had found such a top cultivator who actually used a third-order late demon king as a mount. You know, in the entire Jin Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, there are only a handful of cultivators who have a third-order late demon king as a mount, and they have never seen such a person. Moreover, one of them was wearing green gold armor and riding a green Luan bird, the other was wearing golden armor and riding a golden peng bird. How could there be an inexplicable sense of appropriateness and matching? Could it be that the two had a deep relationship? Let's go. True Lord Qingyun glanced at the golden-winged sky peng. Although she was not like Honglian, she could directly identify the true spirit machine. But through years of experience in taming beasts, she knew that the golden peng bird in front of her was extraordinary, and its bloodline was much higher than her own Qingyun, and it was definitely a top-level bloodline of the heavenly rank. Several people came to the area of the poison dragon pond. The people from the 4 major immortal gates had already gathered and were waiting for True Lord Qingyun to arrive. It can be seen that at this moment, countless key refining and foundation building cultivators have merged into the formation, forming an invisible key that enveloped the entire poison dragon pond, gradually dispelling the poisonous fog and miasma in the air. Huh? True Lord Qingyun immediately noticed Qingyun Sect, and Lu Changsheng, who was standing side by side with Xiao Xiao, was slightly surprised in the depths of her beautiful eyes. What's going on? True Lord Yangming was clearly beside her, so why was True Lord Changsheng also present? In public, she couldn't investigate too much, but her nascent soul spirit took a quick look and didn't see anything unusual. What kind of method is this? An external incarnation? This is impossible. An external incarnation requires the separation of the soul, which will affect the origin of the soul and even the potential of life. The Yuanying old monster took over another body or reincarnated because the soul was weak. How could it hurt the soul? To cultivate this kind of magical power, there are many restrictions on the external incarnation, which is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is only possible for a Yuanying cultivator to cultivate it after condensing the second Yuanying. Just as Lu Changsheng had guessed before, after seeing the Changsheng's Henren, Qingyun's engine was suspicious. The cultivators of the 4 major sects also looked at the side of Qingyun's engine, Yangming's Henren, who was standing on the golden-winged Xiangpeng in a golden dragon and tiger pattern armor. Especially Chu Qingyi. After looking at Yangming's Henren for a few times, he looked at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a green robe and handsome next to Xiao Xiaoyu with a look of surprise, wondering what was going on. Moreover, seeing Lu Changsheng and True Lord Qingyun, one with a golden rock and the other with a blue phoenix, both wearing armor, she felt a sense of inexplicable grievance and jealousy. She had been in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains for so long, accompanying her junior sister, and not seeing her, but why was she involved with True Lord Qingyun again? Even though she knew she shouldn't be jealous, she couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness in her heart. Is it him? In the Yuling Sect camp, a beautiful woman with delicate features, fair skin, cold eyebrows and eyes, but still gentle, saw True Lord Yangming, and her beautiful eyes were surprised and surprised. Her name is Ningzhuo, a true lord of the Beiluning family under the rule of the Yuling Sect. 20 years ago, her grandmother was dying, and after asking her opinion, she decided to take a gamble and go to a relic secret realm recorded by the ancestor to seek a chance to form a den. However, the relic was deep in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and was very dangerous. After entering the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, she and her grandmother were spotted by a third-level vicious bird and chased madly. But at the critical moment, a terrifying aura of oppression spread over the 9 heavens, scaring away the third-level ferocious bird. Although many years had passed, she did not see the appearance of the peerless master who saved her at that time, but only saw the gorgeous golden color like the scorching sun. But when she saw the golden-winged skyrocket this time, she recognized him instantly. She knew that the person in front of her was the one who saved her that year. I wonder if he still remembers me. Looking at the heroic and majestic appearance of Yangming's Henren, who was as solemn as a mountain and as vast as the sea, Ningzhuo pursed her red lips lightly, with some expectation in her heart. However, Lu Changsheng did not notice her. This is my good friend, Yangming's Henren, who asked for help in this battle. At this time, Qingyun's engine briefly introduced Lu Changsheng's identity to everyone. Although there were not many people who knew Yangming's Henren in the field, but many people had heard of the name Yangming's Henren. Once in the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world, he killed to the gate of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Although the Yunming Ghost Sect did not have a Yuanying's engine sitting in it at that time, it was also a Yuanying level force. Being able to provoke to the mountain gate and still leave safely, his strength is beyond doubt. The cultivators in the field were very surprised. They didn't expect that True Lord Qingyun actually knew the famous True Lord Yangming and called him to help. Meet True Lord Yangming. I have heard of the True Lord's name for a long time, and seeing him is better than hearing. Someone immediately greeted Lu Changsheng politely and bowed. True Lord Zhujian, who led the Qingyun Sect, also nodded slightly. Lu Changsheng nodded in return, but he was a little strange in his heart. Why didn't he see the first cultivator of Jiang Kingdom, True Lord Zuanjian, throughout this battle? Logically speaking, this True Lord Zuanjian is the main fighting force. Without further delay, several formation masters moved the formation plate and operated the fiery 5 elements sword formation. Boom boom boom, light pillars shot up from all directions of the poison dragon pond. In the center, 5 dazzling swords stood on the air, emitting 5 brilliant colors of red, yellow, green, white and black. All 5 divine swords were burning with blazing flames, like a savage fire dragon, filled with scorching heat, roaring in all directions, causing the air to twist and the poisonous fog to burn and dissipate. Let's go! Led by True Lord Zhujian and True Lord Qingyun, they led all the giant and cultivators in the field and flew towards the center of the poison dragon pond, where the 2-headed dragon was. Although the poison dragon pond is called a pond, it is like a bottomless and terrifying abyss, which is covered by a layer of hazy poisonous miasma all year round. The water in the pond is a dark green, like rotten dead water. Under the spread of poisonous miasma, it is strangely calm and filled with a terrifying and creepy aura. Even with the fiery 5 elements divine sword array covering it, everyone who came to the poison dragon pond where the 2-headed dragon lived still felt a bone-chilling cold aura, which eroded their flesh and blood and magic power all the time. If it weren't for the war of pioneering, with the presence of True Lord Zhujian and True Lord Qingyun, the cultivators in the field, including Lu Changsheng, would not have been able to get close to this poisonous dragon pond. Go! True Lord Zhujian signaled, and the giant and cultivators of the 4 major sects immediately arranged themselves in a distributed manner. True Lord Qingyun, with great momentum, rode on a phoenix and rushed to the top of the poisonous dragon pond. Boom! The power of the nascent soul, like the vast ocean, spread from True Lord Qingyun's tall and graceful body, filling the world. His blue-gold armor shone brightly, with runes intertwined, and his whole person looked divine and invincible. Cry! 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 One phoenix after another flew out of True Lord Qingyun's pet bag, and the Taoist soldiers ordered it to fly out. This is the Qingyun Taoist soldier that True Lord Qingyun used to shock the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world and establish the reputation of the first casual cultivator. The overwhelming blue phoenixes hovered in the sky, stirring up a fierce blue wind, reflecting the Blue Luan Master, making her look like a deity. Even Lu Changsheng was surprised to see so many second-level blue phoenixes. Having trained Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, he knew how difficult and resource-consuming it was to train Taoist soldiers. But the Blue Luan Master, as a casual cultivator, trained so many second-level Taoist soldiers. Hoo-la-la, hoo-la-la. At the same time, the bottomless water of the poison dragon abyss rolled and surged, exuding a terrifying aura that made people shudder with fear, accompanied by a rolling poisonous gas, like a rolling haze and dark clouds. Then, a 2-headed dragon covered with black scales emerged from the water, and its 2 cold and ferocious green vertical pupils were dotted with scarlet, staring straight at the Blue Luan Master. Human, do you really want to fight to the death with me? The 2-headed dragon's voice was sonorous and piercing, like metal falling to the ground, and like thunder roaring, exploding between heaven and earth, setting off a terrifying momentum. Under this momentum like a storm and huge waves, the ki, blood and magic power of the giant and cultivators and the fake Dan cultivators present were all surging. Several fake Dan cultivators were even unstable under this momentum. Is this the 4th-level Demon King? So terrifying. Apart from Lu Changsheng, only a few giant and late-stage cultivators had seen the power of the 4th-level Demon King. Most other people had never seen a 4th-level transformed Demon King. This 2-headed dragon is stronger than the deep-sea Demon Whale King. Through the simple momentum, Lu Changsheng could see that this 2-headed dragon had been promoted to the 4th level for a long time. Even if it had not broken through the middle stage of the 4th level, it was not like the deep-sea Demon Whale King, who had just been promoted not long ago. Kill! Without saying a word, True Lord Qingyun held a green war halberd and killed the two-headed dragon. In this battle, she was the main force, and the Supreme Swordmaster and the four major sects were the auxiliary. Boom! The Supreme Swordmaster Qingyun practiced both magic and body, and possessed unparalleled blood and energy. He was like a god descending to the world. The halberd chopped down and almost tore the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, the Supreme Swordmaster next to him appeared with a black magic sword, filled with peerless murderous intent in his hand. He swept the formation for her and chopped at the two-headed dragon. Since you insist on killing me, then let's fight to the death, roar. The two-headed dragon roared with murderous intent, and the tragic energy surged all over his body. The water in the pool boiled, the poison gas rushed, and the green eyes also glowed with scarlet luster. It was cold and cruel, which made people feel cold and scared. Hoo-la-la, hoo-la-la. At the same time, another demon king appeared in the poisonous dragon pool. Two dragons that are somewhat similar to the two-headed dragon, a blood-colored giant python with dark scales all over its body and a bulge on its head, a terrifying giant crocodile with black scales all over its body, like a steel battleship. These four demon kings, except for the blood-colored giant python which is in the middle stage of the third level, are all in the late stage of the third level, and their power is terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Not only in the poisonous dragon pond, but also in other directions, there are bursts of third-level demon kings rising into the sky, tragic and ferocious. No wonder the war of opening up wasteland has to gather so many combat forces. If there is no Qingyun Sect, even if the Qingyun Sect wants to take down the two-headed dragon, it will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Changsheng looked at the demon king in front of him. Tai's soul opened up, and he saw that there were still 5 third-level middle-stage demon kings. A total of 9 third-level demon kings. 2 more than the Qingyun Sect calculated. But this is normal. As long as the 4th-level demon king is given time to accumulate and grow, his intelligence will not be weaker than that of humans, and he knows strategies and hides his strength. Without hesitation or delay, Lu Changsheng looked indifferent, stepped lightly, and the 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest exploded, and runes intertwined. 7th level of Jinden. 8th level of Jinden. 9th level of Jinden. Now that he has a physical body and has opened the divine storage of the kidney, as long as it is not an endless explosion, this degree of increase will not cause any sequelae to him. At most, he will be weak and recuperate for a period of time. Boom boom boom, the cultivation of the peak of Jinden and the blood of the peak of the 3rd level rushed up into the sky, penetrating the sky, like a vast wave hitting the world, looking down at the 4 demon kings of the poison dragon pond, with a disdainful look. In the sea of Qi and Danshan, the golden elixir of the yin and yang avenue trembled wildly, and a rosy glow rose. Boom. The next moment, everyone saw a heavy hand with clear textures of yin and yang intertwined above Lu Changsheng's head. Cry. The golden-winged sky pen cried out loudly, and its entire body was brilliant, like a golden sun. A phantom of a real dragon appeared above its head, coiling around Yang Ming's Henren, and charging towards a 3rd-level dragon. Buzz buzz buzz, ripples appeared in the void. The late 3rd-level double-headed dragon wanted to take action, but was imprisoned by the heavy energy of the yin-yang key great grasp. Then, with a bang, it was knocked away by the golden-winged sky pen and roared in pain. The giant hand with distinct yin-yang pattern suddenly clenched, clasping its 5 fingers tightly, and held the double-headed dragon, which was more than 10 feet long, in its hand. No matter how it struggled or moved its body, it could not break free. Roar roar roar, the double-headed dragon roared and screamed for help, but the yin-yang giant hand pressed tighter and tighter, making its voice a little hoarse and weak. This kind of magical power. Is this person really a Jinden cultivator? Seeing this scene, the Jinden cultivators in the field were awe-stunned and horrified. Although they knew that this Yang Ming's Henren was called by Qingyun Sect, his strength was extraordinary, but this combat power was too terrifying. Even if the blood of this 2-headed dragon was not as good as its father, it was also a 3rd-order late demon king. Any cultivator in the late Jinden stage present was not sure of winning against this 2-headed dragon. Even if you have a 3rd-order late spiritual pet, you have to fight hard and spend a lot of money. But this Yang Ming's Henren only took 1 round. Not only them, but even Qingyun Sect and Zhujian Sect who fought against a 4th-order 2-headed dragon were a little surprised when they saw this scene. Even when they were at the peak of Jinden, their combat power was just like this, not as good as this Yang Ming's Henren. The Zhuanhong essence is worthy of being a 5th level treasure. It is really amazing. My yin-yang yi qi great capture has been improved by only condensing a strand of Zhuanhong essence. At this stage, I can bear the sacrifice of 3 strands of Zhuanhong essence. When I go back and finish the sacrifice, this magical power can be upgraded to another level. Lu Changsheng did not do nothing in the frontline battlefield for most of the past 6 months. Since he could not let go of his cultivation, he began to use Zhuanhong essence to sacrifice yin-yang yi qi great capture. It was just that time was limited and he only finished refining 1 strand. In these days, no demon king gave him a test of power, so he didn't know how much the power of this magical power had increased. Now I know that after obtaining the effect of Zhuanhong essence, the power has increased by at least 30%, and 1 palm can smash endless mountains and rivers. Especially the capture and detention effects have been greatly improved. And just now he used the power of the void that he had initially comprehended, which made the detention and suppression effect increase a few points. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing this, the other 2-headed dragon roared at Lu Changsheng, forming a terrifying sound wave. One ferocious head spewed black poisonous water, and the other head spewed rolling poisonous fog. Master, be careful. Someone immediately reminded him, and then they all stepped forward and formed a formation. A group of people stepped forward to help Lu Changsheng and fight against a bloody giant python and the black giant crocodile, and a group of people went to stop the 5 3rd-level demon kings in other directions. You want to hurt me with just poisonous fog? Lu Changsheng's chaos body merged with the evil poison body and the Kunpeng demon body, so he would have no problem taking a bath in such poisonous water. There was also a 3rd-level top-level poison in his Qi Si Danshan. If he encountered some cultivators and demon kings, he could even integrate this poison into his magical power through fighting. Great 5 elements divine fist. The effects of Lu Changsheng's chaos body were fully revived, and the effects of the dragon roar body and the 5 elements body were added. The peak 3rd-level physique was like a god or a demon, and he ignored the poisonous water and killed the 3rd-level dragon directly. The golden-winged Skypeng let out a long cry, evolving the Skypeng fighting dragon technique to the extreme, forming the Skypeng fighting dragon diagram, and charged at the 3rd-level dragon. Lu Changsheng had just said that he would give it one of the 2 dragons later, and he must not let anyone snatch it away. Roar! The 3rd-level dragon saw something wrong and quickly retreated, with poisonous gas lingering around its huge body. However, at this moment, a black and white interweaving, yin and yang flowing, and a peerless divine diagram that seemed to give birth to all things in the world flew out from above Lu Changsheng's head. The yin and yang diagram spread out, blooming with brilliant rays of light, and the Taiyan divine fish and the sun divine fish emerged, forming an invisible barrier that imprisoned the void of heaven and earth, making it difficult for the 2-headed dragon to move. Boom boom boom, in an instant, Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Skypeng rushed to the 3rd-level dragon, ignoring its poisonous water offensive, attacking it, and performing brilliant magical powers, as if to melt this world. Roar, 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 the 3rd-level dragon raised its head and roared, fighting back frantically. Its huge body was flowing with a green luster, and the poison was permeating. The deep water was boiling, forming a vortex of huge waves. But the one-man one-peng was shining all over, and directly ignored its attack, attacking it from the front and back, hitting its scales to pieces, blood splattering, and asking for help from the 4th-level double-headed dragon. But at this time, the 4th-level double-headed dragon was entangled by the True Lord Qingyun and the True Lord Zhujian, and it was difficult to support it. It could only form a 4th-level poisonous miasma and rolled towards Lu Changsheng. How dare you distract yourself? Seeing that Lu Changsheng was so fierce and helping him with all his strength, how could the True Lord Qingyun let him get hurt? He swung the green halberd in his hand and chopped it down, like a divine bird phoenix flying out, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The Qingyun under his seat also cried, setting off an endless Qingming hurricane and a green jade flame to disperse the burning poisonous fog. This Qingyun has obtained the increase of the Taoist soldiers, and its combat power is almost close to the 4th level, which is very fierce. Boom boom boom, under the attack of Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Skypeng, the 3rd-level dragon was broken through the scales by the sharp claws of the golden-winged Skypeng in just a moment, and blood splashed from its abdomen. Lu Changsheng's blood roared, like a god or a demon, and his fist burst out with endless annihilation divine light, hitting the void and causing the sky and earth to collapse. Cry. After several rounds, the golden-winged Skypeng's sharp claws, like a hook, seemed to be cast from gold, pierced through the back of the dragon fiercely, blood splashed, and it tightly stacked it, then pecked at the vertical pupil of the dragon and swallowed it into its stomach. Not only the sea-splitting black whale likes dragon seeds. The ancestor of the Skypeng clan, the golden-winged Dapan, feeds on dragon seeds, so the golden-winged Skypeng also likes this kind of dragon demon king very much. It's not over yet. Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged Skypeng and began to eat, swallowing the blood and flesh of the dragon, and said with some regret, "Now the demon king has not been killed yet, killing one more is a profit, but you are in a hurry to eat. You haven't had a good meal, have you?" Looking up at the third-level dragon that was trapped by his yin-yang key great capture, Lu Changsheng's second Ganshin, the Shinetan Baohurong Lotus, poured out his mana crazily, trying to kill it directly. This battle will definitely last for a long time. He wants to capture this dragon alive. He can't keep detaining and suppressing it. It's better to kill it directly. Boom. The yin-yang diagram bursts out endless black and white divine light, corresponding to the yin-yang key great capture, like a sky curtain, killing everything. Ka-ka-ka. The third-level dragon that couldn't struggle to escape roared in pain, and its bones began to break, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. After a few breaths, the space trembled suddenly, forming layers of ripples. Under the dual suppression of yin-yang key great capture and yin-yang diagram, life was annihilated. Chapter 609 Lu Changsheng, damn, how do I fight this? Buzz. Lu Changsheng immediately connected the Wuxiang treasure wheel, opened the Wuxiang realm, and threw the dragon's body into it. Human, today I will kill you even if I die together with you, roar. Although the monsters are relatively indifferent to their offspring, the 2 descendants of the 2-headed dragon have been nurturing for nearly 1,000 years and have a deep affection for each other. The 2-headed dragon roared, stirring the spirit veins of the poison dragon pond, and its power rose steadily. Endless poisonous gas gushed out, and the dark and corrupt black water of the poison dragon pond fell from the sky like the sky overturned, corroding the flesh and blood of others. As a heavenly bloodline, a 4th-level demon king, it has bloodline inheritance and has arranged many means in its own nest. If it forcibly leaves, it will not be afraid of not having a place to live, but will be surrounded and killed by the Qingyun Sect. It is better to fight here. Boom boom boom. However, the true Lord of Absolute Sword had long known the means of the 2-headed dragon. With a slash of the black killing sword in his hand, the world was split, turning it into a dark and bottomless space crack. At the same time, the formation master who presided over the formation was fully operating the fiery 5-elements sword formation to suppress the 2-headed dragon from stirring up the spirit veins and the situation in the poison dragon pool. But even so, the aura of the 2-headed dragon continued to rise, becoming more and more difficult to deal with. This is the foundation of the Immortal Sect. The 4th-level formation was set up early, making this 2-headed dragon in a dilemma. But why hasn't True Lord Xuanjian appeared yet? If this goes on, can True Lord Qingyun and True Lord Zhujian really kill this 2-headed dragon without injury? Although Lu Changsheng is only a 2nd-level formation master, he can understand many things as long as he gets into it. He can see that this fiery 5-elements sword formation is already a 4th-level forbidden formation. He didn't pay too much attention to the battle of the 2-headed dragon, but looked at the blood-colored giant python and the black giant crocodile that were being besieged next to him. Although True Lord Qingyun said that the Demon King killed alone would belong to him. But the Demon King that he helped to kill should also have a share. Boom boom, the yin-yang key great grasping rolled down towards the besieged black giant crocodile. The black giant crocodile, which was being consumed by 4 giant monks, could not continue and wailed in grief. Cry. The golden-winged Skypeng let out a long cry, and the cry shook the 9 heavens. It spread its golden wings like 2 peerless heavenly swords and slashed towards the blood-colored giant python, leaving a shocking blood mark on its huge body, and the blood splashed. The 3rd-level dragon under its claws wanted to take the opportunity to break free, and the golden-winged Skypeng immediately pecked at it fiercely, tearing off a piece of flesh and blood, swallowing it, and then opened its sharp beak, flowing with a gorgeous golden luster, biting the weakness of the 2-headed dragon. Ah! The dragon's blood gushed out like a spring, splashing from the air, and it roared in pain. With the help of Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Skypeng, the blood-colored giant python and the black giant crocodile were killed in a short time. Thank you, Immortal. At this moment, the giant and cultivators in the field looked at Yang Ming's Henring with awe. This kind of combat power has surpassed all the Jinden cultivators present. If there were no fake infant Zhenjin between Jinden and Yuanying, they would have suspected that Yang Ming's Henren was in this realm. Go. Lu Changsheng returned to the golden-winged Sky Peng and signaled to kill the other 5 demon kings. The golden-winged Sky Peng immediately flapped its wings and soared, its wings shining golden, like the radiance of the scorching sun, cutting through the sky and flying towards a 3rd-level demon king. Seeing this, other Jinden's Henren also rushed to support and quickly resolved the battle. Boom boom boom, Baiyun's Henren, Xiao Xiao, Sanbao Incarnation and other 5 Jinden cultivators were surrounding and killing a 3rd-level demon king. At this moment, the golden-winged Sky Peng rushed over and hit the demon king hard, breaking its body and flying out. The yin-yang key great capture instantly slapped down hard, smashing the demon king to the ground, forming a huge handprint pit of 100 feet, with a weak breath of life. After finishing, Lu Changsheng did not look at the demon king, and rode the golden-winged Sky Peng to continue to rush to the next demon king. I thought this battle would be a bloody battle, but I didn't expect it. Baiyun's Henren and others looked at Yang Ming's Henren, who was wearing a golden dragon and tiger pattern armor on the golden-winged Sky Peng, with awe and said with emotion. In this battle, although the 4 major immortal gates, Qingyun Immortal City has a great advantage. But if you are not careful, there is still a danger of falling. But Yang Ming's Henren appeared and solved the 2 descendants of the 2-headed dragon alone at the beginning, which greatly reduced the difficulty of this battle. Let's go, hurry up to support the formation. He didn't sigh too much, and immediately signaled to Xiao Xiao and others. It is difficult to kill the 2-headed dragon with only Qinglun's Henjin and Zhujian's Henjin. If the other party is desperate, self-destructs the demon pale and detonates the spirit vein, then it will be dangerous. And according to the information they received, in this battle, the demon monks are likely to come to cause trouble. If the Qinglun's Henjin and the Zhujian's Henjin were seriously injured in the battle with the 2-headed dragon, then the snipe and the clam would fight, and the fishermen would benefit, so they must fight quickly. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng rode the golden-winged Sky Peng to quickly support. The whole process was like the arrival of gods and demons. When he saw the demon king, he made a yin and yang handprint and suppressed it with a bang. Like the previous 3rd-stage late demon king, he could still go on for a few rounds in his hands. But these 3rd-stage middle-stage demon kings were not even a match for him and the golden-winged Sky Peng. He killed 2 of the 9-headed 3rd-stage demon kings and assisted in killing 5 of them. Only 2 of them did not pass through his hands. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, after the demon king was resolved, all ordinary Jinden cultivators went to bless the formation, and the late Jinden cultivators rushed to the center of the poison dragon pond to assist the Qinglun's Henjin and the Zhujian's Henjin in killing the 2-headed dragon. Although the magical power and magic weapon of the late Jinden cultivators are difficult to have an effect on the 4th-level demon king, but they can still have a certain suppressing effect. Lu Changsheng also rode the golden-winged Sky Peng to the poison dragon abyss, and performed the yin-yang key great capture to attack the 2-headed dragon. Boom boom boom, at the same time, the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation received the full support of the 4 major immortal sects Jinden and fake Dan cultivators, and its power continued to increase, and the world changed color. The sky, which was originally filled with hazy poisonous fog, began to be dispersed by boiling and burning at this moment. The 5 bright swords suspended in the air began to circle and interweave, forming a giant sword burning with hot flames. Hoo hoo hoo, after the giant sword of fiery fire appeared, it shot out mysterious and hot flames, causing the grass and land in the poison dragon pond area to begin to burn. Immediately afterwards, the sword rushed towards the 2-headed dragon, a piece of fire, burning the world. In addition, there were strands of mysterious power interweaving and falling, forming endless divine power. Roar, 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 the 2-headed dragon, which was originally evenly matched with True Lord Qinglun and True Lord Zhujian, was defeated at this moment. The poison flowing on the scales of its body seemed to be burned out, and even the endless black water behind it slowly rolled down. Boom, 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 except for Lu Changsheng, the other Jinden cultivators present were all prepared, and they all used the magic weapons that could restrain the 2-headed dragon. For a time, various magical powers and magic weapons bombarded the 2-headed dragon, forming endless magical rays of light, which distorted the void and made the world boil. Boom, boom, boom. The endless aftermath of the magic power swept over, causing the dark poisonous water in the poison dragon pond to boil, and the ground on both sides shook wildly and collapsed. If it weren't for the protection of the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation, the cultivators present would be at least in the late Qingyun stage. Just this kind of magic power aftermath would be enough to cause heavy damage to ordinary Qingyun cultivators. During this process, Changsheng was a little lazy, observing the magical power of True Lord Qingyun and True Lord Zhejian. Is this the strength of True Lord Yuanying? It is indeed as terrifying as imagined, far beyond the reach of Qingyun cultivators, but it is not enough to make people despair. When I break through the late Qingyun stage, I will completely refine my magical power, and upgrade my domain to the realm. I may be able to compete with him. Changsheng analyzed the gap between himself and True Lord Yuanying in his heart. I don't know if True Lord Zhejian didn't do it with all his strength. At least now, if I break through the late Qingyun stage, I still have hope to compete with him. As for True Lord Qingyun, if the latter does not use the Daobing formation and the quasi 4th level Qingyun, Changsheng thinks he can also compete with him. It is true that the unknown is terrifying. As long as you see it, it will not be so terrifying. Changsheng had never seen True Lord Yuanying before, so he tried not to see him if he could. Now that he saw True Lord Yuanying taking action, he could only say that his crushing of Qingyun cultivators even exceeded the gap between Qingyun cultivators and foundation building cultivators. But his own Dao Qingyun was invincible at the same level, and he also had the amplification of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone. He could still fight against it. If he wanted to kill it, he could only shout mirror come. Although Changsheng was not clear about the power of the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, he felt that if he tried his best to activate it and shut out a sun's mysterious light, he should be able to kill the Yuanying cultivator. True Lord, spare my life. I am willing to surrender and become the spiritual beast under the seed of the True Lord. With the assistance of True Lord Qingyun, True Lord Zhejian, the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation, and Changsheng and others, the two-headed dragon was completely defeated and unable to turn the tide, begging for mercy. However, True Lord Qingyun and True Lord Zhejian completely ignored it. The 4th level Demon King has strong vitality, a lifespan far exceeding that of a cultivator, and a spiritual intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. It is difficult to completely control its life through a blood contract. If it is brought back to the sect, and one day it suddenly turns against us and starts a massacre, it will cause irreparable consequences. And it's okay if you don't get hurt. Once you get hurt, if this 4th level Demon King betrays and attacks, it will be fatal. Unless you have absolute strength and absolute means, no one is willing to keep such a time bomb around. True Lord, spare my life. I have a long life. I can sign a blood contract with you to protect your sect and be used by you. The two-headed dragon continued to beg for mercy and struggled stubbornly, but the monks in the field remained indifferent. Some people used combined magic weapons, some used secret treasures, and Changsheng also saw the star sand that Meng Wuhan and his wife used on the deep-sea demon whale king before. This sand has the effect of interfering with and suppressing demon power, making it difficult for demon beasts to self-destruct and use their innate magical powers. Ao, time passed little by little, and the two-headed dragon could only wail gradually. Just when it wanted to use its innate magical power, it would be interrupted by True Lord Qingyun and others, and it was covered with the wounds and blood. At this moment, boom boom boom, suddenly, 3 forces filled with boundless divine power bombarded the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation, causing a terrifying might, causing the formation to flicker. All the cultivators who were integrated into the formation vomited blood under the shock of this force. Even many key refining and foundation building cultivators bled from all 7 orifices, their faces turned pale, and they fainted directly. Not good. Changsheng suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The golden runes in his pupils intertwined. Through the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation, he saw 3 hazy figures filled with boundless power. Yuanying. Yuanying's Henjin. 3 Yuanying's Henjin. Fuck you. What the hell is this? Changsheng was stunned when he saw the 3 Yuanying cultivators, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Although the two-headed dragon was crippled. But after spending so much time fighting the two-headed dragon, most of the mana of everyone in the field was also consumed. Even though he had the Xianyun Baoher on Lotus and the Shenzheng of the kidney, his mana and physical strength were also consumed at this moment. Damn it, how can we play this? Changsheng wanted to run away at the first moment. But if he left, the situation would be a big loss. Xiao Zhao, Chu Qingyi, his daughter Lu Wangshu, his son Lu Chensha, Lu Lingxiao, Lu Qingzhu and others would probably be in trouble. He looked at Qingyun Sect and Zhujian Sect, wondering what they were going to do. The three Yuanying Sect were coming, and Xianjianzong and Qingyun Sect could not be indifferent and not prepared at all, right? And Zhujian Sect has not appeared yet. Before Lu Changsheng could think more, he saw the fiery five elements divine sword arrayed him directly, and then there was a ripple in the void, and three figures appeared. A middle-aged man with a face as pale as paper, without any blood color, eyes as black as ink, and black robes embroidered with strange runes. A young man in a white robe with a cold and heroic appearance, tall and straight figure, and a majestic and murderous look between his eyebrows. A girl with a face like a crown of jade, delicate and exquisite, wearing a silver crown and hairpin, wearing a purple-red dress, and bare feet. The leader of the Qingyun Sect, the leader of the Wudu Sect. Lu Changsheng recognized two of the three people in front of him instantly. As for the young man in a white robe with a cold and heroic appearance and a majestic and murderous look on his eyebrows, it is unknown which force he came from. Yun Jianfeng, you have been hit by the Xian'an corpse fire of this seed. Instead of taking good care of your injuries, you dare to use your magic power. The leader of the Qingyun Sect looked at the true Lord Zhujian and said coldly. However, at this time, he noticed that the true Lord Yangming next to him had deep eyes and murderous intent. He knew that his own corpse, Murong Zhufeng, was imprisoned and suppressed by this person before, and it took a huge price to redeem her. At this critical moment, Li Duangsun still dares to have a fluke and go to U state. It's simply courting death. The cold and heroic young man in a white robe also said with a face full of joking. What, Master Xuanjian went to you? Lu Changsheng didn't know what the Qingyun Sect was doing. You left such a big thing as the War of Reclamation alone and went to you? Even if there was news that the front line of you collapsed and was losing ground, you wouldn't lose sight of the big picture, right? What nonsense, hurry up and do it. The leader of the five poisons said coldly, her crisp and tender voice full of majesty, and a five-colored long banner almost as tall as her appeared in her hand. On the banner, colorful and lifelike spirit snakes, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and toads were painted, as if they were about to fly out of the long banner at any time, forming a breathtaking aura. As for Master Yangming, she naturally saw it. Although she knew that this person was Nangguang Mili's Taoist partner and Nangguang Yao's father. But she asked Nangguang Mili to invite Master Yangming in her early years, but the other party did not appreciate it. Now that the situation is tense, she will naturally not be polite. At most, she will not attack Master Yangming. Looking for death? Seeing the three people, the true Lord of Absolute Sword gave up the two-headed dragon, and with a fierce look, he rushed towards the young man in wide robes among the three people. Yun Jianfeng, you escaped before, today I will kill you completely to avenge the destruction of my body. The young man in wide robes saw the true Lord of Absolute Sword coming to kill him, his eyes were full of hatred, his robes rustled, and a deep red long sword appeared in his hand. However, Yun Jianfeng, who was killing in front of him, suddenly became imposing, and his deep and sharp eyes were like two golden lamps, bursting with brilliant murderous intent. Not good. Seeing this, the man in wide robes looked slightly dazed, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately spread out his nascent soul realm to form an absolute defense. Clang. A white sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth rose into the sky, sweeping across the world, like an ocean that drowned the young man in wide robes, and the sharp and domineering sword energy broke through his realm. Li Duangsun, you didn't go to U state. You asked Yun Jianfeng to go to U state for you and deliberately lured us here. In the vast white sword light, a Yuanying scream that seemed to come from the fluctuations of the soul came out, screaming in pain. Xianxia, you really forgot the pain after the scar healed. I let you escape by chance at the beginning. Now that the body is barely compatible, you dare to come to my Jiang state to cause trouble again. The sword light lingered all over the body of the Zhujian Sect, who was dressed in a black robe and had a cold face, and turned into a middle-aged man wearing a snow-white long gown and spotless. Xuanjian Sect? This Zhujian Sect is Xuanjian Sect in disguise. Lu Changsheng was surprised and looked at the man in white. This was the first time I saw the first person in Jiang state, Xuanjian Sect. He was of medium build, not tall or fat, not short or thin. His face was not handsome, but there was an indescribable perfection and coordination, a bit like the effect of practicing the immortal posture technique. Although the overall feeling is simple and ordinary, Holding a crystal-clear snow-white long sword, it is indescribably spirited and majestic. Especially the sword eyebrows are slightly raised, and the corners of the mouth are faintly calm, as if there is a sense of self-confidence that I am invincible and everything is under control. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the just dimmed fire 5 elements sword formation began to operate again. The Qingyun Sect, who had previously worked together with the Absolute Sword's engine to barely entangle the two-headed dragon, suddenly glowed all over, and a phoenix phantom seemed to appear and disappear above his head. The Qingyun under the seat made a clear cry, and it was neatly arranged with the 500 Taoist soldiers, and the key was completely blended to form a huge Qingyun phantom. This Qingyun phantom blended with a phoenix phantom above the head of the Qingyun Sect, and it seemed that a beautiful and clear sound of hundreds of birds bowed their heads sounded between heaven and earth. The blue-gold long halberd in her hand gradually burned a red flame, burning the void of heaven and earth and burning everything. Chapter 610 Lu Changsheng, what I'm after is nascent soul. Heavenly Phoenix Fire. Lu Changsheng saw the flames burning on the halberd of True Lord Qingyun, which were very similar to the flames of the Heavenly Phoenix Feather. How did True Lord Qingyun master the Heavenly Phoenix Fire? Did she not give the Heavenly Phoenix Feather to the spirit beast Qingyun, but used it for her own cultivation? Or, is the Heavenly Phoenix Feather also useful to her? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and saw some clues. But at this moment, he just wanted to curse. He was played by True Lord Qingyun and True Lord Xuanjian. If the two of them fought with all their strength, with a fiery 5 elements divine sword formation and so many people assisting, they would have killed the two-headed dragon long ago. They fought for so long, and it was just a show. I was thinking about how to fight against Yuanying in the late stage of Jinden. No, they knew that Yuanying from the enemy country would come. Even if the battle was quick, the Yuanying from Jin would still appear in advance. I don't know if they expected 3 Yuanying True Lords to come. Lu Changsheng looked at True Lord Xuanjian. The strength of this number 1 person in Jiang country is unquestionable. In his early years, he had an amazing record of fighting 1 against 2 and almost killing 1. But 3 Yuanying's engine came at once. Can he and Qingyun's engine solve it alone? The main reason is that the two-headed dragon has not died yet and still has some strength. Before Lu Changsheng could think about it, the 5 Poison Sect leader and the Xianxi Sect leader in front saw Li Duixun suppress Xianxi's engine in an instant and immediately took action. Quack quack quack. A golden toad as big as a calf appeared in the 5-colored long banner of the 5 Poison Sect leader, opened its mouth and spit golden flames at Xuanjian's engine. Then, spirit snakes, poisonous scorpions, centipedes, and spiders walked out of the long banner, each of which was filled with terrifying aura. Not only that, the poisonous miasma between heaven and earth was surging, and all the snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects in the poison dragon pond seemed to have revived at this moment. This poison dragon pond, which has been shrouded in poisonous fog all year round, has now turned into the home court of the 5 Poison Sect leader. Dragon King, this sect master will help you escape now. The Xianxi sect master let out a long roar, pinched his hands, and shot out a pile of black corpse pillars that were several feet high and engraved with dense runes and spells. This is a magic weapon of the formation. He wanted to use this magic weapon to interfere with the fiery 5 elements sword formation, so as to help the two-headed dragon escape and fight to the death with the True Lord Qingyun and the Jiang Kingdom cultivators. After all, 60 years ago, Li Duixun could defeat him and the 5 Poison Sect master with 1 against 2. Now 60 years have passed, and no one knows whether he has broken through the middle stage of the nascent soul. Although there is an additional Xianxia True Lord. But this Xianxia True Lord was cut off by Li Duixun and Yun Jianfang in his early years, and his nascent soul was seriously injured. He barely recovered in these years and found a body. In terms of combat power, he is not as good as him and the 5 Poison Sect master. So among the 3 of them, he was not sure to win Li Duixun, thinking of releasing the two-headed dragon to seriously injure the vitality of the Jiang Kingdom. Looking for death? Li Duixun looked at the leader of the Xianxi sect with cold eyes. Another blazing white sword light rose in his hand, making the world seem like daylight, and he was going to cut off all the pillars of corpse suppression. He was sure that he could repel the 3 people, and even kill one of them. But now all the fighting forces of Jiang Kingdom have come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and most of the cultivators are integrated into the fiery 5 elements divine sword formation. If the formation is completely broken and the two-headed dragon successfully self-destructs, At least 70% of the cultivators present will die. Even if the two-headed dragon does not self-destruct and finally stabilizes, Zheng Kingdom will suffer heavy casualties and its vitality will be greatly damaged. Clang. Facing Li Duixuan's sword light, the leader of the Qianxi sect sacrificed a black coffin that was several feet large and wrapped with rune chains. This coffin was made of unknown material and was very hard. Under the sword light, there were only sword marks and gaps. Roar, 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 the coffin began to tremble, trembling wildly, and wisps of dark red smoke flowed out from the cracks of the coffin. There were faint roars like beasts, which made people shudder. Is this a fourth-level corpse king? Lu Changsheng felt an extremely strong corpse gas from this coffin. The cultivators of the Qianxi sect all have a natal corpse. This Qianxi sect master, as a Yuanying's Henjin, may have cultivated his natal corpse to the fourth level. Roar. Seeing the Qianxi sect master and the five poison sect master fighting, the bloody and miserable two-headed dragon immediately struggled wildly. Even though he knew that he was being used, at this moment, as a monster, his beastly nature was aroused, and he wanted to fight to the death with Jingguo. Boom. The Qingyun's engine swung out with a halberd burning with red flames, burning the void to ashes. The endless flames swept through, full of destructive energy, suppressing the two-headed dragon, preventing it from burning flesh and blood. I will give an explanation to Taoist Yangming afterwards. I wonder if you have any backup plan. At this time, Qingyun's engine looked at Lu Changsheng and said. Before the battle, she and Zhuangjian's engine both performed divination. Although the hexagrams were unclear and uncertain, they were generally favorable. The current situation was uncertain, and even a little disadvantageous, so there should be variables on her side. She immediately guessed that the variable was Lu Changsheng, the Taoist Yangming in front of her. Someone does have some trump cards, but what Taoist said to me before was just to assist in killing this two-headed dragon. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice. Although he would still take action for Xiao Xiao, Chu Qingyi, and his own children. But he was played by Qingyun's Henjin and Zhuangjian's Henjin. Now he was asked to show his trump cards, so he should give some benefits, right? Qingyun's Henjin immediately looked at Zhuangjian's Henjin. At this time, Master Zhuangjian wove a peerless sword formation, trapping Master Tianxia in it. With one man and one sword, they blocked the leader of Tianxi sect and the leader of Wudu sect, and their strength was extremely fierce. After hearing Master Qingluan's secret words, Master Zhuangjian immediately said decisively, as long as you can share the pressure for me and hold one person for a moment, the demon peel of the two-headed dragon will belong to you directly afterwards. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's eyes shot out two brilliant golden lights, and a spirit-suppressing talisman appeared in his hand. Boom. The purple thunder crystals surged and soared into the sky, forming a huge purple dragon phantom. As soon as the dragon shadow appeared, it coiled around Lu Changsheng, howled to the sky, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura, and then like a tide, it drilled into his body and limbs. Well, what is this method? The art of attaching spirits. Fourth-level talismans. Master Qingluan and the cultivators present were all surprised when they saw Lu Changsheng's method. Especially the several late giant and cultivators of Qingyun Sect. If Yangming's Henrin did not take action, someone must stand up at this time, sublimate to the utmost, burn himself, and share the pressure for Zhuangjian's Henjin. At the same time, the coffin of Qianxi sect master opened with a bang. A demon corpse with a body as big as a mountain, covered with long golden hair, and with wide bat wings on its back, like a wild bear, walked out, spewing endless fierce power, causing the earth to crack and everything to wither. Boom boom boom, under the effect of the soul-calling talisman, Lu Changsheng's aura rose steadily, and his whole appearance changed drastically. His body was covered with purple scales, purple thunder lingered around his body, and there was a small purple crystal dragon horn on his forehead. Leave Qianxi sect master to me. Lu Changsheng's voice was sonorous and powerful, like the roar of a dragon. When he used the soul-calling talisman in his early years, his combat power was raised to an incredible level, surpassing the peak of Jinden. At this time, with the combined power of the soul-summoning talisman and the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, the whole person was filled with unprecedented power. It was no exaggeration to say that he was half a step into the nascent soul. Especially his physical body, which almost reached the 4th level. This also caused the effect of the soul-summoning talisman to fill the sea of consciousness, and the whole person had a savage and fierce nature. Your junior is arrogant. The Qianshi Sect master was furious when he heard this. The nascent soul cannot be insulted. A mere Jinden Jr. dared to provoke him. Do you think that you can provoke the majesty of the nascent soul by using secret techniques and secret treasures? A Jinden Jr., relying on secret techniques to improve, dares to provoke this sect master. In this case, this sect master will let you know the natural gap between the nascent soul and the Jinden. The Qianshi sect master had a cold face and dark eyes. He said in a cold voice, and his whole body was filled with a suppressed and heavy surging aura. As he spoke, the fourth-level corpse king, like a purgatory demon bear, rushed towards Lu Changsheng. Puff! Lu Changsheng on the golden-winged skypeng took a step, and his figure directly broke through the layers of void. The 9 treasures of the Ruai bone on his chest intertwined and surged, like a comet passing by, and he appeared in front of the fourth-level corpse king in an instant. Roar! The golden armor corpse demon roared, and just as he raised his huge palm, he felt as if he was hit by an ancient sacred mountain. The mighty force that almost collapsed the world came over, knocking its proud fourth-level body flying out, and it landed on a small hill with a bang, directly crushing it and submerging it in the sand and smoke. Hiss! 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 Seeing this scene, the Jinden cultivators in the field were all horrified and took a deep breath. Although the fourth-level corpse king of the Qianshi sect master could not be compared with the Yuanying's Henjin, or even the fourth-level demon king. But in terms of physical body, it is absolutely tyrannical and belongs to the fourth-level existence. But now, it was actually blown away by Yang Ming's Henrun. Good. Seeing this, Zhuangjian's Henjin raised his lips slightly, and immediately cut out several bright sword lights, forcing back the 5 poisonous beasts of the 5 poison sect leader, and then continued to weave the sword formation. If you look closely, you can see that in the sword formation, Tian Shi's Henjin faced the endless sword light and had no power to fight back. His robe and body shield were full of scars and damage, and he was vomiting blood. Come, let me see the natural gap between Yuanying and Jinden. Lu Changsheng's body was majestic, surrounded by purple thunder crystals, and his eyes shot 2 terrifying purple gold lightnings at the Qianshi sect leader. His voice was like a dragon's roar, echoing between heaven and earth. As he spoke, his footsteps broke through the void and killed the Qianshi sect leader. The yin-yang divine light of his body gushed out like a wave, and the 2 yin-yang fish and his lifelong magic weapon yin-yang diagram intertwined above his head, forming a vortex millstone. Cry! Seeing the might of its master, the golden-winged skypeng immediately let out a long cry, and its entire body glowed golden like a blazing sun, and it rushed towards the Sky Corpse sect master. A nascent soul cultivator is indeed terrifying. But as a true spirit-level blood demon king, how could it retreat? Roar! The golden-haired corpse king roared, spread its wings, and suddenly flew towards Lu Changsheng. It was not ready to face Lu Changsheng just now, so it was knocked away by a blow, but it did not cause any damage. Get out of the way! The 9 treasures Ruai bones on Lu Changsheng's chest intertwined and surged, and his kidneys were burning like 2 furnaces, providing him with an endless supply of infinite power. The Chaos Body's demon-suppressing and evil-repelling effects were fully activated, and the Thunder Ganglongian and the evil-repelling divine thunder permeated its fists, as if it was the creation of the world, and it swung towards the golden-haired corpse king with great force. Choosing the Sky Corpse sect master was naturally not because he thought he was weaker than the 5 poison sect master and did not want to attack the 5 poison sect master. His methods alone were more restraining to the Qianshi sect. Boom boom boom, the void was shattered, and endless lightning filled the sky. The flying golden-haired corpse king flew backwards like a meteorite, smashing a huge deep pit. The dark golden hair on his chest was burned by the flames of thunder and was charred black. This was not only the effect of Lei Ganglongian and the evil-repelling divine thunder, but also the evil-repelling effect of Bai Yan's bloodline. Seeing this, the golden-winged skypeng let out a long roar, and the Xiangpeng belonged to emerged, rushing towards the golden-haired corpse king. Yin-yang mixed whole millstone. The millstone on Lu Changsheng's head caused a rumbling sound that destroyed the world, like a black and white funnel vortex, sweeping all the spiritual energy and poisonous miasma in the world. The world turned upside down, yin and yang were reversed, and everything was twisted. This millstone rolled slowly, as if crushing everything in the world, and crushed heavily towards the Qianshi sect master, breaking his special confinement. How can a Jinden cultivator perform such supreme magical powers? Even though the leader of Qianshi sect was a Yuanying's Henjin, He had to take this power that reversed life and death seriously and go all out. The Qingyun Sect leader's eyes shot out two dark evil lights, trying to interfere with and deter Lu Changsheng's soul and defeat the enemy with one blow. Yuanying cultivators are all-round crushers of giant cultivators. Whether it's mana, physical body, or soul. Especially in terms of soul, a Yuanying Zhenjin spiritual attack can make giant cultivators defenseless. However, Lu Changsheng's consciousness is separated from that of Yuanying cultivators by a thin line, and he also has Tai's soul, which has great resistance to illusions, charms, deterrence and other spiritual means, and is not affected by the Qingyun Sect leader at all. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was not affected at all, the Qingyun Sect leader's face sank slightly, and his mouth opened, spewing out a gray-black flame, like a flaming giant python with bared fangs and claws. It was his own true fire, the heavenly yin corpse fire. It was a magical skill cultivated with the help of several kinds of heaven and earth spiritual fire. Before, they set up an ambush in the Yinming ghost sect, and the true Lord Zhujian was injured by his heavenly yin corpse fire. Boom boom, the yin-yang mixed whole millstone with the yin-yang diagram intertwined above Lu Changsheng's head rolled and crushed, and the yin-yang aura surged, competing with the heavenly yin corpse fire. It can only be said that the true Lord Yuanying is worthy of being the true Lord Yuanying. With just this magical power, Lu Changsheng felt the pressure, and the yin-yang mixed whole millstone could not continue to roll over. 5 Poison Sect Leader, Heaven Corpse Sect Leader, what are you still hiding? Hurry up and do it. In the sword formation, the true Lord Qingyun spit out a mouthful of blood and shouted miserably. Facing the true Lord Zhuangjian, he was no match at all. If the latter had not been distracted to deal with the 5 Poison Sect leaders and suppressed the Heaven Corpse Sect leader's corpse pillar, he would not have been able to hold on for long. Seeing that the leader of the Heaven Corpse Sect was evenly matched with a junior who had reached the giant stage, he wanted to skin him alive. HMPH. The Heaven Corpse Sect leader's magic power surged, his face glowed with a dark green sheen, like a green-faced fang, and then he slapped his dantian, and a gray-black bead appeared, raising endless corpse evil spirits, surging and covering the world. It was his natal spiritual treasure, the Heaven Corpse bead. As soon as this bead appeared, the arrogance of the Heaven Yin corpse fire immediately rose step by step, sweeping across the sky. At the same time, in the Heaven Corpse bead, the evil spirits of corpse pythons with bared fangs and claws roared towards Lu Changsheng, with fierce momentum and terrifying roar. At this time, the golden-haired corpse king struggled to lift the golden-winged sky pang away, and flew towards Lu Changsheng. The corpse evil spirits burst out crazily, covering the sky and the earth, dyeing the sky and the earth dark red, and the aura was everywhere. Clang! A blazing white sword light that shook the world and made all things wail broke through the void and appeared in front of the golden-haired corpse king. The roar of endless sword energy sounded, as if it was going to cut off such a 4th-level corpse king from heaven and earth and turn it into nothingness. Puff! A shocking sword mark appeared on the golden-haired corpse's dark chest, as if it was burned. The huge body flew backwards and screamed in pain. Although he failed to kill the 4th-level corpse king with one sword, he directly injured the opponent. Is this the strength of Zhuangjian's Henjin? As expected, there is a gap between Yuanying. Compared with this Zhuangjian's Henjin, this Qingyun Sect master is simply a straw bag Yuanying. Lu Changsheng deeply realized the difference in strength between Zhuangjian's Henjin and Qingyun Sect master. Seeing the roaring 9-headed corpse python, a savage and fierce nature appeared in his eyes, and he directly used his strongest killing move without reservation. 9 treasures Ruai bone, 9 colors of tribulation light. Under normal circumstances, he is now in a state of overload. If he uses the 9-colored tribulation light again, it will certainly cause damage to his body and he will need to rest for a long time. But at this moment, Lu Changsheng has no other means to use. Moreover, his consciousness is affected by the effect of the spirit-suppressing talisman, and he is a little overwhelmed, wanting to try to defeat the Yuanying's Henjin. Boom! Endless divine light burst out from his chest, brilliant and gorgeous, as if a volcano erupted, the river and the sea burst, and it was like thunder roaring, with waves of mysterious and magnificent sounds, shaking the sky. The 9-colored tribulation light shone out, evolving a supreme divine power that destroyed everything and shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What kind of means is this? What a terrifying magical power! Is this Yang Ming's Henrin a Yuanying's Henjin who has fallen into realm? The giant cultivator who assisted the Qingyun Sect in killing the two-headed dragon saw Lu Changsheng, who is like a god, and his heart palpitated and his face was horrified. He thought that this method was completely beyond the giant level and belonged to the top Yuanying magical power. Such a method. Even True Lord Qingyun and True Lord Xuanjian could not help but be surprised. They did not expect that this True Lord Yangming, as a giant cultivator, actually had such a method. They originally just hoped that the other party would hold one person for a moment, buy some time, and reduce the damage. But this True Lord Yangming played all his cards, and even wanted to suppress the Qingzhu Sect master, which was simply outrageous. Boom boom boom, the 9-color calamity light shone out, blazing and fierce, instantly breaking the evil spirit of the 9-headed corpse python of the Qingzhu Sect master piece by piece and destroying it. Qingzhu Sect master, is this the absolute gap between Yuanying and Jiandin that you mentioned? Lu Changsheng was like a purple gold dragon man, and his eyes full of savage ferocity shot out a materialized light of dozens of feet at the Qingzhu Sect master, piercing through the void. His tall and majestic body was surrounded by purple thunder and lightning, and the yin and yang energies were gushing and surging. The 9-color calamity light on his chest was intertwined and diffused, and a black and white intertwined mixed whole mill on his head exuded an ancient and magnificent primitive atmosphere. The whole person stood between heaven and earth, with a demonic spirit of swallowing up the world and being the only one who is supreme, full of domineering and incomparable. If that's all, then you can go to hell, waste. He took a step, the void collapsed, and the sky yin corpse fire was directly destroyed, and the yin-yang mixed whole millstone was pushed to the front of the Qingzhu Sect master. You are just a giant cultivator, but you are just bluffing. I want to see how long you can hold on. Although the Qingzhu Sect master saw that Lu Changsheng's power was like the vast ocean and unstoppable, as a Yuanying's engine, he didn't believe how long a giant cultivator could burst out. The natal spiritual treasure Qingzhu was hit with a bang, bursting out with black and mysterious light, colliding with the 9-color calamity light and the yin-yang mixed whole millstone. Boom boom boom, the moment the two collided, the void was shattered, and a terrifying power that covered the sky burst out, directly distorting the surrounding area, which could be clearly seen and heard even dozens of miles away. During this confrontation, a substantial circular shock wave burst out in all directions, carrying unrivaled energy, destroying everything along the way. Hold on with all your strength. The master of the formation of the fiery 5 elements sword formation looked pale, thinking to himself, how could this Yangming Zhenren not know how to control his mana when fighting? Such mana aftermath simply added pressure to them. However, seeing the power of Yangming Zhenren, who is like a god or a demon, they only had awe in their eyes. Because the latter's mana fluctuations had surpassed the level of Dan formation and reached the level of Yuanying. The reincarnation of Yuanying's engine. This Yangming's engine is definitely the reincarnation of Yuanying's engine, and it is very likely that he is a great Zhenjin at the peak of Yuanying. Ordinary Yuanying cultivators, even if they take over the body, it is difficult to have such magical power. A bit of shock also appeared in the depths of Qingyun's engine's beautiful eyes that were as bright as stars. Although I had guessed that this Yangming Zhenren was not simple, and was the reincarnation or possession of Yuanying's engine. But the more I contacted him, the more I felt that this person was unfathomable. At this moment, even she was afraid of Lu Changsheng. However, the other party's godlike and devil-like, unparalleled attitude is completely different from the previous drinking and chatting. It seems that this is the true appearance of this person, a wild and tyrannical overlord who is the best. Damn it. The delicate face of the 5 poison sect leader turned pale under the sword light of Xuanjian's engine. She didn't expect that Yangming Zhenren would come out halfway. The 3 of them were still confident in releasing the 2-headed dragon when facing Xuanjian's engine. But now the leader of the Qingzhu Sect was entangled by Yangming Zhenren, and Qingzhu's engine was trapped by Xuanjian's engine's sword formation. She was powerless and could not help alone. Who is this Yangming Zhenren? The eyes of the 5 poison sect leader flickered. She didn't know why this person wanted to help Zhangguo and Qingzhu Sect. Thinking of the relationship between the other party and Nangguang Mili, she shouted to Yangming Zhenren, as long as you are willing to leave, I will give you any benefits from Qingzhu Sect. However, Lu Changsheng just looked at her coldly, ignored her, and continued to kill the Qingzhu Sect master. Under the power of the yin-yang diagram, the yin-yang mixed whole millstone, and the 9-colored tribulation light, the Qingzhu pearl was directly suppressed. Even if the relationship between Yang Mingzhenren and Xianzhu envoy is revealed, Qingyun Sect will not be able to do anything to him. At most, it will reduce contact and even annoy this person. The 5 poison sect master's mind was surging wildly, and he chose to give up revealing the relationship between Yang Mingzhenren and Nangguang Mili now, and prepare to go back and use Nangguang Mili to attack Yang Mingzhenren again. Although this Yang Mingzhenren has the combat power of Yuanying level, he is still a giant and cultivator. As long as he has not really broken through Yuanying, then her 5 poison sect will have all kinds of means to control this person. At this moment, after a bright sword light that tore the heaven and earth apart shattered, another boundless sword light that slashed the heavens and split the earth burst out from behind her. Puff. The 5 poison sect leader's protective shield dimmed, his face suddenly turned pale, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Li Duangxun, when my Liang country army arrives, I will definitely crush your Qingyun Sect. In the sword formation, Xianzhu's Henjin was already unable to continue, with sword marks all over his body. Seeing the battle outside, his Yuanying immediately attached himself to his life magic weapon, roared, burned his essence, and escaped from the weak point of the sword formation. Seeing that Zhu Jian's Henjin disguised himself as Li Duangxun and Xianzhu sect leader was entangled by someone, he knew that this operation had failed. It would be futile if he continued to waste time. Maybe it would be like last time, not only the physical body was broken, but also the Yuanying essence was seriously injured. It would be better to break it a little and let the Yuanying leave the body directly. When Zhuangjian's Henjin saw Xianzhu's Henjin's Yuanying, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Suddenly, the void was filled with sharp silver threads, like a net that bound the escaping nascent soul. God-binding net, Li Duangxun, you actually set up a God-binding net. The net was glowing with silver arcs, tightly binding the nascent soul of Xianzhu's Henjin. Buzz! Zhuangjian's Henjin took the nascent soul bound by the silver thread and put it into a jar, and then pasted a talisman on the mouth of the jar. Xianzhu's Henjin escaped once in his early years, and now he has a chance, so he naturally can't let him escape for the second time. Moreover, he guessed that there would be a nascent soul's Henjin coming to make trouble this time, so he prepared early and wanted to kill a nascent soul cultivator. But nascent soul cultivators are easy to kill, and it is not easy to keep their nascent souls. Because after the nascent soul leaves the body, it burns the origin and can instantly escape into the void without a trace. Not good. The 5 poison sect leader saw that Xianzhu's Henjin's nascent soul was captured, and his face suddenly turned pale. You know, the 2 of them, or even the 3 of them, are not the opponents of Master Zhuangjian. Now that Master Tianxia is gone and cannot share the pressure, she can't hold on for long alone. However, the terrifying sword light that penetrates the sky and the earth has already slashed towards her. Puff. The 5 poison sect leader's body protection shield, with a pale face, the snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects coiled around his body were directly shattered and died, turning into powder, and the whole person vomited blood and flew across. Golden cicada shedding shell goo. Without the slightest hesitation, she decisively sacrificed her life-saving poisonous insect. A crisp cicada chirped between heaven and earth, and the whole person broke through the void and moved away. Master Zhuangjian's long sword in his hand rushed into the void, bursting with brilliant sword light, trying to intercept and make up a sword. He locked the opponent's breath and could try to chase him, but in the current situation, there was no way to chase him. Heavenly Corpse Disintegration Technique. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Corpse sect master who was fighting with Lu Changsheng had already lost the will to fight. At the moment when the 5 poison sect master performed the golden cicada escape, he also took back the Heavenly Corpse pearl, crushed a jade talisman, and wanted to break through the void and leave. But before leaving, he wanted to take his own natal corpse king with him. You can leave if you want, it's not that easy. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's 9-color robbery light intertwined crazily, pushing the yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel, trying to intercept him. The golden-winged Skypeng also frantically intercepted the golden-haired corpse king. Swish! Thousands of sword lights slashed at him. Seeing this, the Heavenly Corpse sect master immediately gave up the golden-haired corpse king with a painful look on his face, and made it self-destruct, and rushed into the void. When Zhuangjian's Henjin saw the 4th-level corpse king self-destruct, the snow-white longsword in his hand suddenly shot out, bursting out billions of sword lights, piercing the corpse king's body and wrapping its corpse evil pill. My 2 Taoist friends, since the battle has been resolved, I will leave first and see you later. Seeing the battle over, one of the 3 Yuanying's engine died and 2 escaped. Lu Changsheng's brain suddenly became clear, and he realized that his performance was too shocking and beyond common sense. If Xuanjian's engine and Qingyun's engine coveted and feared this person of unknown origin, then it would be dangerous. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Changsheng left with a wounded golden-winged sky pang. Even if Qingyun's engine knew his identity, as long as he was not there, the Lu family would be absolutely safe. Seeing Yang Ming's Henren leaving in the sky, Xuanjian's engine narrowed his eyes, did not stop him, and let him leave. Although he was sure that he could stop Lu Changsheng, he didn't know if the other party had any more cards after the other party's previous unreasonable means. And Qingyun's engine would not watch him attack Yang Ming's Henren. Once he took action, it would be equivalent to tearing his face with Qingyun Xiansheng. However, thinking of the fact that the Qingyun Sect master had invited Yang Ming's Henren to participate in the War of Land Reclamation in the early years, but the other party did not accept, and now he was invited by Qingyun's engine, Xuanjian still felt more solemn. It was enough for Jiang Kingdom to have one more Yuanying cultivator like Qingyun's engine. If another Yang Ming's engine who could compete with Yuanying at the time of Jinden was stationed, I am afraid it would be difficult to accommodate him. Xuanjian took a deep look at Yang Ming's Henren who disappeared into the sky, and then looked at the 2-headed dragon suppressed by Qingyun's engine. He raised his white palm, and the invisible sword light burst out, slashing at the 2-headed dragon. The 2-headed dragon, which was already struggling to survive, wailed miserably in just a quarter of an hour under the full force of Qingyun's engine and Xuanjian's engine. Its cold and cruel vertical pupils were unable to close, and its body fell down with a bang. Chapter 611, Sky Spider Envoy, the leader asks you to come over. Puff. 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 Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Skypang broke through the air and rushed into the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair. They stopped only after escaping for hundreds of miles. The violent air currents from all directions hit them like a violent storm, howling with the sound of ghosts and wolves. There were also some black tornado columns with a luster of thunder sweeping towards Lu Changsheng, and were directly smashed by his body covered with purple crystal dragon scales, which was like a god or a demon. This place belongs to the upper part of the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair. The Gangfang was fierce, and ordinary giant and cultivators would be torn into pieces in an instant. However, for Lu Changsheng at this time, there was no need to use magic weapons, and his physical body could ignore all the Gangfang airflows. This wave is too big. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time. He could clearly feel the serious load from the Jinden. Under normal circumstances, he would be amplified to the 9th level of Jinden through the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, and he would be fine after resting for 10 days or half a month. But this time, he not only increased his physical power to the peak of the Danji stage, but also used the soul summoning talisman. The double increase directly caused a serious load on his physical body, 5 internal organs, meridians and danshan. In this case, he was somewhat affected by the soul summoning talisman, and did not consider the consequences too much. He continued to increase his physical body, mana, and soul through the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, and raise his spirit to the 4th level, using the 9 colors of tribulation light. If it were not for the fact that the 9 treasures Ruai Bone had almost no sequelae, he would have the 3rd level late stage body refining, the kidneys divine storage, and the great Dao Jinden. If it were other cultivators who had such an explosion, they would be half-wasted even if they did not die. Jinpeng, you have worked hard. Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged Skypang beside him, whose golden luster was dim and his ki was disordered. No matter what the latter was, he was just a 3rd-level late-stage demon king. It still cost a lot to entangle a 4th-level corpse king. Cry. The golden-winged Skypang made a low cry, indicating that he was only injured externally. After digesting the 2-headed dragon, he would be able to recover and would be fine. Okay, I'll give you the other 2-headed dragon later. Lu Changsheng originally planned to give the 2-headed dragon in the Wuxiang realm to Meng Xiaoqian, and to make 2 magic weapons for himself. Now he is ready to share his flesh and blood with the golden-winged Skypang to help him reach the top level of the 3rd level as soon as possible. In this situation, I must go back, otherwise I don't know how weak I will be. Lu Changsheng looked around and confirmed that there was no mark of divine consciousness on his body. The message talisman appeared in his hand, telling Xiao Ziyu that he was fine and not to worry, and then the Michin banner appeared. He only needed to stop the descending talisman now, and the operation of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone would inevitably enter a severely weak state. If he encountered danger, it would be very troublesome. Boom! The golden-winged Sky Peng entered the Qingyan binding shadow belt, and the magic power was running. The spiritual stone that had been injected into the Sumeru mustard seed space of the Michin banner burned wildly. After a moment, the Michin banner burst into 5-color light and turned into a colorful cloud, wrapping Lu Changsheng, causing a wave-like ripple, and moving towards the Qingzhu Mountain. The sky spun and the space changed. After a few breaths, a space fluctuation appeared on the top of the Qingyan peak. Lu Changsheng, wrapped in colorful light, suddenly appeared. Huh? Seeing the familiar scenery, Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and relaxed his tense mind. Qingzhu Mountain has the Sumeru Tree King, and as long as it is not the Yuanying's who comes, it can be suppressed. Even if the Yuanying's comes, there is still the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror. Lu Changsheng thought about it and stopped the operation of the soul-subduing talisman and the 9 treasures Ruai Bone. Boom boom boom, the tall body covered with the golden tiger dragon armor and purple crystal scales immediately crackled and exploded, and the blood and magic power all over his body retreated like a tide. It can be seen that Lu Changsheng's slightly pale face turned pale in an instant, and then gradually turned pale, with a look of pain on his face. As the infinite power of his limbs, meridians, danshan, sea of consciousness and soul receded, an indescribable soreness, burning and pain surged all over his body. It was like taking drugs to numb himself, and all the pain came at once afterwards. Hiss. Lu Changsheng's face turned pale and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Since his debut, he has never experienced such pain. The chasm between the Jinden and Yuanying is really not so easy to cross. Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, and thought to himself. According to the situation of Zhuangjian's Henjin and Qinglun's Henjin, it can be seen that the leader of Qingyun Sect is 1 level lower and should belong to the human Yuanying. It costs so much to fight with a strawbag Yuanying. If he met the Earth Yuanying or the Heavenly Yuanying, he would not be able to compete at all. It will take 2 or 3 years for this wave to recover. Lu Changsheng felt the condition of his body and murmured in his heart. At the same time, in the Lu family mansion, Lu Maiyuan, who was chatting with someone, sensed a strange fluctuation through the family array disk. She knew that her husband must have returned, and immediately came to the top of Qingyan Peak with a look of joy. But when she arrived at the top of Qingyan Peak and saw a figure wearing golden dragon-patterned armor, with a pale face and a trembling body, her beautiful eyes were suspicious, her mind was flustered, and she was a little at a loss. Yuner. Lu Changsheng saw his wife and shouted, putting away the Qingyan mask between his eyebrows, revealing a pale and weak handsome face. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing her husband's pale and weak face, Lu Maiyuan's eyes immediately turned red, and she stepped forward to support him, her voice trembling with tears. In her heart, her husband had great magical powers and could do anything, but now he was injured like this. The heaven and earth immortality method was running wildly, turning into pure and rich vitality to nourish Lu Changsheng's body and heal his injuries. It's okay. I had a fight with Yuanying's Henjin and got a little hurt. Lu Changsheng endured the pain in his body and grinned, signaling her not to worry. My husband lied, you are so injured. Lu Maiyuan's eyes were red, and she consumed her vitality to nourish Lu Changsheng's body. Even though she was just a foundation-building cultivator, her vitality was like a stone sinking into the sea to Lu Changsheng, but she continued to do her best. It's just a minor injury. If you don't believe me, look, it's just that the strength burst was too much, resulting in too much after effect. Seeing his wife crying, Lu Changsheng felt distressed and raised his hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. Hearing this, Lu Maiyuan used her spiritual consciousness and magic power to check and saw that Lu Changsheng had no scars on his body. It was just that his body, meridians, and danshan were under severe load and extremely weak. Even the yin-yang Dao Jinden that she had seen in her early years was now dim. My husband is fighting on the front line, how could he meet the Yuanying's Henjin? Lu Maiyuan continued to nourish and soothe her husband's meridians and danshan, her eyes full of heartache. Something went wrong. We were already beheading the last demon king, the 2-headed dragon, but the Qingyun Sect master of Jin, the 5 poison sect master, and the Qingyun Henjin of Liang appeared and came to make trouble, trying to break the Qingyun Sect's fiery 5 elements divine sword formation and release the 2-headed dragon. Zhou, Wangshu, Qingxun, Zaya and others are all on the battlefield. Under such circumstances, the situation must be stabilized. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything from his wife and told her about the battlefield situation. 3 Yuanying's engine. Lu Maiyuan could imagine the fierceness of this battle. "My husband, don't take risks anymore in the future." She hugged Lu Changsheng, feeling worried and scared. "No more risks, no more risks." Lu Changsheng's face twitched slightly and he said softly. At that time, he was purely affected by the side effects of the spirit-suppressing talisman, and his mind was filled with a savage and fierce nature. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if he just held back the Heaven Corp sect master for a moment, he wouldn't have gotten himself into such a mess. After a short pause, Lu Changsheng was supported by Lu Maiyuan into Zumi Cave Heaven. Well, has Qingyun started to break through to the Jinden stage? Lu Changsheng felt something as soon as he entered the cave heaven, and looked at the Changsheng palace. He knew that his son Lu Qingyun must be breaking through to the Jinden stage. However, judging from the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it should have only started not long ago, and he was still at the 3rd level of the Jinden stage. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was full of expectations for his son Lu Qingyun's breakthrough, and hoped that the rare lottery at that time would be more powerful. If you want your body to recover quickly, you can only take this Zuanayao fruit. Lu Changsheng walked to the side of the spiritual field and looked at a vine grass with a purple gold sheen. The fruit of this Zuanayao vine grass has the effect of resurrecting people, turning bones into flesh, and prolonging life. Even if Yuan Ying's engine is injured, it can be used as a life-saving elixir. In his current situation, taking this Zuanayao fruit will allow his body to recover as quickly as possible. Although he will be almost healed if he takes good care of himself for a year or two. But Lu Changsheng was unwilling to wait. He was also thinking about returning to the front line as soon as possible to get his 4th level demon pill, so as to prevent Xiao Ziyu and the 3 treasures from getting into trouble. Afterwards, he had to sacrifice the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture and the Yin-Yang Mixed Whole Great Grinding Disc, condense the void fragments, and go to Yu state. Moreover, in this battle, the 5 Poison Sect leader recognized him. The other party knew about his relationship with Nanguang Mili, and was afraid that it would bring danger to Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghuang, so he had to go to Jin state. As long as I break through the 7th level of the Dan, sacrifice the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture and the Yin-Yang Mixed Whole Great Grinding Disc, and upgrade the Law Domain to the Realm Domain, I can retreat safely when I meet the 5 Poison Sect leader, even if I can't defeat him. And she was hit by several swords from Zuanjian's engine at that time, and she probably had injuries and needed time to recuperate. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and a sense of urgency surged. Yuner. Lu Maiyuan stepped forward, pulled up the Zuanayao vine grass for Lu Changsheng, picked the Zuanayao fruit, and washed it clean. Lu Changsheng took the gourd-like fruit and bit off most of the flesh. This Zuanayao spirit fruit was indeed a 4th level spiritual fruit. It instantly turned into nectar, a trickle of water, nourishing his flesh, blood, internal organs, meridians, damchin, limbs and bones. Boom. Lu Changsheng immediately sat cross-legged and practiced the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra to quickly refine the medicinal power. The powerful medicinal power flowed from his flesh and blood to his body, wrapping him up like a baby in the mother's womb, being warmed by the innate energy and feeling extremely comfortable. This Zuanayao fruit is really extraordinary. It's a bit of a waste for me to take it like this, but this powerful medicinal effect will also improve my cultivation. Lu Changsheng immediately took another bite and ate the rest of the flesh, then released the golden-winged sky peng from the Qingzhu shadow belt and gave it the fruit core in his hand. As a good master, he never treated his own spiritual beast badly or stingily. Although it was eaten by Lu Changsheng, leaving only the core, the golden-winged sky peng did not disdain it. It opened its beak and swallowed it. Its body seemed to be burning with golden flames, refining the core. In this way, 1 person and 1 rock healed in the cave. 10,000 beasts mountain range. With the 4th order 2-headed dragon being killed, this land recuperation war came to an end. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The giant cultivators who still had strength left led the Taoist soldiers back to the battlefield. As long as there were fish that slipped through the net, they would be quickly killed. The 4 major immortal sects had a special group of people to clean up the dead cultivators, identify their identities, and distribute their relics and merits to their families and immediate family members. Although in the last battle, Lu Changsheng fought with all his strength and stopped the Qingyun Sect master, so that there were no accidents in the battle. However, The arrival of the three Yuanying's engines and the terrifying aftermath of the fight between the two sides still had a severe impact on the fiery five elements divine sword formation, causing many key refining and even foundation building cultivators to be seriously injured and died tragically. Woo woo woo, father. Aku. I survived, I survived. Many monks hugged the corpses around them, and their companions who fell to the ground and died cried bitterly. Some people cheered and shouted, celebrating that they had survived this land reclamation war and had enough military merits. However, after the cheers and excitement ended, grief and crying were still the main theme. This land reclamation war lasted for 4.5 years, and too many people died. Every war represents the blood and tears of countless low-level monks. Lu Wangshu's face was pale, and his magic power was disordered. Looking at the situation in front of him, he felt heavy. Although there was no need for monks to charge in this battle, it was definitely the battle with the most casualties among monks. In front of Yuanying's engine, key refining and foundation building monks are completely ants. Even if it was just the aftermath of mana, the slight shock distributed by the 4th level forbidden formation could kill countless people. In the short year since she came to the land reclamation war, she has deeply witnessed the cruelty of war and realized how wonderful her daily life is. According to historical records, there will be a war of reclamation every few hundred years or 100 years. During this process, there are many wars between countries. Lu Wangshu is not a person who sympathizes with the world, but she was still affected by the sad and miserable atmosphere. She found the children of the Lu family and others. Lu Qingxun, Lu Chensha, Lu Yanfei and others were all injured to varying degrees, and their faces were pale and pale. As for the 20 key refining cultivators, 2 of them died and 6 were seriously injured. This is because Qingyun Sect gave them preferential treatment for the sake of Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu, and the pressure of the formation points was not too great. For some formation points, cultivators below the late stage of key refining were basically all killed. People have different joys and sorrows. For low-level cultivators, this battle was extremely tragic. But for cultivators above the Qingyun stage, this battle can be said to be a great victory. The appearance of Yang Ming's Hunren greatly reduced the casualties of the 4 major immortal sects in the last battle, especially the Qingyun level. Otherwise, according to the previous plan, once the demon cultivators came to make trouble, someone must take over. 2 more Qingyun will be stationed here later. In the meeting hall of Qingyun Sect, the Supreme Elder Qingyun Daoist was talking about the reward and the aftermath. Although the war of reclamation was over, there were still people stationed to sort out the mountain terrain, clean up the evil spirits, poisonous miasma, reclaim the spiritual fields, set up the formation, and so on. In the future, when you meet Yang Ming's Henren, you must be more careful and never offend him. After saying almost everything, Qingyun Daoist gave another instruction and briefly described the last battle. Yang Ming's Henren fought against Xianxi sect master. Xiao Ziyu and Chu Chengyi learned about the battle from their own supreme elders, and their beautiful eyes were full of surprise and worry. They were only in the early stage of Qingyun, and in the last battle, they could only maintain the operation of the formation from a distance. Although they could watch the battle through their spiritual consciousness, the fluctuations of the battle were too shocking, and it was difficult to see the details while maintaining the formation. However, both of them saw a terrifying millstone with black and white interweaving and reversing yin and yang appearing in the sky, and recognized it as the breath of Lu Changsheng's magic power. Especially Chu Chengyi. Once in the Yinming Ghost Sect, when facing the Ghost Bat Master, she saw Lu Changsheng use the yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel. But at that time, the power was not even 1/10 of the previous one. But even so, Lu Changsheng was weak for a long time. Now the other party has unleashed such a terrifying method. Well, don't spread this matter. Master Qingyun said a few words, and then signaled to adjourn the meeting and let everyone go to rest. In this battle, almost all the Qingyun cultivators consumed too much and their mana was disordered. Don't worry, Changsheng is fine. Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art, and her spiritual perception was sharp. She noticed that the cold and arrogant senior sister was now worried, and looked at the Changsheng master next to her from time to time. Chu Chengyi heard her junior sister's words, and her heart trembled suddenly. What does the junior sister mean by this? Did the junior sister know about her relationship with Lu Changsheng? For a moment, Chu Chengyi was confused and didn't know what to do. It's good that you're fine. I'll go first. The usually decisive sword fairy said in a panic, and then left quickly. However, when she heard Xiao Ziyu say that Lu Changsheng was fine, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, calmed down. When she saw the yin-yang mixed cavern grinding wheel before, she almost concluded that this person was Lu Changsheng, and she was always worried. Xiao Ziyu looked at her senior sister leaving, and knew that not only Lu Changsheng was interested in her senior sister, but also that her senior sister had feelings for her husband. Humph. Although she had long guessed that her husband and her senior sister had a secret relationship, after getting confirmation, Xiao Ziyu still felt a little jealous and glared at the Sanbao incarnation next to her. However, when Lu Changsheng left the range of his spiritual consciousness, this incarnation was much more dull and could only consume energy all the time and make simple responses. Xiao Ziyu did not bother with an incarnation, and went to find her daughter Lu Wangshu. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and his whole body was full of energy, his flesh and blood were full of strength, the golden elixir of the yin-yang avenue glowed with purple gold luster again, and the yin-yang qi flowed. The efficacy of this Zuanayao fruit is very good. After refining, not only did his body recover almost, but his cultivation power, physical strength, and spiritual sea of consciousness also improved a lot. No wonder there is a kind of combat cultivation in the world of immortal cultivation, constantly improving the realm of cultivation through fighting and the great terror between life and death. As long as there are enough natural treasures and rare elixirs to ensure that you can recover quickly and heal after being seriously injured, this is indeed a good way to improve. Lu Changsheng could feel that his improvement came not only from the Zuanayao fruit, but also from his battle. The body can also stimulate the potential of the human body when fighting. Looking at the golden-winged Xianpeng next to him, Lu Changsheng stood up and prepared to go back to the front line to get his 4th-level demon pill. 5 Poison Sect, Xiansu Peak. In a magnificent hall with carved insects and painted goo, Nangguang Mili looked at her son Nangguang Menghuang, who was stacking building blocks and jade cards on the desk in front of her. For some reason, she felt inexplicably irritated and uneasy. Did something happen to the leader? As the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, she was a popular person and confidant around the leader of the 5 Poison Sect. She was exposed to many court affairs on weekdays. Knowing that Jin and Liang had reached a cooperation, the leader went to Jiang in person to interfere with Jiang's land reclamation war. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, on the desk, the white jade cicada on Nangguang Menghuang's shoulder suddenly chirped solemnly. "I'm so annoyed, tell me to strangle you to death if you do it again." Nangguang Mili disliked this white jade cicada very much. She spent a lot of money in her early years to finally get this crystal cicada goo, which was used to improve her son's talent, connect his life, and protect him from evil in the future. But who knew that this crystal cicada goo would undergo some kind of mutation during pregnancy? If it was a normal mutation, it would be fine, but after years of research, she found that this white jade cicada had the ability to ward off evil, disperse ghosts, and harmonize yin and yang. Moreover, this white jade cicada caused her son Nangguang Menghuang to be unable to possess other poisonous insects. She, Nangguang Mili, was a spider master of the 5 Poison Sect. Her son's poison was actually able to ward off evil spirits and suppress evil. If this were to get out, what would happen? What annoyed her the most was that when she was helping her son Nangguang Menghuang lay a foundation, she found many natural treasures from the magic world, and her son's body had an instinctive rejection. This dog man, he said that Menghuang was in the 5 Poison Sect, but he rejected the magic treasures. Thinking of this, Nangguang Mili was furious and thought that all this was done by Lu Changsheng. Although she was pregnant for a year and a half, she was completely normal, and there was no such method in the world of immortal cultivation. But thinking of Lu Changsheng's various extraordinary methods, she not only thought that it was related to Lu Changsheng, but also that he did it on purpose. As a result, when she looked at her son's name, the 2 words Menghuang, she felt that Lu Changsheng was deliberately mocking her, and that she should be upright and dignified. Damn dog man. Whenever she thought of these things, Nangguang Mili's teeth itched, and she wished she could bite the other party a few times to vent her anger. "Mom!" Nangguang Menghuang looked up and called out to his mother. His eyes were like golden amber, emitting a radiant and awe-inspiring luster. Yet, Nangguang Mili looked at his chubby son with baby fat in front of him, smiled softly, and his restlessness dissipated a little. He and his son stacked up the building blocks and jade cards. At this moment, An old voice came from outside the hall. Sky Spider Envoy, the leader asks you to come over. Chapter 612, The 5 Poison Sect Leaders Plan, the 4th level demon pill is obtained. Nangguang Millie heard this, narrowed her long and narrow eyes, thoughtful, and called the maid to look after her son. Minghuang, mother has something to do, I will play with you later. She pinched her son's chubby face, then walked out of the hall gracefully, controlled a divine rainbow, and went to the 5 Saints Hall. Meet the leader. Nangguang Millie came to the 5 Saints Hall and bowed. Even though her status and position in the 5 Poison Sect rose due to the relationship between Yangming's Henren and her daughter Nangguang Yao, she still dared not be disrespectful to her own leader. Come in. A childish voice full of majesty came from the hall immediately. The Sky Spider Envoy greets the leader. Nangguang Millie walked into the hall, looked at the 5 Poison Sect leaders sitting above, and bowed again, with an extremely respectful look. Do you know what I called you for? The 5 Poison Sect leader had a face like a crown jade, delicate and exquisite, wearing a silver crown hairpin, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes and majesty that did not match his age. Master, is it about the war of reclamation in Jiang State? Nangguang Millie guessed from the look and attitude of her own master that the trip of the 5 Poison Master was not going well. I went to Jiang State with the Master of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the True Lord of Heavenly Evil. We were sure to win, but an unexpected person named Yangming showed up. This person intercepted the Master of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, causing the operation to fail and the True Lord of Heavenly Evil to be beheaded. The Master of the 5 Poison Master said expressionlessly. According to the plan, if this operation severely damaged Jiang State, they could get a share from Yu State. Afterwards, they would attack Jiang State with Liang State and plunder enough resources, and they would have the hope of making further progress. But because of True Lord Yangming, this operation went wrong and caused her to suffer a lot of injuries again. It would be difficult to recover in 3 to 5 years. What? How is this possible? Nangguang Millie trembled when she heard this, and her beautiful and charming face was full of horror and disbelief. She knew that Lu Changsheng was very powerful, and when he worked together with a golden-winged Sky Peng, he was almost invincible under the nascent soul. But it is impossible for a giant and cultivator to fight against Yuanying. A giant and cultivator who can escape from Yuanying's engine by chance is a top-level giant and cultivator, which is enough to brag about and become famous. As for the concept of giant and fighting against Yuanying, she couldn't imagine it. Even the saints and saints of the 7 sects of the Devil's Way would find it difficult to do it, right? Please forgive me, Master. I didn't know about this matter, and there may be some misunderstandings. Nangguang Millie knelt down and apologized. She knew that this action was related to the future trend of Jin State and the breakthrough opportunity of her own leader. After all, it is too difficult to rely on hard practice at the level of Yuanying. Either go out to travel and look for opportunities, or plunder through war. Now the action has failed, which means that the plan has been disrupted. I am not looking for you to blame, but I just want to know why Yangming's Henren helped Jiang State. The 5 Poison Sect leader said in a calmer tone. If it weren't for the relationship between Yangming's Henren and Nangguang Yao, even if Nangguang Millie was loyal to the 5 Poison Sect, she would have directly questioned him, and even searched his soul and took his soul. But after seeing Yangming's Henren's methods, she suspected that this person was a Yuanying cultivator who had fallen to a lower realm, or that the Yuanying had taken over another body. In either case, this person's peak period was not comparable to hers. In this case, who knows if Nangguang Millie has any restrictions or backup plans from him. Once Nangguang Millie is attacked, it would be like bringing a big enemy to oneself. It is better to explore this person's situation through Nangguang Millie and see if he can get a chance from him. Moreover, Yangming's Henren has only reached the stage of giant in cultivation now. If he can control him, he may be able to take the opportunity to unify the Xianxi sect and the Yinming Ghost sect. Master, I don't know about this matter, but he was in Jiang State in his early years, so he may be related to the Qingyun Sect and the Jiang State. Nangguang Millie said respectfully in front of Yuanying's Henjin, not daring to lie, and it was difficult to lie. Oh. The 5 Poison Sect leader narrowed his eyes, his pupils shimmering with 5 colors, and looked straight at Nangguang Millie and said, Tell me in detail about this Yangming's Henren, how did you meet? Nangguang Millie looked a little dazed, and all the things about Lu Changsheng came to her mind involuntarily, and she spoke out. At this moment, a cool airflow suddenly rushed into her sea of consciousness, making her confused consciousness a little clearer, But it did not wake her up from this state. This is a magical power. Nangguang Mili knew instantly that the sect leader had used the magical power of bewitching her soul. Although it was not like searching the soul, it could also question her true heart. She didn't have time to think about why a wisp of cool air appeared in her mind, and she followed her instinct to tell the story between herself and Lu Changsheng. Reporting to the leader, when you challenged true Lord Zuanjian, Xiaojin and I went to Jiang Kingdom to carry out the mission. Yun Jiangfeng set up a plan in Jixiao Fairy City and seriously injured us. Although Xiaojin and I escaped by chance, we were also seriously injured and fell into coma. Xiaojin grew up in Jiang Kingdom when she was young and knew true Lord Yangming. I asked him to save me, but this man was both good and evil. He used the method of dual cultivation to save me, which led to me becoming pregnant with Yao Iao. After I woke up, I brought Xiaojin back and never saw him again until I was in the Qingyun secret realm. True Lord Yangming appeared again and rescued me from the 4 major immortal gates in Jiang Kingdom. Then he came to Jin Kingdom to visit Yao Iao, and Xiaojin was taken away by him. 3 years ago, true Lord Yangming came to Jin Kingdom because Xiaojin broke through to the Qingyun stage and lacked subsequent exercises, so he went to the Qingzhu Sect to ask for the subsequent exercises. Nangguang Mili roughly narrated the story between himself and Lu Changsheng. Although she is conscious now, there are clues to many things, and the 5 poison sect leader will know them as soon as he investigates, so he dare not lie too much. Xiaojin was taken away by this person. The 5 poison sect leader's eyes narrowed slightly, capturing several information points. This Yangming Zhenren first knew Meng Xiaojin, and then knew Nangguang Mili, and took the initiative to ask Nangguang Mili to help him give birth to a child. You know, the top cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, unless their lifespan is limited, most of them do not leave children. The reason is very simple. Children can easily become a weakness, a burden, and a means of being targeted by others. But this Yangming Zhenren did the opposite. Not only that, when she summoned Nangguang Mili a few years ago, she also saw that the other party was pregnant again. In addition to the 2 children, I remember that the other party made a big fuss in the Yinming Ghost sect that year because of the children. Why does this Yangming Zhenren always look for someone to give birth to children, but he doesn't care about his children and children? This person doesn't look like he has a short lifespan and needs to continue his bloodline and cultivate successors. The 5 poison sect leader was puzzled. She thought for a moment, and then asked Nangguang Mili, I remember that your disciple Meng Xiaojin has a spirit body. She knew about Nangguang Mili's situation, and she had a mysterious yin charming body. But Meng Xiaojin was just a foundation-building cultivator in her early years, and she didn't pay attention to her. Reply to the leader, Xiaojin has a 1,000-thread poison body. Nangguang Mili replied respectfully. All this information is recorded, and you can find out as long as you check the sect volume. Zuaning charming body, 1,000-thread poison body. Zuaning charming body is beneficial to dual cultivation, and the condensed Zuaning jade liquid helps to break through the bottleneck and improve the foundation, but the 1,000-thread poison body has no benefit to others. Could it be that this Yangming Zhenren simply gave birth to a spiritual child through a spiritual woman for the purpose of practicing magical secrets? The 5 poison sect leader thought of Nangguang Yao's pure and fragrant body, and thought to himself, parents have a high level of cultivation, so the children born are relatively gifted. If the parents not only have a high level of cultivation, but also have a spirit body, then the probability of giving birth to a spirit body is also relatively high. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are many magical skills that can plunder the essence of other people's spirits. Not to mention plundering, there are also some secret skills that can be cultivated with the help of blood. If this Yangming Zhenren was reincarnated by the old Yuanying monster and fell into a lower realm, he must be at least in the middle Yuanying period, or even the late Yuanying period. It is barely reasonable to know such means. Did he come to visit Yao to do anything? Did he give birth to children with Meng Xiaojin? The 5 poison sect leader continued to ask. Yangming Zhenren did not do anything to Yao. He took her to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to enhance the relationship between father and daughter, and gave her a spiritual gu, and gave birth to a daughter with Xiaojin. Nangguang Mili said respectfully. It seems that this is the case. When this Yangming Zhenren faced Yan Wujiang, his magic power seemed to have some restraining effect on the corpse demon in the magic way. He should not be practicing the magic skills, so he would not resort to blood sacrifice and other means. The five poison sect leader nodded slightly, and asked Nangguang Mili for some details, such as Yang Mingzhenren's daily conduct and personality. After a moment, an image of a man who was both good and evil, overbearing and unruly, and very protective of his shortcomings was outlined in her mind. I remember that you and Yang Mingzhenren have another child. Take me to see him. The five poisons cult leader continued. Master, please forgive me. When Nangguang Mili heard this, her delicate body trembled suddenly, her face turned pale, and she begged out loud. Although she said she disliked this son, after all, she was pregnant for a year and a half and gave birth to him, and she had deep feelings for him. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look. The five poisons cult leader didn't care that Nangguang Mili woke up. This kind of soul-bewitching magical power can only simply interfere with consciousness. Once it involves the deep consciousness of the person being manipulated, he may wake up from it. However, from this point, it can be seen that Nangguang Mili has already fallen in love with Yang Mingzhenren, and the five poisons cult leader even suspected that the latter had done something to Nangguang Mili. Otherwise, a woman like Nangguang Mili would find it difficult to fall in love with a man and give birth to children for him. Yes, master. Although she was worried in her heart, she was completely powerless to resist the master now. He also knew that the leader's strength was not necessary to deceive himself. After a while, the two came to the main hall of Xianzhou Peak. This child also has a spirit body. When the five poisons leader saw Nangguang Minghuang, he immediately met his ember-like golden eyes and was surprised. Nangguang Mili gave birth to her daughter Nangguang Yaoyao, who had a top-level spirit body, a mortal body. Now she has given birth to a son, who is also so extraordinary. What kind of spirit body does this child have? The five poisons leader asked Nangguang Mili. Leader, I don't know either. Nangguang Mili shook her head. She believed that her son had a spirit body, but based on the observations over the past 2 years, she did not see any spirit body characteristics. Upon hearing this, the five poisons leader stepped forward to check on Nangguang Minghuang. Squeak, squeak, the white jade cicada on Nangguang Minghuang's shoulder immediately made a solemn and clear sound. From the sound of the cicada, the five poisons leader felt a powerful effect of suppressing insects, beasts, ghosts and demons, and exorcising evil spirits. It was somewhat similar to the magical power that Yang Mingzhenren used when facing the leader of the Qingyun Sect. What is this? The five poison sect leader looked at the white jade cicada with his eyes shining with crystal light. When I was pregnant with Minghuang, I connected the crystal cicada goo with his life to improve his talent and regarded him as the future life goo worm, but for some reason, there was a mutation. Nangguang Mili next to him immediately explained. This child is not simple. Although he doesn't look like a special physique, he looks a bit like a blood talent. If you want to practice, you must have spiritual roots. In addition to spiritual roots and special spiritual bodies, there are many other situations in the world of cultivation. For example, mutated organs and blood talents. For some great masters, the effects of their skills and supernatural powers will gradually merge into their blood, just like monsters, and be passed on to their children and family descendants. If these people practice the inheritance of their ancestors, they will get twice the result with half the effort. This child should have inherited the characteristics of Yang Mingzhenren's skills and magical powers. However, unless he practices certain blood secrets, under normal circumstances, the skills and magical powers of Yang Mingzhenren cannot be inherited through blood. At least there is a slight probability that it will take a Yuanying cultivator. In this case, Yang Mingzhenren is most likely a Yuanying Zhenjian who fell into the Jinden stage. Only in this way can he burst out with the combat power of the Yuanying in the Jinden stage and face Yan Wujiang directly. Moreover, his first child with Nangguang Mili is a top-level spiritual body, and the second child has blood talent, which further proves that this person is extraordinary at his peak. He is likely to be an old monster in the late Yuanying stage. Did he really give birth to his offspring just to practice magical secrets? Planning? Or is it difficult to return to the peak, and wants to leave a blood inheritance and wait for a true successor? The five poison sect leader thought in his heart, and felt that this Yang Mingzhenren was becoming more and more mysterious. Nangguang Mili, who was standing by, saw that his sect leader had been looking at his son, and was a little frightened. After thinking for a moment, the five poison sect leader's white and tender palm tapped and took a drop of Nangguang Minghuang's heart blood, and said to Nangguang Mili, Heavenly Spider Envoy, if Yang Mingzhenren comes, notify me and tell him that I have no ill will towards him and want to meet him. After that, He ignored the crying Nangguang Minghuang and disappeared. Yes, sect leader. Nangguang Mili's beautiful and charming face turned pale. She bowed to the outside of the hall, then hugged her son and said softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." The son's life was basically controlled by the 5 poison sect leader after the sect leader took a drop of his heart blood. Not only his son and Nangguang Minghuang. As the 5 poison sect's heavenly spider envoy, if she dared to betray him, the 5 poison sect leader could also use her life soul lamp to make her soul fly away. Even if she has the 6th level of giant in cultivation and can struggle a little, it will hurt the origin of her soul and half of her path will be wasted. Changsheng before this, she hoped that her son Nangguang Minghuang would grow up in the 5 poison sect and be trained by herself. But now, she hoped that Changsheng would take her son away. With the relationship of her daughter Nangguang Yao, the 5 poison sect leader could not touch her, but it was hard to say about her son Nangguang Minghuang. What's the matter with the breath just now? At this time, Nangguang Mili thought of the cool air that suddenly surged out of her sea of consciousness when the leader used the magic power of bewitching on her. But no matter how she observed the sea of consciousness, she could not find any trace of this breath. Could it be the backup left by that dog man? Nangguang Mili bit her red lips lightly, thinking of Changsheng in her heart, hoping that he would come. But the latter was only fighting against the leader of the Qingyun Sect. If he came to the 5 poison sect, it would be extremely dangerous. Especially the methods of the 5 poison sect are mainly poisonous, which is hard to guard against. What if the leader uses the method of love poison on Changsheng? Hey, Nangguang Mili paused and found that Changsheng did not seem to be afraid of such methods. The other party has a strong goo insect aura, and ordinary goo insects are useless and may even backfire. Just thinking that his own leader is a Yuanying cultivator, Nangguang Mili is worried again. After all, even Changsheng would find it difficult to resist a 4th level goo insect, right? Nangguang Minghuang. Yang Mingzhenren, the 5 poison sect leader, looked at the blood in his hand, thinking. She took Nangguang Minghuang's heart blood, naturally not to threaten Yang Mingzhenren through this child. Simply use this blood as a medium to deduce Yang Mingzhenren's situation and see if you can get some useful information. If this person was really a middle-stage Yuanying or even a late-stage Yuanying old monster, he must have top opportunities and treasures from heaven and earth. If I can control him, not only can I get a great opportunity, but I can also go further and even use him to conquer the Qingyun Sect and the Yinming Ghost Sect, and then continue to seek opportunities and climb to the top in the next catastrophe. The 5 poison sect leader's face was indifferent, and his eyes were flowing with 5-color crystal luster. The 5 poison sect skills and magical powers are not good at direct combat. If they fight against the same level cultivators one-on-one, they may be weak. But with preemptive preparation, or with the strong against the weak, then there will be a huge advantage, which makes people hard to defend. No matter what this Yang Mingzhenren is, he is still a giant and cultivator. As long as he has not broken through the Yuanying, I have a chance. The leader of the 5 poison sect spit out a colorful, scorpion-shaped goo worm from his mouth. This goo is called the 7 deadly goo. It can be transformed into power goo, ki goo, heart goo, poison goo, dark goo, slave goo, and love goo. Among them, the love goo can only be used for one person and once. But if the Yuanying's engine is poisoned, he will also be affected. For so many years, the Yuanying's engine has no chance, and ordinary cultivators look down on him. Now seeing Yang Mingzhenren, she gradually has an idea in her mind. As long as she invites Nangguang Mili to dispel the other party's defense, she will take the opportunity to take action, and she will be sure to control him. However, this Yang Mingzhenren has practiced both the Dharma and the body, and his physical body is extraordinary. He must have an extraordinary resistance to the poison, so we need to make more preparations. The 5 poison sect leader was very cautious and treated Yang Mingzhenren as a Yuanying cultivator. At the same time, in Jiang Kingdom, the 9 Heavens Gangfang lair. Is Mili being searched by the 5 poison sect leader? This kind of fluctuation should be the same as the 6 desires heart demon Ju I cast, which is a kind of soul bewitching method to ask about my relevant situation. On the golden winged sky pang, Changsheng, who was rushing to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, felt something and looked at the Lu family tree. After the family tree was recorded, it was searched and seized by someone, and the family tree could maintain its spiritual consciousness, maintain its soul and mind, and issue a warning. Changsheng took a look at the warning he received just now, which came from Nangguang Mili. Although he did not formally become a Taoist partner with Nangguang Mili, as long as he was pregnant with his offspring and had a bond, he could record the other party in the family tree. With me and Yao, the 5 poison sect leader should not attack Mili. This trip is probably to ask Mili for relevant information about me, and then find a way to deal with me, or turn enemies into friends, cooperate, or threaten me. Lu Changsheng knew that the 3 major demon sects in Jin State were not a monolithic entity. They mainly cooperated for interests and bound each other. Although the 5 poison sect leader was injured in this battle, it was not a big loss. In the early years, I went to the Yinming ghost sect to block the door, but the 5 poison sect leader had no intention of pursuing it, and even asked Nangguang Mili to invite me. As long as I don't show up, Mili's situation will be temporarily stable, and I am not the opponent of the 5 poison sect leader if I go to Jin State now. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, planning to break through the late stage of Jinden, and go to the 5 poison sect again when he was sure to compete with the Yuanying cultivator. It just happened to go to Jin State to get a magic golden elixir and refine the Brahma demon true saint art, so that my combat power can be raised to another level. Although the subsequent practice of this technique is very troublesome and consumes resources. But as long as he succeeds in practicing, his combat power will be raised to another level. Lu Changsheng didn't care much before. Now that he has reached the nascent soul level, he realizes that his cultivation is far from enough, and he is willing to improve his combat power as much as possible. But it mainly depends on the next lottery. Compared with the Brahma demon true saint art, Lu Changsheng is more looking forward to his son Lu Quanxian's breakthrough. If he draws a Yuanying level combat power, the crisis will be solved. No, you can't expect it. The more you expect this thing, the easier it is to be disappointed. Lu Changsheng put away the family tree, stood on the golden-winged sky pang, and looked at the battle line of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 6 days later, Lu Changsheng came to the front-line stronghold and activated the Qingyun Sect's communication talisman. Seeing the response from the communication talisman, Lu Changsheng immediately rode the golden-winged sky pang to the Qingyun Immortal city stronghold. Meet Yangming's Henrun. Greetings to Yangming's Henrun. After the battle with the 2-headed dragon, the top cultivators of Zhang Kingdom all knew Yangming's Henrun. Even if some foundation-building cultivators did not know Yangming's Henrun, they had heard of this name and knew the golden-winged sky pang. Dao Yangming. After a moment, Qingyun Sect, who was dressed in a jade-green brocade robe and a glazed crown, appeared like a graceful nobleman. His beautiful eyes were like stars, and he looked at Lu Changsheng. It's been less than a month, and the injury of this Yangming's Sect has recovered? You know, even after her battle with the 2-headed dragon, her physical condition has not been completely restored, and she needs to rest for a long time. The magical secret technique that Lu Changsheng had exploded at that time, the 4th-level spirit-attached talisman, would definitely cause a serious burden on himself and sequelae. Hello, Taoist fellow Qingyun. Lu Changsheng smiled and bowed. Dao, please come in. Qingyun Sect made a gesture to Lu Changsheng, and the two came to an attic to talk. Fellow Taoist, you should know about the previous battle. The more relevant information is revealed, the greater the risk of variables. I have used divination with True Lord Xuanjian to predict the fortune. The hexagrams are uncertain and the overall preference is not good or bad, so I did not disclose the relevant information to anyone to avoid affecting the overall situation. So please forgive me. True Lord Qingyun explained to Lu Changsheng. Divination is not absolute, and variables may appear at any time. Moreover, if it is disclosed to the outside, it is easy for the other party's fortune teller to see through the information. Haha, Lu naturally understands this matter. Lu Changsheng learned a lot about divination from Honglian. Knowing that after divination and calculation of any matter, any action may cause unknown variables. However, True Lord Qingyun, as a Yuanying cultivator, is willing to explain, and I am almost done. Can I really ask her for an explanation? If I break through to the tape stage and have enough strength, I can naturally say anything. But now the other party calls me Taoist friend, and we are friends of the same generation, which has given me face. Moreover, True Lord Qingyun and True Lord Xuanjian had not expected this. He and Xiao Ziyu and others only guessed that the demons would come to make trouble. This is the 4th-level demon pill of Dao. At this time, True Lord Qingyun handed over a jade box, which contained a fist-sized, round pill with a green luster and a poisonous demonic aura. It was the demon pill of the 2-headed dragon. Thank you, Daoyao Qingluan. When Lu Changsheng saw this demon pill, his eyes suddenly lit up. For him, the biggest gain of this trip was this 4th level pill. Haha, this is what Daoyao deserves. True Lord Qingluan smiled and said, before, True Lord Xuanjian also hoped to meet Daoyao and visit Qingyun Sect when he had time, but I temporarily declined for Daoyao. Please don't blame me. How could this be? You have worked hard on this matter, True Lord, and the request we made before still counts. Compared with True Lord Qingluan, Lu Changsheng was more afraid of True Lord Xuanjian, and he tried not to contact him as much as possible. As for the 3 requests, he didn't bother about them. After all, when he breaks through the nascent soul stage, he won't have to bother this True Lord Qingluan. It's better to be generous now and gain more favorability points. If you can max out the favorability points and become a like-minded Taoist friend or Taoist partner, wouldn't that be more profitable than 1 or 2 requests? True Lord Qingluan was slightly surprised when he heard this. He understood that the other party was actively trying to make friends with him and show his goodwill, saying that this cooperation was a pleasure. Oh, thank you, Taoist Yangming. True Lord Qingluan smiled casually. She really liked dealing with such straightforward people. But her efforts were also taken for granted. When she went to talk to True Lord Xuanjian about the 4th level demon pill and asked for the 4th level demon pill, she also spent a lot of effort. Before, Taoist friend worked on behalf of my fairy city. This is a calculated military merit. Taoist friend can exchange it for corresponding natural materials and treasures. True Lord Qingluan handed over another jade slip. Before, she invited Lu Changsheng to kill the Demon King on behalf of the Qingluan Fairy City. In the last battle, the 9-headed Demon King and 2 third-level dragons were taken away by Lu Changsheng himself. Of the remaining 7 Demon Kings, 5 were killed by Lu Changsheng, and all of them were counted in the name of Qingluan Fairy City. I wonder if I can exchange some 4th-level dragon blood and dragon skin. Lu Changsheng asked after looking at the jade slip. After this battle, he realized that he still lacked some conventional trump cards, and thought about nurturing a few 4th-level talismans through the talisman cultivation method. But in order to nurture a 4th-level talisman, you must have a 4th-level talisman skin and talisman ink as raw materials to upgrade. As a 4th-level Demon King, the dragon scales, skin, and blood of this 2-headed dragon can be used to refine 4th-level talisman skin and talisman ink. Chapter 613 Qingluan's Henjin invites and rescues Xuan Mutang. Dragon blood, dragon skin. Qingluan's Henjin glanced at Lu Changsheng and said, I just happen to have some in my hand, so I'll trade it to you. The 4th-level Demon King is full of treasures. The essence in blood, skeleton, scales, eyes, dragon claws, dragon tendons, etc. of this 2-headed dragon are all good 4th-level materials. So after hunting before, she also traded some essence in blood and scales from Xuanjian's Henjin. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng bowed his hands to thank him and exchanged his military merits for equivalent dragon essence in blood, scales and other materials. He had asked Nangguang Mili to help collect a lot of heaven and earth spiritual materials before, but now he couldn't go to Jin in a short time, so he took this opportunity to trade and exchange resources with Qingluan's Henjin. Although he didn't have much to trade, he mainly traded some heaven and earth spiritual materials for casting and upgrading magic weapons. Void Crystal. Qingluan's Henjin looked at the list of materials handed over by Lu Changsheng and looked happy. She also needed void spiritual materials to condense the realm when she broke through the nascent soul. Moreover, her inheritance of skills involves space, and this kind of void crystal is very useful to her. However, Lu Changsheng said that he only had 2 void crystals in his hand and was willing to trade only 1. Immediately, the 2 completed a wave of friendly resource exchange and reached a basic cooperation. In the future, the 2 immortal cities can have more business exchanges. Dao Yangming also knows that now that the front line is coming to an end, I need to stay here and cannot leave for the time being, so the layout of the immortal city's destiny will take some time. At this time, Qingluan's Henjin said. At that time, in order to invite Lu Changsheng, she paid a lot of price. That's fine. I will tell my wife at that time. After Dao is done, you can go directly to the Great Dream Immortal City. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, not in a hurry. He planned to talk to Honglian about this matter later. When he was in the Immortal City, he pretended not to be there and let Honglian receive this Qingluan's Henjin. After all, Honglian was a genuine Yuanying's Henjin in his previous life, and his knowledge and experience were much broader than himself and Qingyun Sect. After the two of them talked, it should not be a problem to scare Qingyun Sect and confirm his identity as a nascent soul cultivator. Unlike himself, when chatting with Qingyun Sect before, he did not dare to talk too deeply, so as not to reveal flaws in his words. Okay. Qingyun Sect smiled casually, and was quite curious about the Li Muan. He wanted to see if this person was really as he guessed. The demon pill was obtained and the transaction was completed. Changsheng did not talk for long and was ready to leave. At this time, Qingyun Sect suddenly said, Dao Yangming, have you heard of Hansha Fantasy Realm? Hansha Fantasy Realm? I have heard of it a little. Changsheng said thoughtfully. After breaking through the Jiandan and taking charge of the Great Dream Fairy City for so many years, he has a simple understanding of the secrets of the southern wilderness, the opportunity secret realm, etc. Knowing that this Hansha Fantasy Realm is not far from Zhang State, it is in the endless desert west of Yu State. Someone once obtained the opportunity of nascent soul from it, so it is regarded as a nascent soul level secret realm. According to rumors of signs, the Hansha Fantasy Realm has signs of reappearing. It is estimated that in about 10 years, it will see the light of day again and open the secret realm. Since fellow Taoist knows about the Hansha Fantasy Realm, I think you also know the opportunities and benefits of this secret realm. I wonder if you have any intention to go there. I am organizing friends. If fellow Taoist Yangming is interested, we can form an alliance and go there at that time. Qingyun Sect said, taking the initiative to invite him. Although Changsheng is only a Jiandan cultivator. But when he fought with the Qingyun Sect master, he had already shown the strength to compete with a human Yuanying. Moreover, using this kind of explosive secret technique, it seems to have recovered in less than a month, which is amazing. Combined with the identity of the other party's Yuanying old monster reincarnated and rebuilt, there must be other means and trump cards. If we go to the secret realm together, we can also have an extra powerful one, but it will not threaten our allies. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist, but Lu's injury has not healed yet, and I don't like fighting, so I don't plan to go there. Changsheng bowed and declined. Although this Hansha Fantasy Realm is very good and has the opportunity of Yuanying. But in Changsheng's opinion, isn't it a waste of life for him to participate in the Yuanying dungeon at the Jiandan stage? Although he can compete with Yuanying. But he doesn't want to go through the situation of the Qingyun Sect master again, and just wants to practice to the late Jiandan stage in peace and stability. Besides, with the system by his side, why should he take such a risk to seize the opportunity of Yuanying? If he really doesn't draw the Huang Pale and the 4th level spiritual vein, wait for the sea-splitting black whale to be promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale and break through the 4th level, he will take it to the Xingxiu Sea to see. Maybe he can easily get the Huang Pale and the Yuanying opportunity. After all, breakthroughs are much easier as long as you cross that hurdle. Just like when you are refining key, it is extremely difficult to get a foundation building pill. But after breaking through the foundation, it is relatively easy to get the foundation building pill. The same is true for Jiandan and Yuanying. True Lord Qingyun was a little surprised and unexpected. I didn't expect Changsheng to refuse. You know, the Hansha Fantasy Realm opens only once every few hundred years, and is full of opportunities and benefits. Moreover, if the nascent soul cultivators go there in a team, there will be basically no great danger as long as there is no accident. The other party is now at the peak of the Jiandan stage, and should be preparing for the nascent soul stage, but he actually gave up this opportunity. Okay, if you change your mind, you can contact me again. Qingyun Sect did not force him to persuade him, suspecting that Changsheng might want to go alone, or that he already has nascent soul resources. Either way, it means that the other party is more unfathomable than he thought. Of course. Changsheng said with a smile, clasped his fists and bowed, with a very friendly attitude, and then stood up to say goodbye. After leaving the Qingyun Immortal City base, Changsheng came to a valley, set up a barrier by reversing the yin and yang glass wall, and then sent a message to Xiao Ziyu. Not long after, Xiao Ziyu and the 3 treasures incarnation in a green robe came. Buzz! Seeing Changsheng, the 3 treasures incarnation instantly turned into a snow-white bullet and entered Changsheng's sea of life danshan. During these days, the experiences of the 3 treasures incarnations emerged in Changsheng's mind like a passing visit, letting him know what happened during these days. Changsheng, are you okay? Xiao Ziyu looked at Changsheng in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of concern. Although Lu Changsheng sent her a message that nothing was wrong, she was still very worried during these days. "Don't worry, I'm fine now. I just used the explosive secret technique at that time, so I went home to recuperate for some time. Sorry to worry you." Lu Changsheng hugged his wife's delicate body and said in a gentle voice. Through the three treasures incarnations, he knew that Xiao Zidai was very worried about him during these days. "Go home to recuperate." Xiao Zidai was stunned. Even if Lu Changsheng had the golden-winged sky peng to travel, it would take a month to go back and forth, right? "I have a secret treasure that can be directly teleported back to Qingzhu Mountain or Diamond Fairy City," Lu Changsheng said with a smile, saying that he would take Xiao Ziyu to experience it in the future. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was fine, Xiao Zidai was relieved and told him about the situation during these days. Because he was not there, the incarnation of the three treasures only had a simple consciousness and was not convenient to see people, so he immediately announced to the public that he was in seclusion to heal his wounds. Now that Lu Changsheng is back, he can go to exchange for war merit rewards. "By the way, my war merit seems to be enough to exchange for the crystal condensation pill, right?" Lu Changsheng pinched his chin and said. After nearly a year of the war to open up the wasteland, he and Xiao Ziyu still made a lot of war merits. Together with Bayun Zhenren and others, he surrounded and killed the Demon King, supported others, and cleaned up the ruins of the cave. Although he made normal moves, he encountered dangerous situations several times, and he used the third-level talisman to escape danger, and still received a lot of war merit rewards, enough to exchange for the crystal condensation pill. Well, but there is a limit on the crystal condensation pill, and you have to compete with others. Xiao Ziyu said softly. The crystal condensation pill is a strategic resource, and the four major immortal gates cannot supply it in unlimited quantities. In the end, the exchange qualification is issued according to the war merit situation, so there are still many cultivators who buy war merit privately. That's right, in order to encourage family forces to contribute together, war merit can be traded privately. That's why the key refining family has the hope of exchanging for the foundation building pill, and the fake pill family has the hope of exchanging for the crystal condensation pill. Let's go and take a look. Sister Maya Oj is now at the peak of the foundation building and is preparing for the formation pill. Although I have a crystal condensation pill, if I can exchange for a crystal condensation pill, Sister Maya Oj can then legitimately show that she has formed a pill. Lu Changsheng said. The purpose of his trip was to exchange a crystal condensation pill for his wife Lu Maya Oj, so that she could legitimately break through the formation pill. As for the three crystal condensation pills in his hand, it can only be said that there is never too much crystal condensation pills. Even if they are not used, they will not lose money if they are sold to others, and they can even make a profit. Changsheng, do you have a crystal condensation pills? Xiao Ziyu said in surprise. Crystal condensation pills are extremely rare, and even Qingyun Sect does not have many. If Qingyun Sect had not nodded, they would not be willing to release a few even in the land reclamation war. Well, I have gathered all the materials for the crystal condensation pill and refined a furnace before, so Wangshu will not have to worry about the crystal condensation pill when she reaches the peak of the foundation building. Lu Changsheng naturally knew what Xiao Ziyu meant, and wanted to prepare a crystal condensation pill for his daughter Lu Wangshu in advance. But Lu Wangshu is not in a hurry now. Xiao Ziyu said him softly, knowing that Lu Changsheng loves his daughter very much, and he will prepare it for his daughter without her saying much. Moreover, the other party has the combat power to compete with the Yuanying's engine, so it is not that difficult to obtain the crystal condensation pill. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu came to the Battle Merit Pavilion to ask about the exchange of the crystal condensation pill. Although the crystal condensation pill was scrambled for by others, Lu Changsheng came a little late. But with Xiao Ziyu's relationship, Lu Changsheng transferred his battle merit to Xiao Ziyu and still grabbed a crystal condensation pill, and he could go to Qingyun Sect to collect it. After finishing his work, the two went to visit their daughter Lu Wangshu. After nearly a year of experience, Lu Changsheng could see that his daughter had matured a lot. Not only her, but also Lu Qingxun, Lu Chensha, Lu Yanfei and others have grown a lot after the baptism of war. However, in the last battle, including Lu Wangshu, everyone was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Hearing that a guest official and two third-generation Lu family members were killed, Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. This kind of thing is inevitable. In the end, Only 3 people died, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. He went to Qingzhu Mountain to take a look. 1 foundation building disciple and 10 key refining disciples died. This is a heavy blow to Qingzhu Mountain, and it has seriously damaged its vitality. With the end of the land reclamation war, independent cultivators and clan cultivators can choose to take the Qingyun Sect's spirit ship back. These days, Qingyun Sect has also sent some of Qingyun Sect's disciples back through spirit ships. However, many independent cultivators and clan cultivators choose to stay here to continue to open up wasteland, cultivate spiritual land, patrol and guard, establish defense measures, accumulate military merits, exchange spiritual land, and earn resources. Further, at this time, Lu Qingxun and Lu Chenxia said that their military merits were enough to exchange for a second-level spiritual land, where they could open up a branch family. Yes, if you are willing, or if you plan to develop here, you can stay. Lu Changsheng nodded. Although his family has the Great Dream Lake and the Great Dream Fairy City. But Lu Qingxun, Lu Lingxiao, and other cultivators who practice fire methods are not suitable for the Great Dream Lake at all. The same is true for Lu Chenxia and Lu Wongshu, who will be restricted to a certain extent. If a branch is established here, it will be convenient to send the Lu family's children to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training in the future. And it can also be used to open up business exchanges between Qingzhu Mountain and Qinglu Fairy City. You can do these things between yourselves, there is no need to force it. Lu Changsheng said, and then used the Baoding Medicine King Sutra to heal them. After he was done, he went to visit Zhao Qiqing and his daughter Lu Zingyu, and contacted his sons Lu Lingxiao and Lu Mingfeng, indicating that they should take the spirit ship back as soon as possible. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu took Lu Wongshu and other Lu family children back on the spirit ship first. As for the exchanged spiritual land, they have to wait until the 4 major immortal gates in Qinglu Fairy City are completely reclaimed before they can collect the land. Originally, Lu Chenxia and others wanted to continue to take on the task of opening up wasteland here, earn military merits, and obtain the spiritual land as soon as possible. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it was unnecessary. Going home early to wash away the hidden injuries through medicinal bath baptism is the kingly way. A month later, the spiritual ship stopped in front of the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng took the Lu family children back to Qingzhu Mountain and signaled the family to hold a banquet to welcome them and reward them. Although he often gave his children all kinds of natural materials and treasures from his private warehouse on weekdays, at the family level, there were clear rewards and punishments and rules and regulations. These Lu family children participated in the war on behalf of the family. Now that they have returned triumphantly, they must be rewarded. Family dinner that night. Lu Changsheng gave all the key refining children who participated in this battle priority to obtain the foundation building pill quota, and equipped them with Saniyang pills and foundation building spiritual objects, which can be said to have maximized the probability of foundation building. As for Lu Qingxun, Lu Yanfei, Lu Chenxia and others, rewards are not easy to give. In other words, ordinary pills, talismans, and spiritual tools are not in Lu Changsheng's eyes at all, and he thinks they are not rewards. After thinking for a while, he prepared to give them a medicinal bath with a lot of natural materials and treasures, which would not only wash away the hidden injuries of the flesh, but also condense the foundation of Taoism and improve their cultivation. Further, during this period, his son Lu Qingxun reported to Lu Changsheng about the family affairs of the past year. Hearing about the previous good and bad things, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at his son Lu Qingxun's lifespan through the system. Compared with when he just broke through the foundation, it was 6 years less. It may be caused by the last divination calculation, or it may be caused by practicing divination skills. I will find a teacher for you later and ask for the divination technique. Try not to use it these days. Lu Changsheng said thoughtfully. Although he has a certain understanding of divination, he is not clear about the specific situation of the cultivation process. It has only been 8 years since his son broke through the foundation, and he has lost 6 years of life without knowing it. If he continues like this, I am afraid it will be difficult to live past 150 years old. If he encounters more good and bad situations, I am afraid that he will not live much after 100 years. So he is going to find a fortune teller to guide his son to see his specific talents and whether it is necessary to continue practicing. If the talent is average, it is better to give up early and stop practicing. Yes, father. Lu Qingxun bowed. Late at night. Afterwards. Afterwards. By the way, husband, the vine you planted before seems to be alive. Lu Miao leaned lazily in Lu Changsheng's arms, her face flushed, and she said softly, "Oh? Alive?" Lu Changsheng was surprised. When a drop of Wanling Kangshengdu fell, the Zuanmu vine had no reaction. This kind of thing has only been next to the Zuanshan Ling Ten for a year, and it has been saved. Sister Huanhun injects vitality into the Zuanmu vine every day. Chu Zhenzhen, whose body was soft as a ball of mud, spoke for Lu Miaohun, who was standing next to her with a messy black gauze skirt and straight and slender legs. The three women practiced the immortality of heaven and earth and stayed at home all year round, so their feelings gradually became close, like sisters. "Thank you for your hard work, Huanhun." Lu Changsheng took Lu Miaohun's slender jade hand and said softly, and then hugged the beauty into his arms and loved her. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lu Changsheng and the three women came to the top of Dalian Peak, the underground palace where the Zuanshan Lingtang was planted. I saw that next to the lush and vibrant Zuanshan Lingtang, the Zuanmu Tang, which had withered and yellowed before, was now lightly green. But the whole vine was still the same size, bare, and had no intention of taking root or sprouting. It's alive, but it's just barely saved. It will probably take a few hundred years for it to sprout. Lu Changsheng looked at the vine in front of him for a moment, and then signaled Chu Zhenzhen to pour a drop of Wanling Kangshengdu to see. Chu Zhenzhen immediately took out the Wanling bottle from the sachet on her waist and poured a drop of emerald green and crystal liquid. Under the irrigation of the Wanling Kangshengdu, the small half of the vine with a slight green tint grew slowly, and the light green gradually turned into emerald green. It works. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng looked delighted, and saw that this section of the blackwood vine was revived, and the effect of the Wanling Kangshengdu also appeared. However, it will probably take a long time to completely revive it and make it bloom and bear fruit. Yuner, Zhenzhen, Huanhun, you have been taking care of this section of the blackwood vine on weekdays. Don't use the Wanling bottle for the time being. Wait until this section of the vine grows longer, and then use the Wanling Kangshengdu to see the effect. Lu Changsheng said to his wife, wanting to see if the blackwood vine can grow further under the effect of the Zuanshan Lingtang. If there is an effect, try pouring in the Wanling Kangshengdu. If it takes 10 or 20 years to make this section of the blackwood vine bloom and bear fruit, then it will be worth it. Okay, husband. Chu Zhenzhen nodded in response. In the following time, Lu Changsheng stayed at home to accompany his wives and concubines, instruct his children to practice, and make medicinal baths. With the essence and blood of the spirit whale, the third-order two-headed dragon, as well as a large number of natural treasures and rare spiritual medicines, this medicinal bath is of very high specifications. During the process, Lu Changsheng went to see his grandson Lu Zuanshang and told his son Lu Yun that this child was not ordinary. If he didn't remind him, Lu Yun, as the father of more than 60 children, might not pay attention to and cultivate this child. Lu Yun was delighted and excited when he heard his father's words. Since the failure of building the foundation, he has been marrying wives, concubines and having children, just to give birth to a genius child. But over the years, facing children with mediocre qualifications, he has gradually become confused and asked himself whether this is right or wrong. After all, as his children become more and more, he gradually can't take care of them, and he is indifferent to his children's emotions. Thinking of his other brothers and sisters in his early years. But his father has the ability to take care of, cultivate, and treat all of their brothers and sisters well, but he can only give a relatively good condition. Now hearing his father's reminder, he is full of expectations for this son. After Lu Changsheng had been busy at home for more than half a month, he finished making the medicinal bath and headed to Qingyun Sect to visit Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, and Chu Qingyi. He also planned to ask a fortune teller from Qingyun Sect to guide his son Lu Qingxuan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 Xiao Xiao, Changsheng, nothing really happened between you and Master? Qingyun Peak, Mingyu Residence. The antique cave house is simple and elegant, with only a set of tables and chairs and a white jade bed. In the octagonal exquisite incense holder at the head of the bed, the curling sandalwood rose, filling the room with a calming fragrance. In the corner of the cave house, there is also a clear and small spiritual eye, where the spring water gurgles and the clouds and mists linger, making a crisp and pleasant sound. After a long time, Lu Changsheng hugged Xiao Ziyu's fairy-like body, which was like a work of art from heaven, and walked out of the spiritual eye and came to the white jade bed. Xiao, I remember that Qingyun Sect seems to have a fortune teller, right? After a moment of tenderness, Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty in his arms and said, lifting her wet black hair behind her ears. Well, the sect has 3 fortune tellers. Xiao Ziyu's delicate and beautiful face flushed like a rosy cloud, with a faint blush, and she responded softly. How is his level? Zuiner has talent in this area and has studied it himself over the years, but I don't think it's safe, so I still want to ask a teacher to give him some pointers. Although Lu Changsheng is a guest elder of Qingyun Sect, he is not clear about the situation of Qingyun Sect and has never cared about it. Please ask the teacher, Xiao Ziyu said after thinking for a while. Qingyun Sect now has 3 fortune tellers. The one with the highest level is called Du Mao, a 3rd level fortune teller. It's just that fortune tellers are different from formation masters, weapon masters, alchemists, and talisman masters. This is because although Elder Du is a 3rd level fortune teller, he can only enter the 3rd level when his life is spent. On weekdays, he is only at the 2nd level. As for the remaining 2, they are ordinary 2nd level fortune tellers. Because divination is different from other skills, it requires talent. Without talent, there is basically no chance to get started. And most fortune tellers are unwilling to accept disciples unless they meet good seedlings and inheritance disciples in order to avoid cause and effect. Changsheng, you are a giant in cultivator and a 3rd level talisman master. As long as you are willing to give some benefits, it should not be a problem to ask Elder Du to guide Qingzhu. Besides, Elder Du's life is not much now, and he intends to pave the way for future generations. Xiao Ziyu said softly. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Although most fortune tellers try not to get involved in cause and effect. But people in the rivers and lakes are helpless, and how many people can be free from worldly affairs and be completely free of worries? Especially those fortune tellers who choose to join the sects basically have disciples and descendants. Okay, I'll visit him later. Although this person can only be barely considered a 3rd level fortune teller, it should be more than enough to guide his son Lu Qingzhu. After the 2 of them were intimate for a long time, Xiao Ziyu suddenly whispered, Changsheng, senior sister has been worried about you these days, don't you go to visit? Lu Changsheng paused, then said calmly, Master Qingyi is worried about me. She must have seen my magical powers and saw me use the yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel, so she's a little worried. I will visit senior sister later. Although Xiao Ziyu knew about the relationship between him and Chu Qingyi, he explained that the 2 had made an agreement to talk about this after the nascent soul. Really? Why do I see that senior sister is worried about you and looks like she is entangled in love? Xiao Ziyu raised her head slightly, looked at Lu Changsheng, and said in a sweet voice. There is such a thing. Lu Changsheng immediately thought whether Xiao Ziyu was deceiving him. However, thinking of the previous incarnation of the 3 treasures next to Xiao Ziyu, after the decisive battle, Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi seemed to have said something, and then glared at him. So after the decisive battle, Chu Qingyi was too worried about himself and asked Xiao Ziyu, and then Xiao Ziyu saw that the relationship between the 2 was not as simple as he said before. How far have you and senior sister's feelings progressed? Xiao Ziyu continued to ask. Senior sister's temperament is somewhat similar to his own after practicing the supreme forget-love art, cold and aloof. But he was practicing in his early years, and then the 2 experienced life and death, and gradually fell in love. But senior sister and Lu Changsheng have never met each other. Moreover, senior sister had formed the Dan early, and her sword heart was clear, and she was not as easy to deceive as himself. Don't you know it? Although this kind of thing will be told to Xiao Ziyu sooner or later. But the 2 of them just finished being warm, and now they are hugging each other to discuss another woman, or Xiao Ziyu's senior sister, which is obviously a life-threatening question. I'm just concerned about you. Xiao Ziyu snorted, and aroused some interest in her heart, and said with a bit of teasing and joking, who knows, one day I will have to serve you with senior sister. His Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, and a picture appeared in his mind. Even the picture in his mind, not only Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi HMPH, you are still pretending. Xiao Ziyu snorted and pinched the soft flesh on Lu Changsheng's waist. The two hugged each other tightly, and Lu Changsheng's facial expression and body instinct also showed that he was looking forward to this kind of thing. Okay. Even if the world collapsed in front of Lu Patriarch, he would not change his color, and the dragon and phoenix would approach behind him. But at this time, the body's instincts was really hard to control. Besides, this kind of thing will be told to Xiao Ziyu sooner or later. Since the other party has asked to this extent, there is no need to hide it. Immediately, Lu Changsheng hugged Xiao Ziyu's jade body and told her about himself and Chu Qingyi, their encounter in Jin State, and their gathering over the years. After a long time, Xiao Ziyu kicked Lu Changsheng and said, "I said how could you stop here with senior sister?" She had doubted Lu Changsheng's words before, thinking how could he be emotional and stop at courtesy with senior sister. However, the senior sister, who is usually cold, aloof, heroic, and decisive, was actually like a submissive young wife in terms of male-female relationships, allowing her husband to bully her. This was beyond Xiao Ziyu's imagination. After all, after so many years of getting along, she couldn't see the slightest bit. "It's all my husband's fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you, Ziyu, but it's fate." Even though their realms were far apart, Lu Changsheng still held equal respect for his wives, Xiao Ziyu and Lu Mayaoj, and apologized. After a moment, Xiao Ziyu suddenly thought of the inexplicable weirdness between Lu Changsheng and his master. Her white fingers gently drew circles on his chest and asked in a low voice, "Changsheng, did you and your master really just save each other back then? Nothing happened." Damn, Ziyu's intuition is too sharp. Lu Changsheng was shocked and his face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Xiao Ziyu had just asked Chu Qingyu and now asked Yun Wansheng. It seems that Ziyu had already suspected and guessed in this regard. "Ziyu, what are you talking about? How could my master and I have any relationship?" Lu Changsheng said in surprise. However, Xiao Ziyu in his arms heard this and pursed her lips. Suddenly, an indescribable coldness surged between her eyebrows, like a graceful and elegant nine heavens mysterious lady, and said majestically and coldly, "Lu Changsheng, I am Ziyu's master, how dare you be rude to me?" Lu Changsheng. Damn, are you sick? Can you learn this randomly? However, Ziyu's temperament and charm of the supreme forgetting love art on weekdays, imitating the noble charm of Master Yun Wansheng, which is so soul-stirring. There is really a bit of similarity. I used the Thousand Faces fox puppet to imitate before, but it didn't have this kind of stimulating taste. Ziyu, you are a bit ridiculous. I have nothing wrong with Master Qin. Lu Changsheng was now extremely guilty and couldn't stand Xiao Ziyu, so he said helplessly, I'm just trying, but you. Xiao Ziyu has gradually become more playful since the side effects of the supreme forgetting love art were solved by Lu Changsheng, and after breaking through the Dan formation, she has gradually become more playful, so she is playful. Now she doesn't think it's good, it's a bit of treason, and it tarnishes her master. But the little Lu Changsheng in the jade hand seemed to tell her that her husband had moved his mind. "I'm not a saint, but I know the limit. It's just fate with Qingyi's Hanran," Lu Changsheng explained with a face full of grief and indignation. After that, he didn't give Xiao Ziyu a chance to speak, and turned over, showing the attitude of being the master. Xiao Ziyu's sandalwood mouth was invaded by the tyrannical plunder, and her nose snorted weakly, and was submerged in the waves. Her two white jade arms tightly hugged Lu Changsheng's shoulders. For a while, she was rolled by the waves, and the spring scenery was boundless. When you are happy in life, you must enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. I was born with talents that must be useful, and I will come back after spending all my money. Day after day, Lu Changsheng spent all his money to subdue Xiao Ziyu, and no longer asked about Chu Qingyi and Yun Wansheng. "Changsheng, you should go visit your senior sister, so that she won't worry about you all the time." After a long time, the fairy, who was limp and powerless, with messy black hair and panting even when she spoke, recovered a little and said shyly, "Although the matter between the senior sister and the master has been temporarily revealed, but she always feels that there is something strange between her husband and the master. As for the senior sister Lu Changsheng, now that he has spent all his money, he can only visit her simply when he goes to visit her. However, this is the first time she has challenged Lu Changsheng's limit. Her body is like the immortal gold made of eternity, with endless energy. Doesn't the dual cultivation method say there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged? Why is it different from what is said above? No hurry. Lu Changsheng embraced the fairy's jade body that was like warm and soft jade, and his palm gently stroked her fair and smooth skin. It's not that they were tired, but after completing the double cultivation, the two of them embraced each other tenderly, which was beneficial to enhance the relationship between husband and wife. After a long time, Lu Changsheng coaxed Xiao Ziyu to sleep, rubbed his kidneys that were like a perpetual furnace, and came to the Xian'ai palace to visit Chu Qingyi. Maybe she was too worried about Lu Changsheng's condition, or maybe she had made an appointment with a nascent soul, so Chu Qingyi directly let Lu Changsheng in. Dao Ialu. Chu Qingyi saw Lu Changsheng, who looked a little pale and tired, and her beautiful eyes were filled with some concern. Qingyi, I made you worry. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and held Chu Qingyi's jade hand, his face full of affection and apology, and then he did not forget to cough twice. These two coughs made Chu Qingyi's heart tremble instantly. She felt that Lu Changsheng had a physical problem, and that the latter was deceiving herself in this way. But no matter which one, facing Lu Changsheng's enthusiasm, a rustling sound of robes sounded after a while. Through the dual cultivation and healing, seeing the appearance of Lu Changsheng's lack of essence and yang, Chu Qingyi believed the fact that he was injured. Although he was fine, he should have injured his origin, resulting in insufficient essence, blood and yang. Then he used the sun and moon reincarnation art to use his own yin and essence to replenish Lu Changsheng's body. This kind of considerate behavior really made Lu Changsheng feel ashamed, and he said that he was fine. After a simple tenderness, he hugged Chu Qingyi and talked about why Yangming's Henren and Changsheng's Henren appeared in order to help Qingyun's Henjin. For some reason, Chu Qingyi was a little happy to hear that Lu Changsheng and Qingyun's Henjin were just simply cooperating, but he was still concerned about Lu Changsheng's health. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while, Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. He didn't stay with Chu Qingyi for a long time. He and Xiao Ziyu were Taoist companions, and it didn't matter if they stayed overnight in Mingyuju for a long time, but it was a bit bad to stay overnight in Chu Qingyi's cave. It was unreasonable. Besides, Xiao Ziyu's emotions had to be taken care of. After leaving the Xian'ai palace, Lu Changsheng wanted to see Zhao Qingqing, but the other party, as her logistics staff, had not returned yet. In the first stage of the reclamation war, the logistics staff had an easy time in the reclamation process, but there were many tasks to be done in the next reclamation stage. Soon Lu Changsheng came to the cave of Master Dugua, Xiangxinju. There was an old servant in the foundation building period outside the cave. After hearing that Lu Changsheng came to visit, he directly invited him in. The specifications of this cave were similar to Lu Changsheng's. It was a 3-entry house with pavilions and attics, and a beautiful garden. The air was filled with spiritual energy. After waiting for a while in the reception room, Lu Changsheng met the owner Du Mao. This Master Du Guo had white hair, a haggard face, a thin body and a little stooped. It turns out to be the immortal Changsheng. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Du Mao smiled with wrinkles on his face when he saw Lu Changsheng. As a giant cultivator, a 3rd-level upper-grade talisman master, and a Taoist partner with Xiao Ziyu, Lu Changsheng would not neglect him. Fellow Taoist Du, I apologize for disturbing you today. Although Du Mao in front of him was just a fake Dan cultivator, Lu Changsheng was still very polite and handed over a talisman gift box. After some pleasantries, Lu Changsheng went straight to the point and said with a bow, I came here this time because my son accidentally got a fortune-telling inheritance in his early years and barely got started. But I don't understand this, so I would like to ask fellow Taoists to give me some pointers to see how talented my son is in this way. While speaking, Lu Changsheng handed over 3 3rd-level talismans. The gift box was a meeting gift before. Now it is clear that he is asking for help, without any karma. As expected, a tiger father will have a dog son. Since your son can learn by himself, I think he has a natural talent in this way. I wonder if your son is here. Du Mao saw the 3 3rd-level middle-grade talismans in his hand, and his turbid eyes showed joy. He likes dealing with such generous people. Moreover, he has a short lifespan, so he doesn't mind accepting a disciple before he dies, and forming a good relationship with Lu Changsheng. After all, the other party is only 100 years old now, and is a 3rd-level talisman master. With Xiao Ziyu as a Taoist companion, If they can form a good relationship, it will also benefit the younger generation. My son hasn't come yet. If it's convenient for you, I'll bring him here. Lu Changsheng said with a fist. I just happen to have nothing to do. I have heard of the great name of Qingzhu Mountain for a long time. In this case, I will go with Changsheng's Henren. Du Mao was very enthusiastic. The main reason was that Changsheng's Henren was generous, and Qingzhu Mountain was not far from Qingyun Sect. In this case, all trouble Taoists do. Lu Changsheng had been thinking whether this old divination master would have a quirky personality and be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He immediately went back to Qingzhu Mountain with him. Lu Changsheng drove a third-level spirit boat and came to the outside of Qingzhu Mountain with Du Mao. Huh? Seeing Qingzhu Mountain, Du Mao was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. As a fortune teller, he knows a little about the art of looking at the key. But the fortune of Qingzhu Mountain is like a layer of mist, and it is difficult to see the ups and downs. If Qingzhu Mountain is a third-level spiritual land, it is normal that he cannot see through it, but as a second-level spiritual land, he can at least see some weather. This Qingzhu Mountain is really a feng shui treasure land. He didn't look at it for long, and praised it. Soon the two entered Qingzhu Mountain, and Lu Changsheng also gave a simple reception and called his son Lu Qingzhu. Meet Elder Du. Lu Qingzhu saw Du Mao in front of him and recognized him, and was a little surprised. 22 years ago, his father Lu Changsheng disappeared in the Qingyun secret realm, and his aunt Xiao Ziyu took him to Qingyun Sect. At that time, Zhenren Qian used him as a medium to ask this Elder Du to perform divination and calculation. It was just that 22 years ago, although the other party was old, he was vigorous and had a bit of immortal spirit. But now his face is haggard and he is in a state of depression. It is estimated that he will live for at most 10 years. He knew that this should be caused by divination. Divination can help you figure out the secrets of heaven, avoid disasters and seek good fortune, and calculate the blessings and disasters of the underworld, but it comes at the cost of your own lifespan and fortune. If you explore the secrets of heaven too much, basically no one can live a long life and enjoy a peaceful old age. Oh, my friend knows me. Du Mao didn't remember Lu Qingzhu. 22 years ago, I met Elder Du with Master Qian. Lu Qingzhu said with a bow. So you are the young man back then, it's really predestined. When Lu Qingzhu mentioned it, Du Mao remembered it instantly, thinking that the relationship between this Changsheng master and Master Qian was really unusual. If Lu Qingzhu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it very much, and then tested Lu Qingzhu's knowledge of divination. Your son is gifted in divination, enough to be called a master. 7 days later, Du Mao said to Lu Changsheng with a face full of emotion. He originally came here to make some extra money and make a good relationship with Lu Changsheng. But after instructing Lu Qingzhu these days, he couldn't help but marvel at his talent and wanted to accept him as his disciple. However, Lu Changsheng and Lu Qingzhu were not interested in this, so he couldn't take the initiative to propose it. Dharma friend Du, thank you for your praise. Thank you for your hard work these days. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. If his son had a high talent for divination and possessed the talent of a superior, his system talent should be divination. But his son's talent was still management. He was puzzled and felt that the other party didn't seem to be a commercial flatterer. Could it be that this person is too weak in divination? Lu Changsheng was puzzled, but he still politely gave 3 talismans as tuition. After all, they would continue to interact and deal with each other in the future. Moreover, the other party also spent a lot of effort in the 7 days of teaching. In the process of explaining and teaching, relevant magic skills need to be used, which is still quite energy-consuming for Du Mao. After sending Du Mao away, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Qingzhu how he gained. Father, I am sure I can be promoted to the 2nd-level fortune teller this year. Lu Qingzhu said respectfully, but he was not excited. Through Du Mao's guidance, he knew that his talent in fortune-telling was not high. The reason why he was considered gifted by the other party was simply that the other party regarded him as a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. But he has the Tai soul body, awakened the Tai spirit, and his consciousness is comparable to that of a giant and cultivator. He should be regarded as a half-giant and cultivator. If he were a giant and cultivator, this kind of talent would be at most mediocre. I barely got started in the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil in my early years, and I almost became mentally disturbed and possessed. This shows that I only have the talent for fortune-telling, and my talent is not high. Lu Qingzhu was calm, knowing that with his talent, If he continued on his way, he would definitely not live to old age. After Lu Changsheng inquired about the situation, he resolved his doubts and immediately spoke to him. Tai soul is also your talent. How can you not have the consciousness of the dam formation in the foundation establishment period? You are now in the middle stage of the foundation establishment, and your soul is comparable to the early stage of the dam formation. When you break through the dam formation, your consciousness will be enough to reach the peak of the dam formation, and you will always be one step ahead of others. This is your talent. But it is better to let nature take its course in divination. Don't study it too much or use it. The price of this is too high. If you spend too much energy on this, you will only waste yourself. Although he hoped to have a divination master in the family, his son's talent was average, and he didn't want him to study too deeply. After all, the price of this is too high. Just like Du Mao, he asked about his age a few days ago, and he was only 180 years old. The lifespan of a fake pill cultivator is 300 years. After taking the first and second level longevity pills, he can live to about 350 years old. But the other party can hardly live to 200 years old. Father, I know. Lu Qingzhu nodded in response, still a little unwilling in his heart. In his opinion, divination is very important. If he hadn't practiced divination, his sister Lu Qingyi and Qingzhu Mountain would have been in great danger. This kind of thing will definitely happen again in the future. If he keeps up with divination, he can avoid it as much as possible. If he is at most the second level, he will even find it difficult to sense good and bad luck when encountering great danger in the future. Lu Changsheng saw that his son couldn't let it go completely. At this time, he thought of the Qingyun Sect. The other party is also proficient in divination, and his level is not low, definitely better than Du Mao. But Qingyun Sect was more than 400 years old before he reached the nascent soul stage. The divination master, who has lived for more than 400 years, can still impact the nascent soul stage, which obviously has problems. Could it be that this Qingyun Sect has some top-level divination inheritance, or some secret technique? Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment, and said to his son, if you really can't let it go, I'll find you a good teacher later to see if she is willing to teach you. As the son of him and Lu Miaoj, Lu Qingzhu has been smart since childhood, and he has the Tai soul body, so he has high hopes for him. Although he has performed well as the head of the family over the years and managed the family in an orderly manner, in his opinion, it is still a waste of time. After all, Qingzhu Mountain is too small. After breaking through the Qingzhu stage and becoming a Taoist partner with Xiao Xiao, no one will offend his family, and other children can also manage the family well. So in this case, it is really a bit of a waste of talent for his son to be the head of the family, wasting his talent and delaying his practice. Since he is interested in divination and has talent, Lu Changsheng wants to spend a personal favor to send him to Qingyun Xiancheng to see if Qingyun Sect is willing to accept disciples, even if it is a registered disciple. If not, he can also be sent to Qingyun Xiancheng for further study. Now Qingyun Immortal City is about to expand drastically, and the territory conquered in the War of Reclamation is also being reclaimed and constructed. Countless cultivators will migrate there, creating many opportunities, just the right opportunity to see the world and gain experience. Otherwise, if they stay in Qingzhu Mountain all the time, they will easily become useless. Moreover, if my son can be accepted as a disciple by Qingyun Sect, the relationship and cooperation between the two families can be deepened. Chapter 615, Lu Quansun forms the elixir and develops the sword embryo body. Good teacher. Lu Qingzhu was surprised. He had been with Du Mao for the past few days, and he could see that he valued talent. As long as he was willing, he would most likely be willing to accept him as his apprentice. However, the master-apprentice relationship in the world of immortal cultivation was like that of reborn parents, and it could not be decided lightly. Moreover, his father asked this master to come over just to give him some pointers, without any intention of becoming his apprentice. But now, his father actually said that he would find a good teacher for him to see if he was willing, which made Lu Qingzhu quite curious. After all, his father was only a giant and cultivator on the surface, but secretly he was the mayor of the dam in Immortal City. This man must be extraordinary to be taken so seriously by his father. You should prepare well these days, and I will take you there later. Lu Changsheng signaled his son Lu Qingzhu to prepare in advance, hand over the family affairs to the acting head of the family, and then he would take him to become his apprentice. After that, he came to Zumi Cave Heaven and glanced at Lu Quansun, who was breaking through the Qingzhu stage. Lu Quanzhong has passed the 3 levels of Jinden, and the magic liquid has condensed into crystals. He is in the last step, combining the golden elixir with the foundation of Taoism, and carrying out the 100-day fusion. Lu Changsheng observed through Taiyi's soul that his son Lu Quanzhong's breakthrough process was stable and powerful, and he had great stamina. The immortal golden elixir is almost certain, unless the inner demons are at work at the last moment, causing the fusion to go wrong. However, Lu Changsheng took him back to Jinden for this reason. As long as the inner demons appear, the Zumi Tree King can help him cleanse his mind, break through the demons, and pass this level. After watching for a while, Lu Changsheng did not continue to pay attention. This son is mentally firm and independent, and he is very relieved. If it was his daughter Luling who was trying to break the Jinden, he would wait all day and dare not be distracted. After arranging the trivial matters at home, Lu Changsheng came to Yunnaifang City to stay for a while, visited his 3 children, and then went to Daman Fairy City. 5 Poison Sect, on a huge stone platform altar. An old woman dressed as a witch, wearing a black linen robe with a high collar, embroidered with dark red patterns, a red belt around her waist decorated with bone ornaments, and holding a mask and a staff, was performing a ritual. The snakes, spiders, scorpions, toads, and centipedes beside her feet kept roaring and bursting, and colorful blood splashed. Some blood fell on the old woman, instantly corroding her robe and skin like bark. After a long time, the old woman opened her bloodshot eyes and looked at the girl in front of her. Her face was gloomy and she said weakly, "Master, this person's secrets are in chaos and full of fog, and it is impossible to calculate. With his direct bloodline as a medium, it is impossible to calculate even a little bit." The 5 Poisons Master frowned slightly. She had expected this result long ago. But she didn't expect that with Nangguang Minghuang's blood as a medium, it was impossible to calculate even a little bit. Is he proficient in divination and concealing the secrets of heaven, or does he have the treasure of heavenly secrets? The 5 Poisons Master asked. If this Yang Ming's Henren is also proficient in divination, then it will be even more troublesome, and I must make further preparations. This, I don't know either. The old woman's withered and dark face was a bit dark blue, which was a bit ugly. After the 5 Poison Sect leader frowned and pondered for a moment, he said, "You can calculate again to see if there is a destiny layout under the cover of this heavenly secret." "Yes, sect leader." The old woman replied helplessly, and could only continue to calculate. During this process, her face became paler and paler, and the dark blue air on her face became more and more intense, and finally she suddenly vomited blood. And her bloodshot eyes, I don't know when they have become as black as ink, and there is no white in the eyes. Calculating the secrets of heaven not only costs life and fortune, but may also hurt oneself. Teacher, this person must have a treasure to suppress the secrets of heaven, but it is not ruled out that he is proficient in the art of heavenly secrets. The old woman said in a hoarse voice and weakly, and then vomited blood again and fainted. The leader of the 5 Poison Sect frowned, knowing the situation of Yang Ming's Henren, and it was useless to speculate. Looking at the old woman's situation, he immediately gave her a pill, and asked someone to send her to rest, and prepared to make a few more preparations. Or at that time, he would pretend to be friendly with Yang Ming's Henren, test the strength, and then take action depending on the situation. Yinming Ghost Sect. Although the details of the last battle of the Jiang Kingdom's land reclamation war have not been leaked, the 5 Poison Sect, Xianxi Sect, and Yinming Ghost Sect have exchanged information. As the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, the newly promoted Yuanying, Mingsha's Henjin also received the news and knew what happened. This Yan Wujiang is really a waste. A dignified Yuanying, he was actually held back by a Jinden cultivator. But it's okay. Yan Wujiang has lost his life corpse, and his combat power has dropped greatly. The right to speak of the 3 sects should return to my Yinming Ghost Sect. Mingsha's Henjin wore a dark red ghost robe, with an ugly face, giving people an indescribable sense of distortion. In the past, the 3 major demon sects in Jin State were headed by his Yinming Ghost Sect. It was just that the nascent soul ancestor of the Yinming Ghost Sect took the elite of the sect to a secret place and fell there, causing the Yinming Ghost Sect to have a nascent soul fall, becoming the weakest of the 3 sects. For 100 years, in order to support the sect, he had been humble and gave up many benefits to the 5 Poison Sect and the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Even when he attacked the nascent soul, he used himself as bait and asked the Beast God Mountain to come forward, so that he got the opportunity. The actions of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Five Poison Sect failed, and even caused the Heavenly Evil Master to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He just took advantage of the power of Liang State to regain the right to speak in Jin State. Moreover, with the treasure of the 10,000 Ghosts Blood Pool, he directly ranked among the old-fashioned nascent souls. When the realm of supernatural powers is stable, the Heavenly Corpse Sect Master and the Five Poison Sect Master are not his opponents. And there is also Yang Ming's Henren. I want to see what he is like. How can a mere giant and cultivator compete with a nascent soul? The Dark Evil's Henren expressed his disbelief at the news that Yang Ming's Henren was fighting against the Heavenly Corpse Sect Master. After all, it is impossible for a giant to compete with a nascent soul. According to the news reported by Yinming Ghost King, this Yang Ming's Henren has a special relationship with the Sky Spider of the Five Poison Sect, so he suspected that the leader of the Five Poison Sect deliberately used this fabricated news to deceive him, or used this reason to explain the failure of the matter and save his dignity. How could he believe such words when he could endure hardships and break through the nascent soul when the sect was declining? He immediately signaled Yinming Ghost King to pay attention to the situation of Yang Ming's Henren and inform him as long as this person dared to appear in Jin State. Let him know the consequences of provoking his family, and take this opportunity to deter the villains, slap the face of the Xianxi Sect Master, and establish his position as the overlord of the Yinming Ghost Sect in Jin State. Lu Changsheng was not clear about the situation in Jin State. Even if he knew, it would be impossible for him to step into Jin State now. After arriving at Damang's, he did not go to Damang Fairy City, but went straight to the depths, found the sea-splitting black whale, and gave it the demon pill of the two-headed dragon. Roar. Although this demon pill was not compatible with the sea-splitting black whale, the flowing dragon breath was still attractive to it. The golden-winged Sky Peng beside him looked at the demon pill, his golden pupils full of envy and desire. The fourth-level demon pill was not only wanted by the sea-splitting black whale, but also by the sea-splitting black whale. In other words, any third-level demon king could not resist the temptation of the fourth-level demon pill. Don't worry, wait until Dalhai breaks through the fourth level, and then I will get you another one. If it weren't for the fact that the sea-splitting black whale was at the peak of the third level and was easier to be promoted to the fourth level, Lu Changsheng would be more willing to give priority to cultivating the golden-winged Sky Peng. After all, in comparison, the golden-winged Sky Peng is more practical. Not only is it fierce in fighting, but it also has the world's fastest speed, and it is very convenient to travel and escape, without obvious weaknesses. As an aquatic demon king, the sea-splitting black whale, even if it is promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale, is still only the overlord of the sea. If it goes ashore, its combat power will undoubtedly be 3 points weaker, and it is not as practical as the golden-winged Sky Peng. Cry. The golden-winged Sky Peng made a low cry, indicating that he understood. You should digest this demon pill well in the next period of time, and notify me if there is any situation. Lu Changsheng said to the sea-splitting black whale, and then rode the golden-winged Sky Peng back to the Great Dream Fairy City. The news about the war on the front line has been reported to the Great Dream Fairy City. Lu Changsheng told Ling Zixiao about the general situation and asked her to pay more attention to the movements of Yu and Jin. His sons Lu Lingxiao and Lu Mingfang also came back from the front line. After more than 4 years of hard work, it can be seen that both of them have grown significantly, especially his son Lu Lingxiao, who has developed a bit of invincibility. Lu Changsheng is concerned about his two sons. He heard from Lu Mingfang that Lu Lingxiao's achievements were extended an olive branch by the Qingyun Henren of the Qingyun Sect, inviting him to the Qingyun Sect to ask for swords. To ask for swords, you don't have to be a sword cultivator. As long as you are a top-level genius, the Qingyun Sect welcomes you. Being invited by the Qingyun Henren of the Qingyun Sect is a recognition and supreme honor for any Jiang Kingdom cultivator. Gold can shine everywhere, as expected. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, and even heard some respect and admiration for Lu Lingxiao from Lu Mingfang's words. He prepared a cauldron of medicinal bath for the two to help wash away hidden injuries and improve their cultivation. Xiaojin, this demon pill is for you. Lu Changsheng gave the flesh and blood of the third-level two-headed dragon to the golden-winged Sky Peng. But the eyeballs, scales, demon pills, dragon tendons, dragon claws, and dragon horns, which are suitable for refining magic weapons, were left behind. This two-headed dragon has both poison and water attributes, And the demon pale is very suitable for Meng Xiaochen to refine magic weapons. Thank you, Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen replied happily, her eyes full of tenderness. Lu Changsheng did not favor one over the other, and prepared for Ling's Xiao, Lu Miaoj, and Bai Ling. As for the Red Lotus, there is nothing to give for the time being. Daddy. 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 Lu Ling, Lu Beixi, and Lu Mengchen looked at Lu Changsheng with hope. In this regard, Lu Changsheng could only continue to take out treasures from the storage ring to see if there was anything suitable for his children. After the family banquet, Lu Changsheng instructed his daughter Lu Beixi to practice. At this time, Lu Ling told Lu Changsheng that he understood the practice taught by the Golden Grandfather, which was called Zen Dream Bodhi Ju. Through meditation, the mind becomes ethereal and clear, like a mirror without stains. After falling asleep, the consciousness is not completely silent, but enters a state of Zen that is neither dream nor dream. You will see the Buddha's light shining, the golden lotus blooming, and all kinds of auspicious signs, which will bathe and cleanse the mind and increase the spirit. After listening to the description of the technique, Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter with a pretty face and two buns in front of him with surprise. According to the description, this is a method for cultivating spiritual consciousness. As we all know, among all kinds of techniques, spiritual consciousness techniques are the most difficult to get started and the most difficult to practice. My daughter can actually comprehend a spiritual consciousness technique through the Buddha's bone relics. Is this still the daughter I know? Or is it so important to choose the right path of practice? Daddy, am I amazing? Lu Ling puffed up his little chest and said proudly, as if to say to praise me quickly. Before, my mother always thought she was stupid, but after I learned this technique, even my mother was amazed and praised her for being smart. My little he has the potential to be a worldly honored one. Lu Changsheng never hesitated to praise his children. Daddy, what is a worldly honored one? Lu Ling asked with clear eyes. It's the most powerful Buddhist monk. What is a Buddhist monk? You, a person who practices Buddhist and Taoist techniques, don't even know what a Buddhist monk is. But it seems that I didn't tell her these things, I just taught her the techniques, and Lu Ling didn't like to read books on weekdays. It's a monk who practices Buddhist and Taoist techniques. The techniques you practice are Buddhist and Taoist techniques. This technique is divided into several points from other techniques. In order to prevent his daughter from asking a million questions, Lu Changsheng patiently explained it to her in one breath, thinking that this is the daughter he is familiar with. Since Lu Ling had just obtained part of the techniques, Lu Changsheng continued to put the Buddha bone relic on her and asked her to keep it well. If she felt uncomfortable or something was wrong during the practice, she should tell him immediately. Don't worry, Daddy, I can do it myself. Lu Ling's face was filled with a confident smile, and then she listened to her father teaching her sister Lu Beixi. Although she didn't understand, she found it very interesting. And Xiaoxi often listened to the lectures, so her strength was almost better than hers. Lu Mengchen also came over, but she was about to doze off while listening. Although she entered the practice under the guidance of her mother Meng Xiaochen, she didn't like it very much. This is normal. Children of this age have uncertain minds, and it is difficult for them to meditate and practice every day. Besides, the timid and cowardly nature of her daughter Lu Mengchen has not been improved. She has to meditate with her mother Meng Xiaochen on weekdays, and someone has to accompany her, otherwise she is afraid. Fortunately, Lu Ling took Lu Mengchen with her, otherwise Meng Xiaochen would not have time to practice. Lu Changsheng came to see Honglian after accompanying his wives, concubines and children at home. On the one hand, Honglian spends most of her time practicing. On the other hand, Honglian has not yet completely integrated into the big family. And when she was there, Ling's Xiao, Lu Miaoj, Bai Ling and others were a little uncomfortable. Honglian, Qingyun Sect will come to visit later and lay out the destiny for the fairy city. Please go to receive him then. Lu Changsheng told Honglian about Qingyun Sect. She knows the identity of my dam in fairy city and Yangming's Hunren, so when we met, I implicitly said that I was the reincarnation of the old monster Yuanying. She should believe it about 70%. When you chat with her, you can also reveal the news of the reincarnation of the Yuanying and confirm our identities. Lu Changsheng continued. Yuanying reincarnation. Honglian felt that Lu Changsheng was really too low. In her opinion, even if Lu Changsheng said that he was a venerable incarnation, or even a return to the void or a great power above the incarnation of the god, it would be fine. And she really believed that Lu Changsheng was a great power above the incarnation of the god, reincarnated, and became immortal in the mortal world, playing in the world. Don't worry, husband, just leave this to me. Honglian smiled with her transcendent and peerless face. This was the first task that Lu Changsheng gave her, so she had to perform well and even help her husband. She immediately asked for some information about this Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything and told him his feelings, impressions, and some guesses about this Qingyun Sect after several times of getting along. This Qingyun Sect has grown from a casual cultivator to this point. It seems that he is really extraordinary. He is a person with great luck. After listening, Honglian exclaimed. The Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world is not big. Qingyun Sect was born as a casual cultivator. He was able to break through the nascent soul in such an environment. It is not an exaggeration to say that a dragon appeared in a pond. That's right, the inheritance obtained by this Qingyun Sect in his early years should be extraordinary. In the battle between the two-headed dragon, the Taoist soldiers used by Qingyun Sect were no worse than the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. It can be seen that the inheritance is very top-notch. Moreover, this person has both a magic in a body, has a Taoist soldier, a quasi-4th-level spirit beast, and is proficient in divination. He is simply a son of luck. By the way, Honglian, I have already comprehended the power of space. Please tell me in detail about the power of mana to shatter the vacuum and absorb the power of the void. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng thought about the upgrade of his domain of law and asked Honglian. My husband has comprehended the power of space. Honglian was a little surprised. Although the two of them had obtained the void crystal for a long time, more than a year. But during this year, Lu Changsheng was in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, opening up the Wasteland War, and he should not have had much time to comprehend. Well, it took a little time to comprehend it, and it was not very difficult. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly, thinking that this kind of thing was very normal and not worth mentioning. You are worthy of being my husband. You actually comprehended the power of space in such a short time. As far as I know, even some top geniuses may need 3 to 5 years to comprehend the power of space. Honglian immediately flattered with her beautiful eyes, and then told Lu Changsheng in detail about the upgrade of the domain of law. After a long time, Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that his understanding was similar, and immediately expressed his sincere gratitude to Honglian. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During these days, in addition to accompanying his wives and concubines and teaching his children, Lu Changsheng further comprehended the power of space, preparing to shatter the void, absorb the fragments of the void, and condense the law domain into a realm. On this day, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a pure mana entering the Qi Hai Danshan out of thin air. Then, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for breaking through the Jiangdan and getting a rare chance to draw a lottery. Quanzhen breakthrough is successful. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes instantly, and 2 brilliant golden lights shot out of the hole, with a look of surprise and excitement. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now his son has finally broken through. Relying on this mana, his cultivation has almost reached the peak of the 6th level of Jiangdan. As long as he accumulates and settles for a few more years, he can try to impact the 7th level of Jiangdan. But for Lu Changsheng, the most important thing is the system's rare lottery. I wonder what I will draw this time. Lu Changsheng was full of expectations. I hope the system can be more powerful, and give me a Yuanying level combat power, or Zhuanherong essence, Yin-Yang Rongling pills and other rare treasures of heaven and earth. Don't ask for skills, or Tongshan Ling Bao. Because I really can't use them at this stage. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng thought, and the system's big turntable appeared, and then a bright golden light emerged, and began to spin rapidly. After a moment, the golden light stayed on the heavenly materials and treasures column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate sword embryo. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Immediately, a sword embryo pattern with an ancient appearance, a little rough, but full of mysterious patterns appeared, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Innate sword embryo. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, thinking of his son Lu Qingshan's Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo, and the Peachwood spirit embryo he won in the lottery in his early years. Innate sword embryo. Rank, 5th rank. Description: the supreme sword embryo formed naturally by heaven and earth, contains a trace of the origin of the sword, can be cast into a celestial spiritual treasure, or can be transformed into a companion sword embryo, giving birth to a sword embryo Deo body, can be cast into a celestial spiritual treasure or give birth to a sword embryo Deo body. Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at this description, not understanding the meaning behind it. Extract. He thought and extracted this innate sword embryo from the system space. In an instant, a brilliant light bloomed in the cave, filled with an indescribable sharp aura, cutting through the void. After a moment, the luster faded, and a sword embryo about 3 feet long appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. It looks simple and inconspicuous, like an unpolished embryo, without any sharp luster, and even gives people a sense of roughness. But if you look closely, there is a mysterious and incomparable pattern of heaven and earth flowing on this sword embryo. At the same time, a detailed introduction to this innate sword embryo entered Lu Changsheng's mind. This sword embryo is made of rare dragon pattern black gold and a trace of the origin of the sword. It belongs to the 5th level sword embryo and can be regarded as an embryo of a Tongshan Lingbao. If there is a 5th level refiner or swordsmith, this sword embryo can be directly cast into a 5th level flying sword, a Tongshan Lingbao. In addition to this effect, this innate sword embryo can also be used as a companion sword embryo to breed a sword embryo Taoist body. The method is very simple. When a woman is pregnant, she refines this innate sword embryo into her body. After the sword embryo origin and the fetus are fully integrated, the baby will have a sword embryo Taoist body that surpasses the spiritual body after birth. However, the innate sword embryo is a 5th level treasure, and at least the Yuan Yingzhenjin can bear it as a mother's embryo, and interweave the origin of the sword embryo with the fetus, so as to give birth to the sword embryo Deo body. Otherwise, if the cultivation is insufficient, there will only be 2 lives in 1 corpse, and the origin of the sword embryo will be consumed. In addition to this breeding method, there is another method, which is to cultivate this sword embryo with a child with a sword spirit body from an early age. Over time, when this child's ki training is perfect and the body is filled with the sword embryo ki, it will break through the foundation building, and the sword body will be assimilated into the sword embryo Deo body that matches the origin of the sword embryo. This sword embryo Deo body is perfectly matched with the innate sword embryo. It can not only maximize the power of the sword embryo, but also obtain the true solution of the sword in the origin of the sword embryo. Lu Changsheng looked at the innate sword embryo in front of him, took a breath, and didn't know what to say for a while. Not only can it cast a Tongshan Lingbao, but it can also give birth to a Deo body. You know, he has given birth to so many children, and the highest is the top spiritual body. As for the Deo body above the spiritual body, it has never been seen, and even the entire Jin kingdom has never heard of anyone with a Deo body. However, this sword embryo can breed a sword embryo Deo body. It's just that this condition is a bit harsh. Lu Changsheng looked at the sword embryo in front of him, thinking about the 2 conditions for breeding a sword embryo Deo body, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Among his wives, Honglian is the one who can expect to reach the nascent soul stage at present. But even if Honglian wants to break through the nascent soul stage, it will take at least 50 or 60 years. So if he wants to breed a sword embryo Deo body through the mother's womb, for him at present, he can only wait. As for the second method, if you just want to cultivate a sword embryo Deo body, it is naturally not difficult. But this kind of sword embryo Deo body must be given to your own children. It is difficult to give birth to a sword spirit body by yourself. And the sword spirit body must be at least a superior spirit body, otherwise it is difficult to blend the sword fetus ki. If you want to have a child with a sword embryo spirit body, you must find a child with a sword spirit body. The probability is much higher. But it's not easy to find a female cultivator with a sword embryo spirit body. Lu Changsheng exhaled. There is a sword cultivator around him. But Chu Qingyu was born with a clear sword heart, and she didn't have a sword spirit body. The Qingyun Sect should have a female cultivator with a sword body. But I can't go to the Qingyun Sect to kidnap a female cultivator to have a baby, right? And this kind of thing is too bad. Alice, I'm really not strong enough. I can't use the treasure I got, which is uncomfortable. Lu Changsheng sighed. If I had the nascent soul cultivation now and had several nascent soul wives, I could start making babies directly, and then use the innate sword fetus to give birth to a child with a sword fetus body. But I'm only in the Jinden stage, and my wife is at most in the Jinden stage. And there are only a handful of female nascent soul cultivators, and the only one I know is Qingyun Sect. I want to take this Jiang Kingdom's first casual cultivator home and become the mother of my child, but it's probably as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although Lu Changsheng had ideas about Qingyun Sect, he knew that it was very difficult to become the mother of his child. Instead of thinking about Qingyun Sect, it's better to wait for the sea-splitting mysterious whale to break through the 4th level and survive the transformation heavenly tribulation. If it doesn't work, just wait for Honglian. And even if this sword embryo is not cast into Tongshan's spiritual treasure and does not give birth to a sword embryo Dao body, it can still be used as a top-level spiritual treasure. Lu Changsheng stretched out his hand and held the sword embryo in front of him. It was very heavy. But the moment he held it, Lu Changsheng seemed to have a better understanding of the sword. This innate sword embryo contains a trace of the origin of the sword. This origin of the sword is the same as the veins flowing in the Zhuanshan Lingtang, interpreting the rules of heaven and earth and the true meaning of the sword. By observing the veins on it and understanding the key of the sword embryo, it is possible to comprehend many sword techniques and magical powers. And holding this sword embryo at all times can also better comprehend its origin. This kind of heaven and earth treasure is indeed extraordinary. If you spend time and comprehend it carefully, you may be able to comprehend a few authentic or even mysterious level magical sword techniques. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. However, if it falls into his hands, it is destined to be like the Zhuanshan Lingtang, just sitting at home and gathering dust, and it is impossible to comprehend the origin of the sword above. As for letting his children comprehend, Lu Changsheng thought of his son Lu Qingshan. With his talent in swordsmanship, it would not be difficult for him to comprehend a few sword techniques. But his son's personality made him want to steal his sword embryo. It's a pity that Lu Qingshan didn't have a sword spirit body and had already cultivated to the peak of foundation building. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng wouldn't mind giving him this innate sword embryo and cultivating a truly peerless sword cultivator. Although it's a bit ugly, it's practical. Lu Changsheng looked at the sword embryo in his hand, and suddenly felt itchy and wanted to try the effect. After thinking for a moment, he quietly left the cave and went to the depths of Damangs to try the power of the sword embryo. After all, it would be bad if he tried it in the city lord's mansion and accidentally split the city lord's mansion. Chapter 616, The Effect of the Sword Embryo. The 9 Nether Mastiff impacts the 3rd level. The Damangs lake is vast and boundless, like an endless ink painting. As we go deeper, the water surface gradually becomes gray and foggy, and the endless water seems to be closely connected with the sky, blending the water and the sky into one. Although the Damangs lake is more dangerous as it goes deeper, there are always monks who go to hunt monsters and explore treasures. Hulala, the water waves are surging, and 2 foundation building monks are seen fleeing out of the water in a panic, looking embarrassed, and their robes are damaged. The middle-aged man among them had his right arm bitten off by a monster, and blood gushed out, staining a large area of his clothes red. Cough, cough, cough. The man's face was as pale as paper, and he said with a miserable smile, "Sister Fu, go quickly, don't worry about me. If you delay like this, you may be attacked by other monsters. You can escape on your own." While speaking, he endured the pain and drove the magic weapon to stop the chasing monster for the woman. "Brother Yun, since we are married, we should share life and death together. I won't let you talk nonsense like that. If you die, I will never live alone," the woman said solemnly and firmly, and she drove the escape light to take the man to escape. However, one of them was in the early stage of foundation building, and the other was in the middle stage of foundation building. They were no match for the monster behind them. At this moment, suddenly, a brilliant sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth shot down from the sky, brilliant and gorgeous, as dazzling as the scorching sun. Facing the sword light, the man and woman could not only look directly at it, but also felt stinging in their eyes, and even stiffened all over, with their hair standing on end, and their skin felt a pain of being cut. Then, a warm and ethereal voice sounded in their ears. "The love between husband and wife is deep, and their hearts are commendable." The couple opened their eyes. The peerless sword light just now disappeared like an illusion. But the boundless sea in front of them seemed to be cut open, and an indescribable terrifying sword energy lingered. As for the monster that had chased them before, its flesh and blood had turned into powder, leaving only a crystal demon core floating. This. The two looked at each other when they saw this scene, and saw from each other's faces a kind of surprise of surviving a disaster and an indescribable shock and horror. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." The two swallowed their saliva and hurriedly bowed to the sky to show their gratitude. After receiving the demon core in their hands, the two still couldn't believe it and felt that they were dreaming. After all, the rescue and opportunity given by the masters belonged to the story of the story. But I never expected that such a thing would happen to the two of them. Brother Yun, it's your arm. The woman looked at the man's broken arm and felt a little distressed. For a cultivator, if the body is incomplete, it will affect the breakthrough of the realm of cultivation. It's just a hand, it's no big deal. The man smiled with a pale face, and then he and the woman drove the escape light back to the island quickly. Tisk, there are still many pure loves in the world of immortal cultivation. In the sky, Patriarch Lu, wearing a black robe, with a tall and slender figure, holding a rough-looking sword embryo, sighed. The sword just now was slashed by him casually. For such a casual thing, if he encounters it, Patriarch Lu is still willing to help. Moreover, such a touching love is also worthy of the rescue of Patriarch Lu, the god of pure love. This sword embryo is interesting. It is ordinary when not activated, but once it is injected with mana, it will bloom with peerless sword light. I am afraid that if an ordinary cultivator uses it, it will be like a top sword cultivator. Lu Changsheng took a look at the sword embryo in his hand and was very satisfied. This sword embryo looks simple, ordinary, and even a little rough. But as long as mana is injected, it will burst out with an indescribable brilliant sword light, which makes it difficult to look directly. After arriving at the depths of the Great Dream Lake, seeing that there was no one around, Lu Changsheng began to activate the sword embryo in his hand with all his strength. Buzz, 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 the ancient and gray sword embryo trembled, and the regular patterns began to interweave and flow, like smoke and fog, mysterious and extremely, bursting out a brilliant luster, which was 100 times brighter than the sun. Even when Lu Changsheng looked at the origin of the sword dao interwoven on the sword embryo, his eyes were a little painful and difficult to see clearly. Puff. Lu Changsheng cut out the sword embryo in his hand, and the brilliant sword light was like an endless rainbow, penetrating the void of heaven and earth, directly dividing the endless sea surface, forming a sharp sword energy that was enough to kill the third-level demon king. Hiss, good sword embryo, good sword embryo. Lu Changsheng looked at the gradually dimming sword embryo in his hand, his eyes full of joy. Although this sword embryo is not a magic weapon and has not been cast into Tongshan Lingbao, in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it is better than many Tongshan Lingbao. Because at this stage, he really has no way to use the Tongshan Lingbao. Even the middle grade and upper grade Lingbao are difficult for him to activate. But this sword embryo is different. Although it consumes more mana than ordinary magic weapons and spiritual treasures, there is no threshold for use. Even if a foundation-building cultivator obtains this sword embryo and injects mana into it, he can use some of its abilities. In other words, even if this sword embryo is not cast into Tongshan spiritual treasure, it can be regarded as a spiritual treasure with high potential and high upper limit. Although the mana consumption is more than that of ordinary spiritual treasures, this power is better than many spiritual treasures. In my hands, the power is not weaker than that of ordinary spiritual treasures. Lu Changsheng kept swinging his sword, and the Shinetun Bao Huang Lotus in the second dungeon trembled. The mana was like a vast sea bursting its banks, pouring out crazily. A series of dazzling sword lights lit up between heaven and earth, illuminating the sky and the ground, and setting off a shocking wave. At this time, any cultivator looking here would think that a peerless sword cultivator was performing sword magic. But at this moment, Lu Changsheng did not use the sword formula or perform any sword magic, but simply activated the power of the sword embryo. Huh? After a while, Lu Changsheng stopped breathing with a tired face. He liked the sword embryo in his hand more and more, and couldn't let it go. Holding the sword embryo, it was as if he had mastered a top-level sword technique. Even in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it was not as simple and direct as activating the origin of this sword embryo to perform the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Although I have obtained the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra and can be considered a sword cultivator, I am still far behind the sword cultivators like Zhuangjian's Henjin. If this sword embryo is in the hands of a sword cultivator like him, it will become a real powerful divine weapon. Lu Changsheng is still very self-aware of his swordsmanship level. Although he has surpassed many sword cultivators with his 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, there is still a gap compared to the top sword cultivators. Just like the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, he may not even be as good as his son Lu Qingshan at the same level. And in the previous battle with the two-headed dragon, he saw the swordsmanship level of Zhuangjian's Henjin. It was neat and tidy, without any fancy words or dragging his feet. It was a complete sword that broke all laws. Relying on the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra inherited by the system, if he wanted to improve his sword skills to this level, he would have to accumulate and settle for hundreds of years. This requires walking his own path in the sword. Understand his own sword intention. But it's enough. If I had this sword embryo when facing the Qingyun Sect master before, even if I couldn't kill him, I could defeat him. At this time, Changsheng thought of his previous fight with the Qingyun Sect master. At that time, the yin-yang mixed whole millstone was difficult to push over, and it was impossible to break the defense of the opponent's life spirit treasure. But this innate sword embryo in his hands is enough to rival the embryo of a spirit treasure, some low-grade spirit treasures, and was stated that time had been upgraded to the level of a half-step Yuanying. If he tried his best, he could probably cut this sword embryo with the power of a mid-grade spirit treasure. HMPH, when we get to Jin, if this man dares to challenge me, I'll test my sword with him. Changsheng snorted, feeling that with a sword in hand, the world is mine. And if I do a sacrifice later, the power effect can be improved a bit. Although the sacrifice will cause the sword embryo to be contaminated with his own magic power and energy, affecting the future casting of a Tongshan Lingbao or the nurturing of a sword embryo's Dao body. But the more Changsheng looks at this sword embryo, the more he likes it, and the more he uses it, the more convenient it becomes. He plans to use it first. After all, for decades, apart from the yin-yang diagram he made, he has not had a real magic weapon. Now this sword embryo makes him feel excited. Besides, this sword embryo will only be used to nurture the sword embryo's Dao body in the future. What's wrong with being contaminated with a little bit of my magic power and energy? Maybe it can even inherit more characteristics of the chaotic body. Changsheng didn't care about it. If there's a good treasure, what's wrong with using it first as a father? I will definitely not cast any Tongshan Lingbao, but use it to nurture the sword embryo's Dao body. But if you want to breed a sword embryo, you have to be extremely lucky, or it will take decades. You can't just leave it there to collect dust, right? Although it can be used without offering sacrifices and refining. But if you don't offer sacrifices and refining, not only will the power be slightly worse, but there are also many magical powers in the world of immortal cultivation, and there are some magical powers and secret treasures that have fallen into the hands of others. If you meet such a cultivator one day, and your sword embryo is taken away during a fight, you will have no place to cry. With a sword embryo, as long as you break through the late stage of Jinden, offer sacrifices and refine the magical powers, and upgrade the domain of law, you can go to the 5 Poison Sect. Having seen the strength of Yuanying's engine before, Changsheng felt that he could barely compete with him after breaking through the late stage of Jinden. Now with this innate sword embryo, he feels more confident. In other words, he is not sure about facing Yuanying's engine or Qingyun's engine, who have Taoist soldiers and quasi 4th level spirit beasts. But like Qingyun Sect Master and Wudu Sect Master, who were defeated by Zhuangjian's engine in their early years, they still have some confidence. Even if you can't win, you can still escape unscathed. It would be even better if a sword spirit body appeared in my family in the next few days. Changsheng thought of the improvement that the empty spirit body had brought to him before. If a sword spirit body appeared at this time, even the worst sword spirit body, he could quickly improve his sword level by 1 level, thereby increasing the power of the innate sword embryo by a few points. It doesn't matter if there is no sword spirit body. When the sword embryo body is born in the future, Lu, will be a truly peerless sword cultivator. Changsheng made a sword flower with this sword embryo in his hand, and then turned back to the Great Dream Fairy City. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Changsheng frowned slightly, always feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. He thought for a long time, and his expression suddenly became clear. At that time, he was so excited to see the lottery that he forgot to check the situation of his son Lu Quansun. System. Changsheng muttered in his heart, and then opened the system interface of his son Lu Quansun. Name, Lu Quansun, lifespan, 80/320, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, Kunpeng demon body, superior spiritual body, cultivation, 1st level Jinden, talent, fighting compatibility, 72%, tisk, an 80-year-old Jinden cultivator. If this gets out, it will be enough to make a sensation in Jiang country. Changsheng looked at his son's interface, and he still felt quite accomplished. In the Jiang country's immortal cultivation world, if you can form a Jinden before the age of 100, you are considered a genius. and his son Lu Quanzhong is only 80 years old. However, Lu Quanzhong gave himself the crystal condensing pill and the Qingzhu spiritual objects, which is simpler than the Immortal Sect's true teachings, saving a lot of time. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if you want to obtain the crystal condensing pill and the Qingzhu spiritual objects, you will have to be busy for at least 10 or 20 years. But why is the lifespan only 320? The foundation building breakthrough to the Qingzhu will give you a lifespan of 500. The upper grade Qingzhu will give you an extra 10 or 20 years of lifespan. Looking at his son's lifespan, Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. The other party's lifespan increase is already at a normal level. Is it because of the burning of life potential before, or is it a problem with the technique? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although Lu Quanzhong's physical problems were solved by him, his lifespan could not be saved. His situation might have a certain impact on his breakthrough to the Qingzhu stage. Then there's the technique. The lifespan of a cultivator has always been affected by the technique. Cultivators who practice wood and water-based health-preserving techniques are undoubtedly much longer lived. Cultivators who practice gold, fire, thunder, and fighting and domineering techniques are relatively shorter lived. Lu Quanzhong's Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art is undoubtedly extremely domineering. Its ability and supernatural powers, Kunpeng's demon body, are not picky about meat and vegetables, swallowing and plundering the essence of all spirits and turning them into its own use, naturally has a price. This kind of magic skill has a short lifespan, which is barely acceptable. Besides, 240 years is enough. Lu Changsheng felt that with his son Lu Quanzhong's temperament and talent, he should be able to reach the peak of the Qingzhu stage in the past 200 years. At that time, I, as an old father, will help a little, and it seems that the nascent soul will not be a problem. However, when he thought of Lu Quanzhong's early life-burning gameplay, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If the latter continued to play like this, no matter how many years he had, it would not be enough for him. Forget it, my children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Lu Changsheng did not continue to worry. If he had to worry about everything, how could he be busy? Considering that Lu Quanzhong had broken through the Qingzhu and now had to stabilize his realm and practice magical skills, Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to go home to visit him. He continued to practice in the Great Dream Fairy City, offering sacrifices to magical powers and innate sword embryos. In this way, in a blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Lu Changsheng completed the sacrifice of the innate sword embryo, and there was a close connection between the two. This sword embryo has a trace of the origin of the sword, and contains all kinds of sword intent. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is all-encompassing. In this case, let's call it Daluo, which means vast and immeasurable, all-encompassing. Lu Changsheng looked at the simple and unadorned innate sword embryo in his hand, thought for a while, and gave it a name. During this time, he practiced sword embryo day and night, and gained a lot of insights in swordsmanship. If before this, he felt that he needed to accumulate hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to catch up with the swordsmanship level of Zhuangjian's Henjin. But with a Daluo sword embryo, it is estimated that 100 years will be enough. Of course, he has not had in-depth contact with Zhuangjian's Henjin, and he does not know his specific swordsmanship strength. He just feels it. However, he can discuss these swordsmanship understandings with Chu Qingyun later. Or if he meets a female cultivator with a superior swordsmanship spirit body one day, Lu Changsheng can explain the true meaning of swordsmanship to her and discuss it for 7 days and 7 nights. Tisk, this is the foundation, which must be accumulated little by little over time. Lu Changsheng sighed, put the Daluo sword embryo into the sword box he made, took back the Qianqin Benying belt, and then accompanied his wife, concubines and children on a daily basis. After all, cultivation is cultivation, and accompanying his wife, concubines and teaching children is still necessary. Bang bang bang, Lu Changsheng came to the backyard martial arts field of the city lord's mansion and saw 2 pretty girls fighting in close combat. One was wearing a red dress and a high ponytail, with a pure golden Buddha light flowing through her fists, opening and closing them. The other was wearing a white dress and was only 11 or 12 years old, but she looked like a humanoid monster cub, no worse than the girl in red, with a pure white and golden luster flowing through her fists. Not far away, there was also a charming woman wearing a white liuxin skirt, with a pure and charming appearance, and a golden pen bird watching the fight. Since Lu Changsheng had limited time and energy, and his daughter was so old, it was not a good idea to keep her at home every day, So he asked the golden-winged Skypeng to teach the two. Although the golden-winged Skypeng did not understand the human body cultivation method, the Skypeng clan's instinct for fighting was engraved in their blood. For example, its inherited method, the heavenly demon slaughtering saint technique, was a top-level killing technique. So Lu Changsheng asked it to only teach the fighting method, not the skills, and then let the two daughters practice on weekdays. One of the sisters has a cute and heroic face, and the other is like a perfect masterpiece carefully crafted by God. At this moment, they are like two monsters, fighting and making the air explode, which gives people a strong contrast. On weekdays, anyone who sees these two cute and beautiful girls will not think that they are foundation-building cultivators with second-level physiques. Brother! Daddy! Daddy! Bai Ling saw Lu Changsheng coming and immediately shouted happily. The two sisters who were sparring also stopped. Lu Ling was a little out of breath, and the whole person was full of energy and cute. Lu Beixi was like a person who had nothing to do, standing tall, like a girl walking out of a scroll, indescribably beautiful, holy and elegant, and it was impossible to tell that she had just sparred with Lu Ling. Xiaoxi. Compared with Lu Ling, daughter Lu Beixi was not so enthusiastic, and had a calm and quiet personality. However, it may be because of the complementary personalities that the relationship between the two sisters is very friendly. Immediately, at the suggestion of their daughter Lu Ling, the two daughters attacked their old father. Although Lu Changsheng never practiced this physical skill, close combat. But as a giant cultivator, he also had a fiery eye. In his eyes, the movements of his two children were just like snails. So after a while, Lu Changsheng received his daughter's admiring eyes, and then instructed his daughters. After dinner, Lu Changsheng took them out to play with Bai Ling, Meng Xiaojun and her daughter. Lu Changsheng came to the deep sea to see the Black Sea whale. However, the latter had taken the 4th-level demon pill for less than a year, and there was no change. To completely refine the demon pill and promote the bloodline, it would take at least 10 or 20 years. For the demon beast, this speed is fast enough, but for Lu Changsheng, it is a bit slow. You should have a good rest. Lu Changsheng asked the Black Sea whale to take him and others to stroll in the Great Dream Lake, and then let it go back to the deep sea to sleep. The demon beast in a sleeping state is helpful for refining and consuming the energy of the 4th-level demon pill. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng received a letter from his wife Lu Maoyan, saying that Jiu Yao Mastiff could be promoted to the 3rd level. It's almost time to go back. Lu Changsheng thought about it, and he had been in the Great Dream Fairy City for so long. He immediately took Lu Maoji, Bai Ling, and the 3 sisters Lu Ling, Lu Beixi, and Lu Mengjin home. Not to mention how good the relationship between the children and brothers is, but they still need to see more. After Lu Beixi came to the Great Dream Fairy City, he had not returned to Bihu Mountain for a long time. As for Lu Mengjin, she had been to Bihu Mountain since she was born. And she was sealed in the Spirit Eye Spring by Lu Changsheng. With his wife and daughter, Lu Changsheng did not rush to travel. He took his time to play on the way and took them to see the scenery along the way. After more than half a month, they returned to Bihu Mountain. Hearing that his eldest brother Lu Pingyan had not returned yet, Lu Ling was a little disappointed. If you want to talk about closeness in the family, she is very close to her eldest brother Lu Pingyan and likes this eldest brother very much. But she was cheerful and lively, and after a while she took Lu Beixi and Lu Mengjin to find someone to play with. Lu Changsheng held Lu Maoji and Bai Ling, watching this scene, looking at Bihu Mountain, with a faint smile on his face. This is the result of his struggle for more than 80 years. From a poor boy who chose to be a son-in-law, he gradually became a well-known Jiandans Henren in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, and created Bihu Mountain and Xianfu Lu family. As long as you see these, you feel that the hardships and hard work you have gone through are worth it. Husband, sister Maoji, linger. Lu Changsheng and the 2 women came to the Lu family mansion, and Lu Maoyan, Chu Hansun and others immediately came to greet them. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng and several women came to Zumi Cave Heaven. I saw the 9 nether mastiff coiled in front of the Changsheng Hall, with a huge body, thick hair, and shiny oil. After seeing Lu Changsheng, he immediately stood up and walked forward, growling in his mouth. Even though he knew that the 9 nether mastiff was about to be promoted to the 3rd level, Lu Maoji still sighed. Once upon a time, the 9 nether mastiff was just a little wolf cub, but now it is about to break through to become a 3rd level demon king. Here you go. Lu Changsheng touched the wolf head of the 9 nether mastiff and threw out 2 spiritual objects suitable for its giant from the stored ring. Then he picked a place for it and arranged the demon evil formation, indicating that it should impact the 3rd level here. Ah! The 9 nether mastiff roared, rubbed Lu Changsheng's arm with its head, and then entered the demon evil formation and began to move blood and demon power. Compared with the breakthrough of the giant by a cultivator, it is easier and more direct for a demon beast to break through the 3rd level. There is no such thing as the 3 levels of giant, it is just to promote the demon core to the demon pill. However, the demon beast also knows to adjust its state, prepare, and climb to the peak of its spirit. Quanzhen. After watching for a while, Lu Changsheng called Lu Quanzhen, who was in retreat. Meet father, mother, and aunt. A moment later, Lu Quanzhen walked out of the Changsheng hall, wearing a black robe, with a clear and elegant appearance, and bowed to Lu Changsheng and others. Quanzhen, congratulations on your breakthrough to the giant stage. Lu Changsheng looked at his son twice, then asked with a smile, what grade is the giant stage? Thanks to my father's help, I am lucky to have the 1st grade giant stage. Lu Quanzhen said with a bow. Although he was sure of the giant stage beforehand, and even had a high probability of condensing a high-grade giant stage. But after he really started to condense the giant stage, he found that it was not that simple to condense a high-grade giant stage. Without the Ningjing Den, the 5-element spirit fruit, the sun essence, the moon essence, and the life source of the spirit whale, he would not be able to condense the immortal giant stage. Moreover, at the last moment of the giant stage, all the negative emotions accumulated in his heart burst out and formed a demon in his heart. Because of his practice of Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art, his demon in his heart broke out particularly seriously. All the darkness, worries, guilt, killing, etc. accumulated in his daily life, all surged into his heart and filled his mind. If it were not for the Zumi Tree King to help him quickly break through the demon barrier, even if he could get through it on his own, he would be affected under certain circumstances. Chapter 617 5-element spiritual soil, late golden elixir stage. Well, not bad. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, not surprised. Although Lu Quanzhen burned his lifespan potential in his early years and quickly improved his cultivation, which damaged his foundation. But through the Pluto art, Vajra relics, Zuanchan spirit vine, and spirit whale origin, he has almost recovered and is expected to form a pill. Afterwards, he used the Void Kun, Golden Wing Sky Peng, and his Chaos Body Essence blood to cleanse his Taoism, and perfectly integrated the 2 top-level exercises Yin Yang 5 elements Kunpeng art and Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art to condense the Kunpeng demon body. Under such circumstances, with a crystal condensation pill, the 5-element spirit fruit, and the essence of the sun and the moon, it is normal to condense the immortal golden pill. However, Lu Maoj, Lu Maoyan, and Chu Hanso next to them were very surprised. 1st grade Den, immortal golden pill. Over the years, Lu Maoj has seen Lu Changsheng's extraordinary things. Seeing Huanglian, Meng Xianjun, and Xiao Ziyu forming Dan one after another, she was also working hard for the upper grade golden pill. But when she heard that Lu Quanzhen condensed the immortal golden pill, she couldn't help but be shocked and moved. After all, this is a 1st grade golden elixir. Only the peerless genius of the Immortal Sect can hope to form an immortal golden elixir with a nascent soul seed. Even she dared not hope for an immortal golden elixir, at most a top-grade golden elixir. Looking at Lu Quanzhen in front of her, she thought of her children far away and knew. Over the years, it was impossible for her to say that she had no regrets, or self-blame in her heart. If it were not for her decision, her 2 children would not have to go to another country, separated for decades, and it would be difficult to meet each other, and now they would have to face the danger of war between the 2 countries. Immortal golden elixir. Lu Maoyan only knew that her son was recuperating at home and preparing to form a golden elixir, and she did not know the specific situation of Lu Quanzhen. At this time, when she heard that he had broken through the golden elixir and condensed the rumored 1st grade immortal golden elixir, she was also moved, surprised, and envious. Envy Chu Hansun for giving birth to a good son. Although she gave birth to 5 children, only a pair of children had spiritual roots. Son Lu Yun still relied on the method of longevity in heaven and earth to break through the foundation. As for her daughter Lu Yu, she married early. Although her family gave her a foundation-building pill, she failed to break through and chose to give up, content with being ordinary. Quanzhen, You have broken through to the Qingzhu stage. Qingzhu said happily. Although she is a homebody, she also knows what the word Qingzhu means. He has already entered the sequence of high-level cultivators and is one of the top existences in Zhang country. I didn't expect that her son would become a Qingzhu Henren. It seems that only my husband and senior Honglian have broken through to the Qingzhu stage in the family? Well, the child has just broken through not long ago. I have been in seclusion these days to consolidate my realm, so I haven't seen my mother to report the good news to you. Lu Quanzhen bowed to his mother. It's not that there is no time to report the good news, but it's better not to reveal things like Qingzhu for the time being. My mother is not someone who can keep secrets. I told her, but I didn't let her spread it. If my sister Lu Quanzhen can't tell it, it's really embarrassing, so it's better not to say it. Quanzhen, you have broken through to the Qingzhu stage now, you can consider getting married and settling down. Qingzhu said happily immediately. Although Lu Maiyuan envied her for having a good son. But she felt that Lu Maiyuan's son Lu Yun was better, just staying at home and living a stable life, with many children and blessings. Lu Quanzhen, Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maiyuan. Everyone present could see that a cultivator like Lu Quanzhen, who was devoted to the great Dao, had no intention of getting married, and only his mother Qingzhu kept urging him. Quanzhen is still very good. He was the first to break through the foundation building stage, and now he is the first in the family to break through the Qingzhu stage. Lu Changsheng made a sound to smooth things over, then pinched his wife Qingzhu's palm, and smiled. Quanzhen is not a child anymore. He has his own ideas and plans for the future. If he meets the right person, he will succeed. Besides, Quanzhen has broken through the Qingzhu stage at this age, and there are not many people in the whole Zhang kingdom who are worthy of him. While talking, he and several people came to the Spirit Eye Spring and sat down, asking Lu Quanzhen what his plans were next. Lu Quanzhen was silent for a moment, and said, I haven't thought about it yet. I plan to stabilize my realm first, practice the techniques and magic of Qingzhu, and then make plans. In his early years, he wanted to break through the Qingzhu, so he went to find his uncle Chu Cheng. On the one hand, he wanted to see a wider world. On the other hand, he also wanted to know what happened to his uncle. It's just that his father spent so much effort on him. Now that he has broken through the Qingzhu, he has not made any contribution to the family. How can he just leave? And he knows that his uncle's words about condensing a top-grade golden elixir before the age of 100 are just to motivate himself. The other party is in the foundation building stage, and he can give him a bunch of natural materials and treasures that Qingzhu's Henren doesn't have, which is enough to show that the situation is not ordinary and involves the Yuanying level. If he rashly contacts him, not only can he not do anything, but he may also cause trouble for him. Well, Lu Changsheng nodded and said, you should practice well at home first, and your father will give you something when the time comes. He has some ideas about Lu Quanzhen's future arrangements. It is definitely not possible to continue in Jiangguo. Once he goes all out, he will easily be labeled as a demon cultivator and wanted by the 4 major immortal gates. As for going to Jin, now that he has offended all the 3 major demon gates in Jin, if Lu Quanzhen is recognized, he will probably be wanted by the 3 major demon gates in Jin. As for you, Liang, Wu, and even the more distant Yuan, Xianluo, etc., Lu Changsheng also feels that they are not suitable, so he is going to send him to Xingxiusi to have a look. Although Meng Wuhan gave him information about Xingxiusi in his early years, it was only a general introduction. And he and Honglian will most likely go to Xingxiusi to find the opportunity of Yuanying in the future, so he will let his son explore the way first. It just so happens that Xingxiusi is relatively prosperous, and there is no distinction between good and evil. It is close to the Great Dream Immortal City, which is very suitable for his son to go. Father, if the matter is important, I don't need to practice my magical skills. Lu Quanzhen said so after hearing this. His Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art is different from most exercises, and does not emphasize closed or hard practice. Even the magical powers that come with the exercises are mainly enhanced through external training methods. It's not a matter of urgency. You should stabilize your realm first and practice the art of forming a golden elixir. Lu Changsheng smiled and raised his hand. 3 mini magic weapons appeared. They were the low-grade magic weapon he had refined in his early years, the Wind and Thunder Wings. The low-grade magic weapon he obtained from the golden elixir cultivator of the Shadow Sect, the Shadow Thorn, and the low-grade magic weapon, The cloak robe. This is a gift from your father for forming a golden elixir. You can keep 1 or 2 with you. Although Lu Quanzhong had condensed an immortal golden elixir, he was now a pure blank golden elixir, and his combat power might not be as good as some true elixir cultivators. If he went to the Qingzhu Sea, he would naturally need a few magic weapons. These 3 magic weapons just happened to have the effects of attack, defense, and escape, which were suitable for his current use. Lu Quanzhong was shocked by his father's wealth. He was not a cultivator who didn't know the sufferings of the world. Even countless foundation-building cultivators had just broken through and were busy running around for a spiritual weapon. But just after he broke through, his father prepared magic weapons for him, and 3 of them. "Thank you, father." He knew his father's character, took a deep breath, stood up and bowed solemnly, then accepted the magic weapon. You can walk around the house if you have nothing to do, and guide your younger brothers and sisters in their practice. Don't just stay indoors. Lu Changsheng continued to give some advice, then motioned for him to go and accompany his wife. Half a month later, in Zumi Cave Heaven, in the demon array, a strong and terrifying demon power and evil spirit began to surge. It was the first time that Lu Changsheng saw a demon beast break through the 3rd level. However, after taking a few glances, he felt that it was not interesting, so he went out to Qingyun Sect to discuss Taoism with Xiao Ziyu and swordsmanship with Chu Qingyi. It was Lu Quanzhong who came to pay attention to the breakthrough of Jiu Yao Mastiff because of the news of the latter's breakthrough. Seeing that the former guard dog was promoted to the 3rd level, he was very emotional. He didn't know what his father fed it. It was promoted to the 3rd level in less than 100 years. If this spread out, it would be enough to make many beast control families ashamed. Xiao Hei's bloodline talent is quite interesting. Lu Quanzhong watched Jiu Yao Mastiff refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the treasures of the demon array with one breath, and saw some flavor of Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art. It can only be said that there are always some similar characteristics in the myriad skills and magical powers in the world. Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect, and Xiao Ziyu gave him the Ningjing pill that she had exchanged before, saying that she would go to Qingzhu Mountain range to take charge in 2 months. Although she could not accept this task. But when she could not refuse in the future, she might run into Qingyun Sect leading the giant and cultivators of Qingyun Sect, Yuling Sect, and Luoxia Sect to support Yu Kingdom. So it is better to go to Qingzhu Mountain range to take charge now, which is simpler and safer. Okay. Lu Changsheng knew that the sect cultivators basically had to complete a sect task every few years. Although the sect would not force them too much, they could not continue to refuse after refusing twice. Only guest elders like him did not have to go out to perform tasks. However, during this trip, Lu Changsheng also went to see the head of Qingyun Sect, handed over 10 3rd-grade top-quality talismans, and got some 3rd-grade talisman-making materials from Qingyun Sect. After all, the 3rd-grade middle-upper-grade talisman-making materials are not enough to rely on the Great Dream Fairy City alone, and you have to hunt the Demon King by yourself. In order to reduce the killing, Lu Changsheng handed over the talismans to Qingyun Sect in exchange for talisman-making materials and heavenly spiritual materials. With a 3rd-grade top-level talisman-making skills, this kind of business is not a loss for him, which is a bit similar to being a talisman master in Qingzhu Mountain in his early years. And Qingyun Sect was also very satisfied with this transaction, and even took the initiative to ask Lu Changsheng if he had any special requirements for talisman skin and talisman ink. Different talismans have different requirements for talisman skin and talisman ink. Just like the talisman skin and talisman ink made by the double-headed dragon, which are used to draw talismans with properties such as gold, fire, thunder, and treatment, there will be a certain impact, and it is more suitable for drawing talisman paper with water and poison properties. In this way, Lu Changsheng lived in Mingayu and discussed Taoism with Xiao Ziyu. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a 2nd-level fortune teller and getting a chance to draw a lottery. On this day, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Seeing his son Lu Qingxun promoted to 2nd-level fortune teller, he subconsciously looked at his lifespan. It was 1 year less than before. Does daily research also shorten your lifespan? Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. No wonder fortune tellers are said to have bad luck in their later years. Even if these people don't consume their lifespans are lower than those of cultivators of the same level if they forcefully deduce the secrets of heaven. In other words, Fortune-telling is too mentally exhausting, and such people are prone to short lives. This made Lu Changsheng even more curious about the methods of Qingyun Sect, and he wanted to know how she achieved longevity and maintained her physical condition. System: draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng drew this system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure, 5-element spiritual soil. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. 5-element spiritual soil. Lu Changsheng glanced at the introduction. This kind of spiritual soil is mutually beneficial to the 5 elements, and can cultivate and survive many spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines that have harsh growth environments. For some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines, it has a certain bonus effect and can accelerate their growth. In addition, this 5-element spiritual soil is also a superior elixir-forming spiritual object, and you can eat a few bites when you break through. However, there is not much of this 5-element spiritual soil, only a small bucket, and it is estimated that it is enough to cultivate 3 or 5 spiritual herbs. As a superior elixir-forming spiritual object, it can feed more than 10 people. It's not bad. It can not only be used as an elixir-forming spiritual object for 10 people, but also can cultivate spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. I wonder if it will help the blackwood vine. Lu Changsheng felt that this lottery draw was not bad. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain from Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng poured all the 5-element oil to the blackwood vine, and then entered the Zumi cave heaven. At this time, the demonic energy in the cave was soaring, and it was filled with a terrifying and murderous aura. The immortal golden elixir is still a lot worse. Lu Changsheng saw that the demon elixir in the body of Qingzhu Mastiff was constantly condensing and compressing. Relying on the power of the heavenly bloodline and the natural materials and treasures he prepared, there is no problem with the superior golden elixir. But judging from its appearance, it looks like a second-grade golden elixir at most, and it is difficult to reach the first-grade immortal golden elixir. But this is normal. After all, Qingzhu Mastiff only has a mid-grade bloodline of the heavenly rank, and it still lacks some foundation to condense the immortal golden elixir. Further, Lu Quanzhou next to him said that Qingzhu Mastiff should not have reached its limit yet. If he helps, he may have a chance to impact the immortal golden elixir. Okay. After all, it is his first spiritual pet, and it has been guarding the house for so many years. Even if it has no credit, it has worked hard. If it breaks through the immortal golden elixir, it will be a good sign. Immediately, his palm gently wiped the Qingyan binding belt, and a white jade gourd appeared. It was the essence of the 4th level 2-headed dragon. Swish! 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 Drops of the 2-headed dragon's essence flew towards Qingzhu Mastiff. At the same time, a ball of Taiyin essence flew out from the sun and moon to yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror. Qingzhu Mastiff's attributes are more in line with Taiyin essence. If it is nourished with solar essence, it will only be counterproductive and superfluous. Lu Quanzhou also used the Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art to create a Kunpeng phantom to help the 9-nether mastiff transform its evil spirit. A few days later, the huge vortex of heaven and earth spiritual energy in Zumi cave heaven dissipated, and a majestic demonic energy rushed into the sky. Demonic energy rushed into the sky, the aura of a demon king. The 9-nether mastiff successfully promoted to the 3rd level demon king, exuding a terrifying and deep demonic aura. Not only was its body taller and stronger, but its appearance was also significantly different from before. Its head was more hideous and terrifying, and the vertical pupils between its eyebrows were emitting a cold and cruel fierce luster. The darkness on its limbs had a little more dark red. If you look closely and brush aside the hair, you can see black scales that look like dragon scales, cold and hard. But the most amazing thing is its tail. I don't know if it was affected by the essence and blood of the 2-headed dragon or what happened, but a terrifying head shaped like a dragon head grew at the end of its tail, choosing people to bite, fierce and scary. It looks a bit too fierce. It's not a proper spirit beast. Lu Changsheng looked at the 9-nether mastiff in front of him and said. The 9-nether mastiff was quite cute when it was young. But as it grew up, it became more and more fierce. Now it can be said to be a thorough beast. Thinking of him, Changsheng's Henren, who is handsome and elegant, if he takes the 9-nether mastiff with him when he goes out, it will really affect his image. On the contrary, his wife Lu Miaoji's Bishu Jinjing Qiren is more in line with his temperament. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng found that there were not many spirit beasts that looked good in the lottery. I wonder if I can draw a unicorn or a dragon horse in the future, which is more in line with my gentle and jade-like exiled immortal temperament. Ah. The 9 other mastiff lowered his head a little aggrieved when he heard Lu Changsheng's words. It's normal for me to look fierce because I have the blood of a fierce beast flowing in my veins. Moreover, according to the aesthetics of monsters, the more fierce I look, the more powerful I am. It's okay to be a little fierce, it's enough to scare people when I take it out. Lu Changsheng comforted. Although the 9 other mastiff in front of him has only been promoted to the 3rd level, it is almost catching up with the demonic aura of the Wind and Thunder Hound in the early years. In the future, when he needs a thug, it is enough to take this 9 other mastiff with him when he goes out. Okay, you digest it well. Lu Changsheng patted its head. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming back, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Yanfei, Lu Ziyan and others asked Lu Changsheng to go out for training. After breaking through the foundation building, although the Lu family still maintains high welfare resources, but this welfare is only relative. It is very difficult to rely on this resource to practice to the late stage of foundation building. Even if you practice to the late stage of foundation building, the hope of forming a pill is basically cut off. Therefore, after these Lu family children with good talents build their foundation, they first start with family tasks, guard the spiritual land, and then transition to going out for training. Okay. Lu Changsheng has always hoped that his children will go out and encourage this behavior. Only in this way can there be more seeds for forming a pill in the family. Lu Wangshu is also preparing to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with his mother Xiao Ziyu. The previous land reclamation war touched her deeply and she wanted to go out more. Okay. Lu Changsheng looked at his beautiful daughter in front of him, stroked her black hair, and sighed. After the war of reclamation, his daughter seemed to have matured a lot. Or, she was finally going to step out of the family's comfort zone. Seeing his children applying to go out, Lu Changsheng was a little surprised why Lu Chensha didn't go to practice with Lu Qingzhu and others. Well, father, I have saved a lot of resources before, and I plan to cultivate the iron fire ants and black erosion poisonous insects before going out. Lu Chensha saw his father coming to ask him, and said with a little embarrassment. If possible, he doesn't mind staying at home for a few decades. Anyway, the welfare and treatment at home are good, and you can raise spirit beasts for the family, and earn spirit stones by guarding the spiritual land and escorting caravans. If it doesn't work, go out to the small mountains to hunt some monsters. After a few decades, when his iron fire ants and black erosion poisonous insects are cultivated and become invincible under the stage of forming a pill, then go to practice at this time. You can quickly accumulate rich resources, improve your cultivation level, and plan to form a pill. Especially after experiencing the war of land reclamation and witnessing the insignificance of life, he has no intention of going out now. He plans to build the 6th level of foundation and consider going out after the number of insects exceeds 10,000. Yet, Lu Changsheng saw his son's thoughts and understood them very well. Everyone has their own ambitions. He never forced him and even funded him with 200,000 spirit stones to cultivate spirit beasts and spirit insects. On the one hand, this kind of beast-controlling monk consumes a lot of resources. If Lu Chensha were to do it alone, it would be very difficult. At this time, as a parent, helping him a little would make his journey smoother. On the other hand, he needs Lu Chensha to cultivate iron fire ants for him, extract refining crystals, and upgrade the casting of magic weapons. Thank you, father. Seeing that his father did not blame him and gave him so many spirit stones, Lu Chensha was delighted and excited, and he stayed at home with more peace of mind. While he had time, Lu Changsheng asked about the situation of his children at home. However, if he did not ask about this kind of thing, he would be at ease and at peace. But if he cared a little, he would start to have a headache. The main reason was that he had too many children. Even if he simply paid attention to his body and mind, his cultivation situation was enough to give him a headache. That day, Lu Changsheng was resting in the Lu family mansion, and Lu Qingqi came to cry to him. Dad, do I really have no merits at all? It's okay that she can't compare to her brother Lu Qingzhu. After all, her brother works so hard. But after integrating into her sister Lu Ling's small circle these days, she was severely shocked by her sister Lu Ling's and Lu Beixi's strengths. Especially seeing that Lu Beixi was only 19 years old, he had already broken through the foundation, and practiced both the body and the law, and was proficient in music, talisman making, and various magic. Although he was a foundation building cultivator, He could not make alchemy, talisman making, puppets, music, spiritual cooking, spiritual plants, etc. Fortunately, the timid Lu Mangjin was able to save her a little dignity and felt that she was not useless. How could it be that my little Qi is well behaved and sensible? How could she have no advantages? Really? Daddy, what are my advantages? Well, in my father's opinion, being well behaved and sensible is a big advantage. Dad, I want to learn alchemy. Go find your brother Xingchen and let him teach you. But after the alchemy furnace exploded before, he said it would be better for me to learn talisman making and it would be safer, but Sister Wangshu asked me to learn spiritual plants. After being enlightened by Lu Changsheng, Lu Qingqi accepted it calmly. There must always be incompetent people in the world, why can't this person be herself? As long as I accept my own incompetence, then I will be invincible. Besides, I'm not bad. Although she was a little inferior to Lu Ling, Lu Beixi, and Lu Qingxun, she was better than 99% of her peers in the Qingzhu Mountain area. After returning from this trip, Lu Changsheng did not rush back to Diamond Fairy City, but practiced in Qingzhu Mountain. In addition to practicing, comprehending the power of space, practicing magical powers, and accompanying his wife, he would go to Changcheng to discuss swordsmanship. Although Xiao Zhai went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Changsheng still had a secret meeting with Changcheng in their underground palace and did not go to Qingyun Sect. Cheng, how about this sword move of your husband? Changcheng tilted her head to the side, completely ignoring his words. The 10 toes of her jade feet wrapped in snow-white silk stockings kept curling and clasping, stretching the arch and sole of the foot into a beautiful moon arc. Lu Changsheng didn't care at all, and continued to draw the sword firmly and powerfully, teasing him. I don't know how long it took, but the sword fairy, with a body as white as porcelain and dazzling skin, was naked, with only her feet wrapped in snow-white silk stockings. Her beautiful eyes opened and closed, her jade face was like peach blossoms, her slender waist trembled, and she was so beautiful. Time is like a sword, and the years are like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. After these days of practice, Lu Changsheng's yin-yang yiki great capture finally sacrificed 3 strands of Zhuanghuang essence, and its power increased greatly. In terms of cultivation, due to too many trivial matters and the need to sacrifice and practice supernatural powers, the improvement was limited. This year, Lu Changsheng always kept his original intention in mind, and even if he was busy, he would take time to favor his concubine. But now Lu Changsheng's pregnancy is completely up to fate. It would be best if she could get pregnant, but it doesn't matter if she didn't. So after a year, only one concubine successfully got pregnant. Husband. That day, Lu Maiyuan told Lu Changsheng a piece of news. The 5 elements Wang family's dam-forming seeds failed to impact dam forming in Qingyun Fairy City. It seems that the 5 elements Wang family is going to be completely destroyed. Lu Changsheng heard this and said softly. During the Wasteland Reclamation War, the news of the Wang family's ancestors' death spread. The Wang family knew that if this continued, they would be gradually eroded after the Wasteland Reclamation War. So they took advantage of the Wasteland Reclamation War to offer their family heritage, buy military merits, and exchange for a crystal condensing pill. In recent years, many families have been watching the 5 elements Wang family, wanting to see if they can produce another real person who has achieved the Dan. Now that the news of the failure of the Dan has spread, it means that the 5 elements Wang family is completely finished. Don't worry about this matter. If the Wang family asks for help, or the 5 elements mountain is about to be breached, you can protect them. Lu Changsheng had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the 5 elements Wang family. The head of Qingyun also mentioned this matter to him before, indicating that he should not interfere too much in the affairs under the rule of the Qingzhu Sect, otherwise it would make things difficult for both sides. However, in order to obtain 2 magic weapons from the Wang family in his early years, he promised the ancestor of the Wang family that he would protect the Wang family when it declined in the future. Therefore, if the Wang family really encounters the disaster of extermination, at most they will come forward to preserve the bloodline of the Wang family. Should we inform Xingchen and Ginger? Lu Maiyuan asked. A mother is honored by her son. Lu Zuanqian has a body of 5 elements, and his cultivation progress is rapid. He has already reached the 9th level of key refining, and has a promising future. So she attaches great importance to Wang Yanjing. Of course, Wang Yanjing himself is also extraordinary, and has the potential to form a pill in the future. It's okay to tell someone about this, or let Ginger write a letter to the Wang family, and send some blood to Qingyun Mountain. Qingyun Mountain is a spiritual land purchased by the Wang family in the early years under the rule of Qingyun Sect as a branch of the Wang family. As long as the children of the Wang family stay in Qingyun Mountain, Lu Changsheng can protect them. After all, with his reputation as Changsheng's Henren, as long as he speaks, no one will openly attack such a small branch. What is the current situation in Yu Kingdom? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. There has been no major news recently. Lu Miaoyan said softly. It seems that Jiang State has stabilized, and it has also helped Yu State stabilize. When Xianxia's Henjin's nascent soul spirit fell into the hands of Zhuangjian's Henjin, it not only weakened Liang State's combat power, but also had the conditions to negotiate with Liang State. Although I don't know what the two sides are negotiating, it is a good thing that the war has stopped. After all, the more stable the world of immortal cultivation is, the more at ease I can develop. If there is chaos, I will definitely be affected. Immediately, Lu Changsheng began to practice hard, preparing to break through the late stage of Jinden as soon as possible, and went to Yu State with Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohuan. It has been 3 years since his son Lu Qingshan broke through the 9th level of foundation building. If he delays it any further, it will be embarrassing if he retreats to break through to Jinden. Besides, his wife Lu Miaoji's yin-yang yuandan method has been practiced almost the same. This trip to see her children can also make her mind clear, and she can prepare for Jinden with peace of mind after returning. Half a year later. Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, with the yin and yang energies flowing through his body, as if he was wearing a yin and yang Taoist robe. The yin and yang diagram hovered above his head, dropping wisps of chaotic luster. Ordinary Jinden's Henren who cultivated to the peak of the 6th level, if they want to break through the late stage of Jinden, they still need to rely on natural materials and treasures, or sense opportunities in the dark, and accumulate continuously. But for Lu Changsheng, who has a chaotic body, earth spirit roots, and a golden elixir of the great Dao, it is like a natural process, without any resistance. In other words, such resistance can be broken in front of him with a snap of a finger. Boom! Lu Changsheng operated a yin and yang creation sutra and began to impact the late stage of Jinden. As his skills continued to operate, the yin and yang great Dao golden elixir began to rotate and tremble, and the endless chaotic spiritual light burst out. At the same time, a surging Jinden spiritual pressure formed around Lu Changsheng, like layers of stormy waves, ups and downs. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng's mana finally reached the critical point, and broke through the bottleneck from the middle to the late stage of Jinden. At the same time, the great Dao golden pill and the Tai soul in the sea of consciousness formed a mysterious resonance. The power of his soul began to rise as his cultivation level improved. Chapter 618, Nascent Soul, Transformation, and Journey to the Kingdom of Yu. The golden man in Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows glowed with brilliant golden light. Under the endless soul power, he became more and more condensed, like an immortal god. In his early years, when he was at the 1st level of Jinden and awakened the Tai soul body, Lu Changsheng's soul was madly improved and directly climbed to the peak of Jinden. In recent years, with the sun and moon reincarnation art and the realm breakthrough, his soul has also been slowly improving. However, the barrier between Jinden and Yuanying is like a natural moat, and it has never been broken through. Now that he has broken through to the late stage of Jinden, with the addition of Tai soul body, his soul has finally broken through the critical point from Jinden to Yuanying and sublimated towards Yuanying's soul. At this moment, Lu Changsheng entered a mysterious and wonderful state. The soul in the sea of consciousness stepped out from the center of his eyebrows, like a fist-sized sun, blazing and brilliant, corresponding to the yin and yang diagram on his head, making his skin clear and flawless, and full of light. Lu Changsheng's body, Tai's soul, and the yin-yang diagram form a close and mysterious connection, as if they were one, and they were all natural. If you look closely, you can see that the golden man seems to be absorbing and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, slowly solidifying and growing, like an immortal king sitting cross-legged, bursting with thousands of golden lights. As his soul sublimated, Lu Changsheng felt that his thoughts seemed to be freed from the shackles of his body and merged with heaven and earth. A sacred ancient tree with a body like gold and jade and flowing light stood between heaven and earth, forming a dreamlike illusory figure wearing a golden and jade gauze skirt. This figure faced Lu Changsheng, his eyes were gentle and loving, He pitied all living beings, opened his arms, and merged with Lu Changsheng's soul and thoughts. In an instant, Lu Changsheng seemed to be immersed in a hot spring, wrapped in misty white clouds, and felt indescribably comfortable. At the same time, he entered a strange perspective. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient tree, with a panoramic view of the entire Qingzhu Mountain. He could see the Zhuanshan Lingtang and Zuanmutang in the underground palace at the top of Baiyan Peak. He could see the wives and concubines of the Lu family mansion, and the children in the small courtyards. He could see the spiritual veins in the Bishu Lake, the spiritual fish, the spiritual beasts raised, and the black water dragon Taoist soldiers. He could also see his wife Lu Maioj practicing cross-legged in the cave in Zumi Cave Heaven, with a blue luster flowing. He could see a handsome young man with a yin-yang diagram on his head, sitting cross-legged, his body shining. It was not just that simple to see. He could also feel the pulse of the spiritual veins of this land, the operation of the spiritual land, the veins of the Zhuanshan Lingtang, the invisible gathering of the dark luck, the mana, soul and breath of everyone in the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt that he was a god who controlled this world. The skills, cultivation insights, and understanding of skills in his mind came to his mind, and suddenly he had many inexplicable insights. Especially the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra that he practiced himself. Although these skills were enlightened by the system, they still needed to be digested, understood and comprehended slowly. Yin and Yang interact, confirm each other, and all things are born. In the secret room of the cave, the Yin and Yang diagram hovered above Lu Changsheng's head, and the black and white mysterious light bloomed. A little true Yang and a little true Yin appeared, as if evolving the end of the Tao, the beginning and destination of all things. Lu Changsheng, who was blending with the thoughts of the Zumi Tree King, seemed to see the supreme Yin and Yang avenue, the mysteries of the universe, and wanted to take control of the authority of the avenue and remember it in his heart. At this moment, a Buddhist chant that seemed to come from the distant sky and from his mind sounded, waking Lu Changsheng from his mysterious state. What's going on? Lu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. The master just wanted to merge himself into the world. A soft voice, like a misty white cloud, sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. It was the voice of the Zumi Tree King. Merge into the world. Lu Changsheng frowned, thinking and recalling his previous state. He broke through the late stage of Jinden, his soul sublimated and transformed, and he was promoted to Yuanying. The mysterious effect of Tai's soul allowed him to deeply comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. But he broke through in Zumi Cave Heaven, so he inexplicably merged with Zumi's spiritual will and entered a mysterious state like divine communication. In this state, he observed Qingzhu Mountain through the perspective of Zumi Tree King, comprehended the skills and the laws of heaven and earth. However, his cultivation level was far from being able to control this power, which led to his sinking into it and wanting to dissolve himself and become a part of the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the legendary Tao of transformation? Lu Changsheng murmured in a deep voice. Tao of transformation, a very scary word. The fate of many cultivators is that their bodies die and their Tao disappears, and their souls return to heaven and earth. In addition to death, as the cultivator's realm is improved and he comprehends the Tao, if he is too much or too little, he may also sink into it, thus transforming into the Tao of heaven and earth and disappearing his body and soul. According to Honglian, in order to break through the bottleneck, some cultivators will comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth in this way to gain an opportunity for breakthrough, and then survive in a desperate situation. If he breaks through the barrier, he will break through the realm. If he fails, he will die in the cave, and no one will know. He just used Tai's soul and Zumi's will to glimpse the Yin-Yang Tao of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, but he was far from reaching this realm and could not control it, which led to him being trapped in it and unable to extricate himself. No wonder many times cultivation requires the protection of elders. Cultivation is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may go wrong and die. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and was a little scared. Originally, it was a good thing for the soul to be promoted and the Tai soul to comprehend the world. But everything is too much. His own skills are too mysterious and cannot be mastered at this level. Just now, he comprehended the so-called Yin-Yang Tao, just like a child lifting a tripod. He can't bear it, his wisdom can't reach it, and his virtue can't go far. Many sects and forces do not pass on all the subsequent skills. In addition to restricting disciples, it is also not a good thing to know too much. Not only is it easy to form a knowledge barrier, but if you can't help studying and learning, there may be unknown consequences. Lu Changsheng sighed lightly. Fortunately, he didn't spend much time on weekdays to deeply comprehend these skills. They all reached a certain level of cultivation, and then used the knowledge given by the system, without thinking deeply or touching knowledge that they could not master. I still lack precipitation. I need to find time to sort out my cultivation in the future. In addition to this, Lu Changsheng also realized that he needed to have some self-understanding of his current realm and could not rely entirely on the knowledge given by the system. Otherwise, it's okay now, but when he reaches the nascent soul stage or even the god stage in the future, there will probably be other unknown risks. With a solid foundation laid by the system, Taiyi Soul, I just need to spend some time to digest this knowledge and turn it into my own knowledge. In the end, it's still time. Lu Changsheng stood up, exhaled lightly, patted his robe, and muttered to himself, I broke through the late stage of Jinden after practicing for 87 years. It seems to be a great time, but who knows the hardships and ups and downs I have gone through along the way. I dare not slack off at all. As a result, the practice of the skills has been somewhat abandoned and the foundation has not been laid. Wait for this trip to U State, and then to Jin State, and then go home to settle down and consolidate myself. It just so happens that my soul has broken through the nascent soul, and there are many spiritual secrets to practice. Otherwise, I have only the soul, but lack the corresponding means. Although Lu Changsheng has many skills, he does not have many means to practice. Just like the 100 refining treasure body art, this skill can not only improve the physical body, but also condense various physical magical powers. But Lu Changsheng has no time. In addition to the natal treasure bone that was quickly formed by the 9 treasures Jade Ruai, he has not practiced any other one. The same is true for the 6 desires heart demon art. In addition to the spiritual secrets used on a daily basis, this technique also has many spiritual means. For example, the 6 desires heart demon chapter, with the 7 emotions and 6 desires, a heart demon chapter is cast in the sea of consciousness, which can not only enhance the power of spiritual attack secrets, but also interfere with the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind of others. There is also the 7 emotions and 6 desires armor, which condenses a soul armor for one soul. Not only can it resist the spiritual attacks of others, but it can also arouse his 7 emotions and 6 desires when others attack his spiritual consciousness. In addition to these 2 techniques, if he wants to improve his combat power, he can also use the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra as a basis and condense a natal divine talisman through the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra. Or he can condense the demon god's thoughts through the 12 capitals of heavenly demons, as well as the Vajra King Dharmakaya of the Vajra King art, the glazed treasure tripod body of the treasure tripod medicine king sutra, and so on. Although the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra is not good at fighting, it is perfectly balanced and controls all methods. The most powerful thing is that it combines various techniques and magical powers. As long as Lu Changsheng is willing to spend time, he can completely practice all the skills and methods in his mind, and his combat power will be greatly improved. How can cultivation only pursue combat power? Cultivation is the foundation. Lu Changsheng shook his head, thanked Zumi, and then sat cross-legged, stabilized his state, and experienced his own nascent soul and the 7th level of Dan. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng came out of retreat, and he was in a good mood. Breaking through the late stage of Dan, the quality of his mana doubled directly, enough to match his strength that he had improved to the 8th level of Dan through the 9 treasures Ruai bone. Moreover, the improvement of his mana and soul greatly improved his control over magic weapons. For example, he can now barely control the Michin banner, or in other words, when using it, he is more precise and flexible. At least when fighting with others, he can use this top-grade spiritual treasure in an emergency. But if you want to really use it and exert its power, you still have to break through the nascent soul. However, the Dalo sword embryo, which has been refined with a human weapon integration technique, is more handy. Apart from the fact that his mana consumption was a bit high, Lu Changsheng felt that it was no problem to kill a great cultivator in the late stage of the Jinden stage with one sword. As for the benefits brought by other elixirs, formations, talismans, instruments, etc., there was no need to mention them. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng found Lu Mayaoj and said that he would go to Yu Kingdom later. Changsheng, have you broken through to the late stage of the Jinden stage? Lu Mayaoj and Lu Changsheng practiced a Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju together. They were in Zumi Cave Heaven together. They had sensed that he had successfully broken through, but they were still happy and surprised. After all, this is the bottleneck from the middle stage of the Qingyun stage to the late stage of the Qingyun stage. How many Qingyun cultivators have been trapped in this realm for their entire lives and have difficulty making any progress? But Changsheng said that he would break through the realm after retreating for a while, and he succeeded in breaking through in the blink of an eye. It was simply terrifying. Well, it was a smooth breakthrough. Changsheng held his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, husband." Lu Maoji's beautiful eyes were full of smiles, and she congratulated him with a sweet smile. "When I break through the Qingyun, Changsheng, you will break through the Yuanying." As Lu Changsheng's cultivation level increased rapidly, Lu Maoj felt more and more that she could not keep up with Lu Changsheng's pace, and even became a burden. If two people with similar talents and cultivation levels practiced at Tai Yi Sheng Shuiju, they could benefit each other and practice with half the effort. But now, she could not bring any benefit to Lu Changsheng, and she relied entirely on Lu Changsheng to improve herself. Don't think too much, your husband is just one step ahead, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Lu Changsheng knew that his situation would cause a certain amount of psychological pressure on his wife. Not only Lu Maoj, but Xiao Ziyu also had such emotions when she saw his strength as Yang Ming's Henren before. But there was no way. He was a late bloomer, and he had accumulated a lot of experience. As time went by, his talent accumulated more and more. Even if he didn't practice on weekdays, he was still far ahead in practice. In this situation, let alone Lu Maoj and Xiao Ziyu, even if they were replaced by geniuses with top spiritual bodies, they would be far behind him. Now only Honglian, who has a peachwood spirit fetus, can keep up with him. But when the sword fetus Dao body is born in the future, or when there are few top spirit bodies and Dao bodies in the family, even Honglian will be left behind by his cultivation speed and will be far behind. After being gentle and comforting with his wife, Lu Changsheng told Lu Maohun, his son Lu Qingzhu, and his daughter Lu Qingqi about going to Yu. He had promised to take his daughter Lu Qingqi to Yu before, and he would naturally not break his promise. As for his son Lu Qingzhu, he planned to send him to Qingyun Fairy City when he came back to see if Qingyun's engine was willing to accept disciples. "Quanzhen, take care of Qingzhu Mountain. When I come back, I will send you to Xingxiusi." Lu Changsheng instructed his son Lu Quanzhen again. Although Lu Quanzhen broke through the Qingyun stage, but it is impossible to cross the Damings to Xingxiusi. Not to mention a bunch of demon kings on the way, there is also gray fog that interferes with the consciousness and magic power. So he plans to send Lu Quanzhen to Xingxiusi after returning this time. I also took a look at this prosperous and vast sea area. Yes, father. Regarding Xingxiusi, Lu Quanzhen read the information on Meng Wuhan's jade slips and was full of curiosity about this unknown world of cultivation. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng settled his family, and then took his wife Lu Maoj, Lu Maohun, and 2 children to Yu State. He did not use the golden-winged skypeng to hurry on the road. Instead, he drove a blue spirit boat and took his wife and children out as if for fun. To say that he was going to visit his children was also to take his wife to relax and give Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi more experience. In this way, the 5 of them traveled all the way, and after 2.5 months, they came to Qingyun Immortal City. Is this Qingyun Immortal City? The last time Lu Maoj and Lu Maohun came to Qingyun Immortal City was 55 years ago. Now 55 years have passed, and the Immortal City is still the same, but I don't know how many shops and cultivators in the city have changed. This is the first time Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi have gone out for a long time, and they are full of curiosity about this rumored holy land of scattered cultivators. Lu Changsheng took his wife and children into the fairy city and wandered around for a few days, then went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the base of the Qingyun Sect, to visit Xiao Ziyu and his daughter Lu Wangshu. However, his daughter Lu Wangshu's temperament made it difficult for her to practice in seclusion for a long time like Xiao Ziyu, so she often went to Qingyun Fairy City to wander around, or went to the mountains to hunt monsters. Lu Qingzhu, Lu Lingxiao and others were also here, and the brothers and sisters could usually go together. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu reminisced about the past for a few days, and after expressing their feelings, they continued their journey to Yu Kingdom without long delay. However, Yu Kingdom is still in a period of war and is fully on guard. On the way, there have been sect monks who have been strictly investigating and interrogating. In order to avoid trouble, Lu Changsheng directly put Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohun and his children into the Xianyun Baohurong lotus, and then he performed the inverted yin and yang glazed wall and flew towards Yu Kingdom on the golden-winged Xianpen. 20 days later, hundreds of miles away from Qingyun Sect, a handsome young man in a green shirt and robe fell. Since he was going to Qingyun Sect to look for his children, he naturally had to use his real identity, otherwise he would not be able to pass the identity verification. As a guest elder of Qingyun Sect, his identity was naturally no problem. Lu Changsheng did not release Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohun and others from the Xianyun Baohurong lotus, but came to the front of the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect with a faint and imperceptible pressure of Jinden. I wonder why this real person came to our sect. Seeing the Jinden real person coming, the garrison monks of Qingyun Sect were very polite. I am Lu Changsheng, a guest elder of Qingyun Sect. I came to Qingyun Sect to see my son Lu Qingshan and my daughter Lu Qingzhu. Please inform them. Lu Changsheng threw out his identity token of Qingyun Sect and the token of Xianyun real person, with a faint majesty in his tone. Lu Changsheng? Looking for Uncle Qingshan. Please wait a moment, real person. The garrison disciples did not dare to neglect it. They respectfully took the token and looked at it carefully, then invited Lu Changsheng to the guest pavilion outside the mountain gate, served tea, and went to report. About half an hour passed. A man in a green shirt with a tall figure, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a long sword on his waist came to the reception pavilion. Dad, why are you here? He saw Lu Changsheng in the living room and was a little surprised. I thought you were almost ready for the den, so I came to see you. Lu Changsheng sipped the tea in his hand and looked at his son in front of him. The peak of the foundation building stage. Unlike in his early years, the sword spirit is no longer sharp and sharp, rising into the sky, like a sword hidden in a sheath, without any sharp aura. But Lu Changsheng has the soul of the nascent soul, and he can see at a glance that his son's edge is not gone, but is gathering momentum. He wants to use this sword spirit to move forward and break through the bottleneck directly, breaking through the den. Not bad, it seems that you have made great progress in the sword over the years. Lu Changsheng smiled. After so many years, there must be some progress. Lu Qingshan raised the corners of his mouth, much more mature than in his early years, no longer smiling. Where is Xiao Zuer? Lu Changsheng asked with concern. As for his two children who were far away in Yu State, he was not really worried about his son Lu Qingshan, but was more worried about his daughter Lu Qingzhu. His daughter was not talented, and she was quiet and introverted, so she was easily bullied outside. Although Lu Qingshan took care of her, he was not a careful person. Xiao Zuer is still on the front line of the battlefield. I am going back to the sect to prepare for the Jinden stage. Lu Qingshan said. After that, he immediately added, Dad, don't worry, Xiao Zuer is a logistics staff, and he is in the rear. With the care of the master, he will not be in danger. Rear. Lu Changsheng nodded and asked, how confident are you in the Jinden stage? Jinden 100%, upper grade Jinden 70%, and immortal Jinden 30%. Lu Qingshan estimated roughly, but his words revealed an unstoppable spirit. As a sword cultivator, you must have a belief that you are invincible. Lu Changsheng thought that his son was confident enough. There is a 30% chance of condensing the immortal golden elixir. Don't worry about your elixir formation. Your mother is here too. She wants to visit you. I also have something for you. I'll go see Xiao Zuer later. Lu Changsheng said to him without entering the Qingyun Sect. Now during the war, all major sects are in a state of full alert. It is not easy for outsiders to enter. If they use the Xianyun Baohurong lotus inside, they may be noticed. Huh? Mom is here too. Lu Qingshan nodded, and then left the sect with Lu Changsheng and asked where his mother was. When they arrived hundreds of miles away, Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, and the Xianyun Baohurong lotus appeared, causing ripples in the space. Then Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohun, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Qingqi walked out. Dongshin magic weapon. Lu Qingshan saw the scene and instantly recognized that it was an extremely precious Dongshin magic weapon. This kind of magic weapon is several times or even dozens of times rarer than ordinary magic weapons, depending on the situation. I didn't expect my father to have such a magic weapon. Mom, and Qingzhu, Xiaoqi, you are all here. He looked at the four people in front of him and shouted happily. Even though he didn't see his younger brothers and sisters very often, he still felt close to them. Brother Qingshan. Lu Qingshan bowed, and Lu Qingqi shouted with admiration, and then asked his sister Lu Qingzhu. Qingshan, has it been very dangerous these years? Lu Maihun was concerned about his situation these years. Lu Maihun also knew about the war between Yu and Liang. Especially when the news came that the front line of Yu was defeated and several giants Henrin fell, Lu Maihun couldn't sleep well for a long time. Fortunately, although this kind of war is dangerous, it is an opportunity for me. In the previous mission, I have obtained the condensation pill and the Jinden spirit object, and I am preparing to break through the Jinden. Lu Qingshan said with a relaxed and calm face. Although he is much more mature, his words and deeds are always a bit forced. Brother, are you about to break through the Jinden? Lu Qingqi next to him suddenly opened her red lips slightly, her face full of surprise. How old is her brother, and he is about to break through the Jinden, which is beyond her imagination. Lu Maihun, Lu Maihun, and Lu Qingzhu next to them also looked surprised and surprised. The main reason is that the situation is very serious now. We can no longer follow the routine. Before, the defense line of Holuo sect collapsed and the situation was unstable. True Lord Hunan and True Lord Ziguang devoted all their resources to cultivate the seeds of our 5 major sects. Lu Qingshan chuckled and explained. If he followed the normal progress, it would take at least 10 years for him to break through the Jinden. But in this war, the sect directly gave him natural materials and treasures to improve his cultivation, and gave priority to Ningjing Dan and top-level Jinden spiritual objects. So in this case, not only him, but also the Yuanying seeds of the 5 major sects of Yu Kingdom are rapidly improving their cultivation. But it's still so fast. Lu Qingqi was a little hit, thinking that at Lu Qingshan's age, whether he could break through the late stage of foundation building was still a question. Lu Qingzhu, who was next to him, heard this and had a deep understanding of the saying war is the ladder for cultivators to advance. He had heard this before, and Lu Qingshan had also said it to him, but only now did he deeply understand the meaning. War, not only can the chess player gain benefits. As long as you are good enough to become a chess piece on the chessboard, you can also get rich resources that are unimaginable at ordinary times. After a brief chat, they drove a spirit boat and flew towards the front line, chatting and laughing. At the same time, not long after Lu Qingshan left Qingyun Sect, a cultivator quietly left the sect and came 1,000 miles away to crush a jade talisman. Chapter 619, the Dalao sword embryo shows its power for the first time. The Zheng family of Qingyun Mountain. This is a newly promoted foundation building family. Apart from some local fame, it has no presence in the entire Yu Kingdom. At this moment, in a cave shrouded in mist on the back cliff of Qingyun Mountain, there is a gurgling spring filled with pure spiritual energy. Qingyun Sect, Lu Qingshan next to the spiritual spring, a figure wearing a black cloak and whose face cannot be seen clearly sat cross-legged. This person is a top genius on the list of Yu Kingdom. If he is killed, it will be a great achievement. Although his father is not a cultivator of Yu Kingdom, as a Jinden cultivator, if we kill him together, it will also be a great achievement. I can go back and report in half a year. Tuan looked at the message in his hand and his face was indifferent. As the Yuanying seed of Qingshu Sect and a late Jinden cultivator, he was persuaded by his senior brother to move to the Beast God Mountain because of the power struggle of Qingshu's Henjin falling into the hands of Qingyun Sect. He was arranged to infiltrate and assassinate the Yu Kingdom. You know, sneaking into the enemy's rear is extremely dangerous. Especially as a nascent soul seed of the Qingshu Sect and a great Jinden monk, Yu's state is unlikely to let him go easily. However, he can stand out on the Qingshu Sect and achieve today's achievements. How can he be an ordinary person? In the past 2 years, he has been lurking in Yu's state. Not only did he kill several seeds of the 5 major immortal gates, but he also successfully instigated rebellion, destroyed multiple forces, and obtained a lot of information and intelligence. After he kills Lu Qingshan, he can return to Liang state in another half a year. By then, neither the Qingshu Sect nor the Beast God Mountain will have any reason to suppress him. He can also compete for the core power of the sect through this mission. As long as I obtain the core authority of the sect and take charge of the Qingshu Sect, I can use this to plot the opportunity of the nascent soul. Zusha, you wait. Tu Yuan's face was indifferent. What can't kill him will only make him stronger. What about the lurking mission? Question mark. What about escaping death? Question mark. He Tu Yuan has been able to go from an orphan to where he is today. He has seen all kinds of storms. During the key refining stage, He entered the Blood Evil secret realm to compete for resources, successfully came out alive, and condensed a perfect foundation. During the foundation building stage, he killed 13 second-level monsters in a row, and finally survived in the Qianxia cave, broke through and then stood up, and condensed a top-grade golden elixir. During the Jinden stage, he was chased by a late Jinden great monk for millions of miles in the endless desert, and finally survived with tenacity and perseverance, got the opportunity, and broke through the late Jinden stage. Now, he has made many contributions in the Liangyu War. If it weren't for the accident of Qianxia's Henjin, with his qualifications and strength, he would never be assigned such a dangerous task. Although this Lu Changsheng has just broken through the Jinden, he is a third-level top-grade talisman master. Tuyuan can come to this point today, not arrogant and ignorant, brave but not wise. Knowing that the lion fights the rabbit, it also uses all its strength and does things cautiously. When he came here, he not only collected intelligence on the Yu Kingdom, but also collected relevant intelligence on the Zhang Kingdom and the Wu Kingdom. If we want to kill this man and prevent Lu Qingshan from activating the jade slip of the message, we must fight quickly and decisively. There is a sect in Yu State called the Beast Talisman Sect. He had killed a Jinden's Henrin from the Beast Talisman Sect before. He knew that once this kind of talisman cultivator used the talisman method, it would be very difficult to deal with. His eyes were deep and indifferent. He thought for a moment, then put away the spiritual eye spring in front of him, and the whole person disappeared quietly. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Every time they carry out a mission, they have to change a secret hiding point. Lu Changsheng drove the spirit boat and flew eastward with his wife and children to the front line. The Qingyun Sect is located in the northwest of Yu State, and the front battlefield is in the southeast. When he came here, he rode the golden-winged skyrock and used his magical powers to conceal his body, so naturally he did not encounter patrolling monks. But now riding a spirit boat, not only on the way, but also every time he stopped in a market, there were sect patrolling monks who came forward to question him. However, as Lu Qingshan is a famous disciple of Qingyun Sect, and Lu Changsheng is a Jinden's Henrin, they are naturally polite to the patrolling monks they meet, and dare not make things difficult for them. Is this the war period? Several people came to a market to rest, and Lu Qingqi could feel a tense atmosphere shrouded in dark clouds, which was completely different from Jianguo. Even during the War of Reclamation, when Jianguo was robbing cultivators and demon cultivators were in chaos, it would not be so serious. Xiaoqi, you must not come to such a war-torn country in the future. This is because I and my father are here, otherwise, these patrolling monks will not be so polite. When you meet some cultivators with unknown identities, no background, or average strength, you will inevitably be made difficult, or even labeled as spies of the enemy country, killing innocent people to take credit, or sent to the front line as cannon fodder. And during this period, the Xianmen's crackdown on robbery cultivators has decreased, and there are more and more robbery cultivators ambushed in various places. Lu Qingshan instructed his sister. Brother, I know. Although Lu Qingqi was a bit arrogant on weekdays, she admired and respected Lu Qingshan, her proud brother, and responded obediently. Brother, when will this war end? She asked. It's hard to say. This war has just begun. According to speculation, Liang Kingdom must at least defeat Ziguang Sect before it can cease fire. Lu Qingshan said with a serious face, but I heard that the situation seems to have eased now. It should be Zhang Kingdom that came to support it? I have been in seclusion these years, so I don't know much. Well, Zhujian's Henjin should support Yu Kingdom, and Lian Kingdom Qianxia's Henjin was beheaded in the previous land reclamation war. Lu Changsheng said softly. Qianxia's Henjin was beheaded. Lu Qingshan looked surprised. Qianxia's Henjin was the Yuanying ancestor of Liang Kingdom Qianxia Sect. If this person was beheaded, the strength of Liang Kingdom would be greatly weakened. Lu Changsheng nodded, but didn't say much. If Qianxia's Henjin is killed, Lian country will lose as Henjin, and Jing country will support it. This war may stop early. But this battle mainly depends on Beast God Mountain. Beast God Mountain not only has the second Yuanying's Henjin breakthrough, but also cultivated many 4th-level Beast Kings. In this case, they will never stop fighting easily. I heard from my master that this kind of Beast King is cultivated by secret methods and has a short lifespan. It is used for offensive wars. Once the war stops, the resources plundered by Beast God Mountain are not enough to pay for the cost of cultivating these 4th-level Beast Kings. Lu Qingshan said in a deep voice. Although he has not seen the 4th level Beast King cultivated by Qingzhu Mountain, he has heard from his master that it is very terrifying. Jinden's Henrin is not a match for such a Beast King. Xianxia's Henjin, 4th level Beast King Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohun and others beside him smacked their lips. Jinden is very far away from them. But this war has already involved the Yuanying level above Jinden. Dad, is Xianxia's Henjin the Yuanying's Henjin of Liang country's Xianxia sect? How could a cultivator of this level be killed? Lu Qingqi asked like an ignorant little girl. If she hadn't seen Lu Quanzhen taking action before, she thought that foundation-building cultivators rarely fought to the death, let alone the legendary Yuanying's Henjin. There is also a gap between Yuanying. In the previous land reclamation war, Xianxia's Henjin, the 5 poison sect leader, and the Xianxi sect leader all attacked, but Zuanjian's Henjin suppressed Xianxia's Henjin with one sword, and then set up a sword formation to kill his physical body, and even the Yuanying's spirit body couldn't escape into the void. This kind of thing is a secret, and only the high-level people in the late Jinden period of Jiang country know it. But when his children asked, Lu Changsheng didn't hide anything. True Lord Zhuangjian. When Lu Qingxin heard this name, his eyebrows raised, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out of his eyes. He asked, Dad, have you seen this True Lord Zhuangjian take action? How strong is he? I remember that in the early years, this True Lord Zhuangjian defeated the 5 poison sect leader and the Heaven Corp sect leader alone. He should be even more powerful now. Lu Miaoj next to him also said with a watery temperament. As a cultivator of Jiang State, she has a strong filter color for the legendary cultivators such as True Lord Zhuangjian and True Lord Qingluan, whose reputations she has heard since childhood. Very strong, unmatched sword intent, a real sword that breaks all laws. Lu Changsheng said seriously. He was holding the Daluo sword embryo, and he was sure to compete with the Heaven Corp sect leader and the 5 poison sect leader. But he was not sure at all against a True Lord Zhuangjian. I hope to learn the sword from this True Lord Zhuangjian in the future. Lu Qingxin's eyes were bright, like the scorching sun and stars. Although he is not the kind of sword fanatic who is crazy about finding someone to spar with, he has long admired Zhuangjian's Henjin, the #1 sword cultivator in Jiang Kingdom, even Yu Kingdom, and Lian Kingdom. It would have been great if you had joined the Qingyun Sect back then, Qingxin. Lu Miaohu next to him said with some regret. She knew that her son had an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. If he had joined the Qingyun Sect, it would not only be convenient for him to go home, but he would not have to be in such danger now. Mom, I'm fine in the Jianyang Sect too. Lu Qingxin smiled and said. He is now the key seed to be cultivated in the Jianyang Sect. Once he breaks through the Jinden, he will be the Yuanying seed of the Jianyang Sect. Moreover, Qingyun Henjin is very optimistic about him. As long as he performs well in the subsequent wars and surpasses other Yu Kingdom prodigies, he will have the hope of Yuanying with the Yuanying resources released by Qingyun Sect and Ziguang Sect. It was just that he had a headache when he thought of Qingyun Henjin's hint to him. Lu Miaohun saw her sister Lu Miaoj pursed her red lips and realized that she had said something wrong. Over the years, my sister has always felt guilty and self-blamed for Qingxin and Qingzhu's joining the Jianyang Sect. She immediately asked, Qingxin, how is Xiaozhuor? The war is so dangerous now. When you break through the Jinden stage, can you let Xiaozhuor go home or stay in the sect? Xiaozhuor is fine. The main reason is that she doesn't want to. Dad, Mom, and Aunt, please persuade her later. Lu Qingxin said helplessly. In fact, with his meritorious performance, it is enough for the elders of the sect to show favoritism and arrange with sister Lu Qingzhu in the rear of the sect. But his sister is worried that she will take radical risks on the front line and is unwilling to stay in the sect. This trip back to the rear is for him to be able to go back to the sect and retreat to form a pill with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxin couldn't help but have a headache. Although his sister has a quiet and weak personality, she is very strong in her heart and doesn't want to rely on him for everything. The family rested in the market for 2 days and then continued on their way. On the way, several people also saw a market that was destroyed and turned into ruins. Even if the Liangai War was slowed down on the surface. But through these situations, it can be seen that the situation in Yu State is very bad and it is at a clear disadvantage. The hinterland has been infiltrated by Liang State, and there have been robbery cultivators and demon cultivators secretly sabotaging and instigating rebellion. A month later, Lu Changsheng looked towards the front line. Accustomed to the golden-winged sky peng as a means of transportation, it was really a torture for him to travel by spirit boat. He planned to build a good third-order spirit boat if he had time when he returned home. Not to mention that the speed is comparable to the golden-winged sky peng, at least it is more comfortable and faster. It should be about 7 days before we can reach the front line. Lu Qingzhu looked towards the front line and said aloud, missing his sister. Although there will be no problem in the rear. But along the way, seeing the situation in Jiang State, he was still a little worried. If something happened to his sister, he would not only be unable to forgive himself, but also unable to explain to his father and aunt. Huh? At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt something in his heart. After breaking through the late stage of Jiandan, his soul was promoted to the level of Yuanying. Compared with the Jiandan soul, the Yuanying soul not only has a higher range of consciousness, but is also more sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the breath of mana, etc. He can sense even the fluctuations of mana dozens of miles away. At this moment, he felt a faint demonic aura, and judged that this was a Jiandan-level demonic aura. This place is between the rear of Yu State and the front line, and there are Jiandan demon cultivators. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, thinking it was a bit outrageous. Then Taiyi's soul opened up with all his strength, wanting to see what was going on and try to avoid it. After all, he came here just to visit his children, and didn't want to cause trouble. However, after opening his soul, Lu Changsheng frowned again. What's going on? Why is this demonic aura flying towards him? He immediately steered the spirit boat to change direction, intending to take a detour to avoid this demon cultivator. Changsheng, what's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Miaoj immediately realized the situation and asked Lu Changsheng with concern. Nothing, I just felt some demonic energy, so I tried to avoid it. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. Demonic energy. Lu Miaoj and the three brothers and sisters who were chatting were shocked when they heard this. They looked around and even opened their spiritual sense. But no matter how they looked, there was no trace of demonic energy. Dad, what level of demonic energy is this? Lu Qingzhu asked immediately. His spiritual sense was comparable to that of a Jiandan, but he did not detect any trace. Jiandan. Lu Changsheng said. Jiandan demon cultivator? How is this possible? Even if a demon cultivator sneaked into the rear, he would not dare to use his magic power openly, right? Lu Qingzhu's face was slightly condensed, and he felt something was wrong. It would be fine under normal circumstances. But during this war, if a demon cultivator of the Qingyun Sect sneaked into the rear of Yu State, once discovered, the 5 major immortal gates of Yu State would do their best to encircle and suppress him, and even the Yuanying's engine might take action. Wait, this person is not coming for us, right? Seeing a jade talisman appear in his son Lu Qingzhu's hand, Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. Qingzhu, send another message later. This aura seems to be coming towards us. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Qingzhu. Coming towards us. Lu Qingzhu's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he quickly said, Dad, no, this person is likely to come after me. Master said before that I have been on the must-kill list of Liang country. Once I go out on a mission, I will most likely be attacked and killed by the Jiandan cultivators of Liang country. If this person comes to us, it is very likely that there are spies in the sect, or there are spies of the magic way on the way, who will recognize me. Lu Qingzhu's face was a little ugly. He knew that he was on the must-kill list of Liang country. But he never expected that a Jiandan cultivator would come to attack and kill him while he was still in the territory of Yu country. Must-kill list. Lu Miaoj and Lu Qingqi next to him were shocked. These days, they listened to Lu Qingzhu's description of the situation in Yu country, the secret missions on weekdays, the honors and awards he received, etc., and they really thought that their son and brother had a very easy life in Qingyun Sect. They thought to themselves that it was no wonder that so many people joined the Immortal Sect. The treatment was really good. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhu was included in the must-kill list by Liang State. Once he went out, he would be attacked by Jiandan's Henrun. This. Lu Qingzhu used his divination and the art of avoiding danger to try to calculate the good and bad luck. But he did not sense any good or bad situation. Dad, are you sure? If not, I still have a teleportation talisman. We will separate immediately. Lu Qingzhu was very calm. In this case, wait for him to come. If he can lock your position, your teleportation talisman will be useless. See if this person is coming for you. Lu Changsheng said softly. Although the teleportation talisman is practical, if the other party has some means to lock the position, it will only delay some time. Dad, Mother and Qingzhu, Xiaoqi and the others should leave first, or enter your cave magic weapon, otherwise. Although Lu Qingshan guessed that his father was not as simple as just breaking through the Jinden. But the Jinden demon cultivator who dared to sneak into the territory of Yu State was not ordinary. His mother and Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingqi would only be a burden here. It doesn't hurt to take a look. Seeing his wife and the others' worried faces, Lu Changsheng said softly, thinking that he could show his strength to his wife. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and pressed Lu Qingshan's shoulder, saying, "Try to use less divination on weekdays." At the Jinden level, most of them have treasures that can block and isolate the divination of the heavenly secrets. You can't figure out anything, and it will only consume your mind and life. Since seeing his son's lifespan shorten every now and then, Lu Changsheng no longer approves of his study of divination. The price of this thing is really too high. If King Lun's engine is unwilling to accept a disciple, then he is ready to completely cut off his son's path. Yes, father. Just a simple calculation. Lu Qingshan's face turned slightly pale. It takes a lot of energy to figure out the secrets of heaven. Especially the secrets of his brother in front of him. He felt that they were ethereal and traceless, and he couldn't capture them at all. Just like this, the family continued to move forward on the spirit boat. But the atmosphere on the spirit boat was much more solemn. Only Lu Miaoj knew Lu Changsheng's strength and had confidence in her husband. Not long after, Lu Changsheng sensed the approach of this vague demonic energy. The other party probably didn't want to make a big noise, so he was ready to fight quickly and kill with one blow, so he was very cautious, slowed down his speed, and held his breath in the void. If he didn't have the soul of the nascent soul, ordinary cultivators at the peak of the Jinden stage might not be able to detect it. In this regard, Lu Changsheng took action directly and took the initiative. Yin-Yang One Key Great Capture. A mysterious yin-yang key rushed out from the top of Lu Changsheng's head, straight into the sky, and in a blink of an eye, it formed a yin-yang hand with distinct textures. The 5 fingers of the palm were slightly bent, like a towering ancient sacred mountain, imprisoning the world in all directions, and trying to capture and suppress the figure hidden in the void. Tu Yuan, who was hiding in the void, instantly felt that his own world was imprisoned, and a huge force fell on him, squeezing him madly. No. It's a trick. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he had an ominous premonition. Someone was deliberately using Lu Qingshan to lure him. But how did the other party know that he would make a move? But at this moment, he had no time to think about it. He slapped his palm directly on the dantian of the key C, and used the secret method of burning blood. The mana and breath rose steadily, trying to increase from the 7th level of the Jinden to the 9th level of the Jinden. At the same time, a large banner filled with rolling black evil spirit appeared in his hand, forming a series of dragon-like evil spirits of different colors, which coiled around him. He struggled to break free from the yin and yang key capture, and wanted to break through the air and leave. Huh? Late Jinden? Or a Jinden cultivator? The black cloak on Tu Yuan's body had the effect of concealing the mana and key, and he used some means to hide in the void, even though Lu Changsheng had not seen his true cultivation just now. Seeing his strength and cultivation at this time, he wanted to escape, so he immediately made a full-strength move. Buzz! The yin-yang diagram entered the yin-yang key grasping technique, and an ancient and rough sword embryo appeared in his hand. The regular patterns on the sword embryo instantly revived, and a brilliant and peerless light burst out, just like the sun, shining on the world, showing its sharp edge and unmatched. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, and the sword light chilled the 19 states. The sword light was like a long rainbow of the sun, and the Milky Way poured down, penetrating the void of heaven and earth, and bursting towards the man in black robes. Who are you, Yun Jianfeng, Bai Jingxin, Zhao Jiuang? Tu Yuan's face changed drastically. He didn't remember that Yu State had such a peerless sword fairy. He suspected that this person was a few top sword cultivators of Qingyun Sect. But when did Jiang State want to help Yu State like this? Moreover, this person's magical power and magic weapon were obviously not like the sword cultivators of Qingyun Sect. 9 evils burning the sky. His mana poured out crazily, urging his own life magic weapon. The 9 evil spirits were like dragons, ghosts crying and wolves howling, forming a hell of Yama. It must be said that his strength is extraordinary. Looking at the Dan formation, he is definitely a leader. Especially now that the blood-burning secret technique is used, unless the Yuan Ying's engine takes action, it is difficult for the Jinden Peak cultivator to make a quick victory. But unfortunately, he met Lu Changsheng. Especially Lu Changsheng, who used the Daluo sword embryo. Boom boom boom, the peerless and sharp sword light shattered the vast world, like a rolling wave, breaking through the 9 evil spirits of his life-defying magic weapon like a rotten wood. Puff. Tu Yuan vomited blood, and the sword light continued to break through his black robe cloak, body protection magic shield, tearing his body, almost cutting him off, revealing his white bones. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the yin-yang diagram and the yin-yang Yiki great capture suppressed his body tightly, and his magic power was a little sluggish. It's really a top-grade golden elixir. It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. After the Daluo sword embryo broke through Tu Yuan's body, Lu Changsheng immediately saw the golden elixir with a rhyme of Taoism on the other party's Tao foundation, and his expression was delighted. He was thinking that when he was done, he would go to Jin State and find the Yinming ghost sect to get a magic elixir to practice the Brahma demon true saint art. Unexpectedly, someone would come to his door today. Lu Changsheng's blood and mana poured into the Daluo sword embryo in an endless stream, destroying the opponent's vitality without hurting the elixir. Puff. After a few breaths, Tu Yuan's blood dyed half of his body red, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his body was separated, and he died with an expression full of unwillingness to close his eyes. A Jinden cultivator who was at the 7th level of Jinden and almost reached the 9th level of Jinden through secret methods was killed by Lu Changsheng in this way. Chapter 620, Rich Harvest, Sword Seeds and Sword Embryos. As Tu Yuan was killed, the brilliant sword light and the yin-yang handprint that covered the sun and the moon and illuminated the world dissipated like smoke. The supreme sword embryo, which was still sharp and interwoven with strands of the origin of the sword law, instantly dimmed and returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Swish! The yin-yang diagram hovering in the sky turned into a stream of light, rushed into Lu Changsheng's body, and returned to the Danshan of the Qi Sea. Yes, after the yin-yang Yiki great capture was refined by the Zhuanghuang essence, the power and effect were improved in all aspects. It is a perfect match with the Daluo sword embryo. Lu Changsheng exhaled a turbid breath, and was very satisfied with the effect of his upgraded magical powers and sword embryo. He believed that the time spent on the 3 strands of Zhuanghuang essence to refine the yin-yang Yiki great capture was not in vain. When he returned and had time, he would refine the yin-yang mysterious divine light and the yin-yang mixed whole great grinding disc, and his magical powers would be upgraded to a higher level. But next, the Zhuanghuang essence seems to have other great uses. Lu Changsheng clenched his palms, and with great magic power, he rolled the corpse of Tu Yuan in front of him and his life magic weapon in front of him. Originally, he just wanted to ambush a stupid thief, make some extra money, and see what was going on. Unexpectedly, he caught a big fish for himself and gathered the last magic origin for him to practice Brahma demon true holy art. At the same time, Lu Miaoj, Lu Maiahan, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingxun, and Lu Qingqi on the spirit boat stared blankly at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a green robe and had a handsome face. What's going on? What happened just now? Was there a magic Dan cultivator attacking, and then he was killed by his husband, father? The sword light just now was too bright and dazzling, and they couldn't see it clearly at all, and didn't know what was going on. Then they saw a huge handprint with clear textures appear, and the aura of heaven and earth suddenly became heavy and solidified, and then a figure in a black cloak appeared, emitting surging magic aura. Next, a rough, gray sword embryo appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, and then a dazzling sword light burst out, and nothing happened. Dad, is this the end? Lu Qingqi opened his mouth wide, looking at his father in front of him in a daze, and then looked at Tu Yuan, who was dying with his eyes open, full of confusion. What's going on? Shouldn't the battle between giant and real people last for 300 rounds in the sky, with each magical power and magic weapon showing its power? How come it ended with a dazzling sword light? The whole process seemed to take only a few breaths. Is this person really a Jinden cultivator? And isn't his father a talisman cultivator? How can he use a sword? Is this the real strength of my father? Lu Qingxun was not like Lu Qingqi, who couldn't even tell the depth of the situation. He possessed the Tai soul, and his consciousness was comparable to that of a Jinden cultivator. The moment the yin-yang Qi great capture appeared, he felt that this world was imprisoned by an extremely powerful and terrifying force. The strength of this black-robed man was also amazing. Just revealing a few points of his magic power made his soul tremble and sense absolute danger. Of course, the most terrifying thing was his father's sword light. He didn't know what words to use to describe this sword light. Qingyun subconsciously looked at the gray and rough sword embryo in his father's hand. It was simple and plain, without any magic, just like an ordinary sword embryo. But when he slightly activated his fire eyes and golden pupils, his eyes hurt, as if he saw endless sword lights interweaving, brilliant and gorgeous, and difficult to look directly at. But the most shocked person was Qingyun. Although he didn't see it clearly, as a sword cultivator and a sword genius, he still glimpsed a lot of ki when the sword lights interweaved and dissipated, and he sensed a few sword laws. The brilliant sword light was like a fairy from the sky, with a peerless edge, invincible, unstoppable, all-encompassing, and destroying all laws. His swordsmanship seemed to be interwoven and interpreted in this sword light. Qingyun was shocked, and was simply shocked beyond words. After so many years, after seeing the situation of his own family, his younger brothers and sisters, he naturally realized that his father was not as simple as he seemed. But no matter how much a person hides his shortcomings, there is a limit, right? For example, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building disguises himself as an early stage of foundation building. Another example is that as a sword cultivator, he also has the strength of body refining, or has some killer means, and has practiced some secret magic. But in the case of his father, he just broke through the Qingzhu stage, and as a talisman cultivator, he now kills a Qingzhu cultivator with one sword. Although Qingyun has never fought with a Qingzhu real person, he has seen the confrontation between Qingzhu cultivators on the battlefield. Weak. Compared with his father's sword, these Qingzhu cultivators are simply too weak, not at the same level at all. His father is definitely not on the early or middle stage of Qingzhu, but a great cultivator in the late stage of Qingzhu. Late stage of Qingzhu. Qingyun couldn't help but take a breath. He has been invincible in his level for so many years. In the Liangai War, he even showed an amazing record of building a foundation and defeating a fake elixir. Naturally, he has developed a bit of arrogance. Now he has to break through to the Qingzhu stage before he is 80 years old. With such a record and cultivation speed, no matter where he is, he can be called a top-level genius. But his father is only 30 years older than him. 105 years old, late Qingzhu stage? Qingyun was confused. Not to mention Yu Kingdom, even if you look at the entire southern wilderness cultivation world, this cultivation speed is outrageous, right? Yes, the battle is over. Changsheng patted his daughter Qingqi's head and smiled gently. Then he looked at Qingyun, who was full of doubt, surprise, and horror, and said with a smile, "It's just killing a demon cultivator of the same level. What's the big deal? Aren't you known as invincible at the same level? Why are you so surprised by the scene?" Qingyun. He usually pretends to be cool in front of others. Now he heard his father's words and was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say. But killing a demon cultivator of the same level? Indeed, killing a cultivator of the same level is nothing great. But isn't this a second kill? Defeat, kill, second kill, these are completely different concepts. Moreover, ki refining, foundation building, and den formation are all one step at a time. In the ki refining stage, relying on talismans, magic tools, secret treasures and other means, even the early stage of ki refining may kill the late stage of ki refining, and the peak of ki refining can compete with a foundation building. But in the foundation building stage, being able to cross a small realm to fight against the enemy and kill the cultivator of the same level in seconds is a top genius. As for the den formation stage, who is not a dragon among men? Although he had not broken through the Qingzhu stage, he knew from years of exposure that it was very difficult, almost impossible, for a Qingzhu cultivator to cross a small realm and kill a peer in seconds, just like a foundation building cultivator. This was only possible when the right time, right place, and right people were gathered, or when a high-grade Qingzhu was fighting a low-grade miscellaneous elixir. Could this person be just in the early stage of Qingzhu? Qingyun looked at Tu Yuan's body wrapped in magic power. But when he saw the other person's head with eyes wide open, his sword-like eyebrows slightly wrinkled, he felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. "Husband, you also know swordsmanship, but why is your sword so ugly?" At this time, Lu Miaohu next to him said, looking at the Daluo sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand. Like her daughter Lu Qingqi, she could not see the depth of the sword just now, and felt that Tu Yuan who was killed was just a strawbag Jinden. After all, she had never seen a Jinden cultivator take action. She had no concept of the early, middle, and late stages of Jinden. Anyway, they were all better than herself. It's not easy to be too clever, and this appearance makes people underestimate the enemy. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. When he first saw the innate sword embryo, he also felt that it was a little lacking. But after experiencing the effect, he felt that it was more impressive. Dad, you are also a sword cultivator. Is this the legendary one sword breaking all methods? I read in a book that a sword cultivator can solve the enemy with one sword. Lu Qingqi continued to speak, somewhat excitedly. His brother is a sword cultivator, a genius in the way of swordsmanship, and his father is also a sword cultivator, so it is reasonable for him to inherit this talent in the way of swordsmanship. From this point of view, he should be very talented in the way of swordsmanship. Lu Qingqi felt that he had found his specialty. Not really, I just know a little bit. In his early years, Lu Changsheng considered himself a sword cultivator, but now he doesn't think so. After all, the means of sword cultivators, such as sword energy like rainbow, sword light invisible, sword light shape, sword energy thunder sound, sword light differentiation, sword light condensation, sword refining like silk, man and sword unity, sword intention into momentum, sword produces all methods, etc. He has not studied them himself. It was okay when I was refining ki and building the foundation, and I could perform some simple moves. Now it is not enough in the Jinden stage, and I need to spend time to study. While speaking, he raised his palm lightly, and the yin and yang magic power was agitated, forming a space fluctuation, erasing all the magic power in this area and dragging it into the void. Although he has not yet upgraded the law domain to the boundary domain, it is still no problem to use some space power to clean up the magic power of heaven and earth. But in my heart, Daddy, you are the best. Daddy, what do you think of my talent in swordsmanship? Lu Qingqi said with joy and expectation, with a graceful figure. In the future, she, Fairy Qi, will also become a sword fairy and slay demons. Lu Changsheng naturally knew what his daughter was looking forward to, and said with some amusement, practicing swordsmanship is very tiring. Dad, don't worry, I'm not afraid of hardship. Lu Qingqi said with a smile. The corners of Lu Qingzhu's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't want to ruin his sister's stage. With the inheritance of the Lu family's skills and resources, unless one is stupid, no matter what kind of skills or arts, one can get started and even achieve some success. You are not afraid of hardship. If you can practice well on weekdays, you won't be like this now. Lu Miaohu next to her said angrily to hide her daughter. However, seeing Lu Qingzhu who had been in a daze, he immediately asked with concern, Qingzhu, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Lu Qingzhu was still thinking about Tu Yuan's appearance. After seeing the damaged black banner next to him, he frowned, his expression suddenly realized, and then said in disbelief, Qingyun Sect, Tu Yuan's Henrun. Qingzhu, do you know this person? Lu Miaohu asked immediately. The great late Jinden cultivator of Qingyun Sect once entangled 3 Jinden cultivators of Qingyun Sect on the front battlefield. In the end, Wuji's Henrun arrived and defeated them. When Lu Qingzhu saw Tu Yuan at the beginning, the other party looked amazing, mighty and majestic, and swallowed thousands of miles like a tiger, which made people dare not look directly at him. But now, his face is ferocious and unwilling, and he is unwilling to die. He is completely different from that time. If it weren't for his appearance and his life magic weapon, he couldn't believe that this was Tu Yuan, a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage. As soon as these words came out, Lu Miaohu, Lu Miaohu, Lu Qingzhu, and Lu Qingqi beside him were shocked. Although they couldn't see the peerless style of the sword just now, and didn't know the strength of the Jinden stage, they still had a concept of the Jinden stage. A great cultivator in the late Jinden stage. Husband, you can kill a cultivator in the late Jinden stage. Lu Miaohu's beautiful eyes were surprised. She looked at her husband with surprise and felt proud. Lu Miaohu beside her was also surprised and moved. After all, she knew that Lu Changsheng was powerful, but she didn't have a clear concept. At this time, seeing a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage killed by a sword, she instantly had a clear and serious understanding, and was quite shocked. Late Jinden stage? This is a cultivator in the late Jinden stage. Lu Qingqi was confused again. Even though she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she knew that a great cultivator in the late Qingyun stage was a top-level existence below the Yuanying's engine. But such an existence was killed by her father with a sword. She opened her mouth wide, her heart surging, and said with joy, "Dad, are you the Yuanying's engine? Don't think about it, he is just a straw bag who has Qingyun. Besides, isn't it standard for our family to be invincible at the same level? Qingshan and Qingzhu are both fine." Seeing his daughter's fuss, Lu Changsheng tapped her forehead lightly. He felt that it was necessary to expand his wife and children's horizons on weekdays, which led to a fuss when encountering such a scene. Lu Qingqi. She glanced at her brother Lu Qingshan, then at her younger brother Lu Qingzhu, and then thought of the scene when Qingzhu Mountain was attacked before, when Lu Quanzhen killed the foundation-building cultivators like killing chickens, and suddenly fell silent, feeling that she was such a waste. But the next moment, he immediately comforted himself. My father killed a great late Qingyun cultivator with one sword, my brother is invincible in the same realm and is about to break through the Qingyun, and my younger brother is also very powerful, so what if I am a bit useless? Qingshan, since you know this person, do you know why he came to the border of you to kill you? Lu Changsheng asked his son. If it was an early Qingyun cultivator, it would be fine. But a late Qingyun cultivator, isn't it a bit outrageous? Does my son have such treatment? I don't know, maybe I have been in seclusion in the past few years, and the situation between the two countries has changed. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to dispatch a Qingyun cultivator of this level. Lu Qingshan's face was solemn. If an ordinary Qingyun cultivator came, he could still rely on the talisman secret treasure to ask for help and have a glimmer of hope. But if his father was not here, he would be dead if he met this two Yuan's Henren alone. Lu Qingshan thought for a moment, planning to ask his master later, and then asked Lu Changsheng, "Dad, why do I seem to see all my swordsmanship from your sword?" Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that his son's talent in swordsmanship is high. The Daluo sword embryo is all-encompassing and contains all kinds of sword intent. Everyone sees different swordsmanship and sword intent from it. Lu Qingshan can see his own sword intent from just a sword light, which is very amazing, indicating that the system interface, which exceeds 100% of the swordsmanship, is full of gold. The swordsmanship has different paths but the same destination, and in the end it is one sword that breaks all laws and one sword that creates all laws. Lu Changsheng threw the Daluo sword embryo in his hand to Lu Qingshan and said, "You can try to comprehend the origin of the swordsmanship above." Although he wants to use this sword embryo himself. But it is not a big problem to lend it to his son for comprehending. If Lu Qingshan can make further progress in swordsmanship with the help of the Daluo sword embryo, it will also help him break through the Qingyun. After these days of contact, his son said that there is a 30% chance of immortality, but in his opinion, it is only 10% or 20%. However, sword cultivators emphasize perseverance and determination. If you have 10% confidence, you should use it as 30%, and 30% is 50% or 60%. If it is higher than 50%, it will be done. It's heavy. Lu Qingshan took the sword embryo, but his wrist suddenly sank and almost hit his foot. You know, he also practiced body training. Although he did not break through the second level, he was also at the top of the first level. But he couldn't hold the sword embryo with one hand, and it was very difficult. Seeing this, Lu Qingqi and Lu Miaohu next to him also came over to look at the sword embryo, trying to see something from it. Lu Qingshan looked at the sword embryo. It looked simple and dull, and it was unknown what material it was made of. But the fine and dense veins on it gave him an indescribable mystery, as if the veins of the great way of heaven and earth were intertwined. His eyes were bright, and he observed the veins of the sword embryo attentively. Buzz! Before he could actively trigger the Dharma seed deep in his sea of consciousness, sword rush bullfight gave rise to a sky-high sword intent, which made him feel ethereal. At this moment, the regular patterns flowing in the Daluo sword embryo seemed to come alive in front of his eyes, interpreting a strange and mysterious sword trajectory and explaining the secrets of the sword. Lu Qingshan's face was neither sad nor happy. He sat cross-legged, holding the Daluo sword embryo on his knees, quietly comprehending the origin of the sword embryo. The whole person gave rise to a peerless sword intent that could move the sun and the moon, tear the sky apart, and be unstoppable. This is Lu Qingshan's sword intent. Over the years, his sword intent has not changed. It is the sharp sword intent of forging ahead, killing gods and demons. It is just to impact the formation of Dan, return to the original nature, and hide this sword intent inward, accumulating it without releasing it. At this time, comprehending the Daluo sword embryo, his sword intent and the sword embryos aura formed a wonderful resonance, thus exchanging brilliance and responding to each other, and better comprehending the true meaning of the sword interpreted by the sword embryo. Lu Miaohun and Lu Qingqi, who were standing beside him, took a step back in shock at the sword intent on Lu Qingshan's body. They didn't see anything from the sword embryo, but Lu Qingshan entered the state of enlightenment directly, which was very surprising. Looking closely, there were still strands of sword energy lingering from Lu Qingshan's body, as if he was performing some kind of sword tactics. So fast. Lu Changsheng just showed the sword embryo to his son. Unexpectedly, he entered the state of enlightenment as soon as he touched it. He immediately drove the spirit boat to find a place to land, raised his palm lightly, and threw out a series of formation flags to set up a simple formation. Qingshan should enter the state of enlightenment. Let's rest here for a while, Lu Changsheng said to his wife and children. Several people knew the severity of the matter. This kind of enlightenment is something that all cultivators can only encounter. At this time, Lu Changsheng also checked the situation of 2 yuan in his hand and cleaned up the harvest. It should be a third-grade golden elixir. He first looked at 2 yuan's golden elixir. Although it was a little worse, it was enough. Besides, in the situation of Liang and Jin, it would be good enough to find a top-grade golden elixir. How could they expect an immortal golden elixir? After throwing 2 yuan's body into the Wuxiang realm, Lu Changsheng looked at his natal magic weapon. The 9 evil spirits of 9 heavens Gangfeng, 9 nether mysterious darkness, fiery fire burning yang, and ice soul cold erosion are good. They can just upgrade Xiao's fellow magic weapon. Lu Changsheng looked at the main materials of the black banner with a happy face. If Ling Xiao's fellow magic weapon, the Dushan Shenshitu, wants to continue to upgrade, it will use the 12 top-level evil spirits. But over the years, Lu Changsheng has only managed to get a few second-level evil spirits. 2 yuan's natal magic weapon obviously took a lot of thought, and the 9 evil spirits are all top-level evil spirits, and 8 of the 9 evil spirits can be directly refined into Ling Xiao's fellow magic weapon. Immediately, Lu Changsheng looked at other gains. Although his nascent soul consciousness can count them quickly. But seeing that his wife and daughter were fine, he gave most of it to a few people to count, to broaden their horizons and kill time. Wow, so many spirit stones. Dad, is this a magic weapon? What kind of spiritual medicine is this? Spirit Eye Spring. Lu Miaohun and Lu Qingqi kept exclaiming in a low voice. Lu Miaoji and Lu Qingxun couldn't help but be moved when they saw such a harvest. They thought that the wealth of this giant and cultivator was simply more than countless immortal cultivation families. After a long time, Lu Changsheng and others finished counting 2 yuan's harvest. There were 2 top-grade magic weapons, 3 mid-grade magic weapons, and 2 low-grade magic weapons. 1 crystal pill, 1 spiritual eye spring, 1 third-level middle-grade puppet, 1 third-level low-grade puppet, 5 books of skills inheritance, 8 third-level talismans, more than 10 bottles of third-level pills, most of which are used for healing and cultivation. There are dozens of third-level spiritual medicines, spiritual materials, and ores, and 3 fourth-level spiritual materials. 36 high-grade spiritual stones, more than 5,000 medium-grade spiritual stones, and a total of more than 900,000 low-grade spiritual stones. There are also a lot of other second-level spiritual materials, worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Lu Changsheng suspected that this person had robbed a lot of small family forces in Yu Kingdom over the years, otherwise the giant and cultivator would not have so many second-level spiritual materials. Sure enough, there is no poor cultivator who can become a late giant and cultivator. Just 7 magic weapons, the spiritual eye spring, the crystal pill, and the third-level puppet are of infinite value. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. As the old saying goes, you rely on your parents at home and rely on kind people when you go out. This trip out, I met a kind-hearted person who sponsored me. It was much easier to make money than working hard to make talismans, refine pills, and hunt monsters. After sorting out the spoils, Lu Changsheng destroyed all the suspicious things, and then everyone who saw them had a share. He gave each of Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohun, Lu Qingxun, and Lu Qingqi a top-grade spirit stone, 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and several third-level spirit fruits and second-level spirit materials. Thank you, Daddy. Lu Qingqi was very happy. I didn't expect that this trip out would bring such a harvest. From now on, she is her dad's #1 fangirl. Lu Qingzhu sat cross-legged holding the Daluo sword embryo, and forgot about everything and himself as he comprehended the origin of the sword embryo. This explanation of the sword is too profound and mysterious. Over the years, he has observed almost all the sword techniques that can be read in the Qingyun Sect. But the Qingyun Sect is not a sword cultivation sect after all, and the sword techniques are limited. But the sword meaning contained in this sword embryo is all-encompassing. It not only helps him perfect his swordsmanship, but also explains all kinds of sword meanings for him, learning from each other's strengths and making up for his weaknesses. But this swordsmanship is too profound. It is not something that he can comprehend at his level. Even if he has an extremely high talent for swordsmanship and possesses a Dharma seed, it is difficult to understand its meaning, just like reading a heavenly book and listening to heavenly music. However, even so, the profound meaning of swordsmanship explained by the Daluo sword embryo still opened a new door to the world for him. In this process, he had a new understanding of swordsmanship, and the Dharma seed was further integrated with him. His swordsmanship talent rose at an exaggerated speed visible to the naked eye. His skill Dajeng Jin Jianju began to operate automatically. This skill is no longer the original Dajeng Jin Jianju, and he has walked his own path. Now with the help of the Daluo sword embryo, his understanding of swordsmanship has surpassed the past, and many of the previous deficiencies have been perfected and made up. Buzz buzz buzz, the skill began to operate autonomously, as if he was going to cultivate Qi again, build a foundation, and further condense his magic power. A wisp of sword energy burst out, lingering around his body, revealing its sharp edge, elegant and sharp, making Lu Miaohun and the others dare not approach, as if they were to be torn apart. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng was amazed. If the Daluo sword embryo was given to Lu Qingzhu, even if the latter could not condense a sword embryo Dao body, he would probably be able to walk out of some kind of invincible sword path and condense a top-level sword body. He, who possessed the sword path method, was simply too compatible with the innate sword embryo. In other words, the innate sword embryo could thoroughly tap his talent potential and the effect of the method. If it weren't for the fact that the Daluo sword embryo himself wanted to use it now, such a treasure would easily attract covetousness and danger. Lu Changsheng really didn't mind giving him the sword embryo for the next few decades, and then using it to nurture the sword embryo Dao body. In that case, how much you can improve depends on you. Lu Changsheng saw that his son was using the sword embryo to cultivate his Qi, build his foundation, and condense his sword energy and magic power. He raised his hand and hit the spirit eye spring he had just obtained, turning it into a spring that exuded pure spiritual energy. Then a pill cauldron appeared, pouring the gurgling spiritual spring into the cauldron, and throwing in a bunch of spiritual medicines. Puff! Legang Long Yan appeared, and began to burn the spiritual medicines in the cauldron, making a medicinal bath, preparing to help Lu Qingzhu cleanse his body, magic power, and Tao foundation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, 10-second level body refining and the secret book of 10,000 poisonous spirits. Medicinal bath. Lu Miaoj, Lu Qingzhu and others have seen the Lu family's medicinal bath. This is one of the Lu family's secret methods. It can lay a foundation for the children of the Lu family when they are young and win at the starting line. However, seeing Lu Changsheng use the spirit eye spring as ordinary spring water, various third-level spiritual medicines, monster blood, and natural treasures to refine into the alchemy furnace, he couldn't help but smack his lips. These are all spiritual stones. I'm afraid that more than 100,000 spiritual stones or even more will be burned in such a furnace. Due to limited time, Lu Changsheng did not slowly simmer it, but quickly refined it through the yin and yang magic power, and then wrapped Lu Qingzhu's body and put it into the alchemy furnace. Although Lu Qingzhu was in a state of enlightenment where he forgot both his self and the world, he was not completely unconscious. Feeling that his father was using external force to help him, he immediately let go of his physical and mental concerns, and fully operated the sword tactics to absorb the medicinal power in the alchemy furnace to temper his body, magic power, and sword energy. Buzz buzz buzz, as Lu Qingzhu fully operated the skills, his whole body glowed, and wisps of sword energy burst out, connecting with the key of the Daluo sword embryo, tempering the foundation of the flesh and blood. Holding the Daluo sword embryo, he not only had a deeper understanding of the sword, but also realized that this sword embryo was a top treasure that could help him rebuild himself. The effect was amazing. It can be seen that Lu Qingshan's sword energy and magic power became more and more sharp under the baptism, and his body was filled with majestic blood and vitality. Is this the strength of Brother Qingshan? Lu Qingshan took the opportunity to peek at Lu Qingshan's strength. Lu Qingqi simply felt that his brother's magic power and sword energy were very sharp, and he was no match for him at all. Lu Changsheng noticed that his son's Balian Baodiju had entered the stage, and his sternum had also condensed a low-grade magic weapon. At this time, the origin of the magic weapon continued to nourish his body and limbs. He did not feel sorry, and continued to throw in spiritual medicine to help his son understand the Tao, practice, and cleanse his physical body and magic power. Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaahun watched quietly. Through this medicinal bath, they also deeply realized that the rise of any genius consumes several times or even dozens of times the resources and treasures of ordinary people. Apart from other things, just Lu Qingshan's medicinal bath is enough to bankrupt the family power of Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. Husband, how is Qingshan? After a while, Lu Miaahun asked in a low voice. Don't worry, it's okay. The longer he persists, the more benefits he will get. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. In this way, time passed little by little. In the alchemy cauldron, Lu Qingshan's sword energy permeated, interweaving and transforming in his body, like a peerless divine sword, and like some kind of sword pattern, engraved on Lu Qingshan's flesh and blood. This is. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, his eyes were shining with golden light, and he checked his son's situation with his fiery eyes and golden pupils, and saw that he was actually imitating some patterns on his flesh and blood, and the foundation of the Tao. It was the origin pattern of the sword on the Daluo sword embryo. Nonsense. Lu Changsheng wanted to scold. This behavior is simply courting death. The slightest mistake can lead to the destruction of the flesh and blood of the body, or damage to the foundation of Taoism. But seeing Lu Qingshan sitting cross-legged with a calm and natural look, he frowned again and took back the scolding in his mouth. If his son can really do it, then he will enter a whole new world. Lu Changsheng opened the Tai spirit between his eyebrows and carefully observed Lu Qingshan's situation to avoid any accidents. Seeing him copying the Tao pattern on the flesh and blood, the foundation of Taoism, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at his courage. He knew that his son Lu Quanzhong had a fierceness in his bones, but he didn't expect his son Lu Qingshan to be the same. No, Qingshan is different from Quanzhong. He is proud and fearless. He is absolutely confident in himself and extremely confident. He believes that he can do anything. As long as he dares to think, he dares to do it. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. This may be the character that Lu Qingshan has gradually developed, or it may be subtly influenced by the Dharma seed, sword Changniu Dao. But in any case, in Lu Changsheng's view, this behavior is too bold and reckless, and it simply puts his life and death aside. Alice, none of these children in my family are worry-free. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, thinking that the personalities of the top children in the family were not as calm and steady as himself. However, his son Lu Chensha was somewhat stable. Buzz buzz buzz, as Lu Qingshan engraved the original veins of the sword on his flesh and blood, the whole person and the key of the Daluo sword embryo became more and more deeply integrated, and he wanted to activate the sword embryo. However, this sword embryo had been sacrificed by Lu Changsheng, and he could not shake it at all. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, and still sent out a wisp of magic power to activate the Daluo sword embryo, leaving Lu Qingshan to control it. Boom! The Daluo sword embryo woke up, and a magnificent and peerless sword momentum bloomed and rushed towards Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan's indifferent face showed a look of pain in an instant. The key of the sword embryo was too strong. Even if it was just a simple perception, it was not something that an ordinary foundation-building cultivator could bear. Not good. Lu Changsheng instantly realized that Lu Qingshan's body was too fragile. On ordinary days, he could bear these key. But now he was still imitating the sword veins on his flesh and blood, which caused the key to collide, and his body was unstable, and it seemed to be broken. Boom! The 9 treasures Ruai bone on Lu Changsheng's chest instantly intertwined and surged, and one mysterious rune after another emerged, bursting with indescribable secret power, turning into a rich life key, and entering Lu Qingshan's body. 9 treasures Ruai bone, healing divine light. Lu Changsheng's current cultivation and mana use the healing divine light, Even if he is a giant and cultivator, he can be treated quickly, not to mention Lu Qingxin, a foundation-building cultivator. His body, which had some traces of brokenness, instantly stabilized, and the essence of his body circulated, majestic and surging. However, Lu Qingxin saw that his physical condition was instantly stabilized, and his face was overjoyed. He felt relieved to imitate, and filled himself with the ki of the Daluo sword embryo, completely ignoring the good or bad of his body. Fuck. You kid are messing around. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng wanted to slap him. It's just nonsense. You think your father is omnipotent. If I don't do it, you will definitely die if you play like this. Lu Changsheng wanted to teach him a bloody lesson. But there was no way. After all, he was his own son. It was impossible to ignore him and miss such a good opportunity. Lu Changsheng continued to heal his body with a healing divine light. What kind of method is this? Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi paid attention to their father and brother. Seeing Lu Qingxun's sword energy was sharp, and his whole body was shining with mysterious luster, and seeing a gorgeous holy light on his father's chest, they couldn't help but be surprised. Because this holy light was so extraordinary, just a few wisps of breath made them feel refreshed and reborn. Lu Qingxun had a fiery eye and could see what was going on with his brother. It seemed that some mysterious patterns were engraved in the flesh and blood of the body, causing the body to constantly break and regenerate. Brother Qingxun is really extraordinary for being able to reach this point today. Lu Qingxun murmured in his heart, knowing that every genius who can rise has his own extraordinary qualities. His brother is only a medium-level spiritual body, a 6th grade spiritual root, but he has achieved such an achievement, which is enough to show that he has many extraordinary places. Just like this way of cultivation, the body is constantly broken and reborn, which is very dangerous in his opinion. If it were him, he might not be able to be as calm and composed as he is. Sister Mayaoj. After a long time, Lu Changsheng saw that Lu Qingxun's situation was stable, so he stopped and called Lu Mayaoj to help Lu Qingxun stabilize the situation through Tai True Water. He used the Daluo sword embryo before, and now he has been using the 9 treasures Ruai bone, which will also affect his condition. It would be bad if he encountered some accidents later. Okay. Lu Mayaoj immediately practiced the Shangsheng Ru Shuju and used Tai True Water to warm Lu Qingxun's body. Half a month later. Congratulations to the host's 10th son for breaking through the 2nd level body refining and getting a chance to win a high-level lottery. A system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. The 10th child who broke through the 2nd level body refining was his son Lu Qingxun. At present, the first batch of top children of the Lu family all have concurrent body refining. If it weren't for the situation of daughter Lu Beixi, the system would have given money long ago. In a few years, the 2nd level body refining of the children in the family should also gradually come up. At present, these 2nd level body refining children, except for Lu Ling, Lu Quanxuan, and Lu Qingyan, basically rely on the 100 refining treasure body art to quickly master it. However, Lu Changsheng has long added body refining subsidies to the family welfare benefits. In a few years, concurrent body refining will also appear steadily in the family. 5 days later, Lu Qingxun used the Daluo sword embryo to rebuild his body and completed the transformation of being reborn and transformed like a butterfly breaking out of the cocoon. The flesh, bones, and Dao foundation are all brand new, engraved with his sword veins. Although it did not reach the perfect level he wanted, this practice and transformation raised his Dao foundation and magic power to an astonishing level. If he had a 30% grasp of the immortal golden pill before, then now, it's settled. Lu Qingxun opened his eyes, and 2 sharp sword beams shot out from his pupils, almost piercing the void. At this moment, he was relaxed all over, and his flesh, blood, internal organs, and bones were all interwoven with the Dao patterns, filled with an inexhaustible power. Especially in the Qi Hai Danshan, the Dao base glowed with dots, intertwined with the Zhoutianxing Dao sword embryo, like a starry sky, vast and boundless, and like a peerless divine sword, bursting with brilliant sun sword light. Ha, my sword is done. Lu Qingxun's eyes were as bright as stars, his divine light was aglow, his body was flowing with sword light, and his every move had the sound of sword ringing, giving people a sense of extreme sharpness and invincibility. However, the next moment, Lu Changsheng next to him kicked him directly. Let you do whatever you want. Lu Changsheng had been holding back on Lu Qingxun's reckless practice method before. Now that he has finished practicing, he will naturally not be polite. Bang! Lu Qingxun flew several feet away. Lu Qingxun, Lu Qingqi, Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohun were all shocked. You know, Lu Changsheng is famous for his good temper at home. He rarely scolds and teaches his children. Most of the time, it is the child's mother who disciplines him. Dad, why did you hit me? Lu Qingxun looked at his father, a little confused. To teach you a lesson, so that you won't be careless in your practice in the future and die without knowing how. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. Lu Qingxun's practice method has indeed achieved a transformation. But if you make a slight mistake, you may die. Lu Qingxun was not annoyed. He didn't look like a genius at ordinary times. He stood up and patted the dust on his body. He laughed and said, Dad, you are teaching me a lesson. Isn't it you who are here? Dad, I feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement. How about you lend me this sword again? He came to Lu Changsheng, smiling like a teenager. Go away, go away. Everything is better than too little. You have reached your limit. There is no need to continue and pursue breaking the limit. I have a 5-element spirit fruit here. You can take it when you break through the Qingzhu stage. It is almost enough for you to break through the immortal Qingzhu stage. When you break through the Qingzhu stage, I will lend you the sword embryo. Lu Changsheng said. It's not that he was reluctant. But in his opinion, Lu Qingxun's cultivation method was too dangerous. If he wanted to go further, it would be completely beyond his current cultivation range. Even if you watched it, it might be dangerous. 5-element spirit fruit, Dad, you still have 5-element spirit fruit. Lu Qingxun said in surprise. He naturally heard of the name of this 5-element spirit fruit called Qingdun fruit. LV Muping hinted to him before that if he was willing to form a Taoist partner with a disciple of Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect could sponsor him a 5-element spirit fruit, but he refused. Unexpectedly, his father actually had such a top-level Qingdun spirit fruit. Dad, you are indeed my real dad. You actually sent me the 5-element spiritual fruit from afar. I am so touched. Don't worry. Lu Qingxun said happily, but seeing that his mother and aunt were beside him, he held back the rest of his words. However, Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi beside him were stunned when they saw their brother's appearance. What's going on? His brother, who is usually aloof and indifferent, full of momentum, actually has such a playful and even shameless side? Especially Lu Qingqi. He felt that his brother's tall image collapsed instantly. You know, in the early years, he had always heard his mother talk about his brother's situation, and when he met before, he also felt that his brother completely fit the image of the sword immortal in his heart, and he simply admired him. But now, Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohun beside him were also a little surprised and funny when they saw their son's funny appearance. But they saw some of his youth in him. Okay, stop playing funny. Lu Changsheng gave him the 5-element spiritual fruit and the essence of the sun and the moon, waved his hand and then said that he didn't know about Tu Yuan's matter later. After all, if Qingyun Sect, Lion Country, and even Yu Country and Zhang Country knew that he had killed Tu Yuan, they would cause endless trouble. Dad, don't worry. Lu Qingxun naturally understood the reason and patted his chest and said. Then he looked at the 5-element spiritual fruit and the essence of the sun and moon in his hand, thinking that his father was really rich, not worse than Yuan Yingzhanjian at all. Mom, and, you have worked hard too. After he put away the 5-element spiritual fruit, he thanked his mother and aunt. Then he patted his younger brother and sister on the shoulder, saying that if he still had face in front of his parents, how would he get along in the future? Lu Qingqi looked at his brother's serious face, thinking about it, and realized something. That's right, it's okay to have an image outside, but what image do you have with your parents? It's better to make your parents happy than to practice hard, learn to refine pills, and make talismans. Just like before, when Dad cleaned up the harvest, he casually gave him a top-grade spiritual stone, 10 mid-grade spiritual stones, and a pile of spiritual fruits, worth 10,000 or 20,000 spiritual stones. An ordinary cultivator who wants to earn 20,000 spirit stones must not eat or drink for several years. But for me, it is just a little pocket money that my father gives to his precious daughter. As long as I am a caring little cotton padded jacket for my father will give me some pocket money, and I don't have to work hard. If one day my father also gives me a cauldron of such a medicinal bath, my cultivation will be improved rapidly. For a while, Lu Qingqi realized it. After Lu Qingxun stabilized his realm, the few people continued on their way. 7 days later, the 6 people came to a stronghold of the Qingyun Sect in the front line. Not only is there a third-level formation here, but there are also many patrolling cultivators, which can be said to be well defended. Lu Qingzhu came forward with his identity jade card, verified his identity, and asked someone to report it. However, Lu Changsheng's giant and magic power directly caused the giant and cultivator in the stronghold to come forward. Lu Changsheng? It turns out that you are the Changsheng's Henren of the Xianfu Lu family. I have heard of you for a long time. After hearing this, the giant and cultivator looked around and said with a look of enlightenment. Although Lu Changsheng's name has not yet spread to you, but as a giant and cultivator of you, he still has some knowledge of him. You are too polite, fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng bowed his hands to accept the reason, very politely. I heard that you are a third-level talisman master. I wonder if you can sell some talismans to me. Although you has a beast talisman sect that can produce talismans stably. But in this war period, talismans and elixirs are consumables, so they are in urgent need. Even you can hardly support them, especially third-level talismans. Lu Changsheng did not refuse and made a deal with this person, selling more than 10 third-level talismans. With this deal, this giant and cultivator was much more polite and invited Lu Changsheng to enter the stronghold as a guest. Knowing that Lu Changsheng came here to visit his children, he did not talk to Lu Qingzhu for a long time and said goodbye and left. Dad, mother, and Lu Qingzhu was overjoyed and excited to see his parents coming, and his eyes were red. In the early years, her brother Lu Qingzhu was by her side. In these years, her brother was in seclusion preparing for the formation of the elixir, and she was alone on the front line. It was impossible to say that she was not lonely. Now seeing her parents, brothers, sisters and brothers coming together, she was so happy that she cried. Zhuer. Lu Changsheng felt very distressed for his most precious daughter in his early years. He held her in his arms, cared for her and comforted her, and asked her how she was doing these years. Daddy, Mom, I'm fine. Lu Qingzhu pursed her red lips and said softly. She was also a person who only reported good news and not bad news. Soon the family reunited and chatted happily. Zhuer, the situation in Yu State is dangerous now, and the war will continue. Can you go back with Daddy? Lu Changsheng said softly. He really didn't want his daughter to continue to wander outside. With his and Lu Qingzhu's face, it shouldn't be a problem to tell Qingyun Sect and bring her home. It's okay, Daddy. Lu Qingzhu said softly, unwilling to cause trouble to the family. Moreover, in recent years, her brother has been in seclusion in the sect, and she is alone on the front line. She also knows the taste of loneliness. If she leaves, her brother will be alone in the future. Zhuer, I still have some time to break through the Jinden stage. Why don't I go home to pick you up after I break through the Jinden stage? At this time, Lu Qingzhu said. Yes, sister, Daddy, Mommy, and we miss you very much on weekdays. Just go home and stay for a while, and then your brother will come to pick you up. Lu Qingzhu next to her also took her sister's arm and persuaded her. After being persuaded like this, Lu Qingzhu was a little shaken. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately asked Lu Qingzhu to ask what price he would have to pay if he wanted to take Lu Qingzhu home for a few years. In any case, Lu Qingzhu belongs to the Qingyun Sect. Leaving now during the war is like deserting the battlefield. Once it is spread out, it will greatly affect morale. So Lu Changsheng is willing to spend some money to bring his children home in a legitimate way, so as to avoid his daughter having a psychological burden. After a moment, the Jinden's Henren sitting here gave a reply. As long as Lu Changsheng is willing to trade a batch of talismans with the Qingyun Sect, he can approve the matter on behalf of the Qingyun Sect and transfer Lu Qingzhu to his side. Otherwise, during the war, it would be bad if such a thing were spread out, and there would always be a reason to shut up the mouths of the people. Moreover, the normal procedures must be followed and an application must be made, which would take a lot of time. At present, Lu does not have many talismans in his hand. I will trade 20 with your sect first, and the rest will be traded when I send Zhuer back. Although Lu Changsheng was not short of talismans, he still seemed too easy to talk to when he took out dozens of third-level talismans at once. The talismans were too simple to come by, so it would be better to trade in batches. Of course there is no problem. Even if we don't take into account Lu Changsheng's status as a Jinden's Henren and a third-level talisman master, as long as Lu Qingzhu invites Xianyun's Henren from the front line, Lu Qingzhu's matter is not a big deal. So this Jinden's Henren also went with the flow and stopped when he saw a good opportunity. After completing the formalities, Lu Changsheng was in a good mood. "Let's go, I'll take you back," Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Qingxun, preparing to send him back to Qingyun Sect and then go home directly. After all, the current situation in Yu State is really that there is nothing to play. "Dad, you don't want a son if you have a daughter," Lu Qingxun shouted. "This time he asked me to go out to find my sister Lu Qingzhu, and now he sent me back after picking up my sister? Or you go back alone," Lu Changsheng said unhappily. However, Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to send his son back. He took his wife and children to play and walk on the way. During this process, Lu Changsheng was much more cautious, so as not to attract the attention of Qingyun Sect or other cultivators from Liang country by killing Tu Yuan. On this day, Lu Changsheng and his wife and children came to a market to rest. Afterwards, Sister Mayaoj, you don't need to blame yourself for the matter between Qingxun and Qingzhu. Everyone has their own fate. Lu Changsheng knew that his wife had always had a knot in her heart, so he brought her here to visit her children this time in the hope that she could calm down. However, after seeing her children and successfully taking her daughter Lu Qingzhu home, Lu Mayaoj's mood has improved a lot. "Thank you, Changsheng." Lu Mayaoj's beautiful eyes were as bright as water. She knew that she was too persistent and would affect her own Dan. However, seeing that Lu Qingxun had become a useful person and her daughter was safe, she was relieved. It was just that she still felt a little indebted to her daughter. "Sister, when Qingxun breaks through to the Jinden stage, you can also take good care of Xia Azur and bring her back often." Lu Mayaojun beside her also comforted her. These days, she has learned a little about the situation in various countries. Knowing that cultivation is cruel, if you want to form a Jinden or Yuanying, then no matter where you are, there will be danger. However, having said that, the previous Tu Yuan incident still makes her worried. After chatting with his wife for a while, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that he still had a high-level lottery. After seeing his wife fall asleep gently, he silently said in his heart, "System, lottery. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill The Secret Book of 10,000 Evil Poison Spirits. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time." Chapter 622, The True Form of the Poisonous Spirit, Lord Qingyun and Honglian. The Secret Book of 10,000 Poison Spirits. Lu Changsheng was instantly interested when he saw the name of this technique. Over the past few decades, he has drawn a lot of techniques. But except for the Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Scripture and the Yin-Yang Creation Scripture, the system did not give him a technique that he urgently needed. For example, a technique that can automatically cultivate the soul. Because of his daughter Lu Mengchen's calamity poison body and his wife Meng Xiachen's subsequent techniques, he has been hoping to draw poison technique for these years, preferably one related to the calamity poison body. Unexpectedly, today's luck is so good that the system really gave him a poison technique. After all, this kind of technique is relatively niche. I wonder if it can solve the problem of cultivating the calamity poison body. Lu Changsheng was full of expectations and looked at the techniques in the system space. Technique, Secret Book of 10,000 Poison Spirits, Grade, Asking for the Way, Description, Gathering all the evils and poisons, Interpreting the origin of the poison path. The poison spirit enters the body, and all the evils are entangled. Man and poison become one, controlling all the poisons and evils, corroding everything in the world, and turning the world into a poison furnace. Wendao level. Compared with his Hangsen level, Lu Changsheng felt that the Wendao level or the Zuanmao level was more suitable for his children to practice. It was not because of other things, but the two Hangsen level exercises he obtained were outrageous. One of them was guided by the yin and yang qi. One required the practice of Buddha and demon, the third level of body refining, and then the baptism of Buddha bone relics, the origin of the magic, and the blood of the heavenly demon before he could get started. If it weren't for his coincidence, Daoji happened to have the youth mini version of Yin and Yang Qi, and now he couldn't get started with the Yin and Yang Creation Sutra. So Lu Changsheng didn't like this top-level exercise very much. System, Inheritance. Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate and directly used the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits. In an instant, the practice method of this exercise, the relevant content, the mysterious essentials, etc., all flooded into Lu Changsheng's mind like a revelation. Lu Changsheng immersed himself in his mind and quietly received and comprehended this poisonous exercise. After a long time, okay, Tongzi finally showed his strength. The secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits, which brings together the 10,000 poisons, 10,000 evils, the 9 nether soul erosion body, the heavenly evil poison body, the heavenly evil 10,000 evils, the chaos poison source body, and the 10,000 tribulations lifeless body is worthy of being a Dao level poison technique. It is indeed profound. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes as if he had just woken up from a dream, with a look of joy. This poison technique did not disappoint him. It was superb and belonged to the top level of poison techniques. It not only includes poison, but also involves curses. Curses are somewhat similar to divination and are very unpopular. When fighting, you can curse the target and bring bad luck. When practicing to a high level, you can even kill people from a distance. It is weird and unpredictable, and it is somewhat similar to the exotic treasure, Demon Curse book, that Lu Changsheng obtained in his early years. However, what makes Lu Changsheng most happy is naturally that this technique has the inheritance of evil poison body. In other words, the evil poison body is one of the spirits that best fits this technique. You can cultivate the poison and curse to a very terrifying level. The situation that the evil poison body will die after breaking through the nascent soul will be solved by practicing this technique. The biggest problem of the evil poison body is that after practicing to a certain level, the accumulated toxins in the body cannot be controlled. Even as a practitioner, you cannot control this terrifying toxin, causing the poison to bite your body and you can only die in endless pain. In the secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits, there is a magical power called Poison Spirit True Body. You can condense a poisonous Dharma body, use all the poisons in your body to upgrade, condense this Dharma body, and control all the poisons. This method is much more sophisticated than the 5 poison sect and the poison pill method mentioned by Honglian. It is somewhat similar to Lu Changsheng's Brahma Demon True Body. When practicing to the later stage, you can evolve into the 10,000 evil poison spirit. When fighting with others, once the Dharma body appears, no grass will grow wherever it goes, and it will directly turn into a Jedi. Wherever one cultivates deeply, there is endless disaster energy, which can trigger natural disasters. If Lu Changsheng's Brahma Demon True Body belongs to a one-on-one fighting holy method, then this poison spirit true body is a large-scale war harvester. Of course, in a one-on-one situation, although the poison spirit true body is not that powerful, in a long-term war of attrition, not many people can withstand such disasters and poisons. This poison spirit true body and Honglian's poison pill method are somewhat similar, which shows that Honglian's poison pill method also works. It's just that relatively speaking, the poison spirit true body is more profound and exquisite, condensing all the toxins of the evil poison body into the Dharma body. Lu Changsheng quietly comprehended this method, the poison spirit true body. The more he read it, the more he felt that this method was mysterious, and it could maximize the potential effect of the evil poison body. And he himself also gained a lot of inspiration from it, and he could try to practice several poison ways and curse secrets. When facing an enemy, not only does the magic power contain poison, but it can also cast curses on others, bringing bad luck and making them uneasy. But I have always fought quickly and decisively, which is not in line with the style of this technique. Lu Changsheng's chaos body has many characteristics of the evil poison body. One of the more practical ones is that it is immune to all poisons, turning poisons into elixirs, and even brewing a top-level poison that belongs to him. Previously, with the help of Mengziachin and the poison purchased by the 10,000 poison sect, he condensed a third-level top-level poison as a backup. Now that he has obtained the 10,000 evil poison spirit secret book, he can even try to condense a quasi-4th-level poison that has an impact on the Yuanying's engine. But this kind of poison, for the poisonous Yuanying of the 5 poison sect, I am afraid it will not have any unexpected effect. These curse methods are a bit interesting. In this top-level technique, in addition to the method of cultivation, there are naturally many supporting secret methods and magical treasures. Lu Changsheng saw several interesting curse secrets from it. For example, it can make people suffer from disasters, easily upset, give birth to demons, etc. Although among people of the same level, the effect of such curses is average and the cost is very high. But in the late stage of Jiangdan, if Lu Changsheng sees someone around the family who is unhappy, it is simply a magical skill. Sitting at home and cursing every now and then, maybe the other party's ancestor will die. For example, the ancestor of the beast-controlling Su family. Cursing when you have nothing to do It is estimated that the other party with a short lifespan will live 3 to 5 years or more than 10 years less. If there happens to be an accident, such as a person is angry, there are mistakes in practice, demons, etc., it may even die directly. I, Lu, am open and above board. This kind of magical secret method is not suitable for me, but it is suitable for Meng Meng. A picture appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind. If he sees someone who is unhappy with him, or is ready to cause trouble for someone or to make an appointment with someone, he will tell his daughter Lu Mengchen in advance, Meng Meng, this person is a bad guy, you quickly draw a circle to curse him, and then make a straw man to curse him. Since my daughter is timid, then it's okay for her to draw circles and curse people at home, right? Or when the Lu family encounters a strong enemy, such as Lu Pingyan, Lu Quansun, and Lu Qingshan, Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingxun can attack from the side, and my daughter Lu Mengchen can poison at the back and apply the curse buff. However, thinking of my daughter's fear of snakes, scorpions, poisonous insects, etc., Lu Changsheng has a headache again in size. Even if the secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits is exquisite and mysterious, it is impossible not to come into contact with these poisons. Even the simplest method of practicing the evil poison body requires the help of poisons, and all kinds of messy things are inevitable. Forget it, take your time. It just so happens that Xiachen can also practice this method, and then they can practice together. This secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits is a method of the Tao level, and the threshold is naturally very high. Not only does it require excellent physique and comprehension, but it must have the poison path or the curse path spirit body in terms of talent to practice. After getting started, you still need to use various top-level poisons to continue practicing. However, for Lu Changsheng now, getting some third-level poisons and poison beast demon pills is not a problem. His daughter Lu Mengchen has the body of evil poison, and his wife Meng Xiachen has the body of thousands of poisons, both of which have the entry requirements for practicing this technique. What he has to do is to try his best to help the mother and daughter to refine this technique. As long as both of them can refine it, this kind of poison and curse method is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. And this technique can also cultivate the acquired poison body. Xiachen can completely use the thousands of poisons body as a basis and transform this spirit body into the acquired evil poison body, or even the chaotic poison source body, the eternal poison body, and further improve her talent potential. This poison technique is somewhat similar to his son Lu Quanzhong's Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon divine art. Once it is refined, as long as you can control it and not be afraid of backlash, you can use external objects to quickly improve your cultivation. So after Meng Xiachen successfully switched to this technique, Lu Changsheng was sure that she could be promoted to the late stage of Dan formation as soon as possible. As for the nascent soul, I have to wait until I reach the nascent soul stage before I consider it. After all, practicing too fast must have a price, and it needs to be made up from other places. Huh? After a moment, Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. He did not comprehend this technique anymore. He planned to study it with Meng Xiachen after returning home, and fell asleep with Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun in his arms. Although there is no need to sleep at this level of cultivation. But meditation or sleep can help soothe the spirit and mental state. A month and a half later, Lu Changsheng and his wife and children returned to Qingyun Sect after playing all the way. The Qingyun Sect he was worried about did not appear in the Liang State investigation. This is normal. No matter what the U State is like, it is impossible for Liang State to infiltrate multiple Jinden cultivators. What's more, Tu Yuan, a cultivator in the late Jinden stage, died inexplicably. Even if U State still has lurking cultivators from Liang State, they dare not act rashly now. They should tremble in fear, fearing that U State will carry out a major purge. Keep these 3 talismans to save your life. Be careful when you go out. Lu Changsheng handed 3 third-grade top-grade talismans to his son, and gave him a disguise magic weapon to conceal his aura. When he breaks through the Jinden stage, he can hide from ordinary Jinden cultivators. He also suppressed the secrets through his family tree. As long as he is careful, it will be difficult for others to kill him halfway. Dad, 3 is not enough, how about giving me a few more? Lu Qingshan said happily while looking at the talismans in his hand. Although he is a sword cultivator and only practices flying swords, he knows the benefits of talismans. He was able to kill Goning, the fake Danzhunren, with the help of the 3rd-grade talisman given by his father. You treat it as a 3rd-level talisman cabbage. Lu Changsheng slapped him on the back of his head, and then instructed, "You should break through the Jinden in the sect well, and don't mess around during this period, understand?" If it wasn't a little inconvenient to take Lu Qingshan home, Lu Changsheng would have taken him home to break through. After all, the method of using the Daluo sword embryo to rebuild his body before really made Lu Changsheng worry that he would do something weird again. "Dad, don't worry." Lu Qingshan grinned and said confidently, saying goodbye to his mother, and brothers and sisters. When saying goodbye to his sister Lu Qingzhu, he said that he would come back to pick her up after breaking through the Jinden, and winked at her in the conversation. Before, his sister gave him all the talismans and puppets given by her father, so when his sister went home this time, her father would definitely give her good things, so he signaled his sister not to refuse. "Get out of here." These little actions could not be hidden from Lu Changsheng, who immediately kicked him in anger, telling him not to lead his good daughter astray. Lu Miaoji and Lu Qingzhu beside him pursed their lips and smiled softly. With so many children in the family, only Lu Qingshan and Lu Wangshu dared to play and joke with Lu Changsheng. "Dad, have a safe trip," Lu Qingshan said carelessly in front of his parents, not caring about his image at all, and then waved his hand. When he returned to the sect and entered the mountain gate, he was full of momentum, with an indescribable sharpness between his sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His straight spine seemed to contain a peerless sword, wanting to tear the sky apart. His sword heart was clear, and he would pay attention to everyone who looked at him from now on. Seeing Hu's expression, his mood fluctuated. To Yuan's previous attack and killing, there was a high probability that there was a spy in the sect. For such a thing, he naturally had to find out a result. "Hello, Brother Qingshan. Greetings to Uncle Lu." On the way, a disciple saw Lu Qingshan, and sensing his sharpness that he dared not look directly at, he immediately lowered his head and saluted respectfully. After so many years, it is not an exaggeration to call Lu Qingshan the first true disciple of Qingyun Sect, so almost all the disciples of the sect know him. Lu Qingshan looked indifferent, turned a blind eye, slowly returned to Xianitun Peak, and then practiced in seclusion to prepare for the matter of forming the elixir. Considering that he appeared openly in Qingyun Sect and the front line of Yu Kingdom this time, if he rushed through the golden-winged sky pang, he would return to Zheng Kingdom and Qinglong Fairy City in a blink of an eye, which might attract the attention of others. So Lu Changsheng took his wife and children to play back to Zheng Kingdom normally. Although there was no Lu Qingshan, there was less noise and joy on the way. But Lu Changsheng was in a very happy mood. This trip to Yu Kingdom not only helped Lu Qingshan and untied his wife's knot, but also accidentally obtained a magic elixir. If you count Lu Qingshan's second-level body refining and the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits won by lottery, then this trip to Yu Kingdom can be said to be a great harvest. At the same time, Zheng Kingdom, Damen Fairy City. More than 3 years have passed since the end of the land reclamation war. Qinglong Zhenjin finally had time to come to Damen Xiansheng to fulfill the agreement and make a life layout. After arriving at Damen Xiansheng, she crushed a jade talisman. Almost a quarter of an hour later, a beautiful woman wearing a red dress with gold and silver silk embroidery, a wide skirt winding behind her, with an elegant and luxurious posture and a body hazy with crystal luster came. But fellow Taoist Qinglong Honglian looked at the Qinglong Zhenjin in front of her, who was wearing a green jade and luxurious brocade robe, like a graceful and noble young man. "Are you fellow Taoist Li Muwen?" Qinglong Zhenjin looked at Honglian in front of her, and a touch of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Honglian in front of her was really extraordinary. Even though she was a woman, she couldn't help but be amazed by Honglian's appearance, temperament, and charm. She was wearing a red and luxurious dress, with a graceful figure, 3,000 black hair like a waterfall, flowing with strands of crystal luster, and wearing a peach blossom pearl crown. Without makeup, her face was absolutely flawless, without any flaws. Of course, the most amazing thing was the calm elegance and grace that Honglian had accumulated over the years. If she had only suspected that Honglian was a Yuanying cultivator before, then now seeing his appearance, temperament, and charm, it was almost certain that he was a Yuanying cultivator. It was not his appearance or figure. It was his temperament and divine will that were too extraordinary. His whole body was filled with the spirit of the world, like a holy spirit, peerless and blessed by the destiny of the world. Facing herself, he was still transcendent and unattainable. This was definitely not an ordinary cultivator in disguise. She had previously thought that Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of a Yuanying old monster, but in her opinion, Lu Changsheng still lacked the temperament and divine will of a top-level Yuanying old monster. She guessed that because he had reincarnated and rebuilt, he had not yet fully recovered his memories of his previous life. But the Honglian in front of her was completely different. Yes. Honglian nodded with a smile, thinking that it was no wonder that her husband wanted to cooperate deeply with this Qingzhu Mountain. This person was the best in the world in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. And before that, she had spent time to learn about the growth experience of Qingzhu Mountain in detail. Knowing that he could go from a casual cultivator to today, whether in talent, or luck, he was a first-class existence, not worse than herself. I came to lay out the fate of the Great Dream Fairy City at the invitation of Daoyao Wang, that is, Daoyao Yangming. Qingzhu Mountain continued to speak, explaining his purpose. Before my husband went out, he had already told me about this matter. I'm sorry to bother Daoyao Qingzhu. Honglian's voice was soft and pleasant. Daoyao came from afar. You can come to the city lord's mansion to rest for a while. Honglian made a gesture of invitation, knowing that the main task of this meeting was not to lay out the fate, but to receive Qingzhu Mountain well. To confirm the identity of her husband and herself as Yuanying, to carry out in-depth cooperation, and to assist her husband. Okay. In addition to fulfilling the agreement, True Lord Qingzhu came here to learn more about Lu Changsheng and the situation of this Li Muwen. Soon, the two entered the city lord's mansion and came to a side hall to sit down. Honglian gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white wrists like mutton fat jade, and placed a tea set that had been prepared long ago on the tea stove, poured in spiritual spring water and tea leaves, brewed tea, and washed tea. The whole process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. Daoyao, please. After a while, the sound of dripping water sounded in the teacup, like the sound of a clear spring in nature, like the lingering music of immortals, and the lingering sound lingering in the beams. For a time, the whole side hall was filled with the fragrance of tea. There are hundreds of arts for cultivating immortals, and all things in the world can be close to the Tao. In the eyes of True Lord Qingzhu, Honglian's smooth tea brewing is close to the Tao. Daoyao's craftsmanship is close to Taoism. I admire it. Qingzhu Mountain picked up the teacup and said in admiration. He put it to his lips and took a sip, savoring the mellowness and fragrance of the tea. Cultivating immortals is a hobby for people in the world. If you invest time and energy and reach the extreme, you can achieve Taoism. It's just a small Taoism, just for self-entertainment, not worth mentioning. Honglian chuckled, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, revealing a sense of transcendence and elegance in his behavior. Having said that, how many people can achieve what Daoyao has done? Qingzhu Mountain praised casually and naturally without any airs of ascension. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Qingzhu Mountain began to ask Honglian about his origins. I wonder how you and Daoyao Wuhan met. It was also a coincidence. My husband came to Damang's to hunt monsters and happened to meet Daoyao Wuhan and Daoyao Yunmen. Honglian did not hide these and said frankly. Deep Sea Demon Whale King. When Qingzhu Mountain heard that Lu Honglian and Lu Changsheng helped Meng Wuhan hunt the 4th-level Demon King in the deep sea of Damangs, she couldn't help but be surprised. Although she didn't go deep into Damangs, she also knew that the gray fog in the depths would suppress the cultivator's mana and consciousness. Under such circumstances, how could the 4 giant cultivators hunt a 4th-level Demon King in the boundless sea? This shows that the 4 people's strength far exceeds the giant level. She knew a thing or two about Meng Wuhan and his wife. Both of them had the peak of giant in cultivation, and their joint cultivation of secret arts was extraordinary. And Lu Changsheng's fighting power had been seen before in the battle with the 2-headed dragon. With his skills, he could compete with Yuanying's Henjin head-on. Although Li Muwen in front of her seemed to have only the 5th level of giant in cultivation, she knew that the latter was not as simple as it seemed. I heard my husband talk about you before. I heard that you went out to Yuanying in your early years. During this process, Honglian also learned about Jiangguo and Nanhuang through Qingzhu Mountain. She said frankly that she didn't know much about Nanhuang. Qingzhu Mountain knew everything and exchanged information with Honglian. Then he pretended to be ignorant and asked, isn't you a cultivator from Nanhuang? Honglian looked at Qingzhu Mountain meaningfully, then chuckled and said, I just came here to find my husband, not from this era. I came here to find my husband. Qingzhu Mountain heard this and his heart suddenly paused. She had previously guessed that Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of an old monster in the nascent soul stage, and that he had awakened his past life through some method and could solve the mystery of reincarnation. Now, after hearing this, she instantly guessed that Li Muwen was the one who helped Lu Changsheng solve the reincarnation. Yang Mingzhenren's golden rock may also be raised by her. If so, what strength should this woman have? However, why would such a woman be willing for Lu Changsheng to have many wives and concubines? Although in the world of cultivating immortals, it is very normal for a strong man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines and a large harem. But with a Taoist partner of equal status, one should at least be restrained. Moreover, why does a woman like Li Muwen not care at all? I was rash. True Lord Qingyun bowed slightly, knowing that his question had already involved the other party's secrets. I am telling you this because I want to cooperate with you. My husband still needs time to grow up. I don't want his layout to be disturbed and disrupted by others. Honglian shook her head gently and said, layout. True Lord Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. In Jiang country, nascent soul is a top cultivator. Lu Changsheng, or Yang Mingzhenren, already has an almost invincible combat power below the nascent soul stage, and with this Li Muwen, how much time does it take to grow? Could it be referring to the great catastrophe of the demonic path? But the catastrophe of the demonic sect has risen again. Even if I am alone, I can't protect myself, I can only try my best to survive. If you have time, you can search for some stories about the ancient Zhongzhao and the great Ginseng king through ancient books, and then you will naturally be able to guess the situation of my husband. Honglian said meaningfully. Ancient Zhongzhao, the great Ginseng king. Regarding the south wilderness, the east sea, the west desert, the north plains, and the most prosperous Zhongzhao, Qingyun Sect only saw a few words from ancient books, and didn't know much. At this time, Li Muwen in front of her actually told her about the deeds of a certain saint king in the ancient Zhongzhao, which was very surprising. Is there any relationship between Yang Mingzhenren and this great Ginseng king? Qingyun Sect was in doubt. But then, Honglian stopped talking about this, and the two chatted normally, talking about everything, and discussing the way of cultivation. Since the true Lord Qingyun raised a Qingyun and a Qingyun Taoist soldier, the two talked about beast control. Through the chat, the true Lord Qingyun found that Li Muwen in front of him was even better than himself in beast control. This made her feel that the other party was extraordinary and unfathomable, and she thought that the golden rock bird of Yang Mingzhenren was raised by her. Even the Jia Taoist soldiers that appeared in the Lu family were raised by Li Muwen in front of him. In other words, Lu Changsheng's rise was supported by her all the time. This made her more curious about what the other party said about the plan and layout, but she asked Honglian about the content of the cooperation. The other party said that simple cooperation means that the two immortal cities support each other. If it comes to in-depth cooperation, she can talk about it later when she understands the relevant situation. After the two chatted for a long time, the true Lord Qingyun took action to display the fate layout for the great dream immortal city to deceive the destiny of the immortal city. The divination method of this true Lord Qingyun. Honglian saw the method of the true Lord Qingyun, and her beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Although she had not practiced the art of divination, she had a lot of knowledge and had seen many top divination masters. She could see that the divination inheritance of this Qingyun Sect was different from the divination masters she had seen in her early years. It seemed that he was consuming a kind of mysterious luck to conceal the secrets of heaven, but it was not luck. This kind of fate layout can last for about 10 years. Now that the agreement is completed, I have something else to do, so I won't stay for long. After the Qingyun Sect finished, he consumed a lot of energy, his face was a little pale, and he bowed slightly to say goodbye. Thank you for your hard work, Taoist friend. Honglian nodded and gave Lu Changsheng a gift of the 4th level spiritual wine he obtained from the Qingyun secret realm. Qingyun Sect was not polite, thanked him, and then broke through the void and left. Qingyun Sect. Honglian saw the Qingyun Sect raising his hand to break through the void and leave, and her beautiful eyes flowed with crystal luster. As a Yuanying Sect in her previous life, she naturally knew it. It was not long after he broke through the Yuanying, and it was impossible for him to cross the void so easily. On the one hand, the other party deliberately performed this performance for her to see. On the other hand, this true Lord Qingyun has a top talent in space and has deep attainments in this area. However, apart from the void spirit body, only a few gifted cultivators can initially master the power of the void after breaking through the nascent soul. Qingyun. Honglian thought of the other party's name. The ancestor of Qingyun, Jiushan Qingyun, also belongs to the true spirit level bloodline. Although Jiushan Qingyun is not very good at space, Xianfeng, who is similar to Qingyun, is good at space attributes and magic. Chapter 623, Lord Qingyun, from now on you can just call me Aunt Mew. 3 months later, Lu Changsheng and his wife and children returned to Qingyun Fairy City from Yu State. Sister Mayaoj, take Xia Azur and Kier for a walk, and I'll take Zuiner to meet a friend. Lu Changsheng had already informed Lu Mayaoj in advance about sending his son to become a disciple of Qingyun Henjin. Although Lu Mayaoj was surprised, she readily agreed after listening to Lu Changsheng's idea. She knew very well that Qingzhu Mountain, and even the entire Jiang state, was too small, just a corner of the southern wilderness. If her son wanted to achieve something and form a Yuanying in the future, he had to go out. If he could become a disciple of Qingyun Henjin, the first casual cultivator who was famous in Jiang state, his future would definitely be brighter. Okay, Lu Mayaoj responded gently with a gentle temperament, and took her 2 daughters to play and shop in the city. Lu Changsheng brought his wife Lu Mayaahun and son Lu Qingxun to the city lord's mansion and threw out the Qingyu gilded order given to him by Qingyun Henjin in his early years. Senior, please. The steward of the city lord's mansion saw the token and immediately respectfully invited Lu Changsheng and the other 2 into the mansion, served tea, and said that the true lord was in seclusion and he would go to inform him. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded gently. Father. At this time, Lu Qingxun seemed to realize something and looked at Lu Changsheng. When encountering things, you should stay calm. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Yes. Hearing this, Lu Qingxun instantly knew that his guess was correct. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, trying to calm his emotions. But when he thought that the teacher his father brought him to see was the owner of this fairy city, the first casual cultivator of Jiang Kingdom, true Lord Qingyun, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Not only Lu Mayaoj, but also Lu Mayaahun and others grew up listening to the legendary stories of true Lord Qingyun in their early years and yearned for him, and he was the same. Although Lu Mayaahun next to him had met true Lord Qingyun once, he was still a little nervous and cramped at this time, and held Lu Changsheng's palm tightly. If Lu Changsheng hadn't said that she didn't care, she would have even wanted to return to the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. It's not easy to see a Yuanying cultivator like Qingyun Henjin. Although the steward said that Qingyun Henjin was in seclusion, under normal circumstances, whether he was there or not, he would basically claim so. After waiting for nearly an hour, Qingyun Henjin, wearing a green jade and luxurious brocade robe and exquisite brocade boots, finally arrived. Fellow Taoist Changsheng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. She looked at Lu Changsheng in the hall, then at Lu Mayaahun and Lu Qingxun, and bowed slightly. However, just a simple look made Lu Mayaahun and Lu Qingxun feel that they were seen through. Is this the #1 casual cultivator in Jiang Kingdom, Qingyun Henjin? Lu Qingxun sat upright and wanted to stand up to salute, but his body was a little stiff. Please trouble Qingyun Henjin to come. Lu Changsheng guessed that Qingyun Henjin should have just come from the poison dragon pond. Dao Changsheng is here as a guest, I will certainly entertain you well. Dao, please let me know in advance next time so that I can prepare a banquet for you. Qingyun Henjin smiled and sat down opposite Lu Changsheng without any airs of Yuanying Henjin. Lu Mayaahun and Lu Qingxun, who were standing next to them, saw their husbands and fathers talking to the first casual cultivator of Jiang Kingdom, Yuanying Henjin, as equals like a good friend, and their expressions were slightly dazed. Although they knew that their husbands and fathers were very powerful, as the master of the Great Dream Fairy City, they could kill a great cultivator in the late Jiangdan stage with one sword. But because their relationship was too close and Lu Changsheng didn't have too much majesty on weekdays, they couldn't directly experience the impact of this status. Now Lu Changsheng and Dao Qingyun Henjin were talking and laughing, and the 2 of them instantly had a clearer understanding. They realized that their husbands and fathers might still be gentle and elegant at home, but outside, they were top cultivators who could dominate the lives of countless cultivators. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lu Changsheng introduced Lu Mayaahun and Lu Qingxun, then bowed and said, to be honest, I came to visit you in Xiancheng to ask for something. Fellow Taoist Changsheng, please tell me. Although she couldn't figure out Lu Changsheng's intention, she had some guesses and premonitions when she saw Lu Mayaahun and Lu Qingxun. Fellow Taoist, you should know that I am not good at divination, and my son happens to be quite interested in this way, so I want to find a teacher for him to see if my son's talent can catch your eye. Lu Changsheng said with a bow. Lu Qingxun next to him immediately bowed. Accepting a disciple? True Lord Qingyun didn't say anything. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is not a casual thing to take a teacher and take a disciple. Once you take a disciple, it is like reborn as a parent, and you will be contaminated with the fate of cause and effect. Especially Lu Qingzhu in front of the disciple, she will also have some cause and effect relationship with Lu Changsheng, the nascent soul old monster. Although she wanted to form an alliance with Lu Changsheng before to improve her ability to resist risks. But after confirming Lu Changsheng's identity as the reincarnation of the old monster in the Yuanying stage and seeing the mysterious Li Muwen, she is now wary and vigilant of Lu Changsheng. Another reason is that her divination inheritance is different from that of ordinary people. Once it is known and leaked, it will have a great impact on herself. At this time, Lu Changsheng asked his son to worship him as a teacher and learn divination, which really made her think too much. Daoil Changsheng also knows that now the poison dragon pond is being reclaimed and the fairy city is being built. I really have no time to be distracted, and I have no intention of accepting disciples. If Daoil asks, I can promise to be a registered disciple and give you some pointers on weekdays. It's just that in terms of divination, my inheritance is difficult for ordinary people to get started. Qingyun's engine groaned slightly. Although it is impossible to deduce Lu Changsheng's situation, it is still possible to sense good and bad fortune in the dark. It is believed that making friends with Lu Changsheng has both advantages and disadvantages, and in most cases, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Therefore, in this case, he was willing to accept Lu Qingzhu as a registered disciple, so as to observe and see what Lu Changsheng's purpose was in becoming a disciple. A registered disciple. Lu Changsheng didn't have much hope for his son to become a disciple this time. He mainly wanted his son to obtain the inheritance of the divination from the true Lord Qingyun, which would not consume his lifespan, and to come to Qingyun Immortal City to gain knowledge and experience. Now it seems that the inheritance is probably difficult. Why not let my son practice in Qingyun Immortal City for 10 years? If you have time, you can give him some pointers and guidance. If you don't have time, it's no big deal. You can arrange some affairs for him to learn and experience, so that he can gain knowledge and experience. By then, if you think my son's talent is barely acceptable, you can accept him as a registered disciple. If there is really no chance, don't force it. Lu Changsheng saw that the true Lord Qingyun was not very willing to accept a disciple, but he didn't want to completely offend him, so he agreed. In this case, he didn't force it, and even took the initiative to give in. After all, if he couldn't obtain the divination inheritance, it was useless to have the status of a registered disciple. If his son can be recognized by true Lord Qingyun within 10 years and accepted as a disciple, it means there is a chance. True Lord Qingyun heard this and happily responded, of course. Compared with a master-disciple relationship, it is better to establish a normal relationship. This way, he can not only further interact with Lu Changsheng, but also observe Lu Qingzhu and understand Lu Changsheng's situation. In this case, I will be grateful to you for taking care of my son in the future. Lu Changsheng bowed his hands and said to his son, Zuaner, thank you, true lord. Junior Lu Qingzhu, thank you, lord true lord. Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath and bowed. Since you are the son of Taoist Changsheng, you can call me Aunt Mu from now on. Lu Qingzhu in front of him was sent by Lu Changsheng to become a disciple, so he must not be an ordinary heir, so true Lord Qingyun was willing to recognize this junior. Is this true Lord Qingyun's surname Mu, or does he have the word Mu in his name? Although they have known each other for so long, Lu Changsheng did not know the true Lord Qingyun's name. This is a normal situation in the world of immortal cultivation. After many cultivators break through the Qingyun stage, they use their Taoist names as their names and abandon their real names. The outside world gradually forgets their real names. Thank you, Aunt Mu. Although the voice of Qingyun's engine was calm and majestic, and even a little distant, such words acknowledged him as a junior. After temporarily solving the problem of his son Lu Qingzhu, Lu Changsheng and Qingyun's engine continued to drink tea and chat. At this time, Qingyun's engine said that the layout of the life path of the Great Dream Immortal City had been completed. No wonder. Lu Changsheng suddenly understood. Just now, he felt that the other party's attitude was slightly different from before, and he suspected that the other party had another purpose. Now it seems that Honglian is doing very well and has confirmed his identity as the reincarnation of the nascent soul. Thank you, Zhenjin. Lu Changsheng also asked about the establishment of the Immortal City in the Poison Dragon Pond. If you want to completely clean up the poisonous miasma of the poison dragon pond, it will take at least several decades to complete the modification of the mountains and rivers, and to build an immortal city. Qingyun Sect shook his head and said, "Building a 4th-level immortal city is not easy. The amount of work in the early stage is very huge, and it requires a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, the Qingyun Sect would not have handed over the 4th-level spiritual land of the poison dragon pond to the Qingyun Sect." After chatting for half an hour, "In this case, I'll trouble you to take care of my son. If there's anything wrong with my son, you can always send me a message." Changsheng bowed and said goodbye, very politely. Then he said to his son, "Zuiner, when you see your Aunt Mu in the future, you must respect her as if she were your father, understand?" "Please rest assured, father, I understand." Qingzhu also knew from the chat just now that his father might owe him a favor for sending him here. So he must perform well next time and strive to gain the recognition of the Qingyun Sect. Well, Changsheng gave him a few more instructions, and then took Lu Maihun away. "Since you have a lot of experience in management, you can serve as a manager in the fairy city first." After Changsheng left, Qingyun Sect looked at Qingzhu. His eyebrows were handsome and solemn, full of majesty. Even though Qingzhu had been the head of the family for many years and was already a leader among his peers, he was still filled with an indescribable pressure when facing this Zhenjin alone, and he dared not look directly at him. "Thank you, Aunt Mu." He bowed and said. "Do you have any doubts about divination at the moment?" Questions. Although Qingyun Sect's divination inheritance is different from most divinations, one method can cover all methods, so it is naturally not a problem to guide Qingzhu. Qingzhu immediately expressed his doubts about divination. Qingyun Sect nodded slightly, and saw that the divination inheritance that Qingzhu had obtained was not bad, and should be a 3rd-level or even 4th-level inheritance. It was just as Changsheng said, without the guidance of a famous teacher, he relied entirely on his own exploration. Whether it is the manual of the technique or the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, it is easy to go astray if there is only inheritance but no one to teach. Especially for the inheritance as mysterious as divination. With the guidance of Qingyun Sect, Qingzhu suddenly felt like the fog had been cleared, and he suddenly realized. It feels that this Aunt Mu's understanding of the divination is much higher than that of Master Du, who was invited by his father before. Although Master Du also benefited him a lot, it is simply incomparable with this Zhenjin. "Husband, is it okay to leave Zuiner here like this?" After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lu Maihun was still a little worried. "This Qingyun Sect is trustworthy at the moment. I gave her the Xinfeng Zhenyu before, and she owed me 3 favors. It's just a small matter like this, she will naturally take good care of Zuiner." Changsheng did not force the registered disciple, but hoped that Qingyun Sect could take care of his son as much as possible. In this case, how much he can gain depends on his son's performance. If Zuiner stays in Qingzhu Mountain, it will only waste his talent. Qingyun Fairy City is located at the border of Zheng State and Yu State. It is now expanding and guarding the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Zuiner can also gain more knowledge and learn more here. Although the real experience may require leaving Zheng State and going to the more vast world of immortal cultivation. But food must be eaten bite by bite, and Zheng State is currently enough for the children in the family to grow up. After a while, Changsheng and Lu Maihoj met up with the 3. Changsheng, Zuiner. Lu Maihoj did not see her son. Her beautiful eyes were both happy and a little worried. "No apprentice." Changsheng shook his head gently and said, "Just let him study here and experience it." "Daddy, what's wrong with my brother? Isn't he going back?" Qingyi asked with concern, holding pastries in her hands. "Daddy has a friend here who happens to be proficient in divination, so I sent Zuiner to her to study for a while. If you miss him in the future, you can come to the fairy city to find him." Changsheng patted his daughter's head and explained. "Oh." Qingyi was a little reluctant. In the whole family, she has the best relationship with her younger brother Qingzhu. Although the latter is half a year younger than her, the two are like siblings. It's not far from Qingyun Market to Qingyun Fairy City, and you can also take a spirit ship to come here. You should practice well after you go home, so as not to be left far behind by Zuiner. Lu Maihun next to her urged her daughter. Although Qingzhu was not accepted as a disciple by Qingyun Sect, his future will not be bad. "I know," Qingyi responded weakly, wondering how she could compare with her brother. "Xiaoqi, you are the best, I believe in you." Qingzhu encouraged her sister. But I don't believe in myself, sister, you don't know. In the early years, Lu Qingyu always thought that her brother was delayed by family affairs and his cultivation strength was about the same as hers. But after the attack on Qingzhu Mountain and the attack on the way, she found that her brother's strength was far better than hers. While talking, she described her brother's fighting ability with her hands and feet, saying how powerful that magic was. If it hadn't been delayed by family affairs, her brother's cultivation would have been even higher. Moreover, her brother also studied divination and was good at fortune-telling. Lu Qingzhu only realized how powerful her brother was when she heard her sister chattering. Before, Lu Qingzhu had always behaved like a gentle gentleman, without any publicity, very modest, completely different from his brother Lu Qingshan. Since he came to Qingyun Fairy City, Lu Changsheng also went to visit Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, and his children who were training here. Moreover, Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohun and others had not seen the 10,000 Beasts mountain range after the land reclamation. Chapter 624 Qingzhu Mountain, Nanguangyao forms the elixir. 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After the War of Reclamation ended, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Chensha, Lu Yunfei and others exchanged their war merits for a second-level spiritual land. Now this spiritual land has been acquired, but it is still in a wasteland that needs to be reclaimed by themselves. Qingzhu Mountain, this name is good. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. This spiritual land is named after his son Lu Qingzhu. On the one hand, Lu Qingzhu is the oldest among these people. On the other hand, when exchanging spiritual lands before, Lu Qingzhu had the most war merits. Although Lu Chensha had more war merits than Lu Qingzhu, he used a lot of his war merits to exchange for resources. Moreover, the brothers believed that this was not the first spiritual land they had opened up, and each of them would name it in the future. This was the first spiritual land that the Lu family had acquired through their own efforts, which was very commemorative. Lu Changsheng, as a father, was not stingy and took out 100,000 spirit stones for them as the starting capital. Thank you, father. After so many years, these Lu family children also knew that as long as they could make some achievements and break into a world, their father would not be stingy. Where is Ling Xiao? Lu Changsheng asked. Lu Qingzhu said that Lu Ling Xiao often went out alone to hone his skills, and was called out by Lu Wangshu not long ago. Half a month later, Lu Ling Xiao and Lu Wangshu came back exhausted. Dad, father. The two were a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng. Mom, sister Qingzhu. Lu Wangshu was even more surprised to see Lu Miaoj and Lu Qingzhu. After all, Lu Qingzhu was away from home all year round and rarely went home. Was she brought home by her father from Yu State? Immediately, Lu Changsheng was concerned about Lu Ling Xiao's situation, and Lu Miaoj was concerned about Lu Wangshu's situation here. On weekdays, Lu Ling Xiao prefers to go out alone to hone himself, or to find disciples of the Immortal Sect here to learn from each other. But he has the Emperor's Key seeing technique and the second-level dragon seeking technique, which makes him feel at home in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and it is very easy to find opportunities in mineral veins. Although Lu Ling Xiao thinks that the current resources are enough, Lu Wangshu is a money grubber and often drags Lu Ling Xiao out to explore and hunt for treasures. If you don't want the mineral veins you find, you can also report them to the 4 major sects in exchange for military merits. Lu Wangshu, how poor are you? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and said speechlessly. Dad, you see, it costs money to practice making talismans. If you encounter danger and use the talisman formation, most of your savings for half a year will be gone. And Xia Elbing and Xia need to be raised, the natal talisman needs to be sacrificed, and there are talisman soldiers. You know how much money it costs to train talisman soldiers. Lu Wangshu immediately cried poor. You are just building your foundation now. Dao soldiers are not something you can touch. It will cost you 3 generations to train Dao soldiers. No matter how many spirit stones you have, you can't fill this bottomless pit. Lu Changsheng said earnestly. Not to mention his daughter, a foundation-building cultivator. Even he, a giant in cultivator, is not interested in spending money to train Dao soldiers. This thing is a bottomless pit. I know, but I've been training him for so long, and it feels like a waste to give up now. Lu Wangshu looked sad, then took Lu Changsheng's arm and said pitifully, how about Daddy, you sponsor me some more spirit stones? Lu Changsheng. Alice, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are if you don't run the household. Daddy usually has more expenses than income, And now he doesn't even have enough money to refine magic weapons. This time I went to visit your brother Qingzhu, and I really didn't have much money left. Later, your Myoge mother will prepare to form a pill, and now there is no money. Daddy also hopes that after you become a third-level talisman master, you can share some of the pressure for me. Lu Changsheng sighed. Who doesn't know how to cry poor? However, Lu Wangshu didn't buy it at all. He looked at his old father with disdain and said, Dad, don't think I don't know that you also have an identity as Yang Ming's Henrun. You also cooperated with King Lun's Henjin to hunt monster kings before. How can you have no money in this situation? After coming to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Qingyun Fairy City for so long, Lu Wangshu had heard rumors about Yang Ming's Henrun. Then based on the description, she instantly guessed that this Yang Ming's Henrun was her father. It's because we are poor, so Dad has to hunt monster kings to make money. Think about the consumption at home. The daily spirit stones and medicinal baths alone are a huge number, and you don't know that Dad has been reluctant to refine a second magic weapon for himself for so many years, except for the first life magic weapon. It's because he is poor. As Lu Changsheng spoke, he realized that his family's expenses were outrageous. If it weren't for his hard-working ancestor and the ownership of Damning Fairy City, he couldn't afford it at all. Dad, are you really that poor? Lu Wangshu looked at his father complaining and said half-believingly. Thinking carefully, the welfare benefits of his family are indeed not enough to cover the expenses, and his father usually spends money lavishly. Of course. Lu Changsheng sighed and nodded. Dad, I still have some spirit stones and a lot of talismans and puppets here. If I sell them, I can get a lot of spirit stones. Lu Wangshu said hesitantly. His daughter is still his little cotton-padded jacket. Lu Changsheng was relieved and touched her hair. He said, It's okay. Dad will find a way to make some money later. It's okay, Dad. I can still get 100,000 spirit stones together. I will go to the fairy city to sell my belongings later. The two are kind and filial. In the end, Lu Wangshu happily accepted the last 30,000 spirit stones from his father. No money? Who are you kidding? Others don't know, but you don't know. You can draw third-level talisman with your eyes closed, and you are also proficient in alchemy, refining, and formations. You owned a dream fairy city and blocked the door of the Yinming ghost sect in Jin State. In this situation, his father said he was short of money? Even if he was short of money, it was not just a few 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Wangshu patted his storage bag, feeling happy. Isn't this much easier than going out to hunt monsters and taking Lu Lingxiao to find treasures? Lu Changsheng didn't rush back. After accompanying Xiao Ziao and Zhao Qingqing, he taught Lu Lingxiao, Lu Qingxun and others how to set up formations for Qingzhu Mountain. Formations are profound and it won't hurt to master them. That day, a pure and rich mana suddenly poured into Lu Changsheng's danshan. Qingxun has broken through to the Jiandan. Lu Changsheng could feel that this was the mana of his children breaking through to the Jiandan. This mana was no worse than his son Lu Quanxian's breakthrough, and even a few points more. No, it should be Yao Iao. It was less than half a year since he sent Lu Qingxun back to Qingyun Sect. It was impossible for him to break through to the Jiandan so quickly. So Lu Changsheng immediately thought of his other daughter, Nanguang Yao Iao. The other party had built a 9th level of foundation earlier than Lu Qingxun, and Lu Changsheng was amazed at her cultivation speed at that time. It is natural for her to break through the Jiandan now. Moreover, this mana bonus is definitely an immortal golden elixir among the golden elixirs. System. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly. Name, Nanguang Yao Iao, lifespan. 64/681, talent, 2nd grade spiritual root, pure heavenly fragrance body, top spiritual body, cultivation, Jiandan level 1, talent, charm technique compatibility, 100%, it is Yao Iao. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's system interface and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. A 64-year-old Jiandan cultivator is simply shocking. And according to the mana situation, his daughter is an immortal golden elixir, even a few points stronger than his son Lu Quanxian. It seems that Yao Iao has taken so long to break through the Jiandan, which is to accumulate the foundation to ensure the condensation of the immortal golden elixir. Is this the foundation of the Qingyun Sect and the 7 sects of the demonic path? Lu Changsheng was amazed in his heart. He had talked about his daughter's situation with Nanguang Mili before. Knowing that the White Lotus Master promised to help Nangguang Yaoiao cleanse her foundation and perfectly transfer to the inheritance of the Immortal Lotus Sect. But even so, Nangguang Yaoiao would have to spend time studying and researching the Immortal Lotus Sect's skills, which would delay her time. After all, not everyone can directly obtain the system inheritance like himself, saving this time and this lifespan. Although he knew that the lifespan of the immortal fragrance body was much higher than that of ordinary cultivators, when he saw the lifespan of his daughter Nangguang Yaoiao and thought of the lifespan of his son Lu Quanzhen, Lu Changsheng was speechless. This was more than twice Lu Quanzhen's lifespan. If this continues, Yaoiao's cultivation will probably surpass her mother in the future. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and thought of Nangguang Mili and her son who were far away in Jin. There has been no movement in the family tree in the past few years, but he was still a little worried about the previous situation. Go home. For a while, Lu Changsheng felt a little more urgent. Prepare to go home and practice the Brahma Demon True Saint skill as soon as possible, condense the realm, improve the combat power, and then go to the Five Poison Sect. Originally, Lu Qingqi wanted to stay because her brother Lu Qingxun was in Qinglun Fairy City, and Lu Qingxun, Lu Wangshu and others were here. But Lu Miaohun thought what her daughter was doing here. Was she being emasculated? She took her away by force, saying that Lu Qingzhu had just returned and needed her company. This time when he went home, Lu Changsheng did not continue to play slowly, but took his wife and children back quickly. A month later, the family returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar scene in front of him, Lu Qingzhu looked dazed. It has been more than 20 years since the last time he went home. It's not that he doesn't want to come back. At first, Lu Qingxun had something to do, responding to the provocation of Lianguo and the secret realm of the sect, and then he ran into Lianguo's war, which made it impossible to go home. After returning home, Lu Changsheng held a family dinner as usual, which was lively. In the evening, afterwards, Chu Hanxian told Lu Changsheng a piece of news that the blackwood vine had been completely revived. He tried to pour a drop of Wanling Kanshengju and there were signs of flowering. So soon? Could it be that the Zuanmu vine really bears fruit in 1,000 years? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He had previously guessed that the Zuanmu vine, as a companion spiritual vine, should bear fruit in about 1,000 years, based on the fact that the Zuanshan Lingtang bears fruit in 10,000 years. Now, if we calculate the time, there are signs of flowering after pouring 4 drops of Wanling Shenshengdu, so it is estimated that it will really take about 1,000 years for it to bloom and bear fruit. He guessed it right. Okay, I'll trouble use Hansun to continue to take care of it in the future. Lu Changsheng comforted his little wife and said. The next day, Lu Changsheng went to see his Zuanmu vine. What Chu Hansun said was really right. The Zuanmu vine showed signs of flowering, but it was just a sign. Wanling Shenshengdu only produces 1 drop a year. This kind of thing cannot be rushed, so Lu Changsheng just let it go and didn't pay too much attention. When his daughter Lu Qingzhu came back, Lu Miaoj took her to Qingzhu Mountain to worship her grandfather Lu Yuanding. Lu Changsheng also took Lu Miaohun and Lu Miaoyan to worship his father-in-law and grandmother. In the previous land reclamation war, Qingzhu Mountain lost a foundation-building cultivator, and Lu Yuanzhong was hit hard. Now this ancestor of Qingzhu Mountain is really old, with a hunched body and sparse white hair, like an old tree that has experienced many vicissitudes of life, with withered branches and leaves, full of fatigue. Lu Changsheng can see that the latter only has 3 to 5 years left to live. When the latter dies, all the old generation of Qingzhu Mountain will pass away. Uncle, I got a crystal-forming pill through the land reclamation war before. Sister Miaoj will strive for the formation of a pill in the next few years. A grand ceremony will be held in Qingzhu Mountain at that time. Lu Changsheng saw the old man, and sighed in his heart, and said softly. He and Xiao Ziyu exchanged the crystal-forming pill from Qingyun Sect just to allow his wife to show her formation of a pill with a legitimate reason. Thinking of his father-in-law Lu Yuanding, the 4th elder and the old man in front of him, Lu Changsheng planned to hold Lu Miaoj's Jinden ceremony in Qingzhu Mountain, which could be regarded as a curtain call for the old generation of Qingzhu Mountain, implying that Qingzhu Mountain would usher in a better future. Jinden. Lu Yuanzhong heard the words, his turbid eyes glowed with light, and his wrinkled and spotted palms trembled with excitement. For Lu Changsheng, it was just a Jinden and a ceremony. But for a family cultivator like Lu Yuanzhong, Having a Qingzhu Henren in the family is the supreme honor, the supreme glory, and the real glory of the family. Even if this Qingzhu Henren has married someone else, the blood of their Qingzhu Mountain Lu family still flows. Maoj, are you going to break through the Qingzhu? Lu Yuanzhang looked at his niece in disbelief. To be honest, even if he saw Lu Changsheng break through the Qingzhu, he never imagined that Lu Maoj could break through the Qingzhu. Because the Qingzhu is too far away for them. Yes, uncle. Lu Maoj nodded gently and used Tai True Water to warm the old man's body. Hearing that Lu Maoj would break through the Qingzhu in the next few years, Lu Yuanzhang's almost exhausted body miraculously surged with some vitality. Even if he died, he wanted to see his niece break through the Qingzhu, hold a grand ceremony in Qingzhu Mountain, and then offer sacrifices to the ancestors before dying. Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. Father, I'm almost ready. Lu Quanzhen said. If you want to practice supernatural powers in seclusion, you can naturally keep practicing, but in his opinion, there is no need. The best supernatural powers are honed through battles and blood baptisms. Okay. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng prepared to send his son Lu Quanzhen to Xingxiusi first. Sister Maoj, send me a message when you break through the Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng asked his wife Lu Maoj to stay in Bihu Mountain and practice quietly. At that time, like himself, break through the Qingzhu in Zumi Cave Heaven, and then go to Daman Fairy City to show the Qingzhu. As for going to Qingyun Sect to break through, it is still unnecessary. After preparing for so long, and with the help of Sun and Moon reincarnation art and Tai Shengshu art, Lu Maoj still has a high probability of condensing a high-grade golden elixir. If she were to make a breakthrough in Qingyun Sect, it would be shocking. Lu Maoj responded softly. After going to Yu Kingdom to see her children and untied her heart knot, now seeing the situation in Qingzhu Mountain, thinking of her uncle's words, she would need to take care of Qingzhu Mountain in the future, and her Tao heart was also much firmer. Looking back to her early years, she was one of the foundation-building seeds of Qingzhu Mountain, and her Tao heart was firm. It was just that after breaking through the foundation building, she was a little confused for a while, and gradually became a good wife and mother in Bihu Mountain. Now that her horizons have been opened, she knows that Jiang Kingdom is just a corner. Even if she can't keep up with her husband's pace, she will do her best to do what she can. After saying goodbye to Lu Maoj, Lu Changsheng took his son Lu Quanzhen away from Bihu Mountain and went to Damangs. Chapter 625 Crossing the Damangs and Xingxiusi. 10 days later. Dream Fairy City, City Lord's Mansion. My dear, you are back. Lu Lang, Daddy, Daddy. Ling Zixio, Meng Xiaojun and others shouted happily when they saw Lu Changsheng. Not long after Lu Changsheng went to Qingyun Sect, Lu Ling, Lu Beixi and Lu Mengjun were taken back to Fairy City by Meng Xiaojun. After all, her daughter had never left her side since she was a child, and she missed her very much. Lu Beixi also missed her mother by Ling Xiaojun. You studied this technique. After the reunion, enjoying the warmth of the family, Lu Changsheng gave his wife Meng Xiaojun the key refining and foundation building chapters of the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits. It's not that he didn't want to give it all. But ordinary jade slips can't carry this level of technique. Even the key refining and foundation building chapters were barely imprinted by Lu Changsheng through the Yuanying soul and a good jade slip. Therefore, the subsequent techniques must be passed down by word of mouth and taught to Meng Xiaojun little by little. However, there are enough chapters on key refining and foundation building. Meng Xiaojun can take a look at it first and teach her daughter later. What a mysterious technique. After Meng Xiaojun took it, she just took a simple look and couldn't help but be stunned and immersed in it. It feels several times and dozens of times more profound than her own, the true book of 10,000 poisons. The true book of 10,000 poisons seems to be just a simplified technique of this technique. This is the technique I got on this trip. It is called the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits. It is not possible to copy and imprint it all now. This technique is not only mysterious and profound, but also can solve Menger's evil poison body. Lu Changsheng said to his wife, solve Menger's evil poison body. Meng Xiaojun heard this and was immediately full of joy and excitement. Since marrying Lu Changsheng, she felt that she had no regrets in this life. But after knowing that her daughter Lu Mengjun had an evil poison body, she felt a little more worried. Although the evil poison body is not solved, her daughter can still practice like an ordinary person. But how could he be willing to not use his top-level spiritual body? Besides, If he embarks on the immortal path, he might accidentally come into contact with some kind of poison and get rid of the poisonous body. Well, you take a look at this exercise book these days. After I send Quan back, I will teach you and Meng Meng to practice. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice, looking at his daughter not far away. She has beautiful eyebrows and cherry lips, a delicate nose, a long purple dress, and a bun with hanging hair. She looks delicate and tender, and is lovable. My daughter is so old now, her character should be much stronger, right? Besides, she should have made a lot of progress every day with Lu Ling and Lu Beixi, right? Although my daughter Lu Ling is silly and happy all day long, her character and perseverance are still very good, and she has an indomitable tenacity. My daughter Lu Beixi usually has a cold face, like a jade carved ice doll, who keeps people away from her, but her talent, understanding, and Taoism are all top-notch. Apart from the bloodline inheritance, nothing can stump her on weekdays. She will never complain about anything she does, and she is even naturally passionate about cultivation. Moreover, through her exchanges with Lu Ling and her learning from the golden-winged Sky Peng, Lu Changsheng felt that this daughter still had some toughness and wildness in her bones. It was just because of her own education and her mother Bai Ling that this wildness was hidden in her bones, and she looked calm and quiet on weekdays. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Lu Mengchen saw Lu Changsheng looking at her and called out obediently. Her clear and pure big eyes were quite watery, and her pink lips were slightly pursed, as if she was a little shy and uneasy. Although Lu Changsheng loved this daughter very much, he was busy all year round and was still separated from his daughter. He was not close to nature. "Nothing, I miss my Meng Meng a little," Lu Changsheng said with a smile. "Daddy, what about me?" Lu Ling immediately came up and was lovable. "Of course I miss you too." According to the usual practice, Lu Changsheng gave his children a small gift after returning home from going out. Lu Beixi's face beside him was indifferent, and her eyes, which were shining with platinum, were full of desire for learning. Among the three sisters, she was the smallest, but she looked the most mature. In the evening, afterwards, Lu Changsheng and Honglian talked about the matter of Qingyun Sect. "I just had a simple chat with that Qingyun Sect for a while. When dealing with a smart person like her, it is not good to explain many things too clearly. She needs to guess and distinguish them by herself." Honglian's black hair was scattered like a waterfall, her beautiful eyes were shimmering, luxuriant and moving, her slender and beautiful body was flowing with a hazy crystal luster, and sweat was dripping. Lu Changsheng had communicated with Honglian in his early years, and knew some information about the Saint King of Zhongzhou and the Dragon Emperor Dao Body. He asked, "Does the southern wasteland have any information about Zhongzhou?" "I don't know either, but according to some information records, in ancient times, there were many exchanges between the East China Sea, the West Desert, the southern wasteland, the northern plains and Zhongzhou. I just don't know why, and gradually the exchanges stopped, and even many ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays were destroyed and abandoned for unknown reasons. Since the southern wasteland had exchanges with Zhongzhou in the early years, there must be relevant information records in this regard. As long as that Qingyun Sect spends time to find it, it is still possible to find some fragments," Honglian said softly. "At the level of Yuanying, as long as you are willing to spend time and energy to find some rare books, the ancient secrets are not difficult. It's just that many records have become half true and half false as time goes by, and no one knows whether they are true or false. Just like the Saint King of Zhongzhou and the Dragon Emperor Dao Body, Honglian only believes that there was such a top existence, but whether it is as he knows, it is unknown. After all, information may become confusing in the process of transmission. However, in many cases, it is this kind of half-true and half-false information that can make people think deeply." After practicing, Lu Changsheng discussed with Honglian the ancient mysteries of the world of immortal cultivation, ancient secrets, various rumors and deeds, etc. Lu Changsheng listened with great interest to the deeds of the Zhongzhou Saint King, the Dragon Emperor Dao Body. Although he was not interested in the hierarchy of emperors, he was very interested in the family world where the luck of the world gathered in one person and one family. Although luck is illusory and elusive. But after practicing for so many years, after the mysterious effect of Zuanshan Ling Ten, Lu Changsheng still believed it very much. For example, in the past 10 years, he can clearly feel that the quality of the Lu family's children in Qingzhu Mountain is improving. Moreover, the practice, breakthrough, etc. of the Lu family's children are relatively smoother than those of Qingzhu Mountain, Bainao Lake and other families. Excluding various factors, Lu Changsheng believes that it has something to do with the luck gathered invisibly by the Zuanshan Ling Ten. This is just the luck gathered by a spiritual vine. If the luck of the world can be concentrated in one family, wouldn't the family be blessed by heaven and earth, and would there be lucky children in the family every other day? In this case, whether it is the birth of a spirit body, a top-level talented child, or a child's practice, breakthrough, or experience outside, they can all be protected by the dark. However, Honglian has only heard about these and can only treat them as interesting stories. Unless he really draws a skill that can gather the luck of the world, or a treasure, the Yuan Ying's engine cannot control the luck. Lu Changsheng did not delay and helped Ling Zixio's fellow magic weapon to replenish the magic weapon source, and then took Lu Quanzhen to Xingxiu. Swish, the golden-winged skyrock was like a golden divine rainbow, riding the wind and waves, and setting off endless divine power. After a long time, the golden-winged skyrock stopped above a deep sea and cried, "Hum." Lu Quanzhen immediately looked around with a vigilant look. The gray fog in the depths of the Great Dream Lake obviously suppresses the power and consciousness. Even if Jin Peng goes through it, it will be very physically demanding. Moreover, I am not sure what will happen after crossing the Great Dream Lake. So it is better to use a different spiritual beast to get around. Lu Changsheng explained to his son. Although he was sure that he could cross the Great Dream Lake, he still used the sea-splitting mysterious whale to get around for the sake of safety. Change to a different spiritual beast to get around. Lu Quanzhen paused in his heart, looking suspicious. The next moment, he felt a terrifying aura like an abyss or a prison. Hua. The calm sea surface trembled wildly, as if it was boiling and roaring, violently surging in all directions, raising rolling waves like a tsunami. Then a huge black shadow tore the sea apart, slowly emerging with a dark, deep and cold voice, revealing a suppressed and terrifying majestic aura. Lu Changsheng took a quick look at the sea-splitting mysterious whale in front of him. There was no change in its overall appearance. But if you look closely, you can see that on its dark scales that look like iron from outer space, there is an ancient and mysterious dragon-shaped pattern, looming, mysterious and natural. The two huge eyes, like black holes, are now like the vertical pupils of a two-headed dragon, with a bit of cold and frightening luster, which makes people tremble in their souls and feel cold all over. "Let's go," Lu Changsheng said to Lu Quanzhen, took a step forward, and came to the huge body of the sea-splitting black whale. "Is this my father's spiritual pet?" Lu Quanzhen was shocked. He was already extremely shocked by the golden-winged sky peng. He didn't expect that his father actually had a spiritual pet with a more terrifying aura than the golden-winged sky peng. In the endless waters of the Great Dream Lake, such a top demon king is probably the ultimate overlord, right? He swallowed his saliva, suppressed his shock, and came to his father's side. The golden-winged sky peng was covered with the golden runes all over its body, and its body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then fell on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. "Let's go." Lu Changsheng gestured to the sea-splitting black whale to head in the direction of the sea eye, then looked at Lu Quanzhen and said, "This is the sea-splitting black whale, the true foundation of our family guard in the waters of the Great Dream Lake. Just as we can cross the Great Dream Lake to the Xingxiu Sea, the cultivators of the Xingxiu Sea can also come here, so this trip to send you to the Xingxiu Sea is to understand the situation on both sides. I asked you to inquire about the situation of the Black Dragon Sect and pay attention to the 4th-level dragon-related natural treasures, and also to help the sea-splitting black whale break through the 4th level as soon as possible." Lu Quanzhen broke through the giant and had strength, so Lu Changsheng would naturally tell him some of the family's secrets and foundation. Not only did he know the family's situation, he had the confidence to go out, and he could also broaden his horizons and experience. "Please rest assured, father." Lu Quanzhen stood on the sea-splitting black whale, a top-level 3rd-level demon king, looking at the magnificent endless waves. His heart was surging, and an indescribable ambition surged. Although riding the sea-splitting black whale is very interesting, it becomes very boring after a long time. Lu Changsheng gave Lu Quanzhen a spirit eye spring, and then entered the stomach chamber of the split-sea mysterious whale to rest and practice. Unfortunately, this stomach chamber, the Qingyun Treasure Royal Lotus, has limitations after all, and it cannot cultivate spiritual veins like the Zumi Cave Heaven, as a real portable cave. So in addition to comprehending the power of the void, Lu Changsheng can only simply meditate, or comprehend the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits and preview the Brahma demon true holy art in advance. Hoo-la-la, after entering the deep sea, the split sea mysterious whale was very fast. The dark fin blade standing on its back was like a giant axe, causing the surging blue waves to roll to both sides, forming a magnificent waterway. There is no fourth-level demon king in the Great Dream Lake. The aura of the split sea mysterious whale at the peak of the third level is permeated. Unless it takes the initiative to seize the caves and territories of other demon kings, basically no demon king will attack it. It took a month and a half for the split sea mysterious whale to come to the eye of the sea, where the Great Dream Lake merges into the Qingzhu Sea. This sea eye has a quasi fourth level spiritual vein, and is occupied by a top level third level sea beast. Roar. After sensing the breath of the sea-splitting black whale, the demon king immediately took it as a provocation, roaring and roaring, setting off endless huge waves, tsunamis, rumbling, and majestic. The sea-splitting black whale was not to be outdone, and the terrifying aura of the quasi-fourth level spread out, turning the rivers and seas upside down, turning countless seawater into tornadoes and tsunamis, and slapping the thousands of feet of shocking waves. Changsheng in the stomach chamber sensed the movement and came out. If this sea eye is used to make a nest, I don't know how many demon kings can be caught. Seeing this, Changsheng's Dalao sword embryo appeared in his hand, and the brilliant sword light rushed into the sky, brilliant and magnificent, causing a deep gully to appear in the endless waters, as if cutting the Great Dream Lake in half. At the same time, the yin-yang key great capture and the golden-winged sky peng appeared. After a moment, the demon king wailed. Changsheng did not kill it, but let it give a small amount of blood as compensation, and then released it. With the improvement of the realm of cultivation, he could control the lifespan of countless creatures in a single thought. Changsheng understood more and more that God has the virtue of loving life and does not want to commit sins of killing. However, after taking a look at the nest of the sea eye, Changsheng gave a comment, "Poor monster. Fishing in the sea eye will be meaningless if you can't catch enough natural treasures. Let's go." Changsheng signaled the sea-breaking black whale to continue on the road. Is this the Qingzhu Sea? 2 days later, Changsheng felt that a blue sea in front of him, the aura of heaven and earth and the damangs were slightly different, and he realized that he had come to the Qingzhu Sea. However, the Qingzhu Sea in front of him was not much different from the damangs. It was still filled with mist, interfering with the spiritual consciousness and mana of the cultivators. The only difference is that the seawater is deeper and bluer, there are more islands, large and small islands are connected, with rugged rocks and surging waves. It looks like no one lives here, it's an undeveloped place. Changsheng looked at these reef islands and murmured. Quanzhen also walked out of the stomach chamber and looked at this mysterious sea area. After watching for a while, knowing that this place was the same as the deep sea of damangs, the two continued their boring journey. Although they only sent Quanzhen to Qingzhu Sea. But now if he is allowed to explore by himself, he might die on the way. He must find an island with living people to understand the situation. As he entered Qingzhu Sea, Changsheng realized the biggest difference between the two waters. There are more demon kings here. On the way, the sea-splitting black whale encountered several top demon kings provoking, and even encountered a quasi-fourth level demon king. If Changsheng hadn't held a Dalao sword embryo to deter, this quasi-fourth level demon king would not have retreated easily. It seems that the two void kuns before came from Qingzhu Sea. Changsheng thought of the two void kuns that had beaten the sea-splitting black whale and occupied the sea eye before. At that time, a void kun escaped, and it was unknown whether he could meet it in Qingzhu Sea. Changsheng was very concerned about its void crystal. If he could get more void crystals, he could absorb void fragments later and condense the realm much more easily. After realizing that there were many demon kings on the Qingzhu Sea, Changsheng also signaled the sea-splitting black whale to be low-key. In case he encountered a fourth-level demon king, it would be troublesome. Having seen the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king and the two-headed dragon, Changsheng deeply understood the horror of the fourth-level demon king. Half a month later, as the fog on the sea surface gradually thinned, there were fewer demon kings. Changsheng suspected that this hazy fog belonged to some kind of natural environment suitable for the life of sea beasts. There is someone ahead. At this moment, Changsheng, who was sitting cross-legged next to the dorsal fin of the sea-splitting black whale, suddenly opened his eyes and sensed the aura of a foundation-building cultivator. It seems that we are almost at the real Qingzhu Sea here. Lu Changsheng immediately became energetic and signaled the sea-splitting black whale to rush to the place where the foundation building cultivator was. The information about the Qingzhu that Meng Wuhan gave him at the beginning was only a general situation, and there was no detailed sea map. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. At this moment, on a cliff hit by huge waves, a pale, dusty, and torn woman sat cross-legged. At this moment, she suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming towards her, and her pale face suddenly turned pale. Is God going to kill me? Shen Wanshao. The next moment, she saw huge waves rolling, and a huge and terrifying whale appeared. Huh? A man in a green shirt with a handsome face like jade, unparalleled handsomeness, and a tall and slender figure, like a banished immortal, stood with his hands behind his back on the giant whale. Even though she realized that this man was terrifying and might be Yuan Ying's engine. But the other party was like a delicate and elegant tree, with a quiet and indifferent temperament, which made her heart inexplicably palpitate, and she felt that this was a gentleman and a good person. Where is this place? Who are you? Lu Changsheng took a step, directly passed through the simple formation on the cliff, appeared in front of Shen Wanshao, and asked out loud. Shen Wanshao was stunned, and was shocked, but she still said honestly, Senior, this place is the Fog Sea of Qingzhu, near the Fian Islands under the jurisdiction of Qingyun Sect. I am Shen Wanshao, a disciple of the goddess palace of Penglai Island. I was ambushed and accidentally escaped here. If the senior is willing to help, my Penglai Island will definitely reward you. She reported her identity and background, wanting to deter Qingyun Sect, Penglai Island. According to the intelligence information provided by Meng Wuhan, Lu Changsheng knew that these two forces were both Yuanying level forces. Do you have a sea chart of the nearby islands, or a map of this area? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. Yes. Shen Wanshao immediately presented a jade slip, realizing that this senior was not a cultivator from Qingzhu. According to some rumors, there are many fog sea areas in Qingzhu. These fog sea areas are very dangerous, with monsters entrenched. It is rumored that the depths of the Fog Sea are forbidden areas, and there are also rumors that passing through the Fog Sea is a more vast and rich world of cultivation. Lu Changsheng took the jade slit and checked it with his spiritual sense. The sea chart was a bit rough, but it was barely usable. It would take about 10 days or half a month to reach the so-called Fian Islands. Yes, this is a thank you. Lu Changsheng saw that the other party was seriously injured. He raised his palm lightly, and the 9 treasures Rui Bone was in operation, shooting out a surging healing divine light. In an instant, Shen Wanshao felt as if he was bathing in the mother's womb, and a warm force of vitality nourished his limbs and bones, and his sea of qi and danshan. After a while, the injury was healed directly. Thank you, Senior. Shen Wanshao immediately saluted respectfully, and he felt a little closer to Lu Changsheng in front of him. No need to thank me, this is just the reward you deserve. Lu Changsheng chuckled, and his eyes, as warm as jade, suddenly became dark and deep, which made Shen Wanshao in front of him look stunned and his eyes were dull. He immediately continued to ask the other party about some of the conditions of Qingzhu. However, this woman had just come out to train, and she knew a lot about the Qingzhu, but she didn't know the details. After a long time, Lu Changsheng used the 6 Desires Heart Demon art to tamper with her memory. This time, he did not disguise himself. So, to be on the safe side, he modified his appearance in the sea-splitting black whale, and changed it to the other party picking up a strange flower, taking it and recovering from his injuries, but falling into coma. After that, Lu Changsheng left quietly with the sea-splitting black whale, and then called Lu Quansun, who was practicing in the stomach chamber, and threw the jade slip to him, and briefly explained the situation here. At the same time, Shen Wanshao woke up faintly on the cliff, looked around with a vigilant face, and then rubbed his swollen eyebrows. I was actually transferred to the Fog Sea by the relocation talisman, but fortunately I picked up a strange flower and recovered from my injuries quickly. Hey, why is there a strange flower here? It's still a bit reckless. It would be so dangerous if a monster appeared when I was unconscious. I don't know when my godmother can come. Shen Wanshao pursed his red lips lightly, feeling nervous and uneasy. I didn't expect that I would encounter such danger on my first trip out for training, and I had to ask my godmother for help. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng brought Lu Quansun to the Fian Islands. It must be said that Qingzhu is vast. The Qingyun Sect alone is almost catching up with Jiang State. However, The forces in this sea area are similar to Damang's. The exchanges between islands are very troublesome and dangerous. Ordinary mortals or low-level cultivators may never be able to leave their islands. Lu Changsheng and Lu Quanzhen disguised themselves and came to a larger island to understand the situation. Quanzhen, there are things at home, so I will go back first. If you are in danger, crush this substitute talisman. You will be able to escape with a high probability if you are below the nascent soul stage. If there is anything, you can send a message to me. After a brief understanding of the situation here, Lu Changsheng prepared to go back. He drew several third-level top-level talismans with the dragon blood and scales that he had traded from Qingyun Sect before. It's just that time is limited, and the method of talisman can only be barely nurtured to the quasi-4th level, so he gave a quasi-4th level substitute talisman to his son to save his life. After all, Xingqiu is divided among many heroes and is very chaotic. Even if his son has the cultivation of Jinden, he will be in danger. Please rest assured, father. Lu Quanzhen replied with a bow. He thought that this Xingqiu was very suitable for him and was looking forward to the upcoming journey. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.